Last night after I made my announcement, we did the most Colorado thing we could think of and went to Red Rocks and watched some music. And it's just such an incredible state. I've been able to see so much that it has to offer. There's nothing more American than the Colorado Rockies. So it's a great state. It's a great place to be, and I really enjoy fishing and the outdoors. And there's no better place than Colorado.
3-2, driven to the gap in right center. It's got to get down. It will. Charlie Blackmon just put the Rockies in front, and guess where he's heading? Triple time for Chuck Nasty, the all-time Rockies leader with yet another.
Ultimately, I'd like to see this franchise be successful and play well and win, and it would mean a lot more to me, and it means a lot more to me to have been successful here and to have made it to the playoffs and to have guys that I've seen grow up in this clubhouse be successful. I mean, ultimately, that is so much more rewarding for me than to bounce around, not to discredit anybody else who's chosen to leave, but this is one of the few choices you get in the game is where you want to play, and I made that choice to stay here in Colorado.
Chuck Nasty, yesterday at his farewell retirement presser. And of course he gets a triple yesterday as the all-time Rockies leader in triples just finds another way to put one on the board. I really wish Charlie would have had a chance to have some more postseason success here. I think the grand total is 5 games is all that he's played postseason-wise in a 14-year career. And it's, again, why I give him full credit for staying here his entire 14-year stretch. Most guys would have said, I'm out. And I don't think anybody could really blame him. If you got a really good player who plays on a really bad team, in most cases, if they've spent a lot of time in one place, nobody's going to blame that person for going to look somewhere where they got a chance to win a championship, because ultimately that's what you're here for. You're here to win a title, and you at least want the chance to go do it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but there's certainly this opportunity there for you to say, you know what, I gave as much as I could to this franchise, and it just wasn't working. I'm getting older. If they aren't in a place to compete now, then they probably are looking to get younger and get younger guys playing time. Let me go see if I can find somewhere else. But through all of this, Charlie was there to be this shepherd to a younger crew, to be a leader for his super young team. And he's going to go down as one of the most likable players in the history of this town. He's not the greatest player. He was very, very good. But if you just say, who is the unabashed, no question, no argument, most likable dudes to come through here, I mean, he's going to be near the top of that list. So, shout out to Charlie. And I hope if you got the chance, go see him one last time here in these last couple of homestands before he heads out of town.
So I heard a lot of the other shows asking, does Charlie Blackmon get his number retired?
I think he should. Yeah. Look, man, I don't know how many different opportunities you're going to have to retire numbers at Coors Field, especially over, the next 20 years or so. I certainly think he's one of those guys. I was talking about this yesterday. I don't know if you made a Mount Rushmore of Rockies players, is he for sure on there? I don't know if it's for sure, but he's got a really good argument for it. You got your Larry Walkers and you got your Todd Heltons. And then the other 2 spots, I mean, you could go in, I guess, a few different directions, but that's where I think that Charlie's probably one of the last 2 that's on there. And if that's the case, then yeah. I mean, any other time you'd look out on the baseball field, and there's just certain numbers that carry a certain weight, right? And if you see somebody else wearing 19 5 years from now, would that look weird? Because I think it would. But, yeah, I think so. He's on the short list of guys who, I mean, really in sports, the short list of guys that have spent 14 years of a career in the same place without leaving. It's a lot of games. And it's a lot of time, and it's a lot of effort, and it's a lot of heart that he spent at one place. So, again, shout out Charlie. Moving forward here, when you are whether this is business, whether this is sports, whether this is an individual, whatever. Let's say you're on a weight loss journey. And you started at, we'll call it 250 pounds. And you want to get down to 170. It's a long road ahead. You aren't expecting to, drop 50 pounds in the first month, okay? You aren't going to go on Ozempic. You're going to do it the old-fashioned way, diet and exercise. So you're looking to shed a few pounds, let's say 5, 10 pounds every month or two. So it's going to take time for you to get to your ultimate goal. But on the way there, you have milestones. You drop 30, you get down from 250 to 220. And I think what you have in your head after that is, okay, this is the last time that I'm going to be 220 pounds. I'm going to set this now at the baseline. That's kind of what I think for the Broncos offense now. You were a little overweight. You were trying to get yourself in shape. The first couple of weeks weren't good. That's okay. That's expected. But now that you saw what you saw in Game 3, not that has to happen every single week, but that needs to be, to me, the baseline sort of expectation, is that you move the ball all right. You look at the ultimate numbers of the game last week. Look, it's not like the efficiency was off the charts. They just made a couple of big plays when they had to. You had 18 first downs in that game. Is that great? I don't know. I feel like you held Tampa Bay to almost nothing, and they had 17. You were 4 of 13 on third down. It's not great, but it was okay given the game situation, especially when you factor in you were 2 of 3 on fourth down. Total yards, 352. Pretty good. Yards per play, 5.5. Okay. Total passing yards in the game was 216. Total rushing yard, 136. Those are all right numbers. Not amazing, not elite, but they were fine. And when you combine that with a good defense, you should be able to win some football games doing that. But I'm setting that now at the baseline. Every game, for the most part, should look something like that. It should look like Bo Nix was 216 yards passing. Rushing game was over 100 yards. And you executed when you had to. What I don't want is I don't want to go backwards. And not every game's going to be, a Da Vinci. It's going to look sloppy sometimes. But when you see what this offense is capable of operating at, sometimes good defenses and good schemes are going to get you. But on the whole, you should be able to replicate that more and more. And that is now the challenge that I pose to Bo Nix and Sean Payton. Can this be sort of your baseline offense that we can expect week in, week out? I don't think when you play against better football teams or at least healthier, better football teams, like the one you're going to face this Sunday, I doubt the offense is going to have the amount of opportunities that they had because you got a whole bunch of stops on defense and you held them to, what was the total number? 220 yards of offense. You were able to handle the football, keep time of possession in your favor, and get multiple opportunities. and kicks at the can. You know, it's always funny to see the amount of drives that you get. So I'll just do the Mike Francesa thing right now. It's the amount of drives the Broncos had in the game last week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the first half. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 total. It's a good number. Getting on the field 11 different times. You know, the big sort of number in all of those was as many 3 and outs as if you've had to start the season. Only 2 of those 11 drives were 3 and outs. When you face the Jets, and they're probably going to be a little bit more capable because they're healthier this weekend, of sustaining drives and you know, not having as many 3 and outs as they had, as Tampa had last week against you, you're probably not going to get the same amount of opportunities. But I just want to see an offense that looks like it's in rhythm and doing fine. They played with confidence. Maybe that's the biggest factor. You know, I know that Sean Payton got a little snippy when it was, no, that's your own narrative. He was always confident.
Come on. No.
I mean, it's not that he wasn't confident, but he certainly looked more confident last week. Texture says, just because, hang on a second. I don't know, just because Bo had a day doesn't make that the baseline. Like, when we say Bo had a day, this is what I'm trying to get to here. I think we were so starved to see something that resembled competent offensive football that is having a day going for 216 yards, no touchdowns, and 47 rushing yards. I mean, that should be. I understand he's a rookie. You grade it on a curve. But for any other quarterback who had a game like that, you would say, yeah, he was fine. Nothing amazing, but fine and good enough to win the football game. Like, I don't think asking for 216 yards a game with 47 rushing yards is something that's totally over the top. You know, if he had a game like Jaden Daniels last week, different kind of discussion. I believe, if I remember seeing this correctly, Jaden Daniels and that offense scored on every single drive that they had last week. And they had to keep pace. So, yeah, they had a touchdown, a touchdown, a touchdown, and then it was an end-of-the-half kneel down. Then it was a touchdown, a field goal, a touchdown, and then an end-of-the-game kneel down. Yeah, that's something that if you have a rookie quarterback or any quarterback for that matter, you say probably not replicable, probably not something you can expect every single week. But all I'm telling you is the offense played well. But it's not like it was so beyond expectation and what you should expect to see every single week. Like, that's just your sort of, I like what a texter says here, basic good football. That's what that was. So 303-504-0925, that is now my new standard. If he went out and he threw 5 touchdown passes, of course that couldn't be. But just looking like a competent, basic offense that's capable of getting into a rhythm, that's capable of finishing a drive when they get in the red zone, that when you get to third down and manageable, you pick up the first down, you move the chains. Like, yeah, you should have that happen. So we finally got that in week 3. Week 4, you're playing a very, 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 very difficult team, not just on offense, but on defense. Jets defense has been the reason why they've been at least capable of winning games over the past couple of years. They're really good. Now, you put on top of that, Aaron Rodgers looks like Aaron Rodgers again. Yes. So 303-504-0925, Shunt Mazda text line, broadcasting from the back of the Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Got a whole bunch to get to this morning. Stick around. All right, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So, couple games here, or a couple things here. Sorry, I was disoriented. I just got my sneezes out. Something about this time of the year. You know, for a good 2 months, I got to throw out one sneeze really early in the morning. Then my nose becomes a faucet. And then at 7 o'clock, I'm good. Just this initial thing. Is that my body saying, wake the bleep up? Is that what it is? Is it like my own personal internal alarm clock?
Maybe we need to zero resify the studio. Get all the dust out.
Perhaps we should. Should give them a call. Ask for the altitude specials, what you should do. Now, here's what's really interesting is we're a quarter of the way through the college football season. CU with this miraculous win over the weekend is now 3-1. And the question now becomes, how much can you capitalize on this? And here's the big test, okay? Say what you want about how CU won the game last week. But they found a way to get a dub, conference game, at home, and keep positive momentum moving forward. You know, I said this from the beginning. My biggest question for CU was, how are you going to handle adversity this season? I think it's the biggest key to figuring out what team this is going to be. So they take that pretty big L to Nebraska. They come back the following week and they hand it to CSU. They play Baylor the week after that and find a way to get through it. You got a stretch of games coming up here. The next three, I think, are going to tell you all you need to know about where CU is going to finish this season. This game against UCF is no joke. They're 3-0. You can start to nitpick a little bit about what their schedule looked like, but they had a 35-34 win a couple of weeks ago against TCU. They've been sitting on their couch waiting for you to go over to. What part of Florida is UCF, by the way?
Let's see. I think it's actually called Orange County.
UCF is Orlando. Oh, yeah, Orlando, Florida.
I'm getting my wires crossed. I must be thinking of it. But there is an Orange County, Florida. I know I've gotten confused about that. Different campus there.
But they've been sitting on their couch waiting for you for the last couple of weeks, and they had a really nice win at TCU. But if you remember how that had to go down, they had to put up 28 points in the second half to win 35-34, and they had to go a little bit crazy in the fourth quarter to do it. The encouraging thing, you know, I still have a lot of questions of what's actually improved for CU. It's the knowns are the knowns and the givens are the givens. And that is Shadeur's good, Travis Hunter's good, wide receiving core good. Everything else is still a little bit of a question mark. But here's what I think is better. Their defense is better. They've had a couple of games, NDSU and Nebraska, in which the first half of those games got away from you a little bit, but you've buckled down and put together a nice little defensive second half in both of those. You know, with the Baylor game, same kind of story. First half, you give up 24 points. Second half, you give up 7. If you're capable of doing that with the quarterback that you have, you can come back and win a lot of games that maybe feel like they're getting close to out of reach. But when you have this stretch of games coming up at UCF, Kansas State at home, and at Arizona, I think the next 3 games are going to tell you what you need to know. If you can somehow pull out a 2-1 record in the next 3, and you can get to 5-2 at just past the midway point of the season, like, you have everything now on the table, because your next couple of games are going against Cincinnati and Texas Tech, both of those very winnable. Then you play Utah, which is going to be tough, but at least that's at home. You got Kansas on the road, and Kansas looks like dog vomit, and you close out the season against Oklahoma State at home. Like, you can be right there in the thick of the conversation at the end of the year. You can. but you got to be able to pull off something in the next 3 weeks. And I think that this game on the road at UCF, if you're capable of playing well, finding a way to win, then we can start to have a larger discussion on what the expectations should be. And I'm not trying to get too ahead of my skis because, in all honesty, that should have been a loss last week against Baylor. Should have been. But you know what? This is how football works. You're able to sneak a win that you shouldn't, and now all of a sudden you're in a completely different airspace. Last year, if the Broncos were able to sneak out a win that maybe they shouldn't have, there's a chance they go to the postseason. You know what I mean? Like, if you beat the Patriots at the end of the year, there's a chance you go to the postseason. I don't think that the Big 12 is going to be some murderer's row where there's two guys at the top of the standings at the end of the year that both have 11 wins. Don't think that's happening. There's maybe a couple teams that look a little better than we thought, UCF being one of them. BYU is currently undefeated at 4-0, but you feel like that's going to taper off. It's just about giving yourself an opportunity. And I'm telling you, with the quarterback that you have, you're going to have an opportunity in every single game. There's going to be games where it's more difficult because maybe you can't protect as well, you can't run the ball as well, but they made a couple of tweaks a couple of weeks ago against CSU. Those continued, at least offensively, into that Baylor game, and Baylor has a very, very good defensive head coach. Here's what PhD were talking about with Shadeur yesterday.
The guy is unreal. And when you see Jaden Daniels did what he did last night, I could absolutely see Shadeur Sanders having games like that in the NFL. I think Shadeur Sanders is a much better quarterback than Jaden Daniels. And Jaden Daniels is absolutely killing it. I cannot believe how good Jaden Daniels actually is right now.
Well, they've done a lot of things to make it work for him. And they've changed the offense radically. They brought in the perfect play caller for him. You know who his offensive coordinator is, right? Out there in Washington?
No.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, that helps.
Cliff Kingsbury is calling plays for Jaden Daniels.
That helps.
A college quarterback that is going to thrive within a college system with about the only offensive coordinator in the NFL that is willing to do that.
Like, I don't know if I'd go as far to say he's better than Jaden Daniels. I'm not going to say that, but I was thinking about something. We were talking to Adam Schefter on Monday, and we said, "Hey, man, if you're the Dolphins, Tua's on IR, your season is starting to already get away from you because Skylar Thompson cannot play. You have, I think it's Tyler Huntley now that's in position to start in Miami. Should you be on the phone?" And he said, "I would be on the phone with Denver. I'd be calling about Zach Wilson. I'd be on the phone with Pittsburgh. I'd be calling about Russell Wilson." And they should. But let me throw something out there. With all of the unknowns of what is the long-term status of Tua, let's say he does come back to play. Let's say that Tua, after this stint on IR, comes back out there and he plays and starts the rest of the year uninjured. For the rest of his career, you're going to be thinking, is he one hit away? And I don't know if that's a game that you want to play as a franchise. I think maybe you sit down with Tua and you start having larger conversations of what would it take for us to pay you out and for you to not do this anymore for your own sake. Like, maybe you have those conversations. It's always difficult, though, because it's up to the player and it's what he wants to risk. But here's the point. What if, just for argument's sake, after 4 weeks, Tua says, "I can't make this work"? Miami season goes down the tubes. They end up with a top pick. You don't think if Shadeur Sanders is on the table, they'd take him? And that he would thrive almost immediately within an offense like that? Could you think of a more perfect situation? You're a rookie QB. I not only get to be drafted incredibly high, I get to go to a team that has a proven offensive genius, a team that has two, not one, but two all-world type of wideouts in Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. A running game that feels like no matter who they plug in there, whether it's Mostert, whether it's A-Chain, whether it's whoever, they get production out of. Like, what a beautiful place to be able to step into. But I say all that to tell you, if that guy is this level good, which he is, Shadeur Sanders is 100% that. Why not have higher expectations for what this team can be? And maybe you can use this Hail Mary amazing finish game as a springboard to build some confidence within a roster that I do think is getting better week to week. It's one thing I couldn't say last year. The games were fun at the beginning of the season. You get that big TCU win and everybody's oohing and awing about you. You go in the next week, you beat Nebraska because Nebraska put the ball on the turf 15 times. Then you play CSU, and it's a double overtime win in a game that you were a 27-point favorite. And then you get your doors blown off by Oregon. It didn't feel like you got better as the season went on. It felt like you were the same team. Everybody else got better, and then people caught up. This year, I think you can say, from week 1 to week 2, there wasn't much progress. Week 2 to week 3, there was. Week 3 to week 4, I saw the extension of things like, hey, the O-line held up better. Still able to run the football. Defense seems to be honing it in a little bit more. Like all of that stuff, I think applied week to week, from weeks 2 to week 4. Continue that steady trajectory upward. And who knows where you can be at the end of the year. With a quarterback like this, who knows? By the way, Kreckman and Lindahl going to be at the DU Safeway 3 to 6 today. Pioneers Hockey National Championship team will be there with the trophy, so you can go check that out. But Kreckman and Lindahl at the DU Safeway 3 to 6 this afternoon. Go stop by and say hi to them. We're going to talk to John Michael Liles at 8:45, get a little preview of the Avs season. In the meantime, just talking about college football. Listen to this story. So I don't know if you guys are aware, have been paying attention. I wouldn't blame you if you haven't been. But UNLV, a very underwhelming college football franchise, not a lot of success to speak to, is actually off to a decent start this year. They're 3-0 in the Mountain West Conference. They had a win at Houston in week 1, 27-7. They blast Utah Tech 72-14. And then they play on the road in Lawrence, Kansas last week and beat the Jayhawks 23-20. In the middle of all of this, they have a quarterback who's off to a really good start. His name is Matthew Sluka. He's got 6 touchdowns, 1 pick on the year, but he's a running type of guy. He leads the team in rushing with 250 rushing yards. Why am I talking about this? Here's why. So Matthew Sluka, this starter of the unbeaten UNLV team, put out a post last night. It's a thank you post to UNLV. Here's what it said. I have decided to utilize my redshirt year and will not be playing in additional games this season. I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear that these commitments would not be fulfilled in my future. I wish my teammates the best of luck this season and hope for the continued success of the program. Here's what happened, Nelly. This guy, who has taken UNLV to an unbeaten season so far, 3 weeks in, has decided I'm going to redshirt because you can do that with playing, I believe it's 4 less games. You can still use a redshirt. He said, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to transfer because you promised me cash that never came my way. Now, this is a team, by the way, a group of 5 team is guaranteed a playoff spot. Whoever is the highest ranked at the end of the year, the group of 5s, gets that. UNLV could have been the discussion. They're 1 on the short list. And their quarterback throws them double middle fingers and says, you didn't pay me, I'm done. And my question is, who looks like the bigger a-hole? Is it the QB or is it the school who made promises that didn't uphold them?
I guess I'd say it depends on, were you tuned into this kid before he went to UNLV? Did he have offers elsewhere? Could he have gone to other schools?
Honestly, no idea.
Because if he could, and he went to UNLV specifically for promises that they're not paying up on, and he could have gotten that or more at other schools, then I guess maybe he's in the right. But bottom line is, whether he's right or whether the school's right, who's right or wrong here, Vic Lombardi is spot on, man. College football's broken right now. This is insane. This is absolutely absurd.
Well, I'm trying to find this here that let's go to 24/7 Sports. So why can't it give me? Oh, he was a transfer. So hang on a second. Let me see this. So he started his career at Holy Cross. So he was a 4-year starter at Holy Cross. So the last couple of years, he had 26 touchdowns, 4 picks. He had 20 touchdowns and 5 picks last season. And then he transfers to UNLV. I'm assuming they said, hey, pretty good numbers over there at that school. Why don't you bring them over here? We'll throw you a little bit of cash. Blah, blah, blah. They didn't. So now he's going to take a red shirt and play one more college football season, I guess somewhere else. But this guy, he's pretty good numbers, man. Like, he ran for 1,200 yards each of the last 2 seasons, on top of throwing the 26 and 20 touchdowns. Doesn't seem like he turns the ball over all that much. He could have elevated that team, especially in a lesser conference. Maybe you could find yourself at the end of the year in a conversation for being that one group of 5 team that makes the playoff. But this is brutal. Like, here's the problem, though. Because these aren't contracts, you're basically doing a handshake deal. When you feel like you have a deal and you fulfill your end of the promise and you don't get it on the other side, there is a lot of reason for you to be pissed. And you can say that NIL stuff has made this game a little bit ugly and dirty, and you're probably right. But you know what? If somebody says, hey, this isn't written down anywhere, but tell you what, Nelly, I'm going to do a podcast for the next 2 months. I'm going to do it every single day. Can you be my producer on the podcast? And I'll throw you, $50 a show. And then at the end of 2 weeks, you say, hey, do you have any of that money? And I said, yeah, I think I'm not gonna. But can you continue to do the show? You would be an idiot to say yes. You would be. You'd be like, no, you promised me a thing. Where's the thing that you promised? And I can't blame him too much for it. Just sucks for a team like UNLV that's finally having some success, and now they're back to square one. 303-504-0925. Do NFL stock up, stock down next. No, Nelly, I'm good. Go ahead and give us that music. We can roll through this. It's that time. Every single Wednesday following the NFL weekend, we get to NFL stock up, stock down, and we always start with the quarterback stock up, 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 up. There we go. This guy, I don't think he's going to be a bona fide starting quarterback for anybody, but he's done himself a lot of favors the last couple of weeks. When in the opening weekend you lose your franchise quarterback that you just paid a whole bunch of money to, it's a problem, okay? Big problem. Typically, you're going to lose a few games and just pray to God that you can keep it together until this guy gets back and healthy. Well, guess what? Malik Willis up in Green Bay was traded for, I think, the week, like right after roster cutdowns or right before roster cutdowns. Like, he's only been there for less than a month. And they've asked him to step in and start playing at a level good enough to make sure that when Jordan Love comes back, they're still competing for the NFC North, which is a very tough division now. And he's gone 2-0 on the year. Is he lighting up the box score? No. He's only got 2 touchdowns in the 2 games that he started. But this past week, in a really good win, 202 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. He had 73 rushing yards with another touchdown on the ground. They aren't asking him to do all that much, but he's executing the game plan. And I give Matt LaFleur total credit for being able to shepherd this thing through a really tough situation to where it feels like Jordan Love might come back this week. Who knows? But if that's the case, here's the kind of stock that Malik Willis has bought himself. He's capable of now being a backup quarterback in the NFL. He very much could turn himself into one of these guys that's like, hey, we need a stopgap guy due to injury or a gap year between us in picking somebody in the draft. Like sort of Tyrod Taylor, Ryan Fitzpatrick-ish. Like maybe he's made himself into one of those because he was totally forgotten about in a cast-off in Tennessee. It was an awful quarterback situation. And guess what? Malik Willis looks better than what Will Levis does. So I think that he's done himself a lot of favors, and I give him total credit for playing decent football that keeps the train on the tracks in Green Bay until their star gets back. So Malik Willis gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. Yeah, it's Gardner Minshew. He might have lost his job this past week. After the Raiders have this amazing win in Baltimore in week 2, they go back home for their home opener. They play against what is by far the worst team in football up to that point in the Carolina Panthers. Yes, the Panthers made a quarterback change, but Gardner Minshew throws for 214 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. He's got 3 touchdowns and 3 picks on the year through 3 weeks. And if you heard some of the comments from Antonio Pierce after the game, he said everything's on the table. We're going to look at everything, including quarterback. He said some players made business decisions, so we're going to make business decisions moving forward now too. Here's the other thing. Aiden O'Connell came in late in that game because it wasn't going well and looked better than Gardner Minshew did. So, with all that being said, I think Gardner Minshew might have been taking his last snaps as a Raider, despite the fact that he was brought in the offseason, I think, as the underdog to win the job and then went on to win it. Gardner Minshew gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback. Stock up. That year that Saquon's having so far in Philly is unreal because the Eagles are not good. I fully thought they were losing that game, and they couldn't score any points last week. Neither could the Saints. They end up getting the victory on the road, 15-12. But how did they get the win? Because Saquon, at the end of the game, just said, everybody hop on my back. I'll take you to the promised land. Has a big touchdown at the end of that game to give him the lead that they wouldn't let up. He had 17 carries for 147 yards and 2 touchdowns. On the year, he's got 63 carries for 351 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's through 3 weeks, so he's averaging about 115, 116 yards per game. Not to mention 5.6 yards per carry. Pretty incredible. And he is exactly what Philadelphia needed because with their offense struggling, Jalen Hurts, I think, is still a pretty big question mark as to how reliable can that guy be as far as the guy, if we need you to make a play, we need you to go out here and win us this football game, can you do it? I'm not quite sure about that. But what I am sure about is he's capable of doing that if he has a rushing game as good as what Saquon Barkley's bringing to the table for Philly. And maybe Saquon's going to be a guy that helps Sirianni keep his job longer because
thinking equals talent take over.
If Saquon's not there, they're probably staring down the barrel of a very rough open to the season against a pretty easy schedule, by the way. So Saquon Barkley gets a stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. So all of the talent that's in Chicago right now, Rome Odunze finally has a good game. Caleb Williams not having the greatest start to the year, but you got Keenan Allen, you got DJ Moore, you got Cole Kmet. You're like, how is this offense not going to be successful? Well, I'll give you an example. Rookie quarterback is struggling. Some wide receivers are still putting up numbers like Odunze did last week. They cannot run the football. DeAndre Swift was their big offseason acquisition they thought was going to take over in the backfield. Let me give you his numbers from not just last week, but on the season. DeAndre Swift had 13 carries for 20 yards last week. On the season, DeAndre Swift has 37 carries for 68 yards. He's averaging 1.8 yards per carry as the feature back in Chicago. Not going to be good enough. We talk about it all the time here. When you have a rookie QB, you need to give him two things, and that's a good defense and a running game. Without the running game, it makes it impossibly difficult for that guy to have consistent success. And they put a lot of the eggs in the basket of DeAndre Swift's going to be a big helping hand here in making this offense go. He's a big play guy, but the big plays aren't there. If you're a running back like Swift, where you're a little bit more scat-backy, you'll take a couple of negative yardage runs and a couple of 1-yard runs as long as he has the 30 to 40-yard burst. He's had 0 of those this season, and it's been really, really hurting the Bears. Let's go to NFL team stock up. I don't know what's going on in Minnesota, but they look really good. I still am not totally bought in. I can't buy the fact that Sam Darnold has just found this magic elixir that has made him into a bona fide starting quarterback again in this league. And I can't even say, credit to Kevin O'Connell, but I can't say it's just him either because he had a whole bunch of quarterbacks last year, like Nick Mullins and Jaron Hall, that weren't very good. But you beat the Texans 34-7 to push your record to 3-0 on the year. You deserve a lot of credit. And so I give the Vikings full credit for that. I know they got skill position talent everywhere. I know they got a good defense, but good Lord, who expected this start from them with Sam Darnold under center? They get the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. What's going on in Jacksonville? You pay a boatload of money to Trevor Lawrence. You feel like you have a good coach in Doug Peterson. And you're 0-3 to start the season. And that all culminates on national television when you're playing a Monday Night Football game against the Buffalo Bills and you lose 47-10? Like uncompetitive at home? This is a team that was in the postseason just a couple years ago and won a playoff game. They thought they had the Urban Meyer stink off of them, and this might be somehow more embarrassing than when Urban Meyer was there. Because you actually had expectation of success. You actually have players that are coveted within the league ranks. I just don't get it. It's a very, very difficult situation for them to parse through, but Jacksonville, they get the stock down. Let's go MVP stock up. I'm going to go right back to Saquon. I know this is a quarterback award, but I like to highlight guys outside of that position. And the year that Saquon's having, I think as far as a skill position guy, it might be the best of anybody outside that position so far this year. So Saquon gets a stock up. Let's go stock down. A lot of expectations when you're a $250 million quarterback, and Trevor Lawrence has not lived up to it. It's getting to the point where they don't know if they're going to start him every single week. Doug Peterson was non-committal on that. He might have been a little bit dark horsey before the year started to throw an MVP bid on, but obviously that's not going to happen now. I don't think that he loses his job But he will if he doesn't play better and they don't start winning football games, which is weird to say for somebody in year one of that contract. Very quickly, best game of the week.
Let's get weird.
I think that Niners and Rams was really good. Nice little comeback from the Rams at the end of that game to win 27-24, and it's always fun to watch the Niners. Real quick, worst game of the week.
What's the question?
What we just mentioned, Jags and Bills, 47-10. Get the bleep out of here with that. Awful. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, and that's the Altitude TV simulcast with the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Last night after I made my announcement, we did the most Colorado thing we could think of and went to Red Rocks and watched some music. And it's just such an incredible state. I've been able to see so much that it has to offer. There's nothing more American than the Colorado Rockies. So it's a great state. It's a great place to be, and I really enjoy fishing and the outdoors. And there's no better place than Colorado.
3-2. Driven to the gap in right center. It's got to get down. It will. Charlie Blackmon just put the Rockies in front. And guess where he's heading? Triple time for Chuck Nasty. The all-time Rockies leader with yet another.
Ultimately, I'd like to see this franchise be successful and play well and win, and it would mean a lot more to me, and it means a lot more to me to have been successful here and to have made it to the playoffs and to have guys that I've seen grow up in this clubhouse be successful. I mean, ultimately, that is so much more rewarding for me than to bounce around, not to discredit anybody else who's chosen to leave, but this is one of the few choices you get in the game is where you want to play, and I made that choice to stay here in Colorado.
Who doesn't love Chuck Nasty? And, of course, in poetic fashion, what does he do yesterday? He gets a double and a triple to add to those totals. I think I heard D-Max say this yesterday. I know there's probably a big list of guys that will go there at the end, especially with championship teams here in town. You start to like those guys a little bit better. But as far as, everybody in town loves this person, Charlie's right up there in the Mount Rushmore Hall of Fame Colorado athletes that are universally beloved that you can't say a bad word about.
Just a good dude, right? I mean, he's in there. He's like Gabe Landeskog, same way. Dudes like that. Just pure salt-of-the-earth dudes. I mean, not even Mosier, who is known to really degrade people for the oddest of reasons. Not even Mosier can find something bad to say about Charlie Blackmon.
It's kind of like Bill Romanowski. I mean, just eternally loved and respected.
Exactly.
Listen, what stinks is they had a 3-2 lead going into the 7th. Okay, so you give up the lead, you got a tie game. And then you get torched for 4 in the top of the 8th.
And nobody cares about the game.
I know, but I mean, come on,
you're talking about the game as if the game
shocked.
matters.
I'm actually shocked that you went into this is what happened during the Rockies game yesterday. It's not about that. It's about Chuck, okay?
Yeah. Game 1 was the last time I cared about the outcome of a Rockies game. Game 1. And that's what's happened this season. That's the bottom line. Anybody who differs on that opinion hasn't been watching. The game outcomes don't matter because the team, the competitive nature of the team doesn't matter. All that matters are these storylines. That's it.
Well, Sunday, September 29th. That's this Sunday. Dodgers are in town.
Yeah.
We got to see. I mean, you got to watch every single at bat, especially the last at bat.
Oh, of Chuck?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Chuck said something in that presser where he was asked, we were talking about this. Okay, when he hangs him up, is he finally going to chop the beard off and go back to the clean-shaven guy when he first got in the organization? Did you guys hear what he said about that? Listen.
My wife actually has never seen me without it, so I'm a little bit concerned, how that would be received at home. I think there will be a time, I'm not going to put any dates on it for you, but I think there will be a time where I will have to reveal my naked face to my family and clean it up, get a nice haircut or whatever, just to say that I've done it. But then after that, I think all bets are off.
Imagine if you had that grizzly man, James Harden type beard, and your wife, who you've been with forever, has never seen you without that before.
And her reaction was, nah. See ya.
Yeah.
It's funny. I just saw a video the other day of little tiny kids seeing their dad without his beard for the first time.
Yeah, there was
Have you seen that?
I think it was some sort of TikTok thing where guys with beards, they shave their beards, they cover their face, then they throw it down right in front of their kids.
And the kid's like, what the holy... if Chuck Nasty, Vic, if he shaved and got a nice haircut, maybe let's say he got a flat top or something like that, he could absolutely be in the witness protection program.
I would never recognize him.
Walk in the streets, nobody would recognize him. Nobody.
There are people like that. James Harden is another one. James Harden. If James Harden lost the beard and you put him out there, I wouldn't know who the hell he is. No clue.
That's got to be a gradual process. Maybe your beard goes from here, and then you trim it to this, and then you get it a little bit closer, and then it's sort of a stubble. Maybe you just got to ease your way back into that. Because I will say God, man, I feel like a woman could shave her head, and it would be less of a visual shock than it would be for a guy with a beard like that to just clean shave his beard, right? As far as your general look to people, I think it's the most shocking thing that you can do. Like
Harden does look weird without a beard. It's just weird.
Like if Mosher walked in tomorrow, Vic, if this was somehow scientifically possible, that he could grow the length of a Charlie Blackmon beard over the course of a sleep, and he walked in the next morning with that, you wouldn't know who he is.
Well, you could do it on your phone. You can do these fake beards on your phone. I did one just to see what I would look like with a beard. I ain't liking it. You could totally do it.
I don't do that stuff. I don't play little games, computer games.
You don't play cartoons?
I don't play cartoons, little computer games that you play. I
don't blame you. You know what changes more than anything? Changes the outlook of a person. It's not just beards. It's also like teeth.
Okay. Wait, you got your Austin Powers teeth.
I don't know. Do you still have those, by the way? Do you still have those?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Oh, I've got two sets. One in one briefcase, one in the other.
Didn't you use that for a press pass?
Changes?
No, he did it for me. The press. It was he sent in that photo of him with the Austin Powers teeth as a press pass for me for
the Cherry Hills
the U.S. Amateur.
The
U.S. Amateur. Yeah. And I had to wear that around Cherry Hills.
And everybody who saw him, see, look, I'll show you. See, this app, the app that shows beards, if you have a beard,
you look
what it
chubbier.
looks like on you. Yeah, I know.
You look like
look like a Delio.
Wow, you do.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
All right,
Moser,
so
you completely buried the lead, by the way. So who are the Rockies playing right now?
Oh, the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. So who was there watching Chuck make his announcement?
Nelly, don't encourage this.
That was Nolan.
Don't encourage this.
So Nolan was in the room when Chuck said this.
Guys that I've seen grow up in this clubhouse, be successful. I mean, ultimately that is so much more rewarding for me than to, like bounce around, not to discredit anybody else who's chosen to leave, but.
Said that right to Nolan's face.
He knew he was there. But, Nolan and Chuck are tight. And Nolan, what loyalty shown by Nolan to be there to support his former teammate.
No. See, who said it? Wasn't it Rymack was on with PhD or Kreckman and Lindahl where he said...
he doesn't talk to Nolan.
Do you talk to Nolan? And he goes, nope. Like, that was different. I don't think Chuck has that same feeling towards Arenado. I don't think so. Just a couple things here as we kick off today's show. So, week 1 was bad offensively for the Broncos. Week 2 was bad. And week 3 was, go back and look at the numbers. It felt like it was great. Numbers-wise, it was just okay. They didn't light anything up on Sunday against Tampa.
It wasn't crazy.
Yeah, 350 total yards is like, okay, it's a nice little day. 4 of 13.
But it felt like it, though.
But I know.
Yes.
It felt
because
that
of what
way.
we're used to seeing when you grow in a desert, when you live in a desert, when you walk the desert and you go to a small little pond, it feels like an ocean. And that's what it felt like.
Yeah, when you see one little flower growing in the desert, you're like, that's the prettiest flower of all time. Look how pretty that flower is. It's so yellow and pretty.
But I say all that to say that 350 total yards of offense isn't insane. I mean, we felt like Bo Nix had this amazing game. He threw for 216 yards. He had 49 on the ground. It's like, okay, that's a nice little game. It's not like it blows you away. And so now I'm setting that at kind of the baseline of what the offense should be. Took a couple of weeks to maybe find a rhythm, find what you're good at, do all that stuff. That should be what your offense should look like now every week. There's going to be some exceptions. You'll face tougher defenses, make things more difficult. Every offense faces that over the course of a season. But I'm saying general expectation, I think that's what the offense should be.
Well, hold on. Hold on, kid.
Okay.
Opposing defenses are going to play that way every week. Opposing defenses aren't going to play man on the outside and stack the box every week.
Mm-hmm.
Opposing defenses will make changes. So if you're saying go upfield with the ball every week, opposing defenses will adjust to that.
I'm just saying
So you're not going to have that.
total numbers. Like 350 yards is not crazy. 216 passing yards is not crazy. Like they didn't even run the ball all that well. They were 4 of 13 on third down.
But
Like,
the numbers are crazy. You're right. You could still produce the numbers.
Yes.
You're exactly right on
This
that.
this whole season is about development anyway. So if you want to say, I completely, for an NFL offense, 350 yards in a game, it shouldn't be like, oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. But again, our expectations are a little bit low because this is a growth season. This is a let's mature this kid up and get him some progress type of season. And so, I don't want to put a raw number on it, but let's just hope that they get there.
Like all I'm saying here is when you have, the point total is a little bit different because you put up 26 points and that was really nice. Like maybe you don't expect that every single week. I expect actually that the Jets are going to have a much tougher defense in Tampa. They're less beat up, first of all. And the Jets, they've been able to win games the last couple of years without Aaron Rodgers because their defense has been so good. Like Zach Wilson was out there throwing picks and making mistakes, and they're still winning football games because the defense is solid. So not every week is going to be as comfortable, I guess is what I'll say, as last week. But as far as just what do I expect, 215 yards of passing a week? Yeah, I think Bo Nix should get about there. I think that should be the number. I hope you rush the ball a little bit better, but, I give full credit now. We've done this the last couple of days, but think about how far this defense has come with Vance Joseph just over the course of a year, where do you even need to have a discussion week in, week out whether you believe that this defense is going to play well?
No,
Because
I think you feel pretty good.
Yeah, that's just expected now.
Well, to be fair, again, I think this weekend is the best quarterback they will face so far. Correct?
Yeah,
this is the best
no
quarterback.
doubt. Yeah.
All right. So that's going to change as well. You're going to have peaks and valleys. But the stats are the stats. And right now, this is the number 2 ranked pass defense in the National Football League. It's a top 5 pass defense or defense overall. So you love where the arrow's pointed. Just keep doing that.
If they can continue to get pressure on the quarterback like they did last week, would they have 8 sacks? 7 sacks last week? 7? If they can do that to Rodgers isn't as fleet of foot as he used to be. He's still pretty good at maneuvering the pocket and finding some open space, but so is Baker. Baker's pretty athletic, and they were able to get to him.
No doubt. They're going to be tested coming up here, though. Again, the 2 of the 3 offenses you faced, that's why the Buccaneers win is so much more impressive to me, because that's a pretty damn good offense, and they've been playing good offensive football. The Steelers and the Seahawks, those are squeaker outers. That's what they do. They squeak around. You helped out Seattle big time in week 1. But you're going to be tested. This is going to be your first real test through the air, okay? And then you get Minshew or O'Connell or whoever the heck is going to play for them when you get back home, and then we'll see what happens down the road. Maybe you get lucky. Herbert's banged up. I don't know. So things are starting to look up. This win did a lot for me in terms of buoying my expectation and buoying my excitement level. It really did.
What would it do for you? I'm just curious psychologically. If the Broncos had turned it up offensively, as they did, but lost the game by a point,
I'd still be okay with it.
Okay.
Because
I've talked about that.
If they lost 27-26, I'd still feel all right.
I want to see growth. I want to say, hey, they did stuff, man. They did stuff. And then, of course, having the defense have a day like that, that's really good.
303-504-0925, Shump Mazda text line, if you guys want in. When we come back, there's some audio from PhD that I want to get to. They were talking about Shadeur yesterday, and a thought that just kind of crossed my mind as far as best case scenario for Shadeur. We'll get to that in just a second. Stick around.
As I tell Brett Kane every day, how you dress says a lot about you. And who you choose as a lawyer says a lot about you to everyone in that case. Choose an injury firm that you can be proud of. Dan Kaplis, record-setting injury lawyer with a long history of community service, believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. It's not just the work done in the courtroom, because he's won 16 straight trials by an average of over 10 times more than the insurance companies offer. It's the community side as well. Among the awards Dan has been honored to win: Humanitarian of the Year, the Pro Vita Award from the Archdiocese of Denver, the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis, serious firm for serious cases. If you need Dan's help, give him a call today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
All right, before we get into this, I have a question. Mosier's offered me something. Wait, do you not want to talk about it? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm trying to get a read of the room. Maybe I'm thinking about this incorrectly.
Here's the thing.
He just ate, didn't he? I could tell by his mouth, but he ate something.
Why are you looking at my mouth? Don't look at my mouth.
Because you're going like this. You're doing this. It's 7:20 in the morning. You're going. I guarantee he threw something down that pie hole of his so fast that he couldn't even digest it in time.
Stop looking at my mouth.
I'm looking at your filthy mouth right now, and I know you put something down.
I did. Okay, okay. You know what? By the way, Nelly, I did not keel over. Think you're good to go, at least not yet. Go ahead, Brett. Tell everybody. Go ahead. We live different lives. That's all
I
there
just
is.
feel like this is like not safe what you're doing. That's the only reason I bring it up. So Mosier has leftover pizza from last night. And look,
everybody loves leftover pizza.
I'm not above eating pizza at 7 o'clock in the morning, Mosier. I would totally do it. I think pizza's cool any time of day. That's not what the point of this is. The point is, Mosier asked me, do you want one? I said, I don't know. Pizza does look good. And then he goes, I left it in my car last night.
Truck. There's a difference.
And I go, well, dude, I'm not eating food that you left in your truck overnight. If you put it in the fridge, I might. But I'm like,
let me do the math.
Is this okay to eat food that was left?
Yeah.
I guess it was, 49 degrees overnight last night? But is that okay to eat?
Let me do the math. Let me do the math on this. All right, hold on a second. So it's 7:20 a.m. in the morning. 7:20 a.m. and our friend Mark Mosier goes to his truck,
Jock
not to
and
the
Rock
refrigerator.
on the Twitch calls me gross. That's not gross.
Let me rephrase what I said. It's 7:20 in the morning, and Fatty goes to his truck and grabs a pizza box, which was left there overnight.
No, I brought it in with me when I walked in this morning.
But it was in the truck overnight.
Correct.
Leftover pizza. And then decides at 7:20 in the morning to stuff his gullet with leftover truck-stored pizza. That was the decision you made, and decided that was a good decision.
Now, again,
How does the jury vote on this one? Please.
Yeah, well, you can just keep this music going, Nelly. I don't need the sounder, but I want to get a straw poll from people. 303-504-0925. It's not the fact that he's eating pizza in the morning. I would totally do the same thing. I think it's delicious sometimes. That's not the point. The point is it was left in the car overnight and not the fridge. And I'd be scared to eat it if I didn't properly
How many times in
store
college?
it.
How many times in college you guys have pizza and you left a pizza box on the counter and you woke up probably hungover the next day and you went and you ate a piece of pizza out of the box?
We've left pizza on the counter a million times. I've never eaten it the next day.
Well, you know why? Because you're not a risk taker. You live life too conservatively.
I might get a cootie from a pizza.
I just don't want to spend the day on the toilet is what I don't want. That's what I'm nervous
It's
about.
7:20 in the morning.
See, Vic he's concerned about the wrong details here. It's not what I'm worried about. Not the time.
You're worried
not
about about botulism or something?
I'm worried about spending the day on the toilet because it doesn't
Brett.
sit right. That's what I'm worried
Brett.
about.
How fast did Tiny consume those pizzas?
Oh, he's only had one.
I only had one little piece.
Yeah, but how fast did it go? How fast did it go down his gullet?
It was during a break, but I think I could throw one down during
You
a
know
break.
what?
Too.
If you don't go for truck pizza, then you're a loser, man. Bunch of scaredy cat losers. Now I may go barf in an hour. I don't know. We'll see. Listen. I don't like food poisoning. Have you ever had food poisoning?
Yes, it's terrible.
It's devastating.
Yes, I don't want that.
I don't either. So if I thought there was a chance of food poisoning, I wouldn't eat it.
It says here, thank you, Twitch. Pizza should absolutely not be stored at room temperature overnight. In fact, it shouldn't even spend more than a few hours on the counter. Temperature range 40 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, widely known as the temperature danger zone, climate where bacteria can thrive. So understand this, Moj. In your tummy right now, bacteria is having a field day.
It's about time Mosier got some culture.
Actually, the bacteria is getting its ass kicked by what's already in me.
Might be true.
My body's an ass-kicking body.
Maybe
when you welcome stuff into my body says, sup, you want to go? Let's go.
Maybe that's the difference, Moj, is that I haven't trained my body over years like a black belt in this particular area of the culinary world.
That's a good point. Think about the things that have entered his body at 7 in the morning, Brett.
Think about this.
Which he has every day.
Think about this.
He's had, what else has he had at 7 in the morning that has entered, the burrito, the 7-Eleven. Hell, he had In-N-Out in the morning. In the morning.
All right. Think about this. Me, you, Vic and Nelly.
Yeah.
I'm driving you guys to Cali, but we break down the mountains on a back road.
Okay. All right.
And the only way to survive is for Moj to take over and get you food. I guess I'm the only one that survives. I'm getting a squirrel and I'm cooking it. Yeah.
Yeah,
No
you
problem.
would eat one of us if we were stuck in the Andes. You would eat one of us. You'd
already
have no
said-
problem. It's
you
7 in the morning.
Absolutely. If you were dead, I'm not saying I'd cut your leg off when you're still alive or something. But if you were in
But
that
you might.
plane, no, if you were in that plane, yeah, Vic, you might look pretty
If I
tasty.
were in a pizza box, he'd eat me right now.
100%.
Stored at room temperature, ready to go. Anyway, I will say this though, Vic. Like the pizza does look really good. Like looks like it's made well. I'll give you that.
Show me.
Okay.
Show me. Show me the pizza. I want to know
I mean,
where it's
it
from.
also looks like it was stored in a truck overnight, but
It wasn't stored. I just forgot it in the truck.
it's a good looking
That
pizza.
That looks a little weather beaten.
But
and
it does-
worn,
it does,
I'm not
right?
gonna lie.
It's like-
when
it's
the color of the meat change, when you change colors like the aspens in
Brett,
come on,
that's what
dude.
I was gonna say. What's on the pizza? What ingredients suffered Mosher's truck overnight?
I see pepperoni and what looks like a little bit of basil.
Basil's on there, yeah.
I think that's it.
No, there's like peppers on there. It's a spicy pizza. It's really super. It's called a Dia Laurel.
I should say this another way. This looks like a pizza that would have looked great out of the oven.
No, you know what? It looks like a pizza that would look good around noon. Around noon, it'd be perfect. I just can't. I can't do that at 7 in the morning. I don't know how you do it. And those of you who agree with Moj that eating stuff like that at 7, I don't know how you all do it. Good on you. I can't. I'd vomit.
I swear to God, Moj, if you get up in the middle of a segment and say I have to use the bathroom, I'm going to lose my mind.
No, you're not allowed to. Hey,
you have to go
handcuff
in your
him to that
pants.
chair.
You have to go in your pants if you need to go
You have
later
to pay
in the
the
show.
price.
We need to get content out of this. Anyway,
I've never seen people who want to see somebody else suffer so much in my entire life.
Dude, you do it yourself.
I know, but you want to see it. Like you beg to see me suffer. I don't get that.
but you made the decision. You
Yeah,
made the decision.
And for those of you softies who say leave Mosier alone, no, we're not leaving him alone. He made the choice. He pays the price. That was his choice.
I'm willing to do it. It has zero effect on your life whatsoever. Zero.
Yes, it does.
But it does.
I
Zero.
guarantee
It
at one
does
point
if it
you're going to
messes
bolt
you
out
up.
of there and go to the bathroom.
It does if it messes you up. Now it affects our life in that respect.
100%. What are the chances he bolts to the bathroom within the next hour?
Well, the chances were, even before the pizza were 100%. So, I mean, so I'm guessing 100%.
All right. Here's what I wanted to get to. A couple things here. PhD talking about Shadeur Sanders.
The guy is unreal. And when you see Jaden Daniels did what he did last night, I could absolutely see Shadeur Sanders having games like that in the NFL. I think Shadeur Sanders is a much better quarterback than Jaden Daniels. And Jaden Daniels is absolutely killing it. I cannot believe how good Jaden Daniels actually is right now.
Well, they've done a lot of things to make it work for him. And they've changed the offense radically. They brought in the perfect play caller for him. You know who his offensive coordinator is, right? Out there in Washington?
No.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, that helps.
Cliff Kingsbury is calling plays for Jaden Daniels.
That
right?
helps.
A college quarterback that is going to thrive within a college system with about the only offensive coordinator in the NFL that is willing to do that.
There's something that D-Mac said where he said, I think Shadeur is a much better quarterback than Jaden Daniels. Is a little bit crazy. I mean, because Jaden Daniels is like, a number 2 overall pick and had
And the Heisman Trophy winner.
an
and
insane
he can
game
do it.
already.
Yeah.
That's a little bit nuts. But I will say this. Like, the thing about Shadeur is that no matter what happens, you have the possibility of winning a football game because he's that good. Like, that's the truth. And what's really nice, Vic, is that the defense for CU, they have a first half problem.
Yeah.
They have a second half, like, stalwart, you can't score defense, which means this. For a guy as good as Shadeur and as good at the clutch moments as Shadeur is, if you got a defense that can hold opponents to virtually nothing in second halves of games, you're never out of it. Ever, 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 ever.
I agree with
There's a
D-Mac
couple
on this
factors here.
accord.
Go ahead, Vic. There's a couple factors that I think about.
I think he's going to make a great pro football player. I really do, because I think he has the poise to lead his team down the field. Now, to compare him to Jaden Daniels is a bit early and a bit much because Jaden can run. He can run, and Shadeur hasn't proven he can run yet. Now, he can move around, but he can't run in the open field like Jaden Daniels does. And that threat alone changes things for opposing defenses. So I do agree, though, man, when you have a guy back there that at no point is the game over, and that's how you feel with Shadeur, right? How many times have we seen him do it now, where he had to take his team down the field to tie a game, send it to overtime? It's never over. What a great feeling that is. And that's what he brings to the table.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I think he'll make a good pro. Now, he's got a lot of things he needs to work on still, but, man, the arrow is pointed up, and he looks good.
I think when you look at him overall, he's been forced into some things. I heard Tyler talking about this, and I completely agree. He's been forced into some things with his feet and with where he goes and whatnot. He's been forced to do that and to sort of just create on his own. Or in the pros, he's not going to be able to do that and won't get away with it, and there'll be guys taking him out. So he's going to have to tidy some things up. But and I'll also say I agree with you. Jaden Daniels is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I just made the proclamation yesterday. I think he's going to be the best quarterback out of this draft already. You're not going to change my mind at all on that yet. And I also think that he's going to be a top 10 quarterback for the next decade in this league. So if Shadeur can be that, then hell yeah. So I think that it's a pretty hefty statement by D-Mac. That being said, if I was on the Buffalo's defense, now I don't want to rest on this because I got to play better football in the first half of the game. But if I knew I had a quarterback on the other side that, my goodness gracious, if we just lock it down for a little bit, this guy's going to get us back in the game almost all the time. That's a hell of a good feeling. And it's a hell of a confidence build. Hey guys, I know we broke a little bit. Hey, let's suck it up here and let's give number 2 the opportunity to get us back in this thing.
Well, listen to this. The defense in the second half of games so far this year. In week 1, they gave up 6 points. In week 2, they gave up none. In week 3, they gave up 6. And last week against Baylor, they gave up 7.
Yeah. What Shadeur does too, the one quality he possesses that I really admire is the ability to take hits, the ability to take punishment, the ability to get right back up and throw it down the field, and he does not at all balk at that. He doesn't run from punishment. He doesn't, never has. Are you watching Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville right now?
Yes.
Are you watching some of the highlights of him just looking at ghosts?
Yes.
Spinning in the backfield for no reason?
Yes.
Nobody's even near him, and he turns his back to the defense. What do you think's happening to Trevor Lawrence, boys?
Well, he's losing it. Is what's happening.
Some happy feet.
Yeah, he's getting some happy. And you know what? Shadeur, he takes a punishment, but Trevor, he's getting blown up a lot, man. And so it's hard to blame a guy. It really is. It's a bummer for him. Sorry about that.
Here's something I was thinking about, by the way. Now, this is way, way in advance. But you want to talk about an ideal situation to walk into. As bad as the Tua story is, we really don't know if he's going to play again. And even if he does, let's say he comes back after this stint on IR. He comes back and plays for the Dolphins and finishes out the season, no problem. For the rest of his career, you're just thinking he's one hit away from this being over. And that's a weird sort of thing to go through if you're in Miami. But think about this. Let's say he doesn't. Let's say that Tua's like, you know what, I talked to my family, talked to my doctors. Not a good idea to come back and play. I'll take the injury settlement, and I'll retire. Miami's got to look for a QB. They're probably going to be really bad this year if Tua can't come back. Could you imagine a better scenario as a rookie quarterback to walk into? Like, you're telling me Mike McDaniel wouldn't do everything in his power to look at a guy like Shadeur? Let me put him in there with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and that running game that we have, and have pretty immediate success, it would feel like.
Well, I think
what a great scenario to be in.
Absolutely. These, quote, offensive, innovative minds, that sort of thing. I mean, imagine if a Sean McVay got his hands on a Shadeur Sanders.
Same thing, yeah.
I mean, Matt Stafford ain't no spring chicken. I don't know how many more years he's going to play. I'm not even sure his – but you see what I'm saying. I can think of more than a handful of teams in this league who – if that particular coach got his hands on Shadeur Sanders, he'd be going,
God, you know what, Brett? You are so right. Mike McDaniel and Shadeur Sanders right now, I'll take that combo.
Yeah.
Give me that combo platter. Put it in a pizza box, let it rest overnight. That is a great one. That really is.
Like you would need a lot of stars to align to make it happen. But my God, if you could choose a situation, like you would end up being a top pick in the draft, you'd be hovering somewhere in the top 10, top 5. But if Miami's there, oh my God, would I love to see that. And we all know that Mike McDaniel, okay, so he can't do it with Skylar Thompson. If you put Tua anywhere else, this, how about this? I saw somebody make this point from CBS. I forget their name, sorry. But they said, out of the top quarterbacks right now, like Carson Beck from Georgia is seen as a top quarterback. He said, if you put Shadeur on Georgia's the same team, right? They're still incredibly good.
Yes.
And beating the crap out of people.
100%.
Put Carson Beck on CU. Are they nearly the threat
I don't
that
think
they
so.
are right now with Shadeur, at
listen,
least offensively?
He's a fine
we'll never
quarterback,
know.
but he's a fine quarterback. But I don't think
it doesn't feel that way, though.
Yeah,
doesn't feel that way.
You're right. By the way, the guy from CBS who said that was Dan Rather. But you're right.
Oh yeah, of course.
Anytime you have a source from CBS, it's Dan Rather.
That's morally safer.
That's true. Could be him too. Mike Wallace.
Anybody else?
Get your CBS correspondents together.
Ed Bradley.
Damn straight. That lady.
What's her face?
That lady who.
Katie Couric?
No, she's NBC.
NBC.
Get it together, dude.
Len
What do you
Dawson.
mean?
Go to a history
I'm looking at newscaster, CBS.
Oh, she does the CBS This Morning thing. Yeah, but she used to be. She made her money on NBC's Today Show.
Yeah.
Connie Chung?
Yeah, Connie Chung.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lester Holt?
Lester Holt's not CBS.
I'm reading a list of CBS
Lester Holt-
newscasters.
I thought Lester Holt was NBC.
Well, maybe he spent a second there.
No, Lester Holt, he's NBC, bro.
Well, then tell Google they're wrong because
Google
I got a
you're
list.
wrong.
You're telling me he never once worked at CBS? Do you guys know that for a fact?
No, he might have. Hey, by the way, do you know who Connie Chung is married to?
Yeah.
Hold on, not you.
Your mom.
Les Moonves.
Well, not anymore. My mom died in 2011. No, she's married to Maury Povich.
We are done with this
I
segment.
thought she was married to Les Moonves.
She's married to Maury Povich, you idiot.
Connie Chung's not married to Les Moonves?
I don't know. Let me look it up.
Look that up.
Do you think Connie Chung had complete disrespect for the job that Maury Povich did? That she was doing news.
Spouse.
No, he's right. But Connie Chung's doing news. And Maury Povich is taking two people from a trailer park and figuring out who the dad is, right? Do you think she looks at his job like, what? Have some self-respect.
Okay, but you bet he brought home the bacon with that.
So, wait, is it Maury or Les Moonves?
It's Maury Povich. Married in 1984. So they've been married for 40 years, bro.
Oh, you're right. It's that other lady that's married to Les Moonves. That other lady that's married to Les Moonves that used to have a day talk show.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
What's her name?
Ricky Lake?
No, not
Julie
Ricky.
Chen?
Yes. Yes.
All right, it's enough of this crap. Okay, enough of this. Just because somebody on CBS said something?
Settle down
Okay,
just a little bit.
just quickly here. Would you rather have the job of Connie Chung or Maury Povich? Which one's better?
100% Maury Povich. It's more fun.
Yeah, it's way more fun, right? You can make
come on,
fun
you
of
get to
people.
Yeah, you go up at work and you wonder incredulously why a guy would eat pizza out of a pizza box stored in his truck overnight. Yes.
The
lie detector determined that was a lie.
You are the father.
I mean, it would be a great thing.
Oh,
just
it's great.
It's terrible. Like, these are like kids' lives and we're making a game out of it, but
he's doing breaking news.
Fellas, speaking of breaking news, when we come back, there's a story that broke this morning. A UNLV quarterback, their starting quarterback, after their best start in 40 years, right? UNLV's quarterback, the guy that they pulled out of the portal, has announced he is going to redshirt the rest of the year. He wasn't given certain things that he was guaranteed by the school. And we have just the authority to talk about this subject. Our old friend Ryan Harris will join us because this portal business, this NIL business, has opened up a Pandora's box. I don't know how we shut that box at this point.
yeah, there's There's a lot to this. We'll kind of break down the story and what went into this kid's decision. Matt Sluka is his name. Matt Sluka. We'll break that down with Ryan Harris next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and it's the favorite lottery app of many. You can participate in games like Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And lucky for you, tonight is Powerball with $223 million up for grabs. You can download the Tulatero app and register with my code MAGIC, and you get a chance to play your first lottery game for free. Again, that's the code MAGIC, and you get a free credit to play your first lottery game, and that Powerball is $223 million. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, so this story is evolving. So here's how it started. Matt Sluka, who was a transfer from Holy Cross and had a really good career at Holy Cross.
The Slukes.
He runs the football like crazy. He
Sluky
had
Duke.
1,200 rushing yards per year his last couple at Holy Cross. He had 26 touchdowns, 4 picks. Like, he's a good quarterback. Transfers to UNLV. UNLV now has, in 3 games, 2 wins over Power 5 opponents. And both of those on the road. They're off to one of their better starts and one of their higher hopes in years. And he just announced that he is redshirting, and he's going to transfer because he was promised things from UNLV that they did not give him. Now, the other stuff happening now, this from Carl Reed Jr. on Twitter. All financial commitments for UNLV quarterback Matt Sluka were completely met, but after wins against KU and Houston, Sluka's family hired an agent, and they collectively feel that his market value has increased per source. So who knows what the truth is? But
you know what this smacks of to me? This is a player who knows he's probably not going to make it in pro football, the NFL. So he tries to capitalize as much as he possibly can market value at the college level before he gets there. And there's going to be those players, right, that you're like, oh, wait a minute, he'll get paid plenty when he gets to the NFL. Well, there are only a handful of guys who get to the NFL. There's still a majority of players who can't get to that level, reach that level, who are going to profit at the collegiate level, and he's probably one of them.
Well, let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by our good buddy, Ryan Harris. What's up, Ryan?
Fellas, great to be on the best morning show in the town. How you doing?
Yeah, hi, RH.
Miss you, Ryan.
Good to talk to you, brothers. Miss you boys, too. And it's always fun to wonder whether or not Moj is actually listening to Brett Kane or watching Numchuck videos. It's always fun to wonder.
You know him well. He just ate pizza out of a pizza box that he left in the back of his truck overnight, so we spent a good half hour on that, Ryan. But anyway,
the
this
fact
story...
that he's alive is unreal. Yeah, go ahead.
I know. So this story, listen, we've had many discussions, including with you, about this subject, about the portal and NIL and paying players, and you and I are in agreement here. Paying players is not the problem. I agree, players should be paid. Now, the manner in which they're being paid and the hoops that teams are now jumping through, if you heard about this story, what are your immediate thoughts about this quarterback from UNLV who's decided to redshirt the season?
Number one, the coach lied. Barry Odom lied about something. And what people need to remember is NIL, part of the NIL benefit for players is you can hold coaches accountable if they lie. Mm-hmm. Of course, they're going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we did everything we said we'd do for this young man. Well, clearly not, right, because he's sitting down. And alternatively, even if he's negotiating a new deal, he's right. You guys talked about it coming in. UNLV has not had success like this, period. Kansas is a good team. So all of a sudden now we're getting mad at people for negotiating? Are we anti-capitalist here all of a sudden? Objectively, this is a breach of contract, and he is within his right to stop his performance, and UNLV needs to fix this wrong. Whatever wrong he perceives, and UNLV has to fix that and stop lying to kids. Guys, Michigan told me I could play both offense and defense all the time when they recruited me. That was a lie. Notre Dame told me they had no tackles. That was a lie. They had 6 when I showed up on campus. Coaches have been lying to kids for decades. NIL helps it stop.
I 100% agree that if they did not live up to their commitment, that they need to be held accountable in that way, and he's totally in the right for doing this, because if you have a wink-wink handshake deal or whatever it is, and they don't live up to their end of the bargain, then sure, you can hold them accountable. But what happens if the opposite, this other rumor that's out there, is they actually met all their requirements, but they hired an agent, this Sluka and his family, hired an agent, he goes, we can get you more money, and you can sit out. What about that?
It's a great negotiating tactic. Bleep you, pay me. I mean, everybody's been doing it. Vic's done this 100 times. Moses done this, Brett. Hopefully someday you can. But this is what we do, right? When we create success and we are undervalued, we negotiate. So if now you better get used to the fact that the NFL, you can't do this, right? Like Sam Darnold's not renegotiating his deal right now. But what people don't know is that a lot of coaches actually have escalators in the contracts, even for these college kids. So they can say, yeah, we met the requirements. We gave him a scholarship. He didn't pay for his cleats. Well, did you give him the accelerators that you put in his contract? Did you lie about those? And at the end of the day, what we are going towards in college football is having a commissioner who establishes bargaining rules, setting an open date for contract negotiations, a closing date for contract negotiations. And the truth is the NCAA was too lazy to do that from the beginning, and that's why we're here.
Ryan, but I don't disagree with you at all. I don't. But, and I guess maybe we'll never know what exactly was said between the coach or what was agreed upon and so on. But what about what it does to the game itself, to college football? Is that a concern to you?
No. What concerns me is that they've been paying people that players have never met, never seen, and with the money that now can go to players.
Who are they paying?
Players
Who are these people?
The University of Colorado has I think it's like 19 assistant athletic directors making six figures. Name me 19 sports for CU right now. Name them.
Yeah, good point.
Name me 19 sports. Who are these people? So that's just Colorado alone. I don't even know about CSU. But there are people. I'll never forget when I went on a bowl game. It was the first bowl game I went to at Notre Dame. We had a guy I'd never met in my life sitting in front of me on the plane say, I can't wait to get out to Arizona. My family comes out Friday. I brought my golf clubs, golfing 4 times. Who is that guy? Why does he get a seat on the plane? Who's paying for his bags and his room? The players are.
But you know what, Ryan? Can't you make the same case about college in general? I sent my daughter to Loyola Marymount, and when I got the price tag, I was like, are you kidding me? And then I'd looked at the administration at Loyola, and I saw all these titles and all these positions of all these people that weren't teachers, they weren't professors, they were just doing things, odd job. I'm like, who's making all this money? Isn't that college in general? It's not just college sports, it's college. They're making money off somebody, and that somebody's us.
Completely different. How much money per weekend did your daughter make Loyola Marymount? And how much money did Shadeur Sanders make this weekend for Colorado? They're completely different. If you don't do the work, you can't get paid. If you do the work and you provide, you get paid. All
right, so what is the difference?
This is what happens.
I agree with you on that. Totally. So then what is the difference fundamentally between pro football and college football?
You have an over-bloated administration who's lazy and doesn't care about the players in college football. They're less lazy in professional sports because they're trying to get ahead of things because they're dealing with adults. This amateur status has been baloney from the beginning. And if you don't believe me, next time you go up to a Division I program, ask them how many of their kids are on 5 online classes, even though COVID's over. There are entire teams where their entire team is on online classes in the facility. Additionally, they're making tens of millions of dollars to the university. If you don't think that UNLV has a brand new suite area that's been filled up because they're 3-0, you're not paying attention, and players have earned the opportunity to get a piece of the pie.
Ryan, you're talking about the football players. I agree. What about the swimmer? Swimmer doesn't make a dime for the university. The swimmer gets a full scholarship, a half scholarship, some sort of money. What about other athletes who have to be paid through the football program just to survive? The football program's playing for other sports too.
I want you to be as mad about that swimmer as you are about the band flutist who's getting a scholarship too. What are we talking about? Come on, Vic. People get scholarships all the time. There are people at every single university who get a scholarship because their grandfather donated to the university. Are you upset about that?
Oh,
here we go.
It pisses me right off. Absolutely. Hey, listen. Hey, my money's going to Cincinnati right now, man, and I don't know where it's going. It's like, my God.
All I know, though, the way you're describing this, Ryan, and you're making great points, but at some point we're going to have a line of intersection. There's no difference between pro football and college football. You might as well just call it pro football.
There hasn't been. There has not been. You think that Alabama wasn't paying people for the longest time? Where's Tommy Tuberville? What did he do? Oh, he didn't pay anybody at Auburn? Come on now. It has always been this way. The problem has been that only the universities have benefited. Forbes did an article when I was at Notre Dame that said each of my years at Notre Dame was worth I should have been paid $435,000 on top of the scholarship per year. That's an extraordinary amount of money. And the difference in impact the money makes for these players versus our administrators who have padded their resume with the friends of their parents at the country club, It's time for them to stop getting as much money. Nobody's saying take all the money, but, man, do we get a subjective standard all of a sudden when it's a player, and we do the same thing in our lives. And let's be clear, you'd be doing the same thing if it was your kid who just led a school to one of its first 3-0 starts in history.
Yeah, though, for as many times as I talk about Notre Dame and Notre Dame football, they owe me money for attending that school, for crying out loud, Ryan. I should get paid. I should sue the school.
I don't disagree. And let me tell you, there are probably 500 provosts at Notre Dame and 300 priests who got some money, too, because of you. And, you can take it up with the Vatican. Go ahead.
By the way, Ryan, as we let you go, with the way that this is trending, congrats on Matt Sluka being the starting quarterback for the Fighting Irish next year.
Yeah,
very, very nice.
absolutely.
I tell you what, it might cost him. Notre Dame can win out here, boys. Look out.
Oh, geez, here we go. Here we go.
All right, Ryan, we'll let you go. Thanks for the time, buddy.
Talk soon.
Go Irish. Peace.
All right, there you go.
See you,
Ryan
brother.
Harris joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Back after this.
I just brought something up to Nelly during the break. Our thanks to Ryan Harris for being on the program. John Michael Liles going to join the show at 8:45 to talk Avalanche hockey and alumni stuff that's coming up tonight. Going to be a great time. JML's going to be on. He was just on Spit and Chiclet saying a lot of smart things about Nate, so we'll get more of that. I sent a video to you guys yesterday. Nobody responded.
I don't care. I want to continue the conversation we just had with Ryan Harris. I don't care about your stupid video. Anyway.
Hold on 1 sec. Hold on. It concerns college football. And that is, does that little girl does she get a share of the Tennessee money? Beer money?
I don't know what you're talking about.
See, I knew it. Nobody pays attention. And that's fine.
Okay. I don't know what's happening here.
Nelly, was it good? Just give me a high five if it was. Thanks, buddy.
You done?
Nelly, one more. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vic.
Nelly, I just want to set the record straight, and I want to thank Ryan Harris for joining us, and this is a great debate. I love it. Because there's really nobody that's right, nobody that's wrong. And that's why we can share and exchange information and opinion. That's the beauty of this show. It's the beauty of America. Nelly, did you receive a scholarship of any sort for being in the band at CU?
I did not know.
How many band members received a scholarship?
I don't have an exact number, but I know sometimes they would give scholarships to instruments that weren't as common, like they need more tuba players, so they'll give you a stipend if you play that.
So did you add value to the university as a band member? Did you work upon, outside of doing your studies?
I hope so, yeah, being a part of the marching band.
Do you believe you should have been
spirit?
Exactly. Should you have been paid for those services?
Oh, I frankly, the amount of money I contributed is incalculable. You hear that, Phil DiStefano, if you're listening?
Did it alter your approach with school? Did it change your approach to going to school because you were not paid for being in the band?
No, I still worked hard. Still wanted to be there.
Yeah. Exactly. So you went to school, you paid tuition, you were in the band, you didn't get paid, you still went to school for a greater purpose, right? Whatever that purpose was.
Yes.
Okay. I want to make this point, and I want to make it very clear. Because the point's been made that collegiate athletes don't get paid and they deserve to get paid. And I agree. But not all of them. Not all of them. There are many of them that bring zero value to the school. Zero. And there are a lot of them that bring incredible value to the school. Incredible. The question is, how do you differentiate? Where is that line? Can you throw a blanket of money at all of them? That's impossible. You got the quarterback of the UNLV running Rebels right now that wants to leave. Okay, is the right guard going to do the same thing? Is the shortstop in baseball going to do the same thing? Where's the line is all I'm asking. Because if you have no blanket, no line, then this is going to continue to happen. And college sports as we know it is gone. It's gone. Someone says define value. Define value. Good question. How do you define value in college sports? How do you define it? You tell me. Is Shadeur Sanders more valuable than Charlie Offerdahl, the running back?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you differentiate how much you pay each of them if schools now pay players, which is what's going to happen? How do you come up with a salary structure that pays them of value?
I think they're doing it. At least the best they can for now. I mean, I don't see how this could be any different unless you just went to a strictly professional model. That's it.
And that's where I have a problem with it. If you go strictly professional, there is no distinction between college sports and the NFL. It's the same thing.
Well,
it's the same thing. What's the difference?
I mean, I guess in a professional model, the minimum salary for college football would be a scholarship. So guys are making the minimum salary by getting a scholarship, and there's some guys who get more. Like, there's a lot of, like, hand-wringing, and I get it that this is different, and some of it is gross and all that stuff, and I do not like what's going on at UNLV because, look, man, it's one thing to say, okay, I've raised my value like this Sluka kid did, but you kind of also signed the contract before you got there, and nobody gets to negotiate. Like, it doesn't even happen in the NFL. I mean, Ryan Harris brought it up. Sam Darnold, what if he went to the Vikings right now and said, I'm not playing another snap until you give me X amount more because we're 3-0 now? Like, that doesn't happen because you signed a contract, and this is the deal.
Because you have representation from a union, and you live and abide by certain rules. There aren't. Ryan even stated that there's no mechanism in college football to uphold that at this point.
Well, all I'm saying is that's why I think that Sluka, if all of his demands when he transferred there were met already, I think it's pretty awful on his part that he wants to renegotiate his deal in the middle of a season, and he's willing to say, I'll walk if you don't. Now, if they didn't live up to the deal, then he's totally in the right. It's like we had an agreement, you didn't live up to it. And I don't know which part of that is true, but depending on which story is the right one, it's either Sluka is very much in the wrong or UNLV is very much in the wrong.
Yeah. Well, I want to re-utter what Ryan had said, and somebody on Twitch said the same thing. I want to respond to this because it is one of the tripes thrown out there that people assume. Let me make it easy. Trevor writes, you guys are mad at kids making money, but don't have diddly to say about university presidents and admins making millions upon millions while we saddle 18-year-olds with debt. Let me just break that down because Ryan said the same thing.
Different discussion.
Let me just break that down. At any point, have we ever said that kids don't deserve to make money or be mad at kids making money? Have we ever said that? Do we believe kids should make money in college sports? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Do you think I'm running around here looking at university presidents and saying, yeah, they deserve more? Yeah, administrators deserve more. The folly of college right now, beyond just at the athletic programs, is how much administration is paid. It's a folly. It's ridiculous. Once your kids go to college, you'll figure it out.
Oh,
Moses, you figured it out?
I got a healthy. Yeah, I figured it out before. But spending 4 days on that campus, I got a healthy serving of, God, there's a lot of fat in this joint.
Exactly. Like somebody needs to cut into that.
Yeah.
Right? It's bureaucratic fat is what it is. So do you think that we're doing cartwheels over that? Yeah, pay them more. Yeah, don't pay the kids. Pay the bureaucrats. Pay the administrators. Yeah, win one for us. Are you crazy? You freaking crazy?
What?
He threw an R in there. He threw an R in there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you
I
sure?
did.
He did.
Good. My heart just jumped. Did
Yeah.
your heart jump?
You be so sure?
My heart jumped.
Of course it's silly that these people are making the money. Of course we agree with that. The problem is, how do you now pay certain players what they're valued? These contracts, I mean, do they have contracts? Can I see this kid's contract? Does he have one? Is it on paper?
And then you start to get into, listen, I had a problem. Maybe problem's a strong word. When guys started sitting out bowl games, they're making business decisions because they're going to be drafted and so on and so forth. It's the team aspect as well. It's the, you're doing this to your teammates. A team is supposed to be a team, right? There's certain things that come with being a team that have morals and values attached to it, I think.
See, but
or is it just everybody? Or are we just in a world now where it's everybody for themselves and that's
hang on. Let me just to respond to what Mosier said about the bowl game stuff. I think that's very much a fan perspective and not a player one from this respect. If I had a few of my teammates in college were drafted, we had 5 of them my freshman year. If we were playing a game at the end of the year that meant nothing, that wasn't for a championship, that was some sort of exhibition, hey, let's have some fun, play one more game, and one of my guys was a starting pitcher, and he goes, I'm not playing, I'd be like, yeah, I don't blame you.
Okay.
I think every player on that team would probably be like, unless this was for a national championship, don't risk your stock because they want to see the other guys succeed.
Totally agree with you. But it's now week 4. Your team is undefeated. You're off to your best start in 40 years.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. Like that I don't understand at all. At all. If you're still in the mode, UNLV has at least a decent shot of being that one group of 5 team that's guaranteed a playoff spot. They got a decent shot at it. I think everybody's pissed in that room. Everybody. Unless UNLV made promises that weren't kept, and then I think you'd understand it more. It's like, we negotiated a deal. If I told you, Moj, hey, I said this to Nelly in the appetizer. If I said, Moj, I got a podcast I'm starting up. I'll pay you $100 an episode. We'll do it once a week. And we get 2 months in, and you're like, where's my money? And I go, yeah, never mind on that. But let's keep doing the show. What would you do?
I'd say get bent.
Exactly.
Okay, but
so if that's what happened, then I don't blame him.
But what it feels like this. And the kid's 21 of 48 for 318 yards. I'm just looking at what he's doing. So he's going to redshirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's true that K-State wanted to give Fowler Nicolosi $600,000 to go to Manhattan, Kansas, Slook is probably going, you know what? I can get $600,000 from somebody during the offseason as well.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm going to redshirt this year. I'm going to not go to school anymore.
Well,
and
what would prevent that from happening in the NFL? What would prevent a player stopping midseason and saying, screw it, I'm not playing, I'm going to sign? What would prevent that?
Because there are mechanisms in place to find that player. I mean,
who disciplines them? Who
the players union,
oversees
the players union in the league. That's who.
Yeah. So what college football needs then is the mechanisms to police that. But when you put those mechanisms in place, contracts, unions, a commissioner, all I'm saying is, and you may like it or dislike, what's the difference between pro football and college football?
I'll tell you, I think what is a major difference here is that if somebody, middle of the season, said, I'm not playing anymore, I'm done, NFL teams would look at that as a giant red flag and not want that guy.
Mm-hmm.
College football is so desperate that I don't think they care. Like, is this kid going to be a starting quarterback somewhere next year?
Probably so.
If Bo Nix did the same thing right now, would he find a job next season?
No, probably not.
He'd be blackballed.
Yeah.
He'd be blackballed from the league. And therein lies the issue here, because there's a bigger swimming pool in the college ranks. And this is a kid that probably doesn't see himself playing at the pro level, making that big money. So he figures, I'm going to make as much money as I can now before I get to that level. And that's what's happening. And he won't be the first. He won't be the last. And this is where we are. Everybody keeps saying, you guys are just, what? You wanted capitalism? Here's capitalism. Sure. But now you have 2 pro leagues instead of 1. You have 2. That's all this is. It's another pro league.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. John Michael Liles is going to join us at 8:45 this morning. Get a preview of the Avs season and a little bit about the Avs alumni stuff they got going on. So we'll talk to him in about 30 minutes. Stick around.
You know, yesterday I went to sthmotors.com. That's Silter Heart Motors in Broomfield's website. And I was checking out the Mazda CX-90s. Right now, you can get a Mazda CX-90 lease for $299 a month. It's amazing. And these things are absolutely gorgeous. They are going to plow through the snow and the winter ahead. So don't trust that old rig. Why don't you get up there and check it out? Not only that, but you've got the new Ford Bronco Sport. Yeah, $299 a month on a lease. Plus, you've got the Mosier Special still in full effect. You got to ask for it. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. It's all there for you. Go online and check it out at sthmotors.com or get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and see it all for yourself. They're the best. They're family-owned. And that's why I trust them, and that's why I go to them. It's Silter Heart Motors, everything you want out of a dealership. Ho, 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 ho.
So, couple things here. I want to know what you guys think of this. We're just talking about money.
Money,
So, player for the Pittsburgh Pirates. His name is Rowdy Tellez. Okay?
This is not cool, man. This is not cool.
So, Rowdy Tellez, this year, he's hitting 243. It's not like this unbelievable season that he's having in Pittsburgh. It's his first year with the Pirates, by the way. 243, 13 bombs, 56 RBI. But he had an incentive in his contract. The incentive was this. If he got to 425 plate appearances on the season, he would get an extra $200,000. He's at 421 right now with a few games left, and the Pirates designated him for assignment, so he's not going to hit that number to avoid the payment. And I think that's pretty nasty. Pretty nasty doing that to somebody.
I mean, there's no reason to send him down, right? I mean, they're eliminated, so if he's playing awful, taking him off that roster is not going to help them out at all, right? I mean, I don't. The GM says, it has zero factor. My butt. It's 200 G's.
You can't tell me it has zero factor, please. I mean, you put him out there one more game, he gets 4 plate appearances, and then he can do whatever the hell you want, but that seems pretty cheap. That's all I'm saying. You want to go out there and, try and honor contracts and blah, blah, blah. This is why, a lot of people said Ryan Harris, of course, he's going to defend the player he always has. Well, these are examples of why, because players get screwed a lot out of stuff like this, and it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever. But it's $200,000 that guy should have had. Now,
what's sad, too, is they called up some dude from AAA who's playing. I mean, he played 20 games with the Pirates earlier this year. Played like crap. They called him up and sent Tellez down, man. That's just cold-blooded. It's really cold-blooded. It'd be like, hey, Moj, we're going to give you a $100 bonus if you get 5 more words in this segment. And then Nelly just cuts my mic off. And just like that, Kevin comes in and drags me out the door, right? That's just cold-blooded. Nah, man. Just giving you the rest of the day off.
Here's the other thing in baseball. Did you guys see? So these are the last few games at the Coliseum in Oakland. And fans are literally ripping chairs out.
Yes.
And taking them with them.
Did you see? So the final game is tomorrow. Did you see that it's sold out?
People for nostalgic reasons are going to the
game.
Well, yeah,
but exactly right. I mean, I've been to that stadium numerous times in my life.
It's a
crap
junkyard.
Yeah, it is. And but it's sold out, and tickets on the secondary market are going for like $70 just to get in the building. It's crazy.
Well, here's the other thing. Somebody suggested this. His name is Matomic, I guess, on Twitter. And it's a great point. I'm generally anti-idiot on the field. But if you're an Oakland A's fan during the last game at the Coliseum, what are they going to do? Ban you from future A's games? Have some beers and take a lap, man. Totally fine. I actually kind of agree with it. What are they going to do to you? You say you get hit with a trespassing charge, probably going to get fined.
Probably.
The guy is drunk.
Maybe you spend the night
in the clink,
but you get out pretty quick. I mean, you want to, if there's any time to do the old take a lap on the field thing, it's got to be the last game at the Coliseum. Not to mention, it would just be a pretty good bleep you to the people that you hate that are in charge.
But I would leave. I would try to leave the stadium with a pet raccoon. That's what I try to do. Because that place is infested with raccoons. Everybody gets a free raccoon. It's like bobblehead day. Yeah. Everybody gets a free raccoon on the way out.
I have 2 favorite stories from that stadium, and both occurred during Bronco games. One year, there's a bathroom in what I think serves as the first base dugout. It's on the Raiders sideline. There's a first base dugout, and that's where there's a bathroom right off the dugout. Literally, I mean, you take 2 steps, it's right there. Pre-game one night, they were playing a night game. The thing erupted. It backed up.
I remember that. Yes.
It was flooding.
Yes.
The bathroom was flooding.
Correct.
I mean,
the sewage was flooding.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, it was flooding in the middle of the pregame. And it was smelling. It was nasty. And we're all sitting there going, is this real? Is this real? The players were like, what is going on? It was making noise. On another game, Broncos and Raiders, I'm standing on the sideline, true story, and the cheerleaders lined up, the Raiders cheerleaders, and I'm trying to watch the game. It's late fourth quarter. I can't see, and I'm trying to look around, and this cheerleader, somebody pushes me from behind him. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Cheerleader wanted to fight me because I was in her way. She took a shot at me. And I go, only in Oakland do the cheerleaders want to brawl.
Why?
And she would have taken me out, by the way. I was in her orbit.
So she's mad at you for being in her orbit.
Okay.
In the orbit.
I've heard something about. I've never been there. I've heard something about that stadium because that was built. When was that stadium built?
It had to be built like 1970, somewhere right around there, something like that.
1966.
There you go.
Okay. So I've heard that stadium is so old that the hallways and stuff that you would go to get that little ramp to get to your seats and stuff like that were thin because people weren't as big back then. We weren't as fat as a country. And now a lot of stadiums have accommodated the size that us Americans have gotten to.
Say it, Vic. Say it.
Say what?
Pizza box Moj eaten size. Say it.
I'm going to say this, and I know this with pretty good authority. When you look at stadiums and the way they're being built today and the arms race in stadiums, this stadium that the Broncos ownership is going to build, not if, but when they build the new stadium, it is going to look like the Taj Mahal of stadiums. It's going to make every stadium we've seen, and there's some beautiful ones out there. They're going to go top-notch on this thing.
So you're saying that SoFi is going to look like a dump?
No, I'm not saying that at all because it's hard to overcome. I mean,
dude,
my
SoFi
goodness, that thing's beautiful.
It's unbelievably good.
Jerry's World is beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
all
really
of these
nice.
stadiums built, they're all beautiful. I'm just saying that they're going next level on this sucker. And if you think they're content with what they have, you're drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an
arms race there, bro. There's an arms race.
I can't wait. This is the kind of arms race I'm into. I told you, we don't get good architecture in this country anymore if it's not a sports stadium. And whatever they're going to build is going to be a cathedral. So I can't wait for it. Now,
by the way, I have an Oakland Alameda County Coliseum story that I'm not going to share with you.
Why?
Ernie on the text line says, take it to the bank. If Vic is in my orbit, I'm throwing hands.
What? Why will you not share the story, Moj?
Well, I guess I could.
Why were you against sharing the story?
Well, I was there the day that Ricky Henderson was supposed to break Lou Brock's all-time single-season stolen base record in 1982. I was a kid. My buddy's old man was an umpire, and one of his best friends was a major league umpire, Durwood Merrill, umping that game.
That's neat.
Got his older brother. We all went down to the Coliseum to watch Ricky Henderson break the record. Fred Stanley got thrown out on purpose.
A lot of details.
So that he could leave second base open for Ricky to get the steal in front of the hometown fans. And he dashes for second, man, late in the game. Dashes. Gets thrown out. Called out at second base. Broke my little 13-year-old heart. Little heart was broke.
How long was your drive up from Sacktown to Oakland?
To Oakland, it was easier than getting to the stick. I would say it's probably an hour and a half at the most, hour 25. Yeah, not bad.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
You know, it is sad. I mean, given the history of sports in Oakland and with the Raiders and the A's and, Reggie Jackson started there. And there were so many great teams. That just all goes away. It's just gone. I mean, the Warriors were there for crying out loud. Gone. Like, zapped.
I don't know what they're going to what they should do with that whole site because the arena is right next to the stadium. Right? You used to have 3 teams play there, as Vic said.
Yeah.
3 teams doing their thing. Remember they used to have the football field on the baseball diamond. Remember those days when you had, quarterbacks on second base throwing the ball? And
I told Vic last week, I go, You know how fun it was watching Seabass go out there and try and kick a ball off the infield dirt? I kind
100%.
of enjoyed it.
Absolutely. What they should do is they should get cruise missiles and shoot them from the bay into the stadium and the arena and blow the entire thing to smithereens.
Sounds safe.
I don't care if it's safe. You know what? And God forbid, but that place, it's a junk pile. It really is.
You know what,
dump.
though?
It really
One
is.
common misconception about Oakland and going to many Broncos Raiders games there is, Raider fans and, oh my God, the black hole, it's dangerous. I'm not going to lie. Some of the greatest experiences I've ever had with opposing fan bases came in Oakland. Some of the nicest people. The tailgates were awesome. We would walk around and just, with our cameras and do little stories. They came far and wide. They came from all over the country. Raiders fans travel, man. They travel. And they were good people. I mean, now you'd run into some freaks, yeah? But there's freaks everywhere. There's freaks in Mile High. There's troublemakers everywhere. The majority of those Raider fans in those tailgates, they were awesome people. It was great. Loved it. Gonna miss that.
It's weird when teams move, and teams that have moved maybe a couple of times, like the LA teams. Do you guys see what the crowd looked like last week when the Rams played the Niners? It was at SoFi.
Oh, San Francisco fills that place.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Like, that was another reason why I was convinced that not only were the Niners going to win, they were going to crush people, because the Rams are beat up, and their home stadium becomes a home crowd for San Francisco, just at a different venue whenever they play them. And I don't know how it would feel. Like, I know that we talk about a lot, Coors Field especially gets invaded by Cubs fans or whatever. But for an NFL game, that's got to be a different sort of feeling, right? When you just look up in the stands, you got to do silent counts at home and stuff like that because the crowd's loud when you're on offense. Like, that's bizarre. It's crazy.
Hey, you realize that I don't know why we're even on this stupid subject. You know where the A's are going to play until they quote head to Vegas?
Sac Town. Your
they're,
town.
they're playing in Sacramento, right? Which is a AAA ballpark. Do you know how long Sacramento's wanted a Major League Baseball team? In fact, they flirted with the A's back in like 1990. If you can believe that. Even before that. They have been wanting Major League Baseball because there's a long history of minor league baseball in Sacramento, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm telling you what these people are going to do. Well, they're going to try to keep the A's, I'm sure, somehow. Oh, stay. We'll build a ball. Or they're going to say, hey, look, we're good enough. We need a team. Ain't never going to happen. Sacramento's not good enough for that. That's my hometown. They ain't good enough for a major league team.
Would they care? Would they even care? Like, that's what, if you have a smaller population, like, look, man, Oklahoma City's not a huge place, but they care about that basketball team, whether they're good or bad, they show up. I think that's what matters most. You're telling me Sacramento, a professional sports town, there's no chance. No way that can happen. I'm actually surprised they're doing this, like, for this little interim period between now and Vegas. Which, by the way, is that even finalized? We saw those mock-ups of that stadium they were building in Vegas, and then they said, oh, we don't have the funding for it right now. We're looking to find more. It's like, what?
Yeah, the proposed owner dropped out.
Well, what the hell's going on then? Like, at some point, you just got to be like, all right, MLB needs to take over.
Brett, they're taking down the Flamingo to put the stadium there. The Flamingo.
Yeah.
Not just any casino, the freaking Flamingo. Do you understand? The Flamingo?
What's the other one that just shut down? Was it
Steve's House of...
No, it was a big one. Was it like Mandalay Bay or something like that? That just shut down?
No, that's across the street from Flamingo. That's still open. I know the one. Is it? Not MGM. What did they just shut down? They just shut down the Tropicana.
Dude, I don't know.
The Mirage.
They've blown
the Mirage.
The Mirage. They've blown so many places up down there. It's unbelievable.
That's right.
Because I remember the Tropicana.
What's that?
I'm thinking about the Tropicana, the big white one that's across from Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, that's
the one that they're taking down to make room for the stadium.
The reason I know about the Mirage, I've never been in the Mirage, but it's the scene from Vegas Vacation where she's like flirting with Wayne Newton, and she goes to Chevy Chase. She goes, if you need me, I'll be at the Mirage. It's the only way I knew it. Anywho, couple things here that I want to get into with the Broncos. in more
Are
detail.
you a Vegas guy, by the way? Are you a Vegas
I'm really not. I'm not a big Vegas guy.
Yeah.
Like I can't take it for more than like a day and a half, and then I'm kind of done. Like
Brett.
it's a really fun 24 hours.
That's exactly it. Exactly.
Brad, let me look both
Kind
ways.
of like
before I say this.
kind of like going to visit your parents. It's good
Let
for
me look
about a
both
day and a
ways.
half, and you're like, I can get back home.
I hate Vegas with all my heart. I tolerate it, but I don't gamble. I don't play any of those little games. I don't do cartoons. I'll go to the club every once in a while.
I would say, like, as far as the gambling part, look, man, I can't sit at a blackjack table for 12 hours. I'll be broke. Sports books help, by the way. If you get a seat in a sports book, you hang out and you just watch some games, have a couple of bucks on it, like, that's fine.
Oh, that Circus Sportsbook's badass.
Oh, yeah, for
Big
sure.
old one.
Like, I can totally do that. But what I'm saying is, as far as the things that people like to do in Vegas, like, I don't hang by the pool for 10 hours listening to the uns music and people are hammered the entire, like, that's not my vibe.
Pants and boots and pants
Yeah,
and boots
I
and
don't,
pants
I
and
can't
boots and
do
pants
that
and
for
boots.
like 3 straight days.
And dude, I don't. You know what else hurts? Unless you're gambling, man, paying like $15 for a beer.
Yeah, like that
Get my
too.
wife a glass of wine and it's $28, and I'm like, hey, dude, I can get the whole bottle back home at Liquor World for $19.99 or something.
Like, let me say this. I would have no reference point on this, but from what I've seen and what's been at least illustrated to me in movies, Old Vegas looked like a good time. Old Vegas was way more my vibe. A little bit slower, a little bit more chill.
Mm-hmm.
Not just like party vibe.
Bro.
Like old Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra Vegas, that felt like a Vegas I would want to see.
That's the romantic Vegas, right? If you want your head to explode, make a stop in Macau. It's Vegas on steroids. It makes Vegas look like the JV of casino towns.
I'm totally fine never going to Macau.
Macau makes Vegas look like Pocatello, Idaho.
Pocatello?
You've never been to Pocatello, Idaho?
Never
the
been.
The home of Idaho State.
Dude,
also
Macau is ridiculous. The size and girth of those casinos on the island of Macau, look it up. Len Dawson.
I figured Brett would know all about Macau.
Hey, I like it. I'll tell you what, this whole...
You know what, Nelly?
This whole...
Nailed it.
My baseball, my discussion is boring me. I'm done with Vegas and my baseball and Macau.
Huh?
Exactly. I'm out.
303-504-0925.
I need to get some hockey and some football. Is Johnny Liles coming on?
Yes, he is.
Praise Jesus.
You can always get in touch with us. Voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. John Michael Liles next. Back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined now by John Michael Liles, who is currently at the DMV, I assume. Front seat of the car. How about that? What's up, Johnny?
Not much. Just actually heading down the mountain for about the 1200th time, I think, since I retired. Heading to Denver. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Wouldn't it be awesome if driving was like frequent flyer miles, dude? Because you've made that trip up and down the hill, like you said, 1,200 times. Put a lot of miles on. Here's what I don't want. I don't want a Johnny Liles used vehicle. I don't want that. It's gonna have miles and miles on it, man.
Nobody wants that. I got my fingers crossed for a people mover from Vail to Denver at some point in the next 6 months. I'm hoping they really pull the trigger on that.
Hope you enjoy, Johnny, that I'm in your wine cave right now as you are making the trip into Denver.
Oh, I love that.
So,
he's got it. All right, good. That's all I need to know. Right.
So, Johnny, before we get to anything else, first and foremost, what are just the overall prospects of the Avs this upcoming season? I know it's always going to feel like championship or bust with how talented they are, but, you're getting, hopefully, fingers crossed, Gabe Landeskog back in the lineup early in the season. Like, what are you expecting from this team, and how long do you think it might take to gel with Landy coming back?
Well, I mean, listen, there's definitely some question marks. I think there's always a lot of optimism when you have McKinnon, you have Rantanen, you have Makar, you have Taves, guys like that. And so for me, it's where do the question marks fall? Obviously, Nichushkin's a question mark. Landy's a question mark. When he does come back, because I think we're going to see him early in the season at one point or another. Is it an every game thing, which I just don't know if that's a realistic expectation? Is it a 1 game and 2 games off? Is it a 1 game and 3 games off? I mean, you hope what you're shooting for is by the end of the season, or whatever, February, March, he's playing every game, and then you just roll right into the playoffs, and that's when you're really gelling. I think, I think that they're going to, Avs are going to definitely make some noise given the talent that they have, but there are still some question marks. And the other thing I look at is, can you get 1 or 2 of these young guys really seize that opportunity, whether it's a Cal Ritchie or somebody like that, to make an impact in the top 9? Because when you look at a team like Dallas and some of those guys on entry-level deals that have made such an impact, that's something for me, the Avs are lacking a little bit. And so you need one of those guys to really seize that opportunity and take advantage of being able to play in the top 9 on such a skilled team.
I completely agree with you. One thing they do have, though, is they have the reigning Hart Trophy winner. Hey, Johnny, I saw you on Spit and Chicklets with the fellas, and you were going more in depth on Nathan McKinnon than you did before. But could you tell all the listeners out there and the viewers what you saw when he and all the big guns were training with Andy O'Brien up there in Vail before the alumni weekend?
Yeah, it was extremely impressive. And listen, Nate has always been impressive with the way that he approaches the game, but I feel like, he's got a really good relationship with Sidney Crosby, and Sid has done it for as long as anybody and as consistently as anybody since he came in the league, minus, the couple of years where he had concussion issues. And so I think Nate has a really great, barometer that he goes off of when it comes to Sid, and he sees what Sid's done and how consistent he's been. And, Sid's a guy that arguably could get to 2,000 points. And I think Nate wants a career like that. He wants the multiple Stanley Cups. And so he's willing to do whatever it takes. And seeing him up in Vail was, it was, first of all, it was extremely impressive watching him on the ice. Second of all, I pulled my daughter out of school because she wanted to see Nathan McKinnon skate. And Nate came over, talked to her, she got her jersey signed by him. I mean, he was super, just willing to do that, and a great guy, dealing with a 9-year-old girl that's just starting to play travel hockey. But watching him on the ice, it's like I said this on Chicklets the other day, every year I'm like, I don't know if Nate can get better. And honestly, to me, he looks better than he did even last year. And I think, as he gets, older and more mature, it's just the natural progression of being an NHL player, whether it's NHL or whatever sport, is you get smarter too, and you understand what your body needs in training. And, he talked about this, this summer was definitely, he was training, but it was more maintenance based, just given the grind and the length of an NHL season, and he's understanding that it can't just be 110% all the time when you're training. It was, a lot more maintenance, a lot more allowing his body to recover, knowing what was upcoming and the expectations and just the physical toll that it was going to take on his body. But he looks fast. He looked dialed in. I mean, the guy is always competing. He does not take any shifts off, whether it's in a Crosby camp, whether it's on the first hole of a golf course, or whether it's mid-season for the Avs.
Johnny, I don't think people, present company included, realize how disciplined, how radical Nathan MacKinnon is about his diet, his workouts. Real quickly, compare and contrast the nutritious elements of McKinnon's diet versus, I don't know, Mark Moser's diet.
Oh my goodness! Well,
yeah, it's not
I
a
don't
day.
think,
Yeah.
I don't think McKinnon's seen the inside of a 7-Eleven. I can say that. Listen, we get bits and pieces, and the guys that really know, and you hear it. Nikita Zadorov talked about it, and just how disciplined he is, and how that almost spills over within the rest of the Avs team. When Nate says, "Hey, like I need gluten-free pasta," and it's like, okay, well, this guy just put up 140 points, so. Maybe we all go gluten-free pasta from now on, or, I only eat salmon, or I only eat steak, or whatever. I mean, listen, nowadays you're looking for any edge. And, that wasn't necessarily something that was, front of mind, early 2000s. Yeah, there was nutrition, but I feel like every year there's these breakthroughs, and guys are just so dialed with nutrition, with training, with skills coaches, things like that. And I remember coming into camp my first year in 2003, and guys were working into shape. And now guys come in at, peak physical condition, and it is just an all-out sprint in camp, because camp is so short and you go right into exhibition games. There's no time to really essentially get yourself into shape. It's just really impressive, and it continues to evolve year in and year out. And that doesn't matter, NHL, NFL, whatever. It seems like this is just because the margins are so thin of making it or not making it, or making the playoffs or not making the playoffs, or winning the Stanley Cup or not winning the Stanley Cup. It can come down to those little things.
Johnny, you played, I think, 14 years in the league. Let's say that you're in the locker room, and it's a couple of months from now, and in comes Val Nichushkin. What do you do there?
Mm-hmm. Listen, Val's dealing with some stuff outside of hockey, and you welcome him back. I mean, listen, the guy can help your team, and he's obviously got some demons that he's working through, and unfortunately, the times that he's been removed from the lineup have been at critical times. The last two playoffs, and so listen, you're trying to provide any help you can, whether it's, hey, let's hang out, whatever, but it's in the end, you're all pulling the rope in the same direction, and he's a guy that can really help your team, and you're just trying to do whatever you can to make him feel comfortable, to get the team, on the right track whenever he does come back. Obviously that's, looking like November, but I just think that he walks in and only one team walks away happy last year. That's the Florida Panthers. And so you're doing everything you can to be that happy team come this spring, summer.
Hey, you're coming down the hill for a reason, and it's not to sleep in Kiefer's spare room. We got a cool thing going on tonight with the Avs alumni. Tell everybody about it, because if people want to be a part of this thing, man, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So we've got a big Avs alumni charity event tonight at the Hangar Club in Lowry. My brother-in-law is actually one of the owners of it, but it's a golf simulator bar. Super cool. But it's arguably one of our biggest charity events of the year. We're going to give out about $40,000 in scholarships to kids around, the state of Colorado and surrounding areas of Denver, just to kind of further their hockey. And maybe it's, some underprivileged kids or kids that maybe couldn't afford to do the things that they were hoping to do. So it's a super cool event. We got a ton of alumni. We got some current Avs coming, some of the current Avs coaching staff as well. And It's a really, really cool event. This will be the second year that we've done it, and I'm looking forward to it. I got 4 bottles of wine in my passenger seat right now that I'm putting into the auction out of the wine cave.
Let me see them.
So our guys,
Look at Vic. He's all over it. I knew it. I love it.
See them. All right, here we go.
Yeah. What do we got
Here we
there?
go.
Oh, is that Screaming
We
Eagle?
got
What
Sac-
wait, what?
No, I didn't bring any Screaming Eagle. I got Saxum, LaBarge, and I've got our alumni wine, which is
Bro, I
Aperture.
can get those for $8.99 at Applejack. Give me the good stuff.
Well, the good thing is they're about $15.99 at Rycroft's liquor store. So,
Just out of curiosity, you got any of that Carlo Russo? I'm looking for some of that stuff that comes in a big jug.
It's Carlo Rossi, dude.
Carlo Rossi, yeah.
that's at Keeper's house.
Hey, Johnny, if people want to do it, though, they can go to ColoradoNHLalumni.com. Again, ColoradoNHLalumni.com, and you can get in tonight and have a great time. The Sims are going. I think there's going to be music there. You know,
We got live music.
Yeah, the food,
live music, food,
cocktails,
It's
everything.
going to be a great event. Yeah, it's going to be a great event, and tickets are extremely limited. And we're like I said, we're giving away some scholarships. We're doing our affiliate program, which is essentially partnerships with the alumni that allow us to give scholarships to these kids and definitely help with that. So a lot happening tonight. It's going to be a blast, and looking forward to getting there.
If you've never been to the Hangar Club, by the way, this place
cool.
is rad. Last year's event overall was awesome. So I would encourage everybody, hey, man, get online or get to the Hangar Club tonight. The tickets, as Johnny said, incredibly limited, but you should be there because tons of alumni, current players, coaching staff, that kind of thing. It's going to be an awesome night.
Johnny, last question before you go. What that thing do? What that thing do?
I am so lost. I don't know what you're saying.
Nope,
You don't know what that thing do.
That's a perfect answer,
No,
Johnny.
I don't know.
Thank you. That's all we needed.
Yep, that's a perfect answer. Appreciate the time, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. See ya.
John
See, if
Michael
he knew
Liles.
the answer, we'd be worried. If
Yeah.
you know the answer, it's the wrong answer.
Uh-huh.
If you don't know the answer, it's the correct answer.
He joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Back after this. Nelly, I'm not kidding. I need that off. I can't focus. It's
I can't
weird.
either. It's gross.
Get it off.
Drink it in. Drink it in. Did you see the one that Bear did of Mosier?
I did. I actually laughed at that.
Put that one up there, Nelly. Bear did another painting.
I don't. Enough like Italian naked people behind me. No more.
Well, I mean, it's just to make it right. I mean, she painted me, and then she also offered a painting of her husband, and I just wanted to compare and contrast. That's all. Because this one looks very artful.
No.
I got something for you.
Go ahead.
Do you realize that this week in the Big 12, that there is no larger spread than Colorado at UCF? It's gone up. It's now at 15. Minus 15. It opened at minus 12. And
Why?
it's at minus 15. I don't know why.
Is UCF that good?
I think they're
Their
pretty
offense is
good.
good.
Yeah, I mean they haven't lost yet this year. They beat up on New Hampshire, and they beat up on Sam Houston, and then
their win over TCU, they needed like a giant fourth quarter to come back and win that game, but they did it. The same thing kind of applies to CU. I mean, CU, if not for a miracle at the end of the game, would be 2-2 right now. I mean,
by the way, I'm wondering if they get that game in. You see that hurricane careening toward Florida?
Yeah, but it looks like it's going more toward, like it's turning
like
left.
the panhandle.
Yeah, it's going panhandle, dude, and people are going to get nailed up there. I mean, it's a lot of water coming their way.
Okay, so on that subject, we're like, why is the spread so large? And I think it's convenient to forget that it was a pretty crazy finish to the game for CU to end up 3-1 right now. Now, who knows? Maybe there's games every year that can change the course, especially in football, of weird bounce, weird play, changes the total trajectory of your season. For example, what if the Broncos got a bounce early in the year last year that didn't go their way, that did? Well, maybe they're in the playoffs last year. Who knows? And then everything's different. And then it's like Russell Wilson's back and all the other stuff changes around it. Maybe the Baylor game can provide that. But here's what I will say that feels different with CU this year than last year. I never felt like CU progressed week to week last season. Remember, they had the TCU win to shock the world. The next week was Nebraska, that if not for Nebraska putting the ball on the turf 1,000 times, maybe Nebraska wins that game. The third week, they entered as 27-point favorites against CSU, and that game goes to double overtime. The fourth week, they get the doors blown off by Oregon. And then from there, it basically just went down the tank.
Plummeted.
Now, what's different this year? Week 2 against Nebraska was bad. Week 1 against NDSU wasn't even great. Like, they got the win, but it didn't look great.
Yeah.
They looked a lot better going from week 2 to week 3 against CSU. And I think some of the things that they found in week 3 against CSU continued into week 4. I thought the offensive line stayed pretty steady. I thought the defense continued to play well. Like, it feels like what's different is the arrow is pointing up.
So you're saying that you see a growth pattern developing with the Buffs, where last year they were just the same team week to week to week. If you don't turn the ball over, you can win. If you do, you're going to get killed, blah, 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 blah.
What would you qualify as CU's best win so far? Their best game?
CSU.
Yeah. It's not Baylor. It's not their last game.
No.
I don't think that was their best game.
See, but here's the thing.
Well,
maybe this is wrong.
Their best game or their best win? The Baylor win is their best win. It's a Big 12 opponent.
Well,
it's the best win.
But overall game. Because here's the thing. I think
their best game, they played their game against CSU. They ran the ball effectively.
You're mixing things up. Their best game was against CSU. Their best win was Baylor.
Okay, that's fair. But he asked what their best game was. Their best all-around game was CSU.
Okay.
But here's the thing about the Baylor game. I actually think that they could have won that game pretty comfortably if not for horrible special teams, which feels really correctable to me.
They were down by 2 touchdowns, Brett.
But what I'm saying is, I mean, Baylor got a TD off a kick return right after you scored.
You could say that about any game, though. Oh, if they did this or if they did. I mean, come on.
Out of the most correctable things on a football team, it's kick and punt coverage. And they were awful in both of those categories. And it gave Baylor, one, 6 points. The other, incredible field position on like a 50-yard punt return.
You're reaching.
What part of that is incorrect? What do you mean?
You're reaching.
Okay, tell me what's incorrect.
They were lucky to win that game. They
weren't.
needed a desperation pass to win the game. That's not their best win. That's a lucky win
All right,
at the
hang on.
buzzer.
I'm going to repeat this. I don't think you're hearing me. I agree with you. CSU was their best all-around game.
Yeah.
Baylor could have looked a lot different had the special teams been miles better, which they were awful. If it was better, I think that CSU looks like the much better team. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll disagree with you there too. What do you mean by much better team?
What did
Both
Baylor
teams
do
moved
better?
the ball up and down the Baylor moved the ball up and down the field. So did CU. What?
Not really.
What do you, yeah. I don't understand what you saw that I didn't see. They moved the ball.
Baylor barely had 300 yards of offense. They didn't move the
but
ball
they
all
moved
that
the
well.
ball.
I don't.
I guess I'm a little confused by the both of yous today. The both of yous are kind of confusing me.
Okay. As simple as I can make it.
Please.
CU in 2 phases of the football game looked better than Baylor.
Offensively and defensively.
And in the third category,
they looked horrible.
They looked trash. And that's what kept Baylor not only in the game, but gave them the lead, is what I'm trying to tell you.
I can make the same argument, though. If Baylor makes a field goal at the end there, instead of hooking it left or right, then they win the game easily. Game's over.
Okay, fine. Then I guess we just disagree. All I'm telling you is, if they clean up the special teams, I think CU, much like they did against CSU,
they have more to clean up than special teams. This is another game in which Shadeur Sanders was sacked how many times?
A lot.
Okay, clean that up.
Yeah.
Clean that
one
up.
One thing UCF can do, they can really run the football. Against TCU on the road, against the Frogs, they rushed for a 290, 289. Pretty good, right? They only passed for 230. They had 519 total yards in the football game. Their third down efficiency against TCU. I'm throwing out New Hampshire, and I'm throwing out Sam Houston. Those don't matter. But they were 11 of 16 on third down conversions. I mean, this team is a good offensive team, man. And again, you talk about that Buffalo's defense not being great in the first half and then really ratcheting it up in the second half. Well, they sure as heck better ratchet it up at the beginning of this game.
Well,
the only thing that could save them is I went full on Kylie Burse. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, they're going to get the outside of Hurricane Helene. It's just going to be it's kind of maybe scraping by, right, at FBC Mortgage Stadium there.
Yeah, with rain.
Yeah. Humid with intervals of cloud and sunshine, brief morning shower or two, then becoming breezy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. Well, that's today. Here we go. Cloudy and humid with showers and thunderstorms possible. High of 89, real feel 97. It's going to be hot and wet.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
Coach, I'm sorry what to tell you, man. Hot and wet is what it's going to be.
Well, you win on the road at UCF. Again, I don't know what to think of UCF. I don't know what to think of an opponent right now that it's still very early in the season. But if you win, you're on the brink of the top 25, and that ship is steering in the right direction, clearly. They're halfway home. They're halfway to a bowl game. My expectations were a bowl game. Get there. Get to those 6 wins.
Oh, I think one thing is really clear on this, okay? The next 3 weeks are going to dictate CU season. Like, they have at UCF, they have Kansas State at home, and they have at Arizona.
Kansas State's overrated.
They are. But if you go 2-1 in that stretch, not only
100%.
are you looking for a bowl game, like, you could be in the thick of some sort of race at the end of the year. Like, it's possible. It's possible. You go 1-2, then you start trying to count some wins on there, like, can we get 2 or 3 more or something like that?
And if you go 0-3 in decisive fashion, it's same old, same old.
Yep, it's going to be a repeat of last year. Like, right now, they are on the exact same pace as last season. Through 4 games, they're 3-1, and then you're going to have some tests coming up. How do you handle those? Now, is it Oregon and USC? No, much easier than that. But still difficult opponents relative to what you are as a football team. But you go 2-1 the next 3 weeks, like, you're cooking with something now. You're a game away from making a bowl, and at that point, you're going to be 3-1 in conference play. You're going to be near the top. And that's with Cincinnati and Texas Tech as your next couple of games, which feel like probably the easiest games on the schedule now. Maybe Kansas you could throw in there, but I'm just saying, you have a lot of possibilities if they can make it through with, I would say, a 2-1 record the next 3 weeks.
All right, real quick, as we sit here, this is what, week 5 of the college football season, something like that. As we sit here, how are we feeling? You're enjoying the college football season so far overall, Vic? I know it's one of your favorite times of the year. Are you digging
I love
it?
college football.
What are you digging?
I love college football. It's very up and down, and there are some upsets happening where you shake your head and go, what is going on? But, for all the hand-wringing we do over NIL and the portal, and I raise my hand, I wring my hands a lot, it's still an entertaining product, and I still love college football. And they move on to the next person. If this UNLV quarterback doesn't want to play, all right, get the hell out of there. Move on to the next guy. And you're still going to follow your team. You're still going to root for your team. It works both ways. This guy wants out of there because he says UNLV has not fulfilled the promises, right? Well, Riley Leonard went to the portal, went to Notre Dame, and Notre Dame probably offered him some things. Riley Leonard sucks. Maybe Notre Dame should tell him to hit the portal again. It works both ways. It works both ways.
It works both ways how? What do you mean?
Well, I'm sure they made him some assurances. Said you're going to get this. Dude, they should go to their backup.
Well, they could, but they would still owe what they agreed upon.
Yeah. Jeremy Bloom tweeted something I agree wholeheartedly on, because Jeremy is the poster child of this stuff, okay? Jeremy Bloom, he was dealing with this more than 2 decades ago before it became common knowledge what the NCAA is doing.
Should he sue to get his skiing career back?
Yeah, he asked that question yesterday.
Oh, he did?
We talked about that. We talked about what he had to go through. He had to give up skiing. He had to give up an Olympic dream. Well, he went back to it eventually, but temporarily give that up. He writes, CBA, a union, and formal contracts between players and schools would resolve issues entirely. It's straightforward. D1 college football players are already professionals in practice, and in time, their rights and comp reflect that reality. Yes, I agree. But what he just wrote, that should have been done before the train left the station. The train already left the station. And now you're trying to do this stuff in arrears, which is hard to do.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's something that can probably figure out over the course of an offseason. And they probably want to for the sake of both the players and the schools that are, I guess, held responsible.
So let me ask you again, we're going to take this a step further. I agree you should do that. There should be contracts and CBAs and unions. Do you do that with basketball too?
Anybody who's getting an NIL deal needs to have it on paper.
Okay, so you do it with gymnastics?
Anybody getting a deal has to have it on paper.
In whatever sport.
So the deal would stipulate you have to fulfill your college plan here in exchange for this. It's a contract, works both ways, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Is playing time part of that deal?
No, you can't do that.
Okay.
Because that's not what it's about. It's name, image, and likeness. It doesn't have anything to do with on-field play, technically. Like, you aren't tied to, not only do I get X amount of money, I get to play 50% of the snaps.
Well, okay, but then explain to me why Quinn Ewers is not the starting quarterback at Texas now.
What do you mean?
He was hurt.
He was hurt.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
He hurt himself at the end of one of those games.
He got hurt. What do you want me to say?
Oh. Sorry, I was in Cincinnati all weekend.
Look, man, you signed a contract.
I saw Arch Manning. I'm like, where's Quinn?
So the Broncos, they just signed Josh Reynolds this offseason. There's nothing in his contract that says I must play 60% of the snaps. It's up to the coach and it's up to your level of play.
Okay, but could you do incentives? Could you do that in college too? I mean, if you hit certain numbers like the pros, you get extra bread, extra money?
I mean, I suppose you could. I don't know why a college player would want to sign that. Just give me the guarantees up front.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think here's the deal. I guess I don't find this as confusing as a lot of people do. I don't think it's that much of like this huge, gigantic, Rubik's Cube that nobody can solve. It feels pretty straight up and simple to me.
It is a Rubik's Cube because there's a lot more players you're dealing with. You're dealing with huge collegiate rosters. It is a bigger deal. It is a bigger deal. And you're also beholden to a school. And it's not just a team. This is not a business. It's not a standalone business. The NFL is a standalone business. This is a business within an institution. And there are a lot of moving parts within that institution. It's far different.
Well, talk more about this when we come back. 303-504-0925. Also want to get to the Broncos. And I want to ask just a basic question. With what we saw last week, is that offense sustainable? Is that something that you must see now week to week for the most part throughout the Broncos season? Get to it next. We've been a fan base starving, dying of thirst in the desert, trying to pick any and every way that we can to have a competent offense thrown our way. And we got that last week. And I think what that has turned into is an overestimation of what that game was offensively. If I tell you that an offense put up 350 yards, was 4 of 13 on third down, had 216 passing yards, and ran the ball, I guess, box score-wise, quasi-effectively, 136 yards and 28 carries, but it didn't feel that way. That's a pretty normal, standard NFL offense. It really is. No passing touchdowns, but you didn't turn the ball over. Like, it's pretty standard. But it felt bigger than that. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm setting that now as the bar. Like, this is what I think the offense can do every single week. Doesn't mean that they will. They'll have some worse games, hopefully some better games. But that is now kind of my expectation. 350 yards, 215 passing yards. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let me tell you why you need to chill. I agree. It was awesome to watch. It was awesome to behold a passing game where they threw the ball downfield and receivers actually caught the ball. And they committed to a passing game, and the 2-minute drill was beautiful, and they had long, sustained drives. But what you're asking, Brett, is an offense that for years has been a crawl. Right? You're crawling around the track. You're walking the track. And then all of a sudden, for about 100 meters, you're sprinting. It's impossible to keep that pace. You think every week now they're going to sprint?
Well, I just said they'll have some worse weeks, but this is sort of my baseline. This is my baseline expectation. It's not
I think my
crazy.
baseline's in between. It's in between, like walking and sprinting. Just give me something that you can. You're not going to have that kind of performance every week. Come on. So if you don't perform like that against the Jets, if you don't move up and down the field like that against the Jets, if you don't open the game with 4 straight passes and mow it down the field, you're going to be upset?
No, not upset, Vic, but I think there's got to be a situation where you can have some expectation of success. This is all about growth for the rookie quarterback. This is all about development for the rookie quarterback this whole season. But is it asking too much to put up 3 bills of offense in a game? Is it really? Right now, overall, I looked it up. You are 23rd in the National Football League in total yards per game at under 3 bills. Okay? Mm-hmm. I mean, the Falcons are at 307. The next team at 295 is the Raiders. Is it too much to ask to be in that range in the upper the upper teens or 20 in the league? I don't think
Who's number one? Who's number one? Just curious.
Baltimore at 430 yards a game.
What's their record?
1-2.
Who's number 2?
Philadelphia.
What's their record?
2-1.
Who's 3?
San Francisco.
What's their record?
1-2. What are you getting at? 1-2?
It's not everything. I guess is what I'm getting
All right,
at.
we'll check the standings at the end of the year. We'll see how those 3 teams stack up.
I listen, we all want more offense. I agree. We all want more offense, but having yards doesn't always produce points. The points are what matter.
Well, you have to gain
However
yards
you
to
get
get
'em.
in position to score points. And just
Give me them points. Give me them points.
Just for reference last year, this is why I don't think this is asking too much. 350 yards of offense. I said that Bo Nix had 216 passing yards. Russell last year averaged 205, and I don't think that anybody would say he had a great year. In fact, they paid him $85 million to screw off. As far as rushing yards a game, they averaged as a team 106.5.
Mm-hmm.
They were a little bit above that number in that game. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think that asking them to do this is all that much. Now, again, the feel of the game was different, and I don't know why the numbers and the field didn't stack up with one another. I know we had a lot of those examples with Russell Wilson in the past couple of years where it's like he had like numbers, but it didn't feel that way.
Yeah, Vic, we're only 3 weeks in, okay? So Brett is correct. When you get to week 10, week 11, you're going to start to see the teams that rack up yards per game are also going to be bunched up around the points per game as well. They just are, okay? So it's, the law of averages will pan out. The lowest team right now, the Broncos, again, are 23rd overall in yards per game. They're 23rd overall in points per game. So their correlation is right there. Houston, Over 1,000 yards so far, averaging 341 per game. They only average 18.3, so they've stalled out plenty. But when you start to look at the teams over 1,000 yards of offense already, they're all there in the top 10 in scoring per game.
Finished drives. Last year, I remember a lot of Bronco games where they were so good between the 20s, and then they got inside the red zone and they stalled like molasses. I mean, finished drives, and that's what I loved out of the Broncos in Tampa, man. They finished them. I mean, we've yet, you know what's crazy about this? We've yet to see a touchdown pass thrown by Bo Nix.
Yeah.
That is weird. That is weird. Oh, well, you know what? Again, other rookie quarterbacks haven't had a touchdound pass, too. Am I correct about that?
No. Jaden Daniels,
Jaden McDaniels had a couple pretty bombs.
Jaden Daniels did. Where's Caleb on that chart?
He had a couple last week.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He did.
Lost, and he had a terrible pick six and some other bad things, but he had a couple touchdowns. But I'm not concerned with the no touchdowns last week because he ran the offense fine.
Yeah, agreed.
Like if this was, a game where they scored 3 points and he still got zeros, then yeah, it's a much different discussion. But he ran the ball in the end zone. The Broncos got another rushing touchdown. I think that was Jaleel.
And they kicked this many field goals.
And 4 field goals.
Four field goals, this many. Yep. Right here.
You know, one thing that an underrated play that occurred in that game, you could draw up the best game plans ever. And Sean Payton fancies himself as a great strategist, clearly. You can have a game plan that's just beautiful, but if your players cannot execute, it doesn't matter. And sometimes in a game, you draw up a play that just stinks, like the 4th and 1 at the goal line, and you run it to your right to Jaleel McLaughlin. Play didn't work. It was broken from the get-go. But the player made a play.
Yeah.
How many times in the last few years have we seen a play that just didn't look good, but the player made a play?
And you know what he was doing? He was dancing. He danced. That little stutter step and the dance he did to spring himself around the outside was pretty damn good looking.
It was a crazy.
Pretty good looking.
That looked dead in the water, and he hits it with a
I'll give you another one. When Bo Nix rolls to his right and he's about to get tattooed, he's about to get decapitated. He sensed it. He somehow wiggled out of a sack, and the player made a play. You need a handful of those, man. Play calling's not going to get you everything. The players got to make plays, and we're starting to see players make them.
Can I give you guys a couple of things from the game on Sunday? You tell me if this surprises you or not. So I always like looking at the snap counts, who's on the field the most. So all of your offensive linemen, 100% of the snaps, they all played 68. Bo Nix, obviously, played 68. You know what the next highest was in snaps at 74%? Little Jordan Humphrey. He was tied with Cortland. They both played 50 snaps apiece. Surprise?
Yeah, I guess I am because he was called. I mean, he was a practice squad guy out of training camp. Yeah, I guess I am.
When they call him up for game day,
they use him.
Plays.
Yeah, they use him. Yeah.
Here's another one. As far as the tight end mix, with 46 snaps, 68% of the offensive plays, it was Adam Troutman. Greg Dulcich only played 17.
Yeah, that was a noticeable absence there.
I don't think Dulcich even had a target in the game. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember him having a target. Does he have a target?
Nope.
I didn't remember him having a target in the game. You're talking about a guy that we had high hopes for, right? And maybe even some expectation. If you have a healthy Greg Dulcich, we've seen him maneuver before. We've seen him catch the football. We've seen the hair flying in the wind, look so fancy and all. He didn't even get a flipping target.
Just for the record.
Is there a team in the NFL that gets so little out of the tight end position than the Denver Broncos?
I can't think of one. I'd have to look, but I can't think of one, Vic.
I don't know.
It's a great question, though. It really is.
Troutman had 46 snaps. Dulcich had 17. Nate Atkins had 25. Atkins got more snaps than Dulcich did. And
what did they do?
That's not a game, by the way, in which Atkins was playing the fullback role. Burton was he was active that week. So
what did they do?
As far as
like during the game, what do they do during the game? The tight ends
block.
They block a lot.
Yeah.
Because the targets, the tight ends, obviously Dulcich had none. Atkins had 1 for 6 yards, and Troutman had 1 that he caught for 13 yards. So there's 2 total passing attempts to your tight ends, and you had 3 of them active and at least playing somewhat during the game.
I'm looking here. I don't do the fantasy football anymore because, again, I forget to set my lineup. I just do. But at this Fantasy Pros thing, the top Broncos tight end is Greg Dulcich. And he's 52nd overall in the National Football League amongst tight ends.
Well, they regard it top tight end because on production
Points,
you have to score.
points,
Those other guys are just blockers. That's what they are. They're blockers. They're extra linemen.
Correct.
One other one here. So I was talking about the wide receivers. Humphrey had 50 snaps. Sutton had 50 snaps. Josh Reynolds had 35, which is a little over half. And then Troy Franklin got 17 and Marvin Mims got 16. And I'm going to ask this every single week. I don't know what the plan is for Marvin Mims. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Again, it was another game where he had a single target. He caught that for 9 yards. I just don't know. You want to talk about what's the plan? How do they use them? What do you guys suspect is going on with Mims? It'd be one thing if he's not getting targets, maybe he's not getting open, but he's not getting on the field.
I don't know.
And they're taking guys that they're putting on the practice squad and guys that they pretty much told you that Troy Franklin, this is essentially a redshirt year to a certain extent for him. And Mims still can't find time. Still can't. But little Jordan Humphrey gets called up, and he's like immediately getting
Some
snaps.
in practice. Something's not clicking in practice. Yeah. Otherwise, you got to start it on the practice field, right? If you don't produce there, you're not going to get in the game. So they're seeing something we're not.
It's weird. Before the season started, I was like, there's two guys that I would keep an eye on that I think would dictate if the offense is going to be better than expected or worse than expected. And I said, one of the two guys between Dulcich and Mims has to be like a breakout kind of candidate for the year. And through 3 weeks, they have gotten nothing from either one of them.
You know what else? Keep an eye on that offensive line now because they've had injuries already. The right tackle is a rookie, and he played well.
Played pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
You didn't hear any issues, right? Now, matchups are a factor, right? Maybe it's who you're matched up against. We'll see what happens in upcoming weeks. But what if he continues to play well? What if he continues to produce at that right tackle position to the point where you don't hear any issues? Nobody had a sack there. Wow. Or no holding calls or no offsides. Or what if that happens?
I think what happens is you start prepping that guy for a Bulls replacement. They just ate a whole bunch of money. They aren't going to look at McGlinchey and just say, yep, we're going to eat this too. I don't think so. I mean, that's a lot of cash that you would just be swallowing to say that this guy's now going to play. Now, I've said this before. If you're paying a guy regardless, just play the guy who's better. And I don't know if Palczewski's better. We'll see.
I love when gems are found by force because, somebody doesn't cut it or you get hurt. You sent us that video yesterday, Moj, and I do look at some of your videos. Baldinger did the DeAndre Tillman breakdown. That was great.
It was really good.
That was really good.
Shedding blockers, getting his nose right in the middle of the play, getting his nose right in the middle of the tackle, making the tackle. He had a great game, a terrific game. Now, again, Vic, we're talking about, I'm not saying anecdotal evidence, but we're talking about a very small sample size. Give these kids the opportunity. I mean, maybe Bidet will run crazy against the Jets. Maybe he'll get stuffed into a locker. We don't know. We're going to need to see more playing time and more opportunity to really determine whether or not these guys are gems forced into a situation and they shine, or if it was a one-off or a two-off or whatever it may be. I mean, we'll find out. I've been looking at this line. Opened 7.5, went down to 7, back to 7.5. And in the National Football League, that's a pretty decent line. 7.5 is pretty dang decent.
It's probably near the top of highest spreads of the week.
Taking a look here. 7.5 is number one. Niners -10 against the Pats. Kansas City -8.5 against the Chargers, and that's it. Everybody else is lower.
Have they ruled Herbert out for that game?
I don't know, but who knows? He's banged. What's he got? A high ankle sprain or something? What's he got?
Yeah, it's an ankle, but
hey, you said the line in the CU game. I thought it started the week at 11.5. What's it at now?
Well, it started 11.5, 12. It's at 15.
What the hell's going on there?
I don't know.
That's a big push.
It's also hard because I wish I had a game last week that I could judge them on, but UCF was sitting on their couch last week, and just kind of waiting for CU to show up to town. That makes it more difficult. But again, look, the hype on UCF is like very early. Again, they needed a pretty aggressive comeback in a fourth quarter against TCU to get that win.
They outscored
Is that a home game or at TCU?
It was at TCU, but they outscored them 15-3 in that fourth quarter to win.
I think they needed, like 28 points in the second half, to get back in it?
They won by a point, but they won.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know. I think that hype on UCF is a little premature, a little early. Now, again, their offense is explosive. They pose a whole bunch of problems, but at the same...
Brett, listen. If I sit here, take this football, and I want you to run it down the throat of a bunch of middle schoolers. Could you do it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what New Hampshire is, right?
Right.
Is that what Sam Houston State is?
Kinda.
I mean, in comparison, you know what I mean. So they've been prolific against other teams. And by the way, they ran the ball effectively against TCU.
But Malzahn's he's a good offensive mind.
He is, and that's what they do well. They rush the football well. But we'll see.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can watch, as always, on the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member every day. Earn points and redeem for exclusive offers. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. If you missed any of the show, we talked to Ryan Harris in the 7 o'clock hour, talked to John Michael Liles recently. Those will be on the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. Yes, Vic?
Speaking of Safeway, yesterday I had the pleasure of sitting down with Chauncey Billups' parents. Chauncey's going to be enshrined into the Hall of Fame in a couple weeks. We're covering it. So I sat down with Faye and Ray Billups. And Ray worked at Safeway for 40 years, over 40 years. In fact, he had a chance to retire. Chauncey wanted him to retire several times. He said, I'll wake up at 3 in the morning and go do my job. And he did it for years after Chauncey got to the league and made millions. Man, that couple, I cannot tell you, I cannot wait to share this story with you guys. Some of the most modest people I've ever met, and they happen to have produced the greatest basketball player the Mile High City has ever produced in Chauncey Billups.
What's his dad's name?
Ray Billups.
Ray, you're a better man than me. If my son got drafted, I'm taking the apron off and chucking it at the nearest person to me.
No, man, it's ingrained in him as a human being. He's got an ethic.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. He's a better man than me.
I reckon you don't.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circa Sports app as these lines keep jumping and moving and jumping and moving. The Broncos now 7.5-point dogs on the road at the Jets this weekend. The over-under 39. Are you a believer in the offensive improvement from last week? Well, then 39 seems like a low number. You can check that out and so much more in the Circa Sports book because you won't find better odds anywhere in the game. Trust me. I dare you. Go try to find it. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download that Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Did you guys see, by the way, it's a hell of a way to clinch a playoff spot. In the 9th inning,
Saw that.
Dodger Stadium, Padres and Dodgers. The San Diego Padres had a ground ball to third base. Manny Machado steps on third, throws a second, who then turns it and throws it to first. It was a game-ending, playoff-clinching triple play to close out a game, which is pretty sweet.
And it wasn't one of these, hey, catch it, tag the bag, tag a runner things.
No, like legit triple play.
Step on third, throw to second, throw to first. It was awesome.
Yep.
Hey, Vic, you got me thinking during the break. Chauncey Billups is known as the
King of Park Hill, Smooth, Mr. Big Shot. He's got a lot of nicknames.
But the King of Park Hill. Hey, what happened to Park Hill Golf Course?
It's funny. There's a story in the paper today about the owners of that place getting sued. It's in a legal battle. I don't know, but their driving range used to be sweet.
Yeah,
They had
what-
a solid driving range.
Yeah. I used to love to play Park Hill, man.
I don't know what's going on.
I mean, if it's full of weeds now, it's like it was shutting down. I don't know what happened.
Legal wrangling about development of some sort. No clue.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had. Sorry, Brett. It just got me to thinking about the King of Park Hill. I'm like, Park Hill Golf is gone. Something happened to it. I don't know.
If you want some good news, not good for this guy in particular, but good for the Broncos. The Broncos had a really nice day last week as they tallied up 7 sacks in that game. Right tackle of the Jets, Morgan Moses, is going to miss the next couple of weeks, which means he's going to miss the game this Sunday. So hopefully that backup tackle provides another opportunity for some pressures on Aaron Rodgers. If they can do that, then maybe the fears that I have of Aaron Rodgers chucking for 320 yards will be unfounded, or at least a lot more difficult to get there with some guys in his face. But you want to stop Aaron Rodgers from having a big day, get some pressure on that dude.
Hey, Vic, real quick. The Broncos are in heavy workload, right, at the Greenbrier. Today's Wednesday.
Yeah. Game plan installation.
Which of these activities, they've got so many activities. Which of these activities would they do? Abs Blast fitness class. 30 minutes of abs blasting.
All right, how about you name each of these activities, and I'll tell you who I think is most likely to participate from the Broncos in those.
Abs Blast fitness class.
Patrick Surtain.
I'd say Estime.
Okay. Adventure Zone. It's big adventures made for the little ones.
Quinn Miners.
Will Lutz.
Aerial adventure course. That's with rings and ropes and all that stuff.
Cortland Sutton. Skies up
The
for
punter.
Okay. Afternoon tea. It's a
Sean
Greenbrier-
Payton.
Okay.
That's a good one. Champagne's a good one there.
The Alpine climbing tower where you rappel off it and all that kind of thing.
Wait, what's that one?
Alpine climbing tower.
I changed my
Conquer
answer.
new heights.
Adventureland is definitely Jaleel.
He's a little
Tiny
guy.
guy.
Okay.
Yeah. The Alpine climb. I'll throw Riley Moss. He looks like a guy who's like into some rock climbing.
Arcade video games. There, buddy.
Ooh, a gamer. Paxton Lynch.
He's no longer on the squad.
Oh.
Can't go there.
Bike rentals.
Bike rentals. Now move on.
Bourbon at the bar.
Okay. That's Sean Payton.
Yeah.
That's Sean
That's
Payton.
Moj, Vic, and Brett. That's
Yeah.
Okay, bowling.
Do you know what? A lot of football guys
alley.
bowl.
Yeah, they really do, don't they?
I'd say
C.J. Anderson was an expert bowler.
Garrett Bowles.
Bracelet and jewelry making workshop.
Who wears a lot of jewelry?
Who wears the most bling?
You know, who's bracelet guy? Like, I have a friend that has like 6 bracelets.
Like, who's the biggest fashion nerd on the Broncos?
Who's the big bracelet guy?
Like, I would have said Von Miller back in the day. Let's go with PJ Locke.
Okay. The bunker tours. Carved deep into the mountainside, the Greenbrier's declassified bunker, emergency
Deep bunkers?
Cold War fallout shelter.
Ben Powers.
Tyler Bidet.
All right. Carriage ride.
Tyler Bidet. Carriage ride.
I just want to see Garrett Bowles on a carriage. I really do.
The horse would be like, Jesus God, dude. Come on, man. Croquet. Classic lawn game on the manicured lawn.
That's Riley Dixon.
These are things that actually happen at this place?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Here's
you haven't
one.
hit one thing that I'm really interested in yet.
Dancing with DJ in 42 Below.
I'm in on that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Dancing with DJ in 42 Below a club?
DJ,
Yeah.
Okay.
DJ Jones. DJ Jones dancing
Okay.
with DJ.
Okay.
Debunked escape room. Can you stop the intruder before time runs out?
Huh?
Singleton.
Okay. Energetic flow yoga class.
Pass.
That's
Flow
old
yoga?
That's old school.
Oh, no, okay. Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah. He
If
looks
nothing else-
like, yeah. Hey, whoa. Exterior history walking tour, nah.
No.
Fairy and gnome workshop. Create your own gardens. Landscape keepsake.
No. Come on.
Wattenberg.
This is one, Brett, that both you and I wanted to do. Vic, you'd love this. Falconry, a beginner lesson, where you get a falcon on your hand and he goes and eats
Oh,
something.
no, that bird scares the hell out of me, dude. I
you know
thought
what?
it'd eat my arm.
That's a PS2 thing right there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't want a picture with a big-ass falcon on your arm?
Exactly right.
Fishing. A lot of guys do that.
Yeah.
Floating fishing boat trip. Okay.
Yeah, move on.
Geocaching.
Don't know what that means.
That's
You
where
know,
you
my-
go and
my
you find
son-
little things.
Yeah, my son was into that for a while, back when it was a thing, like 15 years ago. And I remember we'd be driving around town, he'd go, Dad, right here. I'm like, what? Geocache. I'm like, Jesus.
Wait, what is this?
Well, you find like little messages left by other people. You have to go find it.
What a bunch of nerds.
I remember shaking
It was a
down
thing
a
for a
tree.
while. Yeah.
I shook down a tree off of Harlan and 38th for
Wait,
like a half an hour. I'm
is
like,
it-
dude, it's not here.
Is that like that Pokemon Go game? Is that
Kind of like that.
like
yeah,
that? Okay.
Kind of. Gun club. Just go blast stuff.
Yeah.
Here's a 12 gauge.
Michael Burton.
Okay. Horseback riding. Oh, here's one. Indoor pool. Year-round relaxation. That's good. Here's one for Vic. The informal ecumenical service in the Greenbrier Chapel.
Huh? Oh, okay. The what?
Just go pray. And there's shopping and golf and all kinds of stuff. So there you go.
Sassy.
All right. Just a
What about
few.
Deliverance? I'm telling you, the Deliverance recreational album, that would be a good one.
Yeah, here it is. It's right in
Just
between
run.
fishing and gun club.
Run, kid, run. What are we doing? You're just running from these dudes.
It's a guided hike. A 1-hour, quote, guided hike by hillbillies.
By the way,
What's the adventure, Dad? What's it? We're running from hillbillies.
so everything, or what I should say is, tomorrow we're going to bring everything to you from Nuggets Media Day. So we're going to be broadcasting out there live, hopefully talking to a couple of players. I know that is the press conference during our show, by the way?
I think things are going on about 9:30, so we got to be
9:30,
out
yeah.
in the hallway.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can we're going to talk to at least a couple of members of the Nuggets organization, get their thoughts before they head off to Abu Dhabi.
But this
in
is
a few
always
days.
the time where Vic, and I don't think you're doing this year. He's on for like the first 15 minutes of the show, and then he's gone the rest of the whole day. You're not doing that, right? You're going to be there the
Well,
whole
I'm
time.
interviewing players for Altitude TV, so I will be gone a portion of our show. Yeah.
I'll also be gone.
Yeah.
That's what a shoot.
I'm doing that Deliverance tour.
Well, then I'm going to be gone too.
I'm gonna be in and out.
Do you know if all these activities were the Nuggets, I think it's a lot easier to nail down. Aaron Gordon is definitely doing the bracelet stuff. 100%.
Yeah,
'Cause
no
he can
doubt.
pull that off. He can pull that
Yeah.
off.
So Kevin, our boss, emailed us or texted us, says, hey, he's going to get liners from the Nuggets. What do you want the Nuggets to say about your show or the station? Did you see what I suggested Joker say?
I did not.
Yeah, I did. I don't think he's going to do that one.
You don't think so?
No.
Tell him.
I'm Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, that's what we do.
You want the cat? That's a very old reference, by the way.
That's
it's like
for the old school
first year
listeners.
of our show.
Yeah.
I would say that
old school listeners.
95% of our audience at this very second doesn't get that.
You know what? Straw poll. Straw poll, please, Nelly.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
When we say Nikola Jokic, do you want cat? Do you know what we're referencing?
I don't even know that reference.
So yes or
that
no?
predates me.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
This is back like 2019. Like this is a while back. So I just want to see. Glad you're talking up your anytime minutes right now, Vic. Talking up the
Sorry
anytime
about
minutes.
that. Yeah, sorry about that.
But we'll be there tomorrow, bringing you all the information from Nuggets Media Day. Nelly, can we get a fact checker, please?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
You guys remember those days, by the way, where you had to count up the minutes that you were talking on your cell phone, or you only had a certain number of texts that you could send out a month?
Mm-hmm. Same with the online stuff. Like, there were minutes on how much time you could spend online. AOL minutes. Do you remember that, Moj?
A second. Vic, I just want you to know, don't think you sounded older than when you said, same with that online stuff. That's all right. No,
The Jets just lost their right tackle, Morgan Moses, knee injury. He'll be sidelined 2 weeks.
Okay, there's a fact checker. I said that about 5 minutes ago. Glad to see that
Sorry.
you're listening to the show. Go ahead, Nelly.
Hey, it's me. Call me back after 9 so the minutes are free.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, shout out Navy vet Mike on the text line because he pointed out a cool fact. Today is September 25th, which means it is 9/25. So what are we doing? What are we doing to celebrate 92.5 Day is what he asked.
Well, it's also
Mosier, you just gave us a whole list of things from the Greenbrier. We could go train Falcons, or we can eat pizza that you left overnight in your trunk and then brought into the studio at 7 a.m. Those are all valuable things to celebrate 92.5 Day.
It's also the Bears' birthday today.
Well, happy birthday, Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday.
She's not really happy about it. You know why? I can't say it even on the air, but I sang a certain song to her.
Guys, stop singing songs to people.
I can drive.
Okay.
She's
Are
like,
you still
shut
driving that Honda?
the blank up.
Mosier walked in today and he goes, do you know what song I heard at the airport? And I'm like, why would I care what song you heard at the airport?
Oh, what a feeling.
Yeah, and then he just starts singing.
When you're dancing on the ceiling.
By the way, an update.
Oh, what a
An
feeling.
update from something earlier in the show. Just so you know, Vic, Mosier's truck pizza, which he left in the bed of his truck overnight that he ate this morning for breakfast, he then decided at about 8:30 it's a good time to put it in the fridge. Yeah, so just to make sure.
Nicely done, Moj.
I'm a sharer. Anybody who wants it,
I've had
come get a
cottage
slice.
cheese out for a week. Put it in the freezer. It'll
I'm
be
in.
fine.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier Lombardi, and Kane will
What I
be
really
live.
love is that like potato salad at the picnic that's been in the sun all day. That's really good for you.
We'll be live tomorrow from Nuggets Media Day. We'll talk to you then. Love you. Bye.
Good morning, Denver. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Gorgeous Wednesday, one day ahead of Nuggets Media Days. We welcome you into Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, with super producer KJ Granderson behind the glass. And as always, he's the namesake of the program, my partner, my co-host, Christopher A. Dempsey. What's up, brother?
So I've been told that there are donuts in the lobby.
There are donuts in the lobby. There's also Moj's old gas station pizza. You have your choice of two very healthy options to start your day.
I'm not into cold pizza. You into cold pizza? Is cold pizza? Do people still eat cold pizza?
Wasn't there a show on ESPN about that? Wasn't it?
It sure was.
The
That
morning
was the
show was
original
called
First Take.
Yeah.
Do
Cold
you,
pizza.
Do you know I was on that show one day?
You were on cold.
I was on cold pizza.
Walk us through your time on cold pizza. Who was hosting? Was it Michelle Beadle? Because if it was Michelle Beadle, I'm going to be real upset.
It was
I'm very, very jealous.
No, I can't even remember who was hosting.
Michelle Beadle still does it for me.
Yeah, well, I think she was on that show, but not in the particular segment that I was in. And
May as well not be on the show.
I know. Might as well not be on the show. I was on the show because it was the day that the Nuggets. It was the day after the Nuggets-Knicks kind of brawled, and so I'm there covering the game. And you got the fight. You got Carmelo Anthony. All the things that were happening, right? So I was supposed to leave the next day, and that night, Cold Pizza called and said, "Hey, we hear you're in town. Could you just stop by the studio in the morning and let's talk about what happened with the Knicks and the Nuggets that night?" And I said,
"Walk me through the brawl."
I said, "Well, okay."
I don't remember it in detail.
So
07, you said?
Wasn't it 05?
Yeah, I would have to go back. The years are kind of blurring in my head right now. But so the Nuggets are in New York, and
2006.
Oh, there you go. And they're drilling the Knicks in this game, just like drilling them. And J.R. Smith is like hitting threes, and they're dancing back and back. Like they were doing all the things. They're just really embarrassing the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. And I can't remember the exact play that happened. Somebody got taken out. And then it was just a fight because so Isaiah Thomas, I believe, was coaching the Knicks at the time, and took exception to something the Nuggets did late in the game. Just and then like the fist started flying, and then I remember Carmelo Anthony going from one baseline to the famous kind of piece of video is him kind of backpedaling.
Oh,
while he's swinging. Yeah,
you've now jogged my memory.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a vivid memory of.
Yeah, exactly right. So it was that day. And
I was like, I'm trying to remember back to this. As soon as you said like the backpedaling punches, I go, I know that video.
Right.
I remember that.
Yes, that day. Incidentally, I was sitting next to Tim Connelly's brother at the time, who was a scout.
Storage goes, Melo punched a dude.
Kind of. And yeah, so ESPN wanted me on to I mean, it became a kind of a big story around the league and in sports that day. And they had me on. And so I was on Cold Pizza.
15 game suspension for Melo.
Yeah.
A 10-game suspension for J.R. Smith. It's amazing how many of these players eventually played for the other team. Like Nate Robinson was a Knick at that time.
Right. Yeah.
JR and Melo were Nuggets at that time.
Yep.
And everyone kind of dipped their toe into the other team's pool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I remember sitting next to, I'm sitting next to Tim Connelly's brother, who had it, like, I didn't know who Tim Connelly was at the time. I mean, but I was sitting next to his brother, who was a scout for the Wizards at the time. And I remember just sitting back in the third quarter, just being like, this is the easiest game story I'm ever going to write because it was such a blowout. And then everything just changed.
Had you ever had another situation like that when, like, the byline was done? Like, you were just, headline was ready, didn't even need to send it to the editor. It's like, sign it, seal it, deliver it. We'll see it in the paper tomorrow. Did you ever have another story that was that cut up and done?
Mm-hmm.
Take that hard of a 90-degree turn?
Not that hard, but the thing about covering basketball is that you eventually have to write 2 game stories for every game, because you just don't know when the 15-point lead is about to become a 2-point lead.
That's a vastly different story than here's a blowout now.
And now it's a fight.
There's
40
games worth of suspensions to 5 players.
No, nothing else. No, I never covered anything else that blew up at the end like that. Just the unpredictability of games, and it's I definitely don't miss it. But that was a fun day. I'm trying to think of another. A game that almost blew up on me, but not for a fight sense. I have a lot of stories about games that turned and I had to change the story, or games that almost turned.
I feel like last year's Game 7 has to be one of them. And obviously, you're not writing anymore. You're not doing beat reporting for the Nuggets, but
I can only imagine Nuggets being up by 20. You have that story pretty much written. The Nuggets
20 with 13 minutes to go in the game.
Correct.
At home.
Correct. I mean,
defending a title.
And Raj, it's a total different narrative. I mean, if the Nuggets win that in a Game 7, your story is a timeline of a series that started off really horribly for the Nuggets. They got it figured out, and then by the end, Game 7, they win on their home court. They're going to the Western Conference Finals.
The resilience of
exactly
a champion.
Right. Yes, right.
The veteran presence. They've been here. They've done that. Minnesota put everything together to beat this team, but guess what they didn't have? The experience.
Right.
That's what the story's about.
Right. And then in a 10-minute span,
it was
that
amazing.
thing changes.
And I know we've talked about this constantly. We spent basically a full month after that game on a post-mortem, but I could feel, I was sitting next to you and Hans and Vic the whole game, and you could just feel this weird energy.
Yeah.
And there's times where I normally sit off to your right-hand side. Like if you're turning away from where the altitude booth is, typically above a Nuggets playoff game, it's right behind the Coors banquet bar.
Mm-hmm.
Vic is, if we're turned facing the court, Vic's on the left, Hans is in the middle, Demps is on the right. And typically, I'll sit over to Demps's right side. And if something's not going right, I can see the whites of Dempsey's eyes just kind of like flashing back to me. He doesn't want to move his head, and he doesn't want to have the conversation to bring the energy into the room, if that makes sense. But because I don't have to as intensely watch the game as you are, because you're going on a post-game show right as the buzzer sounds, I've got my time to go back and watch highlights and gather my thoughts before a 10 a.m. show. I have to read your energy, and all I do is read your darting eyes. 10 minutes to go in that game. The eyes stop darting, and Demps is fully facing me, with no words, nothing to say, knows this thing is going off the rails, and is just hoping for divine intervention, and it doesn't come.
Yeah, you can tell, man. You can just tell. Wow. Yeah, it's especially when you cover a team, when, every team will have an instance where things are going awry, but they are able to get the thing back on track versus the times when they're not able to get it back on track. And I can tell it. I can tell it when it happens with the Nuggets. I can,
what are your and obviously this is a vastly different team this year. No KCP. You're going to see much more Christian Brown, way more Peyton Watson, we assume.
Yep.
We didn't see it in the playoffs last year.
No.
Obviously Russell Westbrook coming off the bench. What were your hallmarks last year in a game where you went, train's not coming back?
Yeah, if it's not coming back, it's for me. It starts with a little bit of the body language with the team. You can see a little bit of slumped shoulders, a little bit of just kind of the energy kind of sucked out of them, and it's hard for me to describe it when I'm watching them on the court. But you can. By and large, a Michael Malone team, since the moment that he's gotten here, really fights. And no matter how far down they are in a game and how late it is in the game, they are fighting tooth and nail to the actual very end. And in some of these instances where it makes it very obvious to me that things might not be okay when I see the energy just sucked out of that team. And it was a combination of the energy. It was a combination of, they're not making shots again. Little things like, Anthony Edwards not having a great shooting game at all. I mean, if you go back and look at what he shot in the last game, but the other team's still able to make plays in that on your home court. Like, it is you put all that stuff in a pot and you stir it around and you look at that. Yeah, exactly right.
He really had a terrible game.
Right.
44 minutes, 6 of 24,
Correct.
2 of 10 from 3, only got to the line once.
Correct. You know, and I know there was a lot of, when KCP was gone, there was a lot of, well, you know, he didn't guard him anyway. I'm just like, guys, Anthony Edwards' impact on Game 7 was minimal, and they were able to win anyway. And so it's just when you see all of those things, Raj, and you see it kind of deflating in the fourth quarter, when you looked at me, though, that's what was going through my head.
When you see someone else stepping up, like Nasri did it in 2 games.
Yep.
And you could argue he did it in Game 7 as well. He came off the bench, had 11 points in that game, but it wasn't, was it Game 5 that he just went nuclear?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't.
It was game.
It was here in Denver.
Yeah, it was
and he couldn't miss.
It might have been Game 1, man. I mean, he was right off the top, really, really good for them.
Nas had, I gotta find it here. Denver, 16 points in Game 1.
Yeah.
No, it was the Game 2. It was Game 2.
Okay.
29 minutes, 5-14 from the field, but he went 50% from 3, 4 of 8 from 3.
Yeah,
It was the 14 points in 29 minutes, but he was just lethal from beyond the arc.
Yep.
And those are it's funny. Those are the games that I get the feeling with the Nuggets when a Robin to a Batman goes off and they can't stop him.
Right.
I have this feeling like you've got no chance. They
It's a
got
problem.
blown out that game. That was like a 30-point loss, 25-point loss.
Yeah. It's a problem.
That's my key is, sure, Luka can go off when you play the Mavericks.
Yep.
Maybe even Kyrie can go off when you play the Mavericks, but it's player 3, player 4.
Yes.
Like what happens when the guy that you weren't game planning for starts to go off? Like, is it Spencer Dinwiddie that drops 22 on you? If that happens, I go, I don't think they're going to pull this thing off.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the depth, man. Maybe that's the big question with this Nuggets team going into this year is, do they have the depth to compete with someone else's Robin becoming Batman that night?
Yeah, and we won't know that for a while with this basketball team. You know, they're gonna have to really get this thing going. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's the moment that players that are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on down your scouting report start going off, it's an issue, because in some of those instances, the star player just hadn't quite got going quite yet, but he will. But that wasn't actually the case in Game 7. I mean, Anthony Edwards never really got going. Made a couple of shots late, I think, but never really got going in a way that he put you away. So, you know, look, media day is tomorrow, and obviously I've thought a lot about this basketball team and what they might be, and I would say that I think this team should most certainly be a second round playoff team with the ability to grow into more of that. But that is about all I can say right now without seeing some of these young players playing in big swaths of the season really, really well. I wouldn't want to lead fans down a different road.
We'll have a ton of interviews coming up tomorrow. We'll be out there, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, Dempsey and myself, PhD, all of us down at Ball Arena for Nuggets Media Day. We'll get as many players, as many coaches, as many front office execs as we can. All Nuggets, all the time tomorrow. We'll also start previewing the Broncos and Jets game, previewing Week 4. We'll do head-to-head against the spread tomorrow from the court tomorrow. It's going to be a wonderful day on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, a weekly award for the Broncos that just dropped. Also, some stats that compares and contrasts the first 3 weeks of Bo Nix, Russell Wilson, and the Hall of Famer Drew Brees. We'll tell you what they are on the other side.
Will Lutz, 5 for 5 this year, a 43-yard try here.
Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Little Nuggets talk right before Media Day tomorrow. We'll have everyone down there, all of our shows. Then you guys can go head on out to number 38 and hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl. So, like, this studio that we're in right now, if you want to come by and just, like, sleep in it for the day, use it as your office, bring in some takeout, like, be my guest. No one's going to be here. I suppose, KJ, you could be everyone's friend, but you'll still be separated by a big pane of glass.
Yeah, and if you come in there and you try to talk to me, I'm like I don't hear you. So
I feel like we can put it up on Airbnb and make just like a little bit extra dough going into the year. I need some money to throw some futures bets down on another MVP for Nikola Jokic.
I'm with you there. I'm never against making money, all right? And not to mention the jar is getting a little light.
It is.
It is getting light.
Someone has gone into. This is the Rancho Cucamonga Benefit Fund for Youth Sports and Youth Sports Awareness Fund. We pay, they pay. This is the tip jar from the morning show that now has a wire cleaner in it, a Sharpie, but it is.
Yeah.
It's light by a couple of bucks.
It is. I bet they're in the.
Someone's dipping into the cookie jar.
Right.
And who's dipping into the cookie jar? Is it the morning show? Because it ain't us. I haven't seen any of us dip in there.
No.
I'm not a cash guy.
No. Unless we need to go to the vending machine. But you can take credit cards there, so it doesn't really matter.
See? Don't need to be a cash guy.
Yeah.
And the only dudes that I hear talking about needing to carry cash around, it's Vic and Moj.
Yeah.
If so facto, Vic and Moj are taking money from the kids. And
They
that's
are.
an issue.
They are.
We do need to fill this back up. Yeah, maybe we throw it on Verbo. VRBO, Verbo, Airbnb, or
Verbo.
they try and tell you that you have to like pronounce the entire word. I think it's nonsense. Broncos have a weekly award winner. No, it's not. It's not the offensive player of the week because the offense is still kind of like getting there. It was way better in week 2. But the AFC special teams player of the week is Will Lutz. Congratulations, Will Lutz. 4-4. He hits from 43, 33, 38, and 43.
Yep.
2 of 2 in extra points against Tampa Bay. He has not missed a kick since 2023. He was perfect in the preseason. 12 of 12 extra points. 5 of 5 from the field. And in the regular season, he's 9 of 9 in field goals and 3 of 3 in extra points. That from Mike Kliss of 9 News. So
I was killing them last year for
yeah,
that whole McManus. Then all of a sudden you give him like the draft pick away to, and why? Look, that's aged really well for the Broncos. He is kicked. I don't even think about it when he runs onto the field. He runs onto the field. I'm just like, this is a field goal.
That's what you need, especially on a team that's they're going to live and die by, like, if you're going to win games, I don't think there's going to be many Tampa Bay blowouts.
No.
Like that might be outside of the Carolina game. And again, now the Carolina game is in a little bit of a question because of, is Andy Dalton the starter? And do you see 300 yards and 3 touchdowns out of the Panthers when you could just pencil that in as a horrendous offensive performance with Bryce Young at the helm? Still quite a whiles away. Like there's still a chance that like David Tepper could go to his coaching staff and say, hey, like I want Bryce back in by the time that Halloween rolls around, and that's October 27.
Yeah.
When Denver hosts the Panthers. Could change there, but like we may have seen the biggest winning margin of the season in week 3 for the Broncos.
Yeah, we could have.
You have to rely on solid special teams, solid kicking game. And the special teams has been awesome. Like the punting game has been unbelievable. The ability for them to control the field and to flip the field has been crucial because you don't have the ability to do so on offense by yourself.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't have an explosive offense right now. You don't have a rushing game that you can rely upon. And Nix is still coming into his own. Right? Through 3 games, 600 passing yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, completion percentage of just south of 63. He's rushed for 107 yards and 2 scores. Passer rating is below 62, so nothing stellar there.
Yeah, the interceptions are killing him.
4 turnovers.
Yep.
4 sacks.
Correct, and no touchdowns.
So you have to control the game via the punt, and you have to be able to make sure that like when you are from 50 yards and in. There's 3 points on the board unless your quarterback throws a couple of terrible interceptions in the red zone. We didn't see that in week 3, thankfully.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. And I really did like what we saw. I think we all look. I'm not speaking for. We all liked what we saw in Tampa Bay from the offense, and as certainly maybe a foundation point for this offense. And I believe that Bo Nix will throw at least a touchdown pass against the Jets. I just do.
You can't go 4 weeks without it, right?
Exactly right.
But
yeah,
it's also like it's not getting easier for him.
No, but you know
That's
what?
a top 5 defense.
It's true. Still with no Hassan Reddick, right? Still with no Mosley, right? I think he's not going to be back for this game. So a couple of major players not going to be on the field for the Jets defensively, and they've had some moments where the defense hadn't looked so great. So, I mean, can the Broncos take advantage of that in any way, shape, or form? I don't know. I certainly hope so, because I do believe that Aaron Rodgers is getting it sorted out, in a way that – so let's put it this way. The Broncos put a ton of pressure on Baker Mayfield, right? Ton of pressure. When he was on the run, basically they got him to the ground is what they did, or errant pass or interception. He was just very rattled. And I just think that for Aaron Rodgers, it works a little bit differently. Can you flush him out of the pocket? Yeah, you can. But what he's going to do more often than most quarterbacks is still make a play downfield that benefits his offense. And I think that for the Broncos is going to put a whole lot more pressure on the secondary to make sure that they still maintain coverage when the quarterback breaks the pocket. And because he's a lot more dangerous individual throwing, still making good decisions, still making good throws downfield than Baker Mayfield was. So it's a challenge certainly that way.
The secondary's been fine.
It's going to have to be, but it's going to have to be even. Yeah, I think the challenge this week is greater than the challenge last week, because your quarterback is going to be able to make plays downfield, even if your defensive front is dominating the Jets' offensive line the way they dominated the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right, but like, do Mike Williams and Alan Lazard scare the crap out of you? I think because you can write Garrett Wilson off. The secondary has held Mike Evans to 17 yards and 2 catches, in which one of those catches came against Pat Surtain. They held George Pickens to 29 yards on 4 targets.
Yep.
And they had DK Metcalf 3 catches for 29 yards. Like, those are your 3 number 1 wideouts in those offenses, and they didn't combine for nearly 100 yards in 3 games. And that's because the coverage from Surtain and now Riley Moss, who looks like a
total stud.
But
he does.
We were talking about maybe needing to find another corner for the Broncos next year at the top of the draft. Like, who are you going to bracket with Pat Surtain? Yeah. I don't know if that's a need anymore.
I don't think
I know it's early, but Riley Moss looks like he looks every bit the part of a Pro Bowl corner. You don't need another corner right now. That is your guy for the future. So I think you look at Garrett Wilson, you go, I don't have to worry about that, dude. An aging, injury-prone Mike Williams, an aging Alan Lazard.
Well, Mike Williams has been working his way back, and this was his best game of the season, 3 catches, 34 yards in their win last Thursday night, right? So this is the issue with the Jets. Tyler Conklin, 5 catches, 93 yards. Alan Lazard, 3 catches, 48 yards, a touchdown. Mike Williams, 3 catches, 34 yards. Garrett Wilson, 5 catches, 33 yards, a touchdown. Breece Hall, 4 catches, 29 yards. Xavier Gibson, 2 catches, 16 yards, and on down the line. And so it's not just a Garrett Wilson situation. As a matter of fact, because teams know Garrett Wilson's he's a known commodity, they are actively trying to take him out of these games. And yeah, Lazard and Mike Williams and these guys are just making plays around Aaron Rodgers. And so that's why I say the pressure on the secondary to maintain coverage, to be better than they were last week. I think it's a little bit better, a little bit more, because you were actively getting to Baker Mayfield and getting him on the ground. I think it's just a little bit harder, even though Aaron Rodgers isn't the most mobile version of himself that we've ever seen. He still can make the play down the field when he is flushed out of the pocket.
Those numbers that I rattled off for Bo Nix, his numbers through the first 3 weeks of the season in the Sean Payton offense. Russell Wilson, through his 3 games last year, first 3 games, 791 yards, 6 touchdowns through the air, a completion percentage of 65.4%, 57 rushing yards, 10 sacks, which is one of the main drivers for Sean Payton to be like, yeah, I might be done with this guy. We can't continue to move backwards, even though the touchdown rate is through the roof compared to what Bo's done for the first 3 weeks. And a passer rating of 99 through 3 weeks. Successful, then you fall apart, then you have to win 5 straight games to get back into the conversation. Pretty good. But I think you look at that sack number and you go, there's the light that's blinking in the back of the room for Sean. He ends up going 7-9. They end up missing the playoffs. He gets sat for the final 2 games of the season. Sorry, 7-8, sat for the final 2 games of the season. Drew Brees in 2006 went 10-6, first team All-Pro, second in the MVP vote, only because in 2006, what happened? Non-quarterback wins the MVP.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
First team All-Pro quarterback doesn't win the MVP that year after throwing for 4,400 yards, 26 touchdowns to just 11 interceptions, a 96 passer rating, and a 65% completion percentage. Who did Drew Brees finish second to in the MVP vote that year?
That year?
Non-quarterback.
Non-quarterback.
We have not seen a year like this since.
Would have had to have been like a...
And it is
was it Adrian Peterson?
You're close. LaDainian Tomlinson's 31 touchdown season of 06.
Yeah.
28 on the ground, 3 through the air. Unfreaking stoppable.
Will we ever see a running back win an MVP ever again?
Maybe.
Maybe
might.
this is the year, actually.
You might. If passing continues to struggle, you would have to find a guy that rushes for like 1,800 yards and 20 scores. You would have to add another 10 through the air, is my guess. And what? Do you have to hit 800 yards receiving so you can get that 2,500 yard mark? You have to do more on the ground as a running back to win the MVP now. I think you have to do more on the ground than through the passing game, because those passing game numbers will then help your quarterback have his chance for an MVP vote.
Right.
You're going to have to throw up nearly 2,000 yards on the ground, 20 scores, and then add another 700 to 900 yards through the air and another 10 scores. It's going to be a guy like Christian McCaffrey. No, it's I think it's possible, but it has to be remarkable.
Yeah.
It has to be a season that we haven't seen in, what is it? It's nearly 20 years now.
Yeah. I mean, Christian McCaffrey can do it. I would suspect that Bijan Robinson, maybe not this year, but like in a year soon, would put together similar numbers because he can. He is a threat, obviously catching, and obviously a big threat when you just hand him the football. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think the NFL is interesting in general this year with the running games. I mean, I was, as a matter of fact, I dropped my kid off and I had some breakfast. I was eating at Sam's number 3 and looking at one of the TVs, and I don't know what show it was, but one of the questions they were asking was, what is your favorite running back right now? And
Saquon, man, that guy looks unbelievable in Philadelphia.
Correct. I mean, that's a question that is not being asked at any point in time in the last 5 to 7 to 10 years. Like, did we care about the running backs? But now it's kind of like Derrick Henry's going off, Saquon Barkley's going off. They're just really good performances happening on the ground, and the defenses have taken a lot of stuff away from the passing offenses that you just mentioned. So we might be kind of turning the clock back a little bit in terms of our running backs having really good, not just really good seasons, but being super impactful and carry heavy guys on their offense.
Carry heavy guys, but the only dude over 100 yards is your quarterback. That's an issue here in Denver. Like if you're turning the page on running backs being underutilized.
Yep.
I don't think we're turning the page on running backs being paid. I think that's still a while off.
Yeah, we would have to 5 or 6 of these types of seasons for
right.
Yeah, for
and there have to be multiple running backs that show on the second contract you can be just as effective as you were when you were 23, 24 years old. You have to do that when you're 29, 30, 31.
Yep.
there's not a single player on this roster that can do something like Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs or Aaron Jones or Jahmyr Gibbs. There's no one. And if we are making that change, is there enough firepower through the arm of Bo Nix and through the legs of Bo Nix to make up in the aggregate?
There's not. And
you can't make that gap up.
No, I don't think so.
Not yet.
Not yet.
And that's why this is a 5-year plan. You have to be okay with, listen, it was fun. Week 3 was awesome. That was a flash that I got really excited for the future of Bo. I don't know if I can say that I learned enough about this season that says it's going to translate against the number 3 defense in the league in the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a little bit of this season is I actually kind of love it. Like, throw all the best defenses at Bo Nix right now so that he can see everything that needs to be seen, so that he can understand in subsequent seasons how he needs to operate in the face of a lot of the different schemes and the pressures and just all the things that if he walked through a season and it was cupcake central, how much are you really learning in a situation like that? And so some of these, I actually am very, very happy.
I think he's performed admirably.
He's fine. Yeah,
it's been a really, really tough sled for him so far. He's faced the number 4 defense in Seattle, the number 1 defense in Pittsburgh, a top 15 defense in Tampa Bay, and is now facing another a bona fide top 5 defense against the Jets. Yeah. The other 2 rookies that are starting, Jaden Daniels saw Cincinnati, which might be like one of the worst defenses in the league right now.
Yep.
The Giants, who are number 20. Tampa, again, top 15, but like 15, 16.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams has seen Tennessee, who's ranked at 25, Houston, who's ranked at 23, and Indy, who's ranked at 14 or 15.
Yeah.
He has had, without a doubt, the toughest start to his career
of those 3.
Of those 3 guys who are his contemporaries.
And Raj, it's going to continue the entirety of the season.
He's gotten better week in and week out. I can't complain about it.
Well, I can't either.
I can't expect wins. I can't. Not at this point, not with this roster, and not with who he is right now. But I also can't complain about his progress against really tough opponents. It's been nice.
It has been. And we'll see what happens with a little bit of the roller coaster of a football season. But he is as advertised from the standpoint of, you make these mistakes and then you start to see those mistakes go away quickly. Not just that, well, I'm going to make this mistake 3 more times, and then I'm going to get rid of the mistake. Like, he gets through that stuff quickly. So we'll see. And I will say this about the players around him. They played so much better, from the offensive line to the wide receivers to I don't know what they're going to do at running back, but that was also the best supporting cast game that the Broncos got from any of their players on that offense.
He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ranemi. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join PhD on Friday afternoon at Joe Willie's on Broadway from 12 to 3. They're there every single football Friday. Go hang out with DMAC, with Columbus, with Hastings every Friday during the NFL season. I told you guys a few weeks ago the Major League Baseball season has had like a few headlines that has kept me interested throughout the year. It's, obviously the beginning of the season, there's hope is eternal, and I think the Rockies are going to be better, and I think the Mets are going to win the World Series, and then eventually all of that hope goes down the drain, and then the Mets go on a resurgence, and I think they're going to win the World Series. Now they're playing the Braves, and they lost the first game by like 10 runs last night. They're going to rip my heart out of my chest again.
They are.
Which is the reason why I don't really get my hopes up at the beginning of the season. Again, I didn't choose this fandom. It was just one of those ones that you were kind of born into.
Yeah.
It's funny how it's like very akin to the Rockies.
Yeah.
Where while the Rockies don't spend as much money as the Mets do now, they still spend enough to be like, oh, you should be a better team than you are.
Yeah, for sure.
And both teams and both franchises just crash and burn regularly. So I just, masochist at some point.
If they were to make the playoffs, how far do you expect the Mets to go?
I don't expect them to do anything. I expect them to miss the playoffs. Come on.
The first round loss.
Yes.
Wow.
A sweep.
I saw the Padres, man. Like, they clinched yesterday.
I know enough through 32 years of this fandom to never get my hopes up.
Yeah, it's true.
Ever. Not once. Never. The last time I got my hopes up for that stupid baseball team was 2007.
Yep.
And the Endy Chavez catch.
Mm-hmm.
Goes back to the left-hand side. Shea Stadium steps still up there. Reaches his left hand. Elbow over the wall. Grabs it. Doubles off the guy at first. And I went, oh my God, they're going to do it. Oh my God, they're going to win the World Series. They don't even win the pennant. Like, that was the last time that Carlos Beltran sitting there looking at an 0-2 curveball from Adam Wainwright right down the pipe.
That's right.
See ya. Smell you later.
Correct. You can come on over to the Cardinals.
Yeah,
come on over.
That's when I went over to the Rockies. And you know what? I opened up door number 2, and it was the same damn hell. That's
Cardinals door
my
is still
baseball
open for you.
fandom in a nutshell. So I've just had these threads. Like, Paul Skeens comes up, and I didn't miss one start. Shohei goes after 50-50. Bobby Witt Jr. brings the Royals to the brink of the playoffs. Like, there's a lot of like cool storylines. The best one for me at the end of the season, even though there's really, really tight playoff races, the Chicago White Sox.
You're rooting for failure.
I'm rooting for failure because the worst team in MLB history are the 1962 Mets.
Right.
They went 40 and 120 in a 160-game season. Chicago has been sitting on 120 losses for the last 3 days. And last night,
they've kept winning?
They were losing to the Los Angeles Angels, trailing after 7 innings. They had been 0-94 this year when trailing after 7.
They don't want that record.
And the White Sox came back in the 8th and improved to 1-94 and staved off the worst record in history. And I was glued to my MLB TV app on my phone.
Don't worry, they're going to do it.
They're going to do it. They'll lose today.
Yeah, they're going to do it. That's so bad.
The other thing that we got to watch last night, on the day that he announces his impending retirement, Charlie Blackmon goes 2 for 3, a double, a triple, 5 total bases, improves his career batting average 1 point up to 293. The dude is sitting on, where are we? I had my, it's my stories under red. On the day he announces his pending retirement, 1799 in hits. So he's 1 hit away from 1800. 991 runs scored. I don't think he's going to get there.
Yep.
798 RBI.
Oh, he can get there.
After batting in a couple last night.
Yep.
148 stolen bases. Wow. Everyone loves a round number in baseball. Can he get to 1,800 hits?
Yep.
800 RBI and 150 steals.
Yes.
In his final 5 games, in which the Rockies now need to go 3-2 over those final games
to not lose 100.
To not lose 100.
I kind of wanted the Rockies to lose 100, though.
No, you can't. You can't.
I'm sorry. You made it this far. Let's just get to
99 feels like a great accomplishment.
I agree.
If you can finish off the year 3-2 and Chuck hits all those accomplishments there, those round numbers for his career, aren't you kind of happy going into the offseason? You get to see that. You send off number 19 up into the rafters somewhere. Zeke Tovar looks like he's your shortstop of the long-term future.
Yep.
Bretton Doyle's a top 10 young player in the league because he raises his OPS like 300 points year over year. He's arguably the best defensive center fielder in baseball. You go 3-2, you keep it at 99, you're kind of happy. But back-to-back 100 losing seasons, I don't know if you can be like, it's funny. One loss isn't really going to change anything, but it's a perception thing for me.
Listen, I've been trying not to like rain on the Rockies parade here, especially after this Charlie Blackmon news. But with Charlie retiring, should the Rockies go ahead and turn the page from Bud Black and just make this thing like a full circle moment here?
Probably so. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I have been largely in the last 2 to 3 years a part of the faction of people who just look at that and go, it's not Bud Black's fault, so he can just stick around. But I am hopping off of that train. I am hopping off, and probably it's just going to be just nice just to have some new blood, some new ideas, some new energy into the in the locker room, and if you're really, I think if you're the Rockies and you really want to turn the page on this kind of thing, you've got the young players to be able to do it. Rogers just mentioned a couple of the names, and can we get Nolan Jones back into a better space? But if those young guys can come along and you have a manager that can kind of grow with them, I think that'd be beneficial. I really, really do. And I would thank Bud Black for his service because it ain't easy to manage a team like this, an organization like this. But at the same time, let's do something different.
Social media and our text line, after you and I left the show with our question of like, who is Charlie Blackmon to the Rockies, right? And D-Mac started going off. He's like, he's a top 5 Rocky of all time, which means like he's got to be who's your number 5 Broncos player of all time? Is it Shannon Sharp, Terrell Davis? And I go, well, we weren't necessarily ranking them because number 5 in the Rockies organization is not the same as number 5 in the Avs. Or the Broncos, and probably not even at this point with the Nuggets either. Right. Number 5. And I was throwing out names like Milan Hajduk for the Avs because he had won a major award, much like Charlie had won the NL batting title in 2017, had a 6-year stretch of being an elite player. A lot of people threw out the name Al Wilson for the Broncos.
Yep.
A couple of people I saw were saying like Gabe Landeskog. I feel as though Gabe is a better Av than...
Is he going to the Hall of Fame?
Landeskog?
Yeah. No.
He's missed too many games, man. If he comes back and is healthy and they win multiple cups, he'll have an outside shot, but I don't think he's not going to compile enough points. But he would have to play... Gabe's a 9... Is Gabe a year older than... I think Gabe's like 32. Is that right? Off the top of my head? Gabriel Landeskog?
That might not be a...
He'd have to play another like 8 seasons, man. He's 31. He'd have to play until he was like 38, 39 and be healthy that whole time. And the Avs would have to win not only they'd probably have to win 2 more for him to be considered. I think he's the member of this team that is not Hall of Fame worthy because he would have missed too much time and he's not a stat compiler.
Mm-hmm.
Nate, relatively healthy his whole career. He's going to throw up another 120-point season this year. Makar's been healthy-ish to start his career, is on a Hall of Fame trajectory already.
Yep.
Miko's getting there, man.
Yep.
Miko's had he's back-to-back 100-point seasons. That doesn't happen. I think those are your Hall of Famers. I don't think Gabe's going to be there.
Yeah.
Especially because of this knee
injury. Yep.
But I still feel as though, and again, it's a very, it's this... We don't have like a criteria that we are throwing out for Charlie yesterday. It feels as though Gabe is a better Av than Charlie was a Rocky.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I can't quantify
Maybe
it.
just for a longer space of time, right? Because Charlie Black, 293 for his career?
293 is a great number.
That's
293,
1,800
hits, 800 RBI, 150 steals if he can hit those marks this week.
Yeah. That's a big time career.
Me saying he's not as impactful as the number 5 Bronco is of all time, or not as impressive as the number 5 Bronco of all time is, that's not me knocking Chuck. Chuck was amazing.
Yeah.
He's a really damn good baseball player for, again, 5 elite years, and then we just got to see him ride off into the sunset for the final 4 to 5 seasons of his career.
Yeah.
Maybe that spoiled it a little bit for me.
Well, it's, and it's the depth of it. The reason why the comparisons are difficult because the depth of the tradition of your team. So the 5th best Broncos, a Hall of Famer. No matter who you want to put at number 5, the guy's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Chuck ain't there.
And right. So, I mean, that's why the comparisons just don't work from a ranking standpoint.
You guys can listen to Oklahoma at Auburn this Saturday at 1:30 p.m. on 92.5, your home for college football. Huge college football games. Actually, let's get into a few of those big matchups. Number 2, number 4. There's 4 top 25 matchups coming up this week. The Buffs will see if they can string it and get to win number 4 as well. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, it's Altitude. Wild weekend of college football coming up for us. 4 top 25 matchups. Miami gets to take on Virginia Tech and see if they can continue their resurgence. That's on Friday. Oklahoma State visiting Kansas State, the 2023 matchup, 10 a.m. on ESPN. You've got a Kentucky-Ole Miss matchup, not top 25, but a solid game. Louisville visits Notre Dame at 1:30 on Peacock. That's the 15-16 matchup to see if Notre Dame can find a way to bounce back from their early season loss. And the big one is number 2 Georgia at number 4 Alabama, 5:30 p.m. on ABC. Georgia's the favorite, but they're going into Bryant-Denny.
Yeah, and I think for sure. I think for some people, Alabama might be a little bit better than what they thought they might be in this changeover from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer, and defensively, they're especially in that secondary. There's some plays to be made against them in that secondary. This will be a really, really good game, though, man. I just I happen to think Texas is kind of not far and away, but I think there's a wide gap between Texas and yes, I do. I really do. Yeah, I really do. Yeah, it just Georgia, really, really good football team. I just think there's this tier. I have Texas just on a tier by itself. Maybe Ohio State close to that tier. And then you got like Georgia and Alabama and it's Tennessee, I think, is going to be on that second tier for me too. I think that's a legit team. A team that, they're going to the college football.
Where does your second tier end? So if you've got Texas as bona fide number 1, I still think a little bit of the Texas jumping Georgia is. I think there's a little bit of name recognition with Arch Manning there. That being like, look what this could actually be. Not only just for this year's under Quinn Ewers, but for this year and next year. Like, is Arch actually going to turn into what was a wild recruiting situation where he was highly recruited by the best teams in the country just to get that name in the door. I still think there's a little bit of that infatuation there. So you've got Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, Tennessee. Does it end there, or do you have any one of the remaining teams in the top 5 out of Penn State, or top 10 rather, Penn State, Oregon, Miami, Mississippi?
No, none of those. It ends there. Miami is such an interesting football team to me. Like, Cam Ward has made such a huge difference for them, and I just had a lot of respect for Mario Cristobal and what he did at Oregon, first of all. And then when he got down to Miami, the way he was able to recruit, they just needed the trigger man, and they got him. I think that's a team that can crash a party for sure. But they would be in that, so that would be like a third tier for me, right? So my third tier, and I don't know about Oregon just quite yet. They just have to play better, but Ole Miss certainly is in it. Ole Miss, Miami, Penn State, with Oregon kind of lingering under that. Just waiting to see how much better they play over the course of the season in that third tier. So just a lot of interesting things, man. I think that there are, when you look down at the top 20, I think pretty much almost all 20, when you look at the AP top 25, can make a case to be at some point to be in the college football playoff. I mean, I think it's that deep in college football now, and I just think that there's some teams that we don't know about yet. I mean, it's how good is Utah? I mean, I think they're really, really good. I mean, can they really crash a party though? Can they get in there and win a couple of times in the college football playoff? Maybe they're gonna. We'll see. Missouri, I don't think much of them. That's just me though. Good team, not a great team. I stock down for Missouri on me. And then you get to it's right. Then you get to teams like Michigan and USC and LSU. They start to jumble in and look very similar. But at the top, I've been so impressed with Texas. There's so much talent on the field. They're number 1, and it's not that close for me.
Sark's got them buzzing. Talking about spreads again, 2.5-point spread in the game of the week, which is Georgia at Alabama. 2.5-point road favorites for the Bulldogs in that game. Wild spread in the Colorado game. 1:30 Saturday at UCF. 16-point road dogs.
Is that what it is?
16-point road dogs. They are 475 on the money line, plus 475.
Now, I'd take CU to cover that.
I mean, UCF has rolled off points in their first 3 wins. They barely got past TCU last week, 35-34. They put 45 on Sam Houston State. They opened up against New Hampshire and put up 57 on New Hampshire in their first week in their week 0 matchup. I don't see Colorado getting the doors blown off them by 16, but then again, they haven't won a road game since Arizona of last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think that, I mean, that's such a huge spread. Like the odds of this game just being a total shootout are
Arizona
super
State.
high. They're super high. And if that's just going to be the case, then it's like almost a 3-score spread is a lot. I'm not saying Colorado is going to go and win this game at UCF. If they do, I think they can start to put themselves into the upper echelon of their conference. I think it's that important of a victory for them this week. But I guess they did lose 28-10 at Nebraska, but UCF, very good team, not a great team. You struggled to beat a TCU team that then was just destroyed by SMU. I just think sometimes the comparisons do matter here when we're trying to parse out which teams are legit and which teams aren't. I got Colorado covering that. I hope for CU a couple of things. One, I hope that they dive into a running game semi-significantly, because that's how you keep a thing close on the road. That's how you keep a high-powered offense off the field in the UCF offense. And then take your shots, because UCF is going to give up points. They've already proven that they will. But don't get into a situation where UCF now is just pinning their ears back and getting after your quarterback. Like, make them think about it. On their way to the quarterback. You have a decent enough running back, a good enough running back in Michael Welch. Your offensive line, I don't know. Does it improve in Raj? I don't know. It feels like it's kind of improving a little bit, but maybe not. Shadeur got sacked a bunch, even in the win last week. But at least it's more capable, it feels like, than it was last year. You're able to generate. If it's 3rd and 3, you can run for that. If you're, 3rd and 1 at the goal line, you can run for that. I think these are things that they wouldn't even, quite honestly, at the beginning of this season, they wouldn't even thought about. So use your running game, as a nice little security blanket for you to be able to stay on schedule, and keep a game close, and then use your playmakers to finish it out at the end.
I should have said Colorado has not won a game outside the state dating back until the Arizona State game of last year. They beat the Rams a couple of weeks ago. Didn't feel like it was a road game there. Just right. CSU didn't put up much of a fight in that game. Walking away with that last second victory and the drop ball, the pass before the Hail Mary that gets caught, and then you walk it off in overtime. Does that... It sounded yesterday when Dion had his press conference that it was a wake-up call to him. Mm-hmm. He was like, we ran away with that thing. Like, we should not have come out of that thing with a win. We need to be better. I wonder if that actually translates to the team, because this is the situation that you were in last year. Like, you were very similar through 4 weeks where people were still talking about you, but there isn't the pressure of a top 25 ranking.
Yeah.
I wonder if this team isn't scared as much as that Baylor win should have scared them.
So there was a video circulating yesterday or today where Dion, basically in the middle of practice, gathers his team around, says, you guys act like you dominated last week.
There we go.
You did not dominate last week. And then he started the entire practice over. And so I think for him, he certainly realizes that, which means he thinks that the players weren't very aware of that. And he needs to wake them up and make them aware of that. This schedule is going to, as Colorado goes down the rest of their schedule, it just gets tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher. And so if you're not going to bring the requisite focus to the field, even to the practice field, then the end of the season is going to look a lot like the end of last season. But if they do, then I'll show you a team that has the potential to win some games that we didn't think they were going to win. And I just think that this is a big UCF is not a known quantity to us around here, not for the great majority of us. It's a good football team, but it certainly is a game that if you can get one on the road in a conference where home teams are winning by and large, bro, they're winning all the games. If you look at Big 12, with the exception of Utah, went to Oklahoma State last week and got themselves a victory. That's how you know Utah's the best team in this conference. Winning on the road is so tough. If you can steal one, then you start to separate yourself out and put yourself up there with the top teams in the conference.
You guys can take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. We've got the Rapids coming up on Saturday on 92.5 at 6:30 p.m. Avs will have their second preseason game of the year. 6 preseason games, if I'm correct, for the Avs. They fell 3-2 a couple of nights ago. Friday night, right here on 92.5, you'll hear Connor McGahey on the call from Dallas at 6 p.m. I would assume there's a few more veterans in that lineup. Like you saw Pierre-Edouard Bellemare in the lineup in game 1, and that was basically it. Also Oliver Shillington, but none of your regulars. They were all scratches. I think you're going to see a couple more sprinkled in game 2, certainly in game 3. Avs open up the season, not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that in Vegas. You can hear all of the games on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ brings us through the biggest stories in the NFL with his notes next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. So, live from the Backus and Schenker studios, their passion is justice. Take it away, KJ.
Well, my first story here today goes back to a conversation you guys had earlier in the show. And I have a very unique theory in regards to what will take place this weekend regarding the New York Jets. But Robert Saleh earlier this morning had his Wednesday press conference, and he talked about the importance of having a guy like Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain as your number one corner.
Between Sauce and Surtain, they're both elite competitors, strong at the line of scrimmage, elite football IQ in terms of understanding stems and route running ability and all that stuff. Both of them, if they get their paws on you, you're pretty much dead in the route. But two elite players, two guys that are fun to watch, and really, in my opinion, luxuries to have when you can put those guys basically in zero coverage and let the rest of the team go play football doing something else.
Now, you guys earlier gave Riley Moss his flowers. I have a theory. This is the first quarterback he's going to face that's like a legit quarterback, and I'm talking about like somebody that's like Hall of Fame trajectory who still has it. And I believe that this is going to be the weekend that Riley Moss gets absolutely embarrassed.
Oh.
And
Coming in hot, KJ.
I believe Aaron Rodgers is going to throw for close to 400 yards specifically because of Riley Moss. What do you guys think of that hot take?
I don't know if I love it. I was high on Riley Moss. I was about to talk about how much I've loved Brandon Jones coming back after not really showing up in the preseason or training camp because of injury and having his first few games look great. Interception, fumble recovery. He's been solid. But you're going to come in here and burst my bubble on Riley Moss filling the need for a second cornerback here? Come on.
I think
he's going to get tested.
It's a super hot take. That's a super scorching hot take. There's no doubt about it. I think that he will most certainly be tested. But I think that the Jets are also going to not shy away from testing Patrick Surtain. I mean, we watched the Pittsburgh Steelers do the exact same thing with George Pickens, and I was
but not
quite
to
honestly,
success.
but I was because plays were called back. I mean, if you recall, you know what I'm saying? Like,
hey.
I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to allow a player to take out his number one wide receiver because he's going to refuse to throw it over there. He's not going to do that. Having said that, Riley Moss will get a lot of chances to make plays in this game, and it'll be interesting to see not only Riley Moss but Jaquan McMillan. Like they do have a number of different targets for Aaron Rodgers that the Broncos secondary is going to have to get sorted out. So. This is just not a PS2 thing. I think Riley Moss is going to get work, but I think a lot of those guys are going to get work.
It starts and ends with, can you handle Breece Hall, right? Can you make sure that you don't have to stack the box so that
Braylon Allen too,
right? If you're playing it in, was it Coach Saleh that you played?
Yes.
If you're playing cover zero with Surtain, but you're stacking bodies in the box, that means you're going to be one-on-one on the outside with Moss. And that would scare me with Aaron Rodgers, right? Like one-on-one with Allen Lazard and Rodgers where you don't have help over the top because you have to spend an extra man or two inside the hash marks because Breece Hall is ripping you to shreds. That's where it can get out of hand. Do I think it's going to be to the tune of 400 yards? No, I don't. I think there's a greater chance of Rodgers throwing for fewer than 300 yards than there is of him throwing north of 4. Far greater.
Yeah, the Broncos are.
I would say north of 350. I'll do that. I'll even give you a 50-yard cushion. How's that?
Okay, how about that? I'm with it. I'll take it.
I will take the $5 out of the Rancho Cucamonga fund, and I will bet you these $5.
We know exactly who's taking it out.
Hey, look, he won't take it out of his own pocket. You see?
KJ, what's next?
Louisville Soul Train. Louisville Soul Train.
It's easy to bet the money when it's not mine.
You're not lying there. First off, I want to shout out Aaron on the text line. He calls me out. He says Riley Moss will get a pick this weekend.
Ooh.
Just watch. So, Aaron, I'll keep my eye on it. If he does get a pick on Monday at 10 a.m., I need to see you the first one on the text line. I need you to be absolutely crushing me for saying that, all right? Because
we're going to have a Riley Moss jersey for you, KJ.
There you go. And I'll proudly wear it. I promise I will. I have no problem with it. Broncos, you listening? You're listening? We'll take one here at Altitude Sports Radio.
I like free things.
I do too. We'll take it all day right here on Dempsey and Company. Todd McShay, I mean, yesterday he absolutely crushed Travis Kelce. At the moment, here's Travis Kelce's stats. Let's start with the main thing. 8 catches, 69 yards, no touchdowns through 3 games. Todd McShay explains what may be going on with Travis Kelce in a very un-Chiefs-like way.
Are we not allowed to say that he's out of shape, that he's been partying all offseason? He's been jet-setting around with the most famous person probably in the entire world? The coverage and the respect he gets is the same. The athlete is not. Now, is he going to work himself into shape during the season? Yeah, I'm sure he will. He's an unbelievable competitor. He's one of the best to ever do it, but he's not the same guy right now. I'm not blaming it on Taylor Swift. I'm not blaming anything. All I'm saying is when you win 2 Super Bowls, you've got the whole tour that happens after the Super Bowl. There's no one else doing more commercials, I don't think, in the league. I mean, he and Mahomes are up there, but I think Kelsey's doing more commercials and things. He's been at more events, doing more things socially. It's impossible to carry that schedule and still put in the same amount of time for football.
Agree or disagree?
Completely agree. He's also 35. Like, he's at the age where most NFL stars playing skill positions, especially one as physical as tight end, start to fall off a cliff.
Yep.
Add that on to flying everywhere. Again, partying's the right term. He's been boozing it up with his brother and his buddies and his teammates. And
well, he's also in a TV show coming. I think it's called Grotesque or something like that. Yeah. So he's acting and partying and doing all the things.
It's not easy to follow a world tour around and not party. I've been in that situation. I've been in that world for a handful of years before, coming over to sports radio. It's really difficult to stay completely healthy and completely clean when you're doing that night in and night out, and when you don't have a 3-hour show to actively occupy you. Like if you're not the artist.
Yeah.
He's out of shape. He's in the last year of his contract, man.
Yeah,
I'd walk away if I was him.
I just argue that this actually started last season. I understand exactly what we're talking about after the Super Bowl and all this kind of stuff, but I would argue that the decline started last season when when all of this stuff was new. And I just think, Raj, that your best point was one of your first, which is that he is 35 years old. And you can't stay on top forever. That is it. And now you can speed up the decline by not being in shape and not taking care of we've seen some older players here take care of themselves to keep their play at a high level. And maybe he's not doing that, but last year, he was injured and not playing that great. And remember the fact that he had this big chip going into the Super Bowl about, oh, you don't think I can still do it? I can still do it. Well, that's because we hadn't really seen you have that great of a season last year. So it's a 2-year thing to me, man. It's a 2-year thing to me. It's being sped up. But here's what I think. He is very prideful. He is going to hear all this and get himself into whatever shape he needs to get into, and I think he's going to finish the season pretty strong.
Right. I don't think it's a smart play to bet against Travis Kelce.
Right.
I think it is very real that he could be on the decline and maybe looking at all right. So they signed $100 million deal. Is that in total, or is it 100 sheets each over 3 years? Is it 50 per guy? So let's just think it's 50 per guy.
Yeah, let's go.
So you're making $17 million a year on that deal, and that's before all of his endorsements and all of his commercials. He's making that to play in the National Football League at 35 years old. It's a very real human thing for someone to go, I get to sit on a couch and have a beer with my brother and make that money in the same amount of time It's a very real thing to go like, yeah, I don't really need to pay all that much attention to this. I'll play it out as much as I want to. I'll show up when they need me in the postseason. I'll Roger Clemens this thing.
Yeah, cash, 2024 cash, $17 million.
Yeah, he's making the same exact money to talk into a microphone.
Yeah.
I would do the same thing if I were him. After all of those years playing football, I don't want to put it to this end, but like the Parkinson's news with Brett Favre, like that hits really close to home with football players. You don't think that's kind of weighing in on him? You don't think he's having those conversations with his super megastar girlfriend, Taylor Swift, of like, hey, if we're going to do this for the long term, I want to make sure that you recognize me at age 62 or that you're here and can walk with me at age 60. Like, those conversations are real.
Yeah.
I think he's got 2 years left in the league. I think he wins another Super Bowl. I think there is a play in which he dominates a AFC title game, and if he's not there, the Chiefs lose the game. But he's on the decline, and that's okay to see. He's just in the public eye where a lot of tight ends aren't.
Louisville Soul Train. Louisville Soul Train.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance, and I'm switching it up a little bit today. We want to thank Mountain High Appliance a lot for remaining as the sponsor of KJ's NFL Notes. They have been so good to us. And guys, I just want to let you know, if you haven't heard already, they have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, because they offer every major appliance line and brand. That's why you can go to mountainhighappliance.com and get everything you need. Shout out to Mountain High Appliance. Let's head to the NFC South for a quick second here, because Jerry Jones is back in the news. Surprise, surprise. Jerry? Oh, Jerry. So WFAA TV out of Dallas put out a poll to his fans, and they wanted to know who is most responsible for where the Cowboys are right now. And Jerry Jones got 70% of the blame for where the Cowboys are right now as far as being 1-2. Well, here's Jerry Jones accepting his award of blame while also deflecting his award of blame.
That's very fair. That's very fair. It's well known that no decision is ultimately made there, but what I either have it acquiesced or approve it. That's very fair. How could you think otherwise if we are basically, whether it be who's out there coaching, whether it be who's out there playing, whether it be the stadium you're walking into, whatever it is here, that's the way it is. Now, let me just say this. Do I have a huge amount of input in making those decisions? When they've done their homework, they are very influential input to me. And we've got a lot of people in the Dallas Cowboys that have done their input. And I think I've forgotten what it is. Now, I'm not trying to say this, but if you look at who's won the games over the last 4 or 5 years, Kansas City has, of course, but we're not far right. We're right in that pack. Now we're in a soft spot. We've got to get out of it.
I'm sorry. Jerry Jones, he's just so funny. We're right there with Kansas City, all right? We're right there. We're just a step below.
The best part, and I hope you cut this for NFL Notes in the future, is very fair. That's the best Jerry Jones.
You know I am.
Very fair. Like, I need it. It has to show up a couple of weeks from now. It absolutely must. It sounds like a guy who, while he is taking blame for what's happening, can't wait to fire his head coach. Cannot wait to get rid of McCarthy there, who has skyrocketed all the way to number 2 on the odds for first NFL head coach to be fired this season, superseded only by the dumpster fire in Jacksonville that's being headed up by Doug Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's what you have to agree with him in one respect. Dallas Cowboys record each of the last 3 years, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. They have won a lot of football games. They just have. They do not win them in the postseason.
They don't win the ones that matter.
And that's the problem here. And so he can parse that out any way he wants. And it is his issue because he is the GM and he's the owner. And so it's cute to hear him say, well, if people in our organization do their homework, I lean on them for decision making. No, you don't. You're Jerry Jones. You do not lean on them for decision making. You lean on yourself for decision making, and you're making bad decisions. You needed a running back, couldn't get a running back.
You went back to Ezekiel Elliott. You let Pollard leave.
You didn't sign Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry goes to the media, says, I would have loved to have played for the Cowboys.
Derrick Henry would have been
right.
What a fit he would have been.
Correct. Then after that game, you say, well, we couldn't afford Derrick Henry, which has been debunked by about 1,000 capologists already. And so it's his fault that they are not a primetime football team in the playoffs. It's also, though, he also did put together a team that has won 36 games in the last 3 seasons.
McCarthy opened up the season hovering between plus 650 and plus 700 on the money line to be fired. It was right around what, like the, was it like the Dable odds? I think is where it was, like 700. I think Dable may have been a little bit of a longer shot at plus 800, but McCarthy is anywhere now between plus 450 to be the first fired, and I've seen odds as low as plus 250. Peterson's the one that's going to go.
He should go.
If they don't turn that around, and Peterson is there to do one thing, and that is get the most out of your franchise quarterback who you just signed to an extension in Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
And Trevor Lawrence looks more lost through 3 weeks this season than he did the entirety of the last 2 years combined.
Yeah,
like Lawrence at the end of last year, I think the Doug Peterson experiment has been proven to us that it's like you got a really, really good year out of a backup quarterback, and it was just one of those. It was a lucky strike.
Year. That's what it was.
A magical, lucky strike.
Right.
That somehow you lost an MVP candidate in Carson Wentz, and the dude you have backing him up waltzes in and beats the Patriots.
Right.
Like, what's going on there?
And he's never repeated, not even close to that kind of success since. And but he's still living on that as if he's a genius, and he is not a genius. He's got to go.
He's gone. But if the Cowboys let up another 35 plus, 40 plus, and lose a game again this coming week, McCarthy might be gone too. I just don't know if Jerry Jones is the guy that's happy with paying a bunch of guys that have formerly coached for him severance pay.
It's just like who changes the equation there? Because your roster is the issue. If Bill Belichick shows up as the Dallas Cowboys head coach,
well, he's going to change the roster. It'll take a couple of seasons
because
they'll become a better defensive team. I'll tell you that for free.
I mean, that's
we know that the majority of the success in New England was Tom Brady driven, but Belichick can put a defense together. Always has been able to, and that's the reason why they won the first of their Super Bowls was the defense.
Yeah.
Not Tom, it was the defense that won those Super Bowls. He would come in. I don't think Dak would. It's funny, like he'd be saddled with Dak, so how much would he actually be able to do on the defensive side of the ball is the question. You don't think Jerry Jones looks at that guy and sees all of the bling on his fingers in Bill Belichick and goes, I'd rather have you than Mike.
Yeah.
Because at least you won a bunch of them. Mike won one with arguably the most talented quarterback that we've ever seen in Aaron Rodgers.
And maybe that's the one person that walks in. Like, I don't believe a single word of what he said in terms of other people doing their homework and him listening to him, but Bill Belichick would be the one person to walk into the Dallas Cowboys franchise and actually have the respect of the GM and the owner, who, all by the way, is the same person, Jerry Jones.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. Again, we're going to be live out at Nuggets Media Day tomorrow, the morning show. Us, PhD, all of us. We'll have all of your Nuggets interviews, your favorite players, your coaches, front office. Some news coming around from the Altitude TV side that we're going to hear on air tomorrow. Don't miss any of it all day long on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Today, if you guys are in the DU area, you know the Safeway right next to DU off of Evans? You guys can head on over there. Nate and Andy are going to be there from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Go say hi. Triple X and the Nerd, as our friends on Twitch call them. You guys can watch all of our programming on Twitch, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and your post-game shows, your Altitude After Dark shows you can find on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube, all over the place. And Twitch is brought to you by our friends at Safeway, twitch.tv/altitude SR. Again, that's today, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. with Nate and Andy at the Safeway near the University of Denver. Before we get into...
before we go there, if you guys are wondering what's in it for you, the DU champs will be there today.
Yeah,
so
all right.
Please stop by. Please, they're going to be there. They're going to be hanging out for about an hour. So it'll be within the 4 o'clock hour. So you guys just go hang out. And just go shop, do whatever you need to do, eat some food. Safeway makes great wings. I stand by it. So
guess who sits atop the list for preseason hockey rankings yet again?
Who?
The Denver Pioneers. Number one, defending champions. They have one of the best defensemen in college hockey in Zeev Buium, who was a first-round pick of the Minnesota Wild that I thought was like going to somehow fall to the Avs, and he didn't.
Where do they rank in the entirety of the history of college hockey?
They are the greatest college hockey program in the history of the sport.
Okay.
In terms of championships, yes.
Yeah.
In terms of moving players onto the pros, Minnesota probably has a better pedigree there, but no one has won more national championships than the University of Denver.
Right.
They've got more than Minnesota. They've got more than Michigan. They've got more than Boston College.
Yeah.
I bet you they have more than Boston College and BU combined.
Yeah.
That's a complete guess. Don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that.
Text line will let you know.
Speaking of hockey, we didn't really hit this. Logan O'Connor, 6 years, $2.5 million. He signed the Sidney Crosby deal. Wears number 25, signs for 2.5. Crosby signed a 2-year deal to get paid 8.7. And that got me thinking, Mikko Rantanen's coming up. What about a 9.6 deal? Which would be a discount of like $2.5 million.
I just wish for hockey players that they make more money.
They make enough money. They make fine money.
No, they don't make enough.
Like
they
make fine.
Stop it.
A good buddy of mine is former Av John Mitchell. Great dude. Was not nearly the player that like Mikko Rantanen is, making 9 sheets a year. You know who has a fine life after playing 10 years in the league? Johnny has a fine life.
Yeah, that's all good.
You know who can afford a place in Vail? Michael Liles. They're doing just fine.
I still think they're so underpaid.
I mean,
they're
comparatively, they are. But the league doesn't make as much money as the NBA and the NFL.
Yeah.
And I was thinking the $9.6 million deal for Mikko is like a fun pipe dream, but you could get to a Sidney Crosby-esque deal, like the weird something's wrong inside your brain, so I have to be paid 8.7 because I was born on 8/7/87. Like that is the level of super evil genius that Sidney Crosby is.
Right.
If you paid Mikko $96 million over 8 years, it'd come out to 12. And that is just below market value. And if they could sign him to a $12 billion average annual basis deal, I'd do it right now.
Right now?
Right now. He's worth every penny.
Yep.
Sign him for 8 years.
Yep.
Keep him here for the entirety of his career. He'll have multiple seasons of over 100 points. So he'll score 40 another 3 or probably 4 or more times in his career, as long as you handcuff him to Nathan McKinnon.
Yep.
I love that deal. And you keep him under McKinnon. That's my big thing is like, you can't pay him more than Nate.
No.
You can't.
No.
Especially when Kale's going to be coming up.
Right.
Like Kale.
Those two have to make the most.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
That's my look. Speaking of money, what's happening with UNLV?
So their quarterback, UNLV, obviously off to one of their best starts in their program's history. To be honest with you, they're 3-0. They had a transfer quarterback by the name of Matthew Sluka, and he, after 3 games, has decided to stop playing for UNLV because of conditions that he put this on social media.
Here's the quote. I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it's become clear that these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. I wish my teammates the best of luck this season and hope for the continued success of the program.
So the Associated Press has reported that the dispute is over $100,000 of an NIL payment that was promised to him, but was never paid to him or has not been paid to him just quite yet. The agent said this to the Associated Press. So he's missing $100,000, and he doesn't think he's going to get this $100,000, and so he's just going to stop playing. To be honest, I don't know how to feel about this in general. I think my first thought is, man, you're just walking right out on your team, huh? Like that's my first thought. And I don't love it from that standpoint. I also don't love it from the standpoint of we're just doing this in the middle of a season. We're negotiating things, or not even negotiating things. We're just making demands and we're leaving in the middle of a season. I would have thought, and I guess this is the NCAA, and so there's no rules to this.
There's no safeguards in place to be like, you get this done before, or you get. I don't know. Is this opening up the door to like fine college players in the future? I
don't know, but I think
there has to be a governing body, and then there would have to be a players union.
Yeah,
and then you're the NFL junior. That's what you become as soon as that happens.
Yeah, I think I would be more worried about this opening the door for multiple players to do this, because do you remember I remember the quarterback who was committed to Florida, but then he left before the season started, and because the NIL offers deals were kind of falling through prior to the season.
Jaden Rashada.
Yeah, there you go. And so, I mean, this is kind of that, but this is in the middle of the season. And so now how many players will do this in the middle of the season? Because the thing about NIL to me, and I'm on the outside looking in on this, but it's just kind of a reporter in me. You are not just getting, there's a lot of players that are being promised a lot of money and stuff that is probably taking a long time to actually get into their hands.
Right.
And so what are these players going to start doing? Are they going to look at this situation and say, oh, you know what? I'm going to stop playing too. And then you got a real problem on your hands across the entire nation. So I think for me, that is the most dangerous part of this. Like his beef with UNLV. Okay. I mean, will UNLV probably come up with the money? I bet they probably will come up with the money.
They need the guy, clearly.
Yeah.
They haven't been 3-0 since like the 70s.
Yeah, it's a difficult school.
You want to
get
continue
their
playing
program.
well and you want to pump money into that school?
Yeah.
Be good at football.
Yeah.
What's the easiest way? Get a quarterback.
Yeah.
Which apparently they have.
Yeah.
I've never heard of him until now, but
yeah.
I don't pretend to follow UNLV football that closely.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting situation. It just really is. It kind of goes back into how you feel about players getting paid in the first place, what their obligation is to the university and to a football team. I'm sure he's on scholarship as well. So are you honoring your scholarship? Is that a breach of the scholarship contract? All of these issues are in the air in a situation like this. Well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of time.
That'll do it for us today. Again, tomorrow we're going to be live at Nuggets Media Day. We'll have all of your interviews, favorite players, coaches, front office members, an announcement from Altitude TV coming out in the morning. All of us will be there. The morning show, myself and Chris Dempsey, PhD. And then in the afternoon, you can hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl at number 38. You can do that back-to-back days. Yep. Go see Kreckman and Lindahl today with the DU Pioneers, NCAA hockey champions and preseason number 1, Safeway near DU from 3 to 6 p.m. And then you can go hang out with them tomorrow at number 38 in Rhino and enjoy a beer on a beautiful patio. But for KJ, for Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. PhD is coming up next.
Get things smooth. That's what happens here, man. A glorious day. Absolutely stunning day.
It's awesome because it's
What's
chilly
that?
in the morning.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's chilly in the morning when I'm driving the
Love
kid
it.
to school at 7:30.
Yeah.
I mean, you're putting a sweatshirt on. By noon, you got to have that sweatshirt off.
September, greatest month in Colorado.
So beautiful.
Because it's shorts and sweatshirt weather. That is the ultimate get up in Colorado, shorts and sweatshirt.
I know people that just wear that outfit, basically.
I wear that throughout the whole winter pretty
You
much.
can get away with it, no doubt about it. But hey, man, we're glad to be here.
You know
Thanks
it
to
sucks,
AAA.
though.
Yeah, what's that?
Drive. Are you ever driving around like late evening, like 6:30, 6:45?
I have been known to do that, yeah.
You see how dark it's gotten at 6:30, 6:45?
I was out to-
That's what sucks.
I was out to dinner with my lovely wife, and we celebrating our anniversary, and we had a window side seat, which was just absolutely gorgeous. And it was as if nature just turned a light switch.
Right?
We go over, isn't that oh, it's dark. Oh, okay. That was quick.
Yeah, that's
so
what stinks.
Yeah. No, one of the dumbest things, and Jonah Ryan from the TV show Veep was against the time change.
Yes.
Yeah, and I support Jonah Ryan on that one. I think the time change is just stupid.
There's
dumb.
very few things that you think politicians could come together on.
Well,
this is certainly one you think that there could be no divide amongst the aisle.
You got to be impressed by Arizona, too. They just say,
screw it.
Indiana,
pound
too.
sand.
I think Indiana also.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Really? I thought Arizona was the only one.
I didn't know Indiana
I think
was.
it's Indiana and Arizona.
I thought it was Hawaii.
Hawaii
Shut
doesn't.
up, Dan.
Hawaii.
Dan, shut your mouth.
Shut your face.
Hey, how about the fact that the Broncos are in a haunted house?
I know.
How about that?
I've been to this. I've done the haunted house tour at the Greenbrier.
Talk to it.
I've done it.
What's the deal?
I was told that there were ghosts. There's a certain rocking chair that you don't want to get near because the rocking chair will rock at night.
Okay.
I do not recall the specific details of why those ghosts were there. Although I did do the tour. This was probably, 15 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to say it because I know Scott's a big believer in ghosts.
Yeah.
I didn't see one. It was
too
weird.
bad.
I didn't see the ghost. Nobody haunted me. Nobody, my phone didn't ring in the middle of the night. The TV didn't turn on. But I was told that across the hallway it happened.
I got to say, I'm influenced by my man Scott Hastings and one of the classic shows back in the KOA days. Going up to the
Zubu tour.
I thought that was great.
Right.
If we're gonna, I don't know what day is Halloween on this year. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's on Thursday.
Do a haunted show somewhere.
I'm up for it, man.
I'm up for it.
If you want to throw that down, man.
I'm going to tell you the funniest story.
Mm-hmm.
This was a funny boom one for me. And it was during football season. We're talking the ghost tours, and we'd go out and do investigations, and we talk about the thing the next day. For a while, we did it for a whole week. Like we'd spend the night, do the show from the place the next day, get on the road right after the show, go to another place, spend the night, do the show.
You guys were into it.
We were into it.
You were into it.
So I'm doing the show, and we're at the Croak Patterson place, which is here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stories to it, and mortuaries and dead bodies and murderers and blah, blah, blah.
Awesome.
Dogs killing themselves, demon possessions, blah, 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 all sorts of stuff.
I'm sorry, dogs killing themselves?
Yeah, jumped out a third floor window
All right.
and impaled themselves on the spike fence out front.
Doggy side.
Wow.
They were
My
so
God.
scared they jumped out the window.
My Lord.
It was part of the whatever.
I'm just going with whatever you say.
So we're doing the show from the third floor,
Mhm.
the attic, and it's redone, and it's got some stuff in there, and a desk, and blah, blah, blah. And CJ, I'm actually doing the
Charles
show
Johnson.
with Charles Johnson.
Oh, my guy.
I wish Charles, because he listens to the show. If you're listening, call in, Dog, and tell me if I'm telling the truth.
Okay.
So Kenny's on there, and Kenny Danon, who's got unbelievable stories through his time, whether it was when he was in Vietnam to whatever. He's telling about how he was setting up all the equipment up in this third floor, and boom, 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 they're running wires and ding, and come up, and like they had these two desks, like in an L shape in this one corner, kind of where we were doing, and he'd come up, and the drawer was out, he didn't think anything about it, and he pushed the drawer back in, came back, two drawers were out, and he's telling the story that these drawers are opening up on their own. CJ
Yeah.
starts dogging him. man, you've been drinking. Blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. There's a ghost. There ain't going blah, blah, blah. And like I said, it's an L shape right here, right in front of us, like this, set up like this.
Yeah.
He starts bad-mouthing. He's talking about 30, 40 seconds. All of a sudden, 3 drawers
Come
on these 2 desks
Come on.
slide open on their own. Now, you say, well, they're spring-loaded or they're weighted, but they're coming in different directions. CJ flips his headset off and starts sprinting. I'm dying laughing because, I mean, oh, there ain't nothing going on. Then why you running away? He ran out this place 3 stories down. I go to break, boom. I catch him. He's out of his car on the street.
He's gone.
Dude, I ain't in that place, dog. I ain't in there no more. And if I talk him back in, we still got a 2 hours show left. So we start doing the show, and we go to break, and he goes, I go, bathroom. Well, there's one right down the hall. He goes, no, I mean, you got to come with me. So the rest of the show, I had to stand outside the door of the bathroom in case anything happened to him.
It was funny seeing Scotty Gaines. She's doing a good job, man. They're having fun with it because there's no football to report on.
Yeah.
And they're traveling with the team. Like, what else are you going to do? And so
I'll give you this real quick. The hotel definitely has got it's the oldest hotel I've ever been in. Probably.
Old Victorian mall.
It's like all the rooms have got like old school wallpaper, like wall to the ceiling. Like the whole thing is old school wallpaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it definitely fits the vibe of a haunted hotel.
Yeah.
That's
like The Shining, man. That's
is it DJ Jones?
DJ Jones.
His quote on that piece was, yeah, it looks a little bit like the Shining Hotel.
Yeah. Stanley Hotel, which was based on up there in Estes Park, but they didn't film it
Stayed there too.
But yeah. Oh, I'm sure. That's got to be the classic.
Yeah.
So when you're told that it's a haunted house,
mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess every little creak, every little thing, everything sort of just is like, the shizzle is haunted.
Well, we got somebody on the text line that says, ghosts are real. We lived in a house where we had over 40 occurrences of crazy stuff that happened. What does that mean? Like you heard the water pipes like banging?
Ask them.
What does that mean, person?
I don't know.
All right, go ahead. You can call in even if you want to. You can call in. Tell us.
Sure.
Tell us the craziest of the 40. I don't want all 40. Tell me the craziest of the 40 occurrences.
Our boy Andy Lindell's got a couple good ones.
Oh, I can see Andy. Yeah, I can see Andy being susceptible. It's like Chris Farley fighting with a ghost. He just. I can see him being. I'm not standing for this. Down by the river, there's a sheet that's moving around, and I'm not standing for this drawer right now. I'm out of here. Something like that, Andy. Something along those lines. Just angry at the ghost. I'm trying to sleep here, ghost.
For the love of Pete.
For crying out loud. I'm just trying to get my 8 hours, maybe 4 hours of sleep.
Exercise you and make you live in a van down by the river.
I'm sorry you got murdered by your wife and her kid and the dog and the... Well, that was Bill Cosby. That
is correct.
It's a pudding pops.
I would do anything to see Andy scream at ghosts. That would be funny.
That would be an experience.
Like seeing angry Andy just like scream at ghosts, do like a Christmas tale, just screaming at everybody. Oh, that's brilliant. Well, I saw that story. It's like, so when were you there? Were you there with the team or were you doing something else?
It must have been 2012, 2013. I was playing in Washington, went over a bye week.
You just took a vacation. Like, hey, this is a cool place. Let's go.
Took a little vacation there over the bye week. It was awesome.
By yourself?
No. What a guy. What a guy you are.
Speaking of ghosts,
the best comparison I can give it it's like a Broadmoor.
Broadmoor's got that vibe.
It's a self-contained campus of activity.
Yeah.
They got a football place.
It's a Broadmoor with a casino.
Gotcha. Is there not a casino at the Broadmoor is a pretty special place. The golf course right there at the Broadmoor. You got the swimming pools. You got the tennis court. You got that.
Remember when was it CC they had that big ice rink there? They used to play hockey there.
Well, the World Arena is, like a mile down the road. So there's 3 rinks there at the World Arena, Olympic size and a couple of other regular ones. So yeah, in Colorado College. Well, It depends on the game. Colorado College has one of the weirdest rinks ever. They've got a ceiling on one of their rinks that's like 16 feet high. It's weird. It's like a literal barn. But I think for their bigger games, they would, just play at World Arena.
We used to
very
play,
close, very close.
And how arenas and all that obviously changed. We played, I think it was Rice University in the old Southwest Conference days.
Mm-hmm.
And they played games. It was like a high school gym. They actually had the stage up
sound?
on one end of the arena. We're playing college D1 basketball, and there's a stage at the end of one of the ends of the court, like you see in high school or junior highs all the time.
That's pretty funny, man. We're getting plenty of ghost stories in here.
Did you guys just hear that email sound?
I didn't hear it.
Where'd that come from?
Did you hear it, Scott?
Yeah.
Are they like, what? How's there an email sound in my head?
Because you have headphones on, and I think my ringer may be turned on.
No.
Wait a second.
No, don't. No, there's no chance.
was.
There is no chance.
Sorry about
I've
that.
got headphones on. There is zero chance I heard that phone over my headphones.
Is there a sports show going on here that isn't stupid? Jeez. We're talking about the Broncos. We didn't come up with this topic by accident.
Listen, go upstairs, ask Mom for another bag of Cheetos, and get back in the basement.
There you go, pal.
Just ask Sean how many ghosts he sees after a couple lattes.
Let's see how many ghosts
Stupid.
Shadeur Sanders sees with that offensive line. You know what I'm saying? He
Bump,
may
bump.
be seeing some ghosts. Not Bo, though. Bo ain't seeing ghosts.
No. Oh, my. What the hell is that? Seriously. What is that?
That'd be a funny Halloween show, is if, like, during the show, we just throw in crap, but we never acknowledge it. And it's just happening, and, like, you're just listening.
Yeah, just keep going.
And all of a sudden, there's just, like...
Well, when we were doing the Zubu tour, we would always do, and especially if it was Thursday or Friday, it was perfect. We would do the last day, we'd come back to the studio, and it was 4 hours, 3 to 7, of ghost stories. And you think,
What? That's a lot.
Hold on.
Okay, that's a lot, though.
Full lines for 4 hours. Full lines. And we just had a little, scary soundtrack in the background.
There you go.
We turn all the lights off in the studios. It was getting dark around, 5:30.
I tell you this, man, you end up doing over the course of a good, strong radio life, thousands of hours of shows, but you got me on that one.
Yeah.
I remember the Zubu stuff.
Right. Think about that.
I know. I don't know why.
Because you know what? It was intriguing.
I think it's because you guys were so into it, and it was like, I think it is because, like, you slept overnight at the place.
Right.
I am convinced if you are told this place is haunted,
right,
and you spend the night there, something's going to happen.
Oh, maybe we go do the show at like the Victor Hotel or someplace, boom, boom, boom.
I'm up for it.
I'm not down for demons and stuff. Like,
You're not down for demons?
no.
Well, do you believe in demons?
I believe in demons, not ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the ghosts are the demons.
Well, I don't believe in any of it. I think it's a bunch of hooey, and I'm just not down with it. But I'm not afraid.
All right, CJ, give us a call.
By the way, we did reach out to CJ.
The guy
with
the 40 occurrences at his house says, shower turned on in the middle of the night, saw a shadow figure, heard growls, heard voices, constant footsteps, cold spots.
You got to get out of that house.
Drawers opening and closing, electronics dying, items moving, toys randomly turning on.
Yeah, you got to get out of that house.
He might just have a kid who hates him.
But here's how I know I can call BS on that. Because if you continue to live in that house, you're a flat out liar.
Right.
You're a flat out liar.
I don't know if you check the economy. Not everybody can just move.
No, you find a way. You go sleep under the bridge if you got to, but you ain't staying in that house, Scott.
That's a great
if that happened in my house, I would sleep under a bridge rather than be in that house.
Down by the river.
That's a great comedy bit. It's like, what is with all these people in these horror movies that stay in the house, like... we got to stay here.
Well,
we got Amityville Horror. We got to stay there. And it's like, well, if I moved into a house, get out. See you later.
What about the guy go, let's get in the car and go. No, let's hide in the barn, right? And there's a dude with the chainsaw, the Jason mask.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Look at all these knives.
The best is when they chase him. Like, hey, we got to go find him now. The dude with the chainsaw. Let's go find him.
Let's run into this cornfield. So we're upon it. It's that time of year, and the Broncos. It's that time of the year, and the Broncos are in a haunted house. So what
could go wrong?
What's creepier than that? We'll hear from Aaron Rodgers coming up next.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
We're out at Joe Willie's on Broadway on Friday. Just remember, Tuesday, all-day burger madness, $4 off all burgers all day. Best happy hour in town, Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. Turn it up a little bit, Dan. They open up at 10 a.m. on weekends. It's got an upstairs for a private party. And we'll be there Friday from noon to 3 at Joe Willie's. Guys, I was looking at something. We'll get into Aaron Rodgers here in a second. He spoke about, all the stuff. He always has something to say. I was looking at Charlie Blackmon's career yesterday. It really is remarkable because I was looking at the team records.
That was a deep dive.
How many winning seasons did you guys have? Can you think off the top of your head as pros? How many years as a pro?
11.
11, 8 for you, Tyler. Is that right? Yeah. How many winning seasons did you have?
I think I had. I think 4 of my 8.
4 of your 8. Half.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Winning seasons. Don't even have to go to the playoffs, but just a winning season.
I think.
You probably went to the playoffs if you did have a winning season, but theoretically just a winning season.
I went to the playoffs 3 times.
So 4 winning seasons, went to the playoffs 3 times. Out of 8? Pretty good. All in all, right?
Sure.
Not bad. Can you think of it? With the championship. With the championship.
Yep.
Both you guys have
I think
championships.
at least 6.
6 out of 11. Okay.
With the championship, yeah.
With the championship.
Charlie had 1, right?
Charlie had 2 winning seasons out of 14.
Yeah.
2 winning seasons. Never mind playoffs, which he had one appearance, like not a non-play on. 1 series. 1 playoff series in which they won 0 games. So he had a 14-year career with 2 winning seasons, 0 playoff wins, and only, we're going to count the play-in games as playoff games, 5 total playoff games.
What year was the playoff year?
17 and 18. And 18 was the year they won the play-in game and then got swept by the Brewers.
Okay.
It was just a mind-blowing thing to just look, that's losing. That's like, how much losing can you take?
Well, it's an insane stat that, I guess it makes a little bit more sense for a guy like Charlie who's just it's just been bad, right? But he's been on the same team for the entire career.
Right.
We talk about Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver, all the time also, who played 14 years in the NFL, but played for probably 6 different teams over the course of his career
right.
and never once made the playoffs, not a single playoff game in his entire career. To me, that's even more crazy because he wasn't stuck on just one bad organization or one bad team or whatever. Charlie, man, he's just been in the same team.
Okay. And I'm not accusing Charlie of this whatsoever. I'm just looking at the numbers, and it's mind-blowing to me. But as a pro, can you just get accustomed and just be all right and accept losing?
I think it's harder. They always say this. Drew says it all the time. It seems like it's harder in baseball to find the postseason. I know they've expanded it in the play-in. I still, if you count the play-in games, but I don't know if one guy, unless you're taking the mound and stay healthy all year, I'm not sure one guy on a baseball team can make a difference by himself. We mentioned Bonds hit, 73 home runs. They still walked him 177 times. I'm sure a lot of those times was when a game was in, jeopardy or whatever, so he's not going to make a difference late. How much can one baseball guy make a difference on a team?
It's pretty hard. It's not a sport where it could happen. Maybe an absolute ace pitcher could affect a season.
Well, when you had Johnson and what's our guy in Arizona the one year, bloody sock guy,
Kurt Schilling.
Schilling. Those 2 guys won a World Series for you, right? The 4 games they won in the World Series, they had all 4 of the wins, and Randy Johnson actually had the save in Game 7.
Good memory.
So
that sounds familiar.
You had 2 pitchers that carried you a World Series, and both dominant at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the regular season, I don't know how one guy, which I think this right here, that stat right there goes to say what I said yesterday. He carried the locker room for a team that's been in the dregs.
But do you just sort of, I don't know, man. Can you ever get used to winning if you become accustomed to losing?
It's tough.
Well,
you don't know any different.
How many years has Trout been around?
Mike Trout?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
How much success, has that team had with him?
At least 10. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Not a lot. I mean, in the big picture,
one of the best players
for one of the best players,
doubt.
ever, yet alone on a team or in a single year. One of the best players ever. And what kind of success has that organization had?
Not a lot. They chased Shohei Ohtani away.
Oh yeah, they had them both, right?
Well, yeah, for a good chunk of
He
time.
had Pujols there with Trout for a while too.
Wow. Mike Trout, 2011, same year as Charlie Blackmon.
They've only had one.
So 14 years.
I don't have the team records here, but he's been with the Angels the same amount of time.
But it just
Charlie Blackmon was with the Rockies.
It just goes to Scott's point.
Here you go.
It's not a sport that an individual can truly change the dynamics of a team.
Last time that Mike Trout was in the playoffs, and the only time during his stay was in 2014.
Wow.
Yeah.
So even a little bit.
And we talked about this yesterday.
We
talked about this yesterday with Charlie. Charlie had a great career, a really, really good career. Not a Hall of Fame career,
no.
Right?
Was Mike Trout a Hall of Famer?
Well, I'm looking at this right now.
Is he not like a lock-in Hall of Famer?
Charlie Blackmon has more hits in his career than Mike Trout.
Hold on. I think, is Mike Trout not a guaranteed Hall of Famer?
No. I don't know. I mean, I could put
Really?
I could put their numbers side to side.
He's got 378 home runs. He's got a 299 lifetime batting average.
Well, that's probably more than Charlie.
Didn't we just describe him as one of the best players ever?
I think Charlie's like 290 something.
It's right. It's probably more, but not. Well, I mean, I'm gonna just look at this. That's not hard to do. We're gonna do this. Yeah, I don't know if Mike Trout's a slam dunk Hall of Famer.
He's 46 RBI away from 1,000.
The only separator is that Mike Trout arguably was the best player for a period of time in baseball. But that time is, way come and gone. In fact, he was basically hurt this whole year. He barely played.
He's been hurt the last 2 or 3 years.
All right, but I mean that's a fun question. I mean, how many years could you be the best in the league at what you do and not be a Hall of Famer?
All right, let's go.
Terrell Davis says hello.
So
He is a Hall of Famer.
Charlie Blackmon and Mike Trout. That is an interesting side by side. So Chuck played 1,619 games. Mike Trout 1,518. Same amount of years, 2011 through 2024. So Chuck's got more games played. Hits. Charlie Blackmon has, it'd be great for him to get at least one more hit. Is 1,799. I'm sure he'll get one more hit. So let's just say 1,800 hits. Mike Trout, overall hits 1,648. Batting average, 299 for Trout, 293 for Chuck.
Jeez.
I mean, where you want to go doubles? Let's go doubles. That's a fun one. 334 for Chuck.
311.
Trout. There you go. It is 311. Oh, I thought you were joking.
Yeah.
Give me a band. Wow, these numbers are kind of crazy. How close?
So is he
they
beating
are.
him in almost everything?
I'm trying to look for OPS. That's a big one. On base plus slugging percentage. 991 for Trout. 832 for Chuck. So
big difference.
Little bit better there. Yeah, that's better.
Well, but he's also got home runs. I mean,
Mike Trout's also been an MVP multiple times.
He has been an MVP, yes.
Many times.
2016. 3 times? Is it 3 times?
Yeah, 14, 16, and 19.
Okay. Yeah, Chuck never had that, obviously. Home runs, Chuck had.
So what you're really saying about Trout, the difference between these two guys is that Trout had some phenomenal years and then clearly fell off the map, where Charlie was just steady Eddie all the way through.
Yeah, but home runs 226 to 378. That's a big difference. Slugging's better. And RBI 954 for Trout and 798 for Chuck. So power numbers way baseball is.
He needs to get another hit and 2 RBIs on these last 6 games. Get to 800 RBI.
All right, we have some breaking news.
Not good.
Oh, man. Broncos have lost Alex Singleton to season-ending ACL. Wow,
and
that
he still played
sucks.
all 57 defensive snaps.
Isn't that
and led the
amazing?
team in tackles.
That happens more often than you think.
Wow.
Where some guys have played an entire season with a torn ACL.
Wow, that's just coming in there from Mike Kliss.
That's brutal. So I guess that means Justin Strnad. It's your time up, buddy.
Is that who's next up?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Drew Sanders is
he's out.
out.
He tore an ACL too.
Right. Cody Barton's your other starter. Jonah Ellis is outside linebacker. Excuse me. I think Justin Strnad is your. I think he's actually your only inside linebacker left. They signed a guy today, the K1 guy, K1 Alexander.
They did. That's why they were looking at him.
So they signed him, which now that makes sense why they brought him in.
That makes sense.
But they were running light on the inside linebackers. They just only carried 3 or 4 of them.
No, you are. I mean, unless Alexander just jumps in and is the guy there.
Justin Strnad, been around for what feels like 18 years.
Forever, yeah. Yeah, your time to shine. I mean, there's no way they sign Alexander and he becomes a starter in 4 days.
He might play, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm not doubting that he could possibly play, but wow, that's one of your captains, one of your leaders, a guy who'd been playing great for you.
Oh, Alex Singleton.
Wow,
that's
what a bummer.
It's a devastating loss, and he's a player that will never get the full respect that he deserves. And I know a lot of people like him and a lot of people respect him, but I don't think the average fan understands just what Alex Singleton brings to this football team.
Well, here's Aaron Rodgers talking about the challenges of the Broncos defense. Maybe it's changed a little bit.
The front's really good. The backers are athletic and sideline to sideline players. Pat's one of the best players in the league, any position. And the back end's playing well. I mean, they've played 3 games. They've played solid on defense. So it's going to be a good test for us.
He's such a weasel turd. He's a great quarterback, though. It's just every time I hear his voice, I'm like, but he's a great quarterback. All right, how does this change things? How does this impact things?
Does New York try to run more? I mean, he played all 57 defensive snaps, talking about Singleton, and he led your team with tackles with 10 while having a torn ACL.
Yeah.
You don't replace guys like that very often. That's hard.
Yeah, I don't know what it does.
Brutal.
It sucks is what it sucks.
That does suck.
That's the bottom line. Someone's got to step up and fill the leadership void that is going to come from that. I don't know who that necessarily is going to be. Look, you've got plenty of vets on defense. You've got Zach Allen. You've got DJ Jones. You've got Pat Surtain. But the leadership that guy brings, that's what you're going to lose the most.
Yeah, who would be your next captain? If he's gone, I don't know.
Usually, I don't think you even replace him.
Okay, but theoretically,
he's
not to replace him, but who would be that guy?
Forget the captain. He's the communication guy,
probably,
right? He's
probably
the guy
Zach Allen.
He's the green dot guy.
Probably Zach Allen to answer your question. Like who's the next de facto guy on defense?
I don't know anything about Cody Barton, guys. I mean, he's a free agent.
Well, he's very similar to Alex Singleton. Undersized, not the fastest dude in the world. A ball hawk, a guy that is probably going to bounce around a little bit over the course of his career, but at the end of the season, every single year, he might not be leading in tackles, but he'll be top 2 or 3 in tackles every single year. Solid football player, far from elite, but this is a position that the Denver Broncos have chosen to go through with Band-Aids for probably 5 or 6 years now. A matter of fact, was Justin Strnad, was he the last drafted inside linebacker from the Broncos? Drew Sanders.
Well, what's Drew Sanders?
Yeah, he's a tweener.
He's a tweener, yeah.
I'm trying to think who's the last drafted inside linebacker.
Well, it was
Al Wilson.
That is rough news. A little bit more. Oh, the whole Nathaniel Hackett, Rodgers, Sean Payton thing. Remember, Rodgers had Hackett's back last year from afar.
No, that's old news. We've all said things that we'd like to take back. Some things have been said and taken out of context, I'm sure, from time to time. But I honestly haven't thought about it till you just brought it up.
Okay. I'll take his word for that. I'm sure he's right about that. I don't think he cares. It doesn't impact him directly. Why does Aaron Rodgers care?
I'm not sure the Jets even know that Hackett's on their team.
What are you talking about?
Well, your quarterback's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, man, somebody needs to, get snacks.
Hey, hold on.
He's calling plays, though. Isn't Hackett calling plays?
Not really.
We just talked VJ getting a second shot because what the defense has done.
Yeah.
Since that Miami game. And I think he only had one or two kind of high-scoring games after that. That now all of a sudden people are going to look at him again as a head coach. If New York can average.
VJ?
If New York, yeah, that's what they said yesterday. Tyler brought it up yesterday.
Absolutely.
If Hackett can all of a sudden this offense average about 30.
Oh, Hackett?
Would he not? Could he? Can you rehab his career as a head coach?
I would be stunned if he gets another shot.
Nah.
But didn't you say that about VJ when he left here?
You're wrong.
I don't think
D-Mac.
VJ is going to get another shot.
You're wrong. You're too close to it, and I understand the why. I understand the why of why you say that. But in the big picture, the NFL is incestuous. It's what it is, man. They keep going to the same guys. The same guys keep getting the same chances. They recycle. They go somewhere else. And they try it again. So it would take success, Scott. But if they had extreme success, sure, he'd be back.
Jets,
on the
but when Jets get to the postseason, break that streak, they're averaging 28, 29 points a game. He may not get this year, and then they could repeat it the year after. His name will be cleansed.
VJ probably has a better shot because when he goes into that interview, he can explain, I didn't have much autonomy, which was true. It really was never his team.
Or you know what he could say next time? He could say, I didn't have much autonomy, and I'm not going to do this unless I can pick my guy.
Fine. Hackett had total autonomy. Hackett could have done whatever he wanted, and he did a lot of quirky different things. George Payton, remember George Payton sort of said okay, I don't know, but we're going for it.
Pretty easy for Hackett. Yeah, I took the Broncos job because they told me we were going to get Aaron.
I got it, but he was so unorganized with his approach to being a head coach. Sean Payton.
He was slow getting the plays
How many chances
in.
has Josh McDaniels gotten? I mean, seriously. The
Too many.
The guy's been, I understand, but my point is the NFL doesn't think that clearly. They get guys that are on the fast track, and if they go rehab themselves, he'll be back in the picture.
All right, we got Slim Shawnee talking a little bit, so we'll keep tabs on that, see what's good there at the old Greenbrier. He's got like a jacket on with shorts. So, kind of sweater weather out there at the Greenbrier.
Man, he's looking tired.
What do you mean he's looking tired?
He's looking tired.
They won a game.
Yeah. He's had a good time there at the Greenbrier maybe the past couple of days. We'll check in with Sean Payne. Also, we're going to be out at Nuggets Media Day. Look forward to that. I'm going to get some hoops on. Looking forward to it. What are those big storylines? It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Chevrolet. All right. Hearing a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much they're going to be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet. You can take advantage of that. This exclusive rate buy down can help you lower your current car payment and get into a new Chevy or GMC, and they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado totally free. Plus, get peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. So lock in your low rate today at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Again, get these great deals going at Mike Maroney Chevrolet in Longmont on Vista View, and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Just first off, regarding our practice, Nate Singleton is going to be put on injured reserve. He had an ACL in last week's game, midway through the game. One in which, though, he played 2/3 of the game with.
Well, that's a bummer. Sean Payton just spoke, given the details of Alex Singleton tearing his ACL in the first quarter, playing 57 plays. You guys in the NFL, man, yikes. Dude. ACL's a weird injury, though, isn't it? It's a little odd. Sometimes it's not necessarily overly painful. I'm sure
it's a typical, you can't hurt yourself any further, right?
It's one of those deals.
It's already torn. You can keep out there. Well, maybe I could. I might tear my MCL. I might tear something else in there.
Well, didn't you ski a whole season with the?
No, I wasn't a ski, but I definitely tore my ACL, and I think I was walking around for a month, and then my meniscus ripped because, like you're saying, well, you do one thing, maybe there's something else in there. That's what happened.
It is not unheard of for guys to play an entire season with a torn ACL. It's happened many, many times. Probably more unusual nowadays. Look, the good news is you did bring in a guy in K1 Alexander that can play ball now. This is a guy that's been in the league for a while and probably on the downhill part of his career. He's been around the block a little bit. He started the career down in Tampa. He's played for the 49ers. He's played for the Steelers. Basically been a starter for the majority of his career. He's been to a Pro Bowl. He's a good football player. So if you're looking for somebody that can step in and play on a moment's notice, this is a guy that I would expect to play significant reps immediately this weekend.
All right. Bo's talking. You got any curiosity what he's got to say about anything? No? Maybe 30 seconds of Bo. How about 30 seconds of Bo? See if he's got anything interesting to say for 30 seconds. Go ahead, Dan.
Skill set, I think, to my advantage. And, when you're younger, you can kind of play with it and, see what you can get away with and all that kind of stuff.
You're younger, you play with it?
See what you can get away with. That's good enough, Dan. Good job.
Keep that, cut that one.
All right. Just remember, when you're younger, you can play with it and see what you can get away with. That's great. Quotes out of context.
Man.
Featuring Bo Nix.
I don't think we could have timed in at a better spot.
No, when you're younger, Tyler, you can play with it and see what you can get away with it. Out of context quotes. Right here on PhD.
Yep. And it feels good.
Of course. If you can get away with it, it's going to feel good. Yeah. No doubt about it. All right.
Then your stepdad comes in the room with a book for you to read.
Wow. I don't even know where to go there. We will follow more with Bo and with Sean Payton. We'll catch up on that news and the bummers about Alex Singleton. Tomorrow, though, I like Nuggets Media Day. It's long, but I think it's pretty cool. And I've been there over the years, and tomorrow it starts at 9:30. It may go for the media 4 hours. Because what they do is they bring up two guys at a time. They bring everybody up, and you get about 15 minutes or so with the twosome out there. And sometimes, depending on the two guys they put out there, it can be pretty fun. It can be like a comedy routine if they put the right combo out there.
Well, they'll do the interviews like you're talking about in the room that they always do.
Well, I think it's on the practice court this year.
And then they'll have a couple rooms set up for TV to do stuff.
I think it's a little different this year because I think there's a concert at Ball Arena.
Oh, that might be why.
Yeah, so like the entrance is different. The interviews are up in the practice court area. It's not something's going on. Everything's just there's no training camp in San Diego. It's 3 days in that gym and then Abu Dhabi. So everything just a little
off.
Just a little. I don't know if that's a big deal or not, but just a little different. Sure, it's be fine. What are the biggest questions here? What will be there? We'll have interviews with players. What should we be asking? What's on everybody's mind this year?
Can the bench be enough improved and have enough bodies that you're not blowing out your starters in 82 regular season games?
Yep.
I think that's the biggest question.
So it all comes down to blowing a 20-point lead in Game 7, second half, essentially.
Yeah, but when and where did that start, right? So did that start in the first half of the season when you're overplaying your guys? Does that start with the bad free agency signing? When and where does that start? And so now you got to hope that Russell Westbrook will be the guy that you want him to be.
It started from the beginning, Tyler, because what's the splits on Joker +9 when he's on the floor and -8.5 when he's off the floor. It's a 17-point swing. So that probably started, way back in the start. So now instead of, him playing 32, 33 minutes a game, he's playing 37, 38.
Yeah.
And then game 7 that he loses, he plays 46 minutes, most minutes I think he played all year. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute, could you get him a 2-minute, because you're used to losing leads when he's out. Could you give him 2 or 3 minutes during that 20-point window? That maybe now he's fresher. I didn't think he was fresh the last 3
one
minutes.
comment Michael Malone has made over the years when he was asked about leaving guys in, well, you never know, it's the NBA. Are you saying that, hey, I get it. 25-point leads can evaporate quickly. But maybe you just got to roll the dice a little bit more often when you get in those positions.
Well, you might have to. It's really funny at the top of the Western Conference, which I think is a beast. The funny thing to me now in the Western Conference is your 2 young, hot teams, Oklahoma City and Minnesota, are now going to get to feel the season of being chased instead of being the chasers. They're going to be the expected to carry the ball in the Western Conference. Last year they could kind of sneak up on people. Oklahoma City snuck up on people. You ain't sneaking up on anybody this year. So now they're expected to be, the top 2 teams. How do you handle being chased as opposed to just going out there and play and then we're chasing everybody else?
What else? What else besides that? That's the big one, obvious. What else storyline-wise? What else kind of is interesting about this year?
Jamal Murray.
Ooh, what about Jamal?
Well, is Jamal the guy we saw in the postseason and the Olympics, or was that, has an off season of just a short off season, a couple months, got him healthy?
How old? Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, for sure, Jamal Murray, that's going to be fascinating, but he kind of already got paid. So to me, that story's almost already done. I think by far the most compelling storyline is Russell Westbrook, and it's not even close. Who is this guy? Can he provide what you want off the bench? Will he give you the competitive itch that is contagious for the other guys that are coming off the bench that you want him to provide? He is one of the most controversial figures in the NBA for a long time, right? And I think we all expect him to be Mr. Perfect here with the Denver Nuggets. But there's still going to be a compelling interest there of how that looks.
Who was supposed to be Bruce Brown last year?
Christian Brown.
Okay. Why did that fall short?
He can't shoot like Bruce.
Okay. Is that the question about Westbrook? Can he be Bruce Brown?
See, I don't think there's a big question with Westbrook because I think anything he gives you that's a super positive, that's going to be ice cream for you. That's going to be something you didn't have. Somebody had a buddy of mine at the league meetings, and they asked, "Wouldn't you rather have Reggie Jackson than Russell Westbrook?" My buddy who was there goes, "No," and that's no knock on Reggie. Reggie was fantastic.
If Reggie was as good at the end of the season as the beginning, my answer would be yes.
Yeah,
but
you broke him down.
Yeah.
Because Jamal was hurt at the beginning of the year, and now instead of playing 18 minutes a game, he was playing 30-some minutes a game also at 34, 35. And his body broke down as the season went, and so you didn't have that real spark. He was a spark. I mean, you won games because of Reggie Jackson last year.
Well, it'll be great. It's great having the Avs going. They're practicing. Still, they're kind of in training camp. They're still, separated in groups. They're playing games, so it's kind of a weird – they're in camp, they're not in camp preseason.
John Michael Liles on that, and he said something so smart, and this goes for the NFL also, which is why they're going to be able to get away with 18 games, less and less training camp and everything else. And he said it even when he played, and I think he said, what did he say? He came in the league in 2009 or something like that, whatever it was. He came in 2004, whatever it was. Training camp was to get guys in shape. The NFL was like that too. Even in 91, when I got here in 93, when I started covering training camps, dudes were coming into training camp to get in shape. That was what training camp's for. That ain't the case no more. The hockey's been like that for a bunch of years now.
Well, it's tough to get in shape in 3
days too. Well, especially now. But I think that's why you're able to do that because these guys, dude, and I don't even know much about it, and maybe Dan does. I guess McKinnon's offseason workouts are now becoming legend. They're
Really?
talking about it on Spittin' Chicklets the other day.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Nate
John Michael
Dogg.
Liles mentioned about it today.
Nate Dogg. Ryan Whitney. Nate Dogg up there with his workouts.
Wicked
awesome workouts by Nate Dogg. You don't want that. You don't want. I love Spittin' Chicklets.
Put
That's a
that
great
camera
podcast.
on me, I'll perform.
There you go.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what the dog does.
We'll hear from Sean Payton. The bad news about Alex Singleton will get you up to speed. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. Oh, man, that sucks. With even more of us affected as we get into our 60s and beyond, ED can have an impact on younger men, too, even in their 30s, which makes it one of the most pervasive conditions in medicine. ED can take an emotional toll on relationship. It can impact your confidence, self-esteem. It's just a drag, man. You don't want that. Thank goodness for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Treatment rates well over 90% in success. Treatments can have you last an hour or more. You're going to be a hero, not a zero. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Hey, the initial visit's $99. If medically advised, get a test dose. If it doesn't work, it's free. But it works most of the time, that's for sure. Try it for yourself. 720-440-7900. Get in there and check it out for yourself. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Just first off, regarding our practice, Nate Singleton is going to be put on injured reserve. He had an ACL in last week's game, midway through the game. One in which, though, he played 2/3 of the game with. It was kind of remarkable. And then he reported he felt a little soreness. They looked at it. We looked at it some more, and then, sure enough, he'll be scheduled for surgery probably about 2 weeks from now. So Bidet will be moved up to the active roster, and then we made some practice squad additions.
Well, I feel bad for Nate Singleton. Hopefully Alex Singleton's okay.
What hurts more, the injury or the coach doesn't know your name?
Oh, my
God. The coach doesn't know the captain of the team.
You love that nobody corrected him, nor did he correct himself, and kept talking for like another minute.
Because coaches in town have already got the media scared.
You think? Yeah. Nobody just said, you mean Alex? Nobody said that?
Hey, all I know is we crushed Dion for about a year and a half for not knowing his center's name. We crushed him for about a year and a half.
Prime had one of those moments yesterday, too, with like the student of the week.
Hank who? Hank, your starting center. Hank Zelensky, the kid, local kid from Cherry Creek High School.
Oh, what's worse, mispronunciation or just the wrong-ass name?
Wrong name, for sure.
My junior year.
Although he got Bidet right.
He got Bidet right.
My junior year in high school, I was named second team All-State from little old Independence, Kansas, and the school was all excited.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming out in the Wichita, the big newspaper in town.
Yeah.
Came out, first team, blah, 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 blah. Second team, blah, blah, center from Independence, Jeff Hastings.
Been there. Hey, I got traded to the Seahawks. My first day that I'm there, Pete Carroll has a press conference. I've been there for a day. I'm in the locker room sitting in my locker. Pete Carroll's coming through there, and he's like on a beeline for my locker. And I'm like, is the head coach coming to talk to me? Like why is he coming out to me? Sits down right next to me, says, hey, I just got to tell you this before you find out. Called you the wrong name in the presser. I said we made a trade for Troy Columbus. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna act like I did that intentionally because back in the days when I was recruiting you to USC, and you're men of the Troy, right? I always wanted you to be a Troy, right? Troy Columbus.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, but you didn't recruit me.
That's awesome.
But the greatest of all time was
Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
That was fantastic. I was there for that one. That was a classic. Keenum. Well, at least he caught himself.
Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
There's a security guy who's an awesome dude that I see at Ball Arena every time I'm there. And started about 3 years ago, and he's just started calling me Roger.
What's up, Raj?
Yeah, it was like that. And then...
Do you do country radio?
That's a good question. The answer is no.
Oh.
Or not well. I get confused with that guy all the time.
See the guy with the hat and the trash can?
So he goes to me one time. He goes, hey, I know your name's not Roger. And I go, no. I love it. Just keep calling me Roger. So he's still 3 years later. What's up, Roger? Just every single time he sees me. It's fantastic. Sometimes you just got to lean into it, Jeff.
Yeah.
All right, what else we got there? Dano from Slim Shine.
Sean talks about when Nate Singleton, when the injury actually occurred.
All right.
It happened on the play on the interception. And shoot, that was fairly early. It's unusual. His tear was unusual in that, it caused some bruising, but fortunately it's just the ACL. But it's unusual for a player to feel asymptomatic, if you will.
Well, ACLs are odd. You can, depending on your movement and where you're going, you can actually be all right for a little bit, and you might not know. You really might not know.
I had a buddy who tore his in junior college football and never got it fixed. Just ended up wearing a big brace for the next 40 years. I think you got it fixed like 2 years ago. But skied every winter.
He must have had to brace up to do that.
Played men's softball.
Why didn't he get it? He didn't.
I have no idea.
It's kind of odd.
I think the recovery. I don't know. I think initially it was probably didn't have the insurance.
Well, that's a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll tell you this. I was stunned that my ass could recover from an ACL and it felt as good as new at my age. Couldn't believe it. I thought when it happened, I was like, oh, I'll never be able to do this. I'll never be able to do that. It all came back. It's crazy. ACLs are amazing, Tyler.
Which leg did you do it on?
Left leg. Meniscus and ACL.
Any arthritis starting to kick in?
Oh, well, they told me in 15 years you're probably going to have a knee replacement.
Well, there you go. So you got that going for you.
I got that going. And every time when I cycle, every down pedal with my leg, you can feel something. So nothing really, but it's coming. It'll come at some point.
Go ahead.
I was hit me last night. I sleep horribly. I mean, I get 7, 8 hours in, but it's never like 8 straight hours or 7 straight hours. I don't know, whatever. But it's always because I think I'm a left side sleeper. I've had the 2 surgeries on my left side. I'll wake up and it feels like I got a flamethrower in my shoulder. In the middle of the night, the thing's going, arms numb, shoulders on fire. I mean, to points where I'll get up, take a pee, and then take 3 Tylenol in the middle of the night. It's so bad. So I'm like, yeah, once you start having surgeries, as you get older, pains creep in.
I'll say this, though. Like my father-in-law, who has Parkinson's, and he's bravely been battling it for a long time, he had a knee replacement not that long ago. It was crazy how good it was. I don't know.
Knee replacements nowadays, you're in and out. You don't even stay in the hospital. You literally go home the same day.
Change his life. I mean, he's got Parkinson's, so there's other things he's dealing with, but like it gave him like quite a few more years.
I've had 6 or 7 surgeries, but everybody's always like, "Oh, you got out pretty lucky on your knees," because I never tore an ACL. I did the MCL sprain a couple times. Had bursitis in my knee one time where I had to drain my knee twice a week for an entire season. Painful, but not necessarily damaging. But people are like, wow, you're good on your knees. Like, yeah, except for I got like no cartilage left. When I go walking up down the stairs, I can feel everything cracking in there. I feel like I had 15 knee injuries, even though I got out relatively clean.
All right. Well, I'm bummed for Alex Singleton. I don't even know what his contract is. Where's he at, man? Are we done with Alex Singleton?
Nate Singleton has 4 more years left. Alex, I have no idea.
I thought he just signed a 3-year deal.
I felt like he did sign a new deal. Alex, that is. I can't speak for Nate. Nate's kind of a jerk, actually.
He signed a 3-year deal last year. However, every deal has got an out year built into it, and it was really just a 2-year deal. He's gotten out in the contract next season if they want to.
Well, Jonas Griffith had that too, and he's toast because he didn't really get healthy either. All right, bummer, man. Great dude, important player for the team. The defense is playing great, and Riverside, right? Got to move on without him. Sucks though. That's a loss. That's a heavy loss.
Who do you think Nate was? That's what I want to know.
Nate Singleton?
Yeah,
he's just a jerk.
No, but who is the Nate that
You're
he confused
Nate
him
Robinson.
with?
Nate Robinson. Love Nate Robinson.
He can't stop thinking about Hackett. Hackett's in his head.
You think
it's
that's
Hackett
it?
Week.
Nate Hackett? You think that's it? What else we got there, Dano? What else is good from Slim Shawnee? Anything?
Sorry, I'm recording something right here. Mike Sanford just sent me Bidet talking about the name controversy. If you guys want to hear that,
I do want to hear this.
Absolutely, yes.
My last name's Bidet, so now y'all got it, so y'all can just stop all the ruckus and stuff like that.
Oh, he's kind of annoyed, huh?
Well,
Stop the ruckus.
I'm sorry, Tyler, but last time you told us it was Batty. So forgive us for being a little bit confused for following your own instructions.
Wow, he seemed
Worst thing about him coming out and saying it is Bidet is Nate asked Crackman because it's been 2 straight days of Bidet jokes.
Yeah, I mean the clean holes that he runs through.
Oh, yeah.
It's just it's
some
unbelievable.
Clean holes.
I mean, offensive line makes the holes, but Bidet makes those holes clean.
Well,
he cleans up the
wiped them
holes.
away.
Yeah.
True. You keep going.
Oh no! Nate Nanny comes up at 3. You'll get plenty more.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
They got 1 million of them.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, the first day it came out. Honest God, the first 15 minutes of the show is nothing but bidet jokes. I didn't realize there's that many bidet jokes.
How many people do you actually think know what a bidet is?
That's a good question.
Well,
do they are they still actively making bidets?
Gotta be honest, fellas. I know what it is. Never used one.
I'm in Sao Paulo, Brazil. As a kid, we're in the Junior World Olympics. We get in there. We got one big room. We got like 5 dudes in the room. Darren Day is one of the guys in our room. James Worthy was with us, Jimmy Black. And Darren going over there, dude, They got a water fountain in the room. We have a water fountain. And
start drinking out of it?
He's stepping on the paddle.
No.
And he's turning up. He's shooting it up, having a drink.
No, Vic on the morning show said that as a kid, he used to wash his hair in his.
Well, we didn't know.
Serious. I rented a house. The only time I've ever been around a bidet, I rented a house in Atlanta that had a robot of a toilet. And I mean, I could press a button on the toilet. It would bring the lid up, and it had LED lights in there just in case you needed to get a good angle on there, different to see what color the poop is, whatever.
Like Club Dub for your butt.
But it had a button that if I pushed, it cleaned that old, you know what?
Hey, listen, I love the concept.
Hey, I was in Italy last summer, and our little room had a thing. And I'm gonna tell you what. So I said, told the Warren, I said, I've got to try it. I've never had.
Of course.
Feels great. Feels great.
You just don't want to overuse anything in life. So just as long as it's in balance, you can comport yourself professionally.
Stouts low to the ground. Boom, really worked.
It's so funny how bothered he seems by it. Like how much crap did he get?
I mean, I'm impressed that Sean knew.
All right, let's hear him a year ago when his name was.
Sorry, this is from today. He goes into the
Well,
explanation.
hold on. Let's hear previous though first.
I got it.
Let's start with why this happened. Go ahead.
For me, is it Batty or Beatty? We gotta know.
It's Beatty.
Beatty, okay.
It's Beatty. Everybody loves Batty.
Yeah,
so
right?
I'm gonna keep it that way.
Okay.
All right, it's Beatty. It's Beatty. And now, earlier today.
Bidet. Bidet. Let's get it out of the way.
You let us go a long time before you told us.
I did. You know, there was some other things going on, but it's bidet.
Did somebody finally say, will you please tell that?
Right.
Is that how it was pronounced growing up with your family?
No, actually not. I actually changed it myself, but
okay.
some other things going on, some family things that I talk about later on. But right now, I'm just trying to focus on football right now.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What?
All right. So he's making a choice to change his name. It's not what his real name is. He's making a choice to change it. And if you listen closely, it sounds like there's some reasons why he's moving on from the family name.
Oh, why would he make that choice?
Do you have to dig in too deep?
It could be
No. He can change it whatever he wants.
He clearly just told us there were some family reasons that he's moving on.
I get it, but why make that specific choice to name yourself after a bidet? If you're going to choose something, you could just do something else. You don't have to be Beatty.
Maybe he learned French in like 6th grade.
Maybe he was born in New Orleans.
You could be Bidet. You could be Smith. You can do whatever you want.
You could be World Be Free.
By the way, Jeff Lakewell will join us in a half hour. How about those guys that got to do this trip?
Do you think he's staying at the Greenbrier?
We're going to ask him when he's on with us, but I heard Troy in there. I know Kliss is out there.
Well, they'll be at the press conference.
Ooh, so you don't think anybody else is staying at the Greenbrier?
I think a lot of people went.
I think Muggles, that their bosses say you're spending $700 a night. What?
Is that what it is?
They're staying at the Motel 6.
Isn't there a Motel 6 right down there for $89.99?
Jeff Legwell,
there really isn't.
Jeff Legwell will join us at 2:30. My bad. At 2:30. So we'll ask Jeff, where ESPN's budget is. Is there? Well, yeah. Like where's the other place there? I mean, you can always drive anywhere, but it looks like
he's probably got to rent a car, so they care if he has to drive 45 minutes.
I don't know. Tyler, you've been there.
$500 a month.
How far would you have to go
to find a different hotel?
Yeah.
I don't recall, but it's definitely secluded. Like it's in the mountains. Like it's its own deal. I'm not even sure there's like a real town within 15, 20 minutes.
All right. Well, we'll talk to Jeff in about an hour or so.
Did you have a navigator when you drove up there?
Yes, God, I did. Yeah.
There is a story in college football
Fired her.
that might change the landscape of college football.
She fired me.
We'll get to that story coming up next.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
But we're just the Portal Kings. It seems to be, and that's not the case. We have a few freshmen playing and doing a phenomenal job right now. I think I gave you a statistic 1 week of how many freshmen we played last year, even freshman walk-ons. They got in there and got some experience. So I think we're doing a good job with the guys from high school, but also the guys from Portal. It's just like the NFL to me, man. It's free agency and draft choices. You don't take a lot of draft choices, but you get what you need in free agency.
Well, I can't disagree with that. And the way college football is going, this story that we're about to give you is another indication mighty things may change here quickly. Hey, we'll be at Joe Willie's on Broadway Friday from noon to 3. A reminder that the Thursday through Monday night deal on pro and college football games, $14.95 buckets of beer, $16.95 buckets of high noon, and $4 off wings. See ya at Joe Willie's on Broadway. The story out of UNLV is pretty remarkable. Who knew UNLV actually had a good football team? But they're ranked 23 in the coaches poll. They're undefeated at 3-0, and they just lost their starting quarterback.
And now they're looking about moving to the Pac-12 also.
Okay. Well, they're building their program up, and as I just read from the article, they have their game against Fresno State as their Mountain West Conference opener, and the following Friday night, home against Syracuse for one of the most anticipated games in recent school history.
Right.
It honestly says that.
You can read it for
More
yourself.
so than
It
Fresno State.
does not say that.
Syracuse has become among the most anticipated in recent school history.
Who
cares? Just reading, fellas. You can
Sure.
hate all you want.
Sure.
Dan, do you even cheer for a college? Do you have a college you can cheer
Dude,
for?
this story is one of the most predictable things that has ever happened in college football.
We now know the exact amount of money, by the way. That's coming out today.
100 grand, right?
100 grand.
Yeah. So the story that anybody doesn't know, the UNLV starting quarterback is walking away. He's going to take a redshirt year because now you can play in a handful of games and still have a redshirt year because he was promised $100,000 to transfer to UNLV. He claims he did not get paid any of that money once he got there. The school claims that he got paid the money, but that him and his representatives were coming back and asking for more because now his market value has gone up. So the storyline here, believe what you want. I don't know, but this is the most predictable thing I've ever seen coming because the NCAA is so stupid that they open this thing up just backwards, completely backwards. Instead of paying these players a salary that's got a contract that you sign on the dotted line, now we're working with handshakes saying that you're going to get $1 million when you come to the University of Colorado. Well, you get $1 million. What happens if the dude never starts, right? What happens if the dude is not as good as what you thought? Well, I shook my hand. Am I really going to give this guy $1 million? So I don't know the truth. I don't know if he got no money. I don't know if he asked for more money, but there's conflicting stories coming out from the different sides on this deal. But the fact that an NIL deal has gone wrong is the most predictable thing ever because the NCAA was afraid of doing the right thing.
According to this article, the way the school's weaseling out of it, the promise was made by an assistant coach, not the head coach. And now they're saying, hey, man, I never said it to you. It was this, Joe assistant over here. They said they gave him $3,000 for an engagement he made this summer. Well, that's
I read the $3,000 so he could help move himself from wherever he's coming.
It's sketchy AF, no doubt about it.
Well, listen,
nobody should be surprised.
If they already paid him $100,000, guess what there is? A check.
Exactly.
Right, there's a check
and so this guy actually, so college players nowadays have NIL agents. That's what they've got. So they've got guys out there that are working these deals. Well, whoever this kid is, fire your freaking agent because you didn't get a deal that had a signature on it. And now that's what the agent is saying. Well, we agreed to a verbal agreement of $100,000. All right. Well, I mean, I feel like everybody's a bunch of dum-dums in this whole story, and it goes everywhere. But this is prime example of why the NCAA or why the SEC eventually will just secede and say, we don't need the NCAA. We're going to pay our players a direct salary. We're going to have a salary cap for the SEC. The Pac-12 can have its own salary cap that is different based off of its TV money. Big 12 can have its own, right? And now we're going to give these guys a contract that when we give you $100,000 up front, well, you committed to play here for 4 years, okay? So if you want to transfer, now you got to give that money back. And, in the normal world, we've got things called non-competes, and it might actually control the transfer portal as it sits today.
So why would any of these kids go to class under that format?
Because you have to keep your grades.
Why?
NCAA is still involved.
You just seceded from the NCAA. In your scenario, you just said hasta la vista.
Because you still got moms out there going, so you need a degree.
Oh, well, that's up to moms. But what's going to require the kids to go to school? What changes this from? Well, I don't know. You pay professors at the school. You pay other people to do jobs at the school. You're just paying football players at the school. You just play for the school. If under that scenario, and maybe that's exactly where it's going to go.
And
maybe that's exactly
and that's probably where it's going to go. You're absolutely right. The problem is like that is it's still such a finite number of how many guys go and make a career of it in the pro leagues where they'll make real money. Let's be honest, $100,000. Ain't nobody in the NFL playing for $100,000 right now.
Not even practice squad guys.
Right? That's like a shoe deal for a second round draft pick. So all of a sudden you get $100,000. So you get $400,000, $100,000 a year for 4 years. You living the rest of your life on that?
Nope.
Now with no education, no job skills, nothing getting ready.
Yeah, but
that's why you go to school.
The vast majority of kids that I know that have played college sport, they're so tied into the college sport. Hardly any of them are really focused on the academics.
But if you got a coach that has any concern at all for these young men, he'll make sure they go get their degrees.
A lot of kids get their degrees. I'm just saying it's so time-consuming playing college sports there's just so many college athletes. They may have a degree, but they're absolutely prepared for nothing.
Well, before I got to college, if you guys even remember that, go back and read Will Chamberlain's autobiography. Freshmen weren't allowed to play their freshman year, right? I mean, you couldn't play until your sophomore year in school because they wanted a year for you to get acclimated to school life. That's when people went to school. And I'll be honest with you, that first year of having to go to school, waking myself up, getting my own food, getting my boom, boom, beam, but all that stuff was overwhelming. I could almost see why kids that weren't allowed to play as freshmen. Now, they should have given them 4 other years of eligibility to play, but schooling is overwhelming. You take that away from kids, I think it goes there eventually.
You're going to need maybe 4 more of these and maybe 2 in a really high-profile situation before the players are going to finally realize we got to unionize.
I guarantee
and I'm not even a huge union guy, but these guys, they need to get representation. They've got to organize if they don't want these things to happen to them. It's going to be the most difficult job that's ever happened, trying to get all these universities all across America to get on the same page. But at some point, a guy like Jeremy Bloom, and maybe even he does it himself, is going to take the lead on this thing and get these kids protected.
Listen, these kids were getting ripped off because they were generating so many millions for these universities in basketball and football for so long. They deserve to get paid. However, you're right. They didn't figure this out, right? And this is basically, I mean, you've got to be better than
Well, you
this.
saw the story a couple of days ago. Reggie Bush has gone back and is suing USC and
Good
the
for him.
NCAA and everything else.
For back pay and what his NIL earnings should have been. Now, I think he got that. I'm pretty sure he took that under the table. But
they were still selling his jersey or his jersey numbers or whatever for years, making money off his, as he says, name and likeness.
I saw Jeremy Bloom put out a tweet yesterday talking about if he's considering doing the same thing.
Good for Jeremy.
He said, I was the number 1 skier in the world.
Yep.
They took that money away from me. He put it up as a poll. Should I go back and sue them for back pay?
Sure.
Well, the article I read on said the NCAA is preparing a payout of about $58 billion.
That's about
well,
right.
they already agreed to one for the video game. Right. So for the video game, they went back for like the last, 9 years or whatever, and they paid every player $10,000. I don't know what the figure was. Right. But it was cut off at like 9 years. Well, what's the magic number here? Right. I mean, is it 10 years? Is it 15 years? Is it 20 years? And how much would your worth have to be to actually have earned it? Like, obviously, a guy like myself had nothing, right? If I'm being honest, even in today's NIL world, when I came into college, I would get whatever the collective would give me just because it was a thank you for coming here, right? But there are other guys that are in a different world.
Will there be a salary cap? College football.
I think that's the next step.
Not before there's a union.
Okay. Will there be contracts in college football?
There needs
before
to be.
There's a union.
Who's going to unionize college kids? Who's going to do that?
It's going to take a guy like Jeremy Bloom who's got a passion for this thing. And and honestly, Jeremy's like the perfect guy in every aspect. Number 1, because he went through it. Number 2, because he's made a lot of money. Number 3, because he's got time to do it. Even though he's got multi-million-dollar businesses. Jeremy's like the guy for this.
Who's the guy in the league office, NFL league office, who was a pretty good NFL player for a bunch of years in New York, I think. Ended up getting his law degree. Now he's like a vice president or kind of a muckety-muck in the league office. It's going to be a guy like that. It's going to be a guy that goes to college, pretty good player, whatever, went back, got his law degree or has his law degree or doing something else, who's going to find 2 or 3 more guys like that, and they go, okay, let's go.
Let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dumb, 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 dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Throw in your question, 303-504-0925. On Friday, we'll pick out somebody who's asked a No Dumb Question for a $100 gift card to Old Chicago.
Saw an article or part of an article, and it must have been the Boston Celtics Media Day. Jason Tatum was quoted as saying, remind me of that because I just saw him on television. And they said, we were expected to play the Nuggets in the NBA final. He said, to be honest with you, that team probably matched up against us better than anybody else. That would have been a hell of a series. That being said,
yeah,
believe that?
Well, the Nuggets beat the Celtics when the Celtics had won 20 games in a row at the Boston Garden by a bucket on that infamous East Coast trip. And they beat the Celtics back here in Denver.
Two first-place teams.
I felt I was living in Swampscott because of all the Boston fans there. But that being said, they did beat them. So I guess there's proof in the pudding. Why not? Maybe.
Which, as soon as I heard that, the thing is what I said, and I got poo-pooed by a couple guys who just don't know, and Tyler can even talk about it with the NFL. Sometimes it's not the quality of the team alone that's going to determine the victor, right? Sometimes it's matchup. And I've said for 2 years, I said that in a row, Minnesota's a bad matchup for the Denver Nuggets. Nobody wanted to listen to me. And everybody's, oh, that doesn't matter. They just weren't. And yeah, they weren't playing well. You're right. They could have played better. Absolutely. I'd rather play Oklahoma City in that second round than Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Lakers didn't scare me at all. Because you know what the Nuggets are for the Lakers? Bad matchup. It's a bad match. If anybody's being honest over there, guess what? Lakers don't want to see the Nuggets in the playoffs unless it gets to the finals. Then you got to take a shot. Once you get to the conference finals, take a shot. But matchups are key. I don't know in football. Dude, I don't know. There was teams that I played against that. How do they keep beating us? They suck. They're just a tough matchup.
Yep. It's always going to be that way. I've got a spirit animal of no dumb questions segment. Okay, like this is the spirit of no dumb questions. Everything on our body's got a purpose, right? Like our fingers have got a purpose. Nose hair, keep germs out of your nose, right?
All right.
Why do men have nipples?
I don't know.
I mean, really? Like,
I really don't know.
Is there anything on a body that does not serve a purpose except for nipples on a man?
Because it looks stupid without them?
Well, yeah, but that's only because you're accustomed to that. If we never had nipples, it wouldn't look stupid.
Well, obviously you don't need your appendix either.
No, well, yeah, it's true. It's true, but does that serve a purpose when you have it?
I think there's just some things on your body that happen that you don't need. Like you don't need to have a beard, but you got one.
Hair warmth, right?
Do you think that's what's going on?
Yeah.
I mean, but you don't need it that long. How cold are you?
No, but like everything on a body has got a purpose.
Well,
my fingernails have a purpose.
You are asking like caveman
questions. My eyelids
questions.
have a purpose.
Yeah,
okay?
but
I don't know what my eyebrows. I don't know the purpose of the eyebrows.
Is it fair
Protective view.
Is it fair to say, as long as humans have been around, there's been some sort of evolution where you needed something at some point, but you don't need it anymore?
All right, so when and where did men need nipples?
Well, you got to go back, man.
Well, maybe
you got to go back.
The whole body is formed, and then as it grows, the Y or the X takes over.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what cool things are going on?
It's bothering me. I'm staring in the mirror. It's just bothering me. Why do I have nipples?
Go back to prehistoric days and check out what they were doing.
I've got nipples, Greg.
Can you milk me?
Yeah.
You could do that if that's bothering you. No dumb question. Is a hurricane rain? Do you know what CU's doing? They're leaving today because the storm's supposed to be tomorrow, so they don't get their flight delayed on Friday. You like that? I actually think that's actually pretty clever.
Unless you get there and the whole game's canceled because the storm hits like crazy.
But you know what? You don't know. And I like Prime's reasoning. We don't want to get caught up in some travel thing. These kids don't really go to college. I mean, it is going to be so devastating when you find out your college kid, for the college that you're paying for, they don't or barely have to go to class. It is a disturbing revelation when you realize how little they actually have to be in a class to be in college.
No dumb question. We've talked a little bit about this also in the past when it came to the Hall of Fame voting. Read an article today, and they were tearing Heisman Trophy hopefuls. In not the top tier, but the next tier, they had Travis Hunter. So I said, well, let me go back and read what he said. He said, to be honest with you, he probably should win it. He's the best player. Well, then A, why don't you put him at number one? B, why do you have him as second tier? And why do we do that with Hall of Fame? Well, the guy's a Hall of Fame player, but he just needs to wait a little bit. What do we do for these writers? Is it to give writers more relevancy? To extend stuff out? I mean, you just in your piece on Travis Hunter, you said To be honest with you, he should win this thing. He's the best player in college. And then they threw in this, but Colorado may not win enough games. Wait. Is it for the team that wins the most games? I thought that was called the national championship. Or is it called the best player in college football?
Actually, I do think
writers are stupid.
For Shadeur to win,
we'll tell Jeff
Heisman, the Buffs would have to win 8 games. For Travis Hunter to win a Heisman,
It's not a team thing.
For Travis Hunter to win a Heisman, I don't think it would matter at all. But I do think wins matter for quarterbacks. Why would wins matter for a cornerback, for a wide receiver?
Listen, if you're a quarterback, you throw for 40 touchdowns and 9 interceptions and 4,500 yards, and your team is averaging 35, and you have a 2-7 record because your defense is allowing 43.
Yeah, but what if you
on you?
What if you threw for all those yards because they were in prevent defense the whole time because they're up by 15 points?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go through the top tiers of the Heisman, and it surprised me where Travis Hunter landed. That's for sure. That's next on PhD. Man, there's so many good things at Old Chicago. Let me tell you, you still have time right now until 3 o'clock for the unbelievable lunch combo. That's $9.99, a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, an icy fountain drink. It's all under $10, and it goes until 3 o'clock for dine-in or call-in. And one of the amazing things about Old Chicago is just how good that crust tastes. Scratch-made crust. The ale crust infused with real beer. Chicago-style tavern thin. OC thick, that's deep dish. It is absolutely delicious. Starts with that good dough, and then the tastiness is on you. You throw that in, or perhaps, you just order a specialty like the Chicago 7. Founded in Boulder in 1976. Perfecting pizza and giving you great savings. Think about Old Chicago right now for a late lunch. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. I've been partners with Premier Heating and Air for 14 years, and it's been fantastic. Hey, it's D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. The Premier Heating and Air show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, is right here on Altitude Saturday mornings at 7:30. My guys Reed and Tom, we chop it up. And listen, making things better for you, that's mission number one. So if you're in need of a heating and air expert, it's Premier Heating and Air, 720-547-8009. Here's some great deals going on right now. Get your furnace tuned up with a special $49 furnace tune-up. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and even a gift card for up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. Call 720-547-8009. $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. Visit them at premieraircolorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
2nd and 4. Sanders again fires. End zone. Hunter caught it. Touchdown. 22 yards.
If you can play like number 12 does, you can certainly do your dance.
All right, heat check here. Are we overvaluing Travis Hunter? Because while we're feeling like this is kind of a slam dunk and he should be a heavy favorite to win the Heisman, we just take a peek around and all of a sudden he's really not on the list, at least not that we're seeing on a Bleacher Report right there. The favorites, Jalen Milroe, quarterback Alabama, Cam Ward, quarterback Miami, Jackson Dart, what a great name for a quarterback, by the way.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, and Nico.
4 touchdowns, 382 yards.
You know that dude's NIL deal? He's got the coolest one.
Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
No.
He's got a private plane NIL deal. He can fly. He can fly anywhere in the world private as much as he wants.
He's got a PJ.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's not his jet, but he gets to use one.
That is damn. Well, that's damn cool. Not sure where he's going to go, but, good for him. And then Nico Iamaleava, quarterback. Thank you. Bidet, quarterback out of Tennessee. All right, well.
And all teams are playing pretty good.
Dude, where's our guy? So you go down to the second tier, the top contenders, and there's Travis, but he's in there with Carson Beck and Will Howard, Dylan Gabriel, quarterback out of Oregon, and Quinn Ewers, who might not get his job back there in Texas. We'll see.
Yes, he will.
But so Travis is the only non-quarterback on either of those two lists, so that's pretty cool. And note, Shadeur's nowhere to be found. So we're ripping off 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 quarterbacks, and Shadeur ain't one of them?
Yeah, I mean, what are you surprised by here? We all know what this is. It's the best quarterback in the country. That's what it's been for about 20 years now. It depends on what list you're looking at, though. I mean, I'm looking at another one that he's not a whole lot higher than that, but this is like the betting odds to win the Heisman. The favorite to win the Heisman right now is Cam Ward from Miami at plus 350. And then they've got Travis Hunter at number 6 overall, and he's at plus 1,700.
Well, on here he's probably, if you do tiers, he's at the top of this, probably 5th, right?
He's right behind Carson Beck at plus 1,500.
But look at the first line. The first line of the guy that wrote this article, strictly on the field, which is what the award is supposed to be. It's for the best player on the field, right? Not the team, player.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter likely deserves to be the favorite. Strictly on the field play. So in
there
other
you
words,
go.
just play.
Okay.
But then the last word, or the last couple was team's questionable upside.
So are we just on to things just a lot sooner because he's in our backyard and we're just seeing it and we're just a little bit more aware of how special it is?
Hold on. Were we not on Joker before everybody else in the country was too? Because he was in our backyard and he's in our view all the time?
It's that, but it's notoriety of the program. And although it should not factor into it, we all know it does. Wins do matter. And if you're not on a winning team, the likelihood of you winning the Heisman is next to nothing.
Well,
you're explaining how it's done. You're not explaining why it's done.
We're 4 games into a 12-game season. Like, where does this leap jump then if Travis is going to win this thing? Where would it happen?
He's probably not. I mean, because Colorado's probably not going to win enough football games.
You know, it leaps. It starts this week. You go into UCF on a team that's throwing the ball around and being crazy, running the ball pretty good too. And have another big game. Starts this week.
Hey, do you think national writers like Deion Sanders?
No.
Do you think national writers are going to be motivated to pump up Travis Hunter, who is Deion Sanders' quote-unquote son?
So again, you're explaining to me that it's personal. Then I'm asking, why did they have votes in?
Well, Heisman Trophy, though, is voted on by...
I can't explain the world to you. I'm just giving you the reality.
The Heisman Trophy is voted on by like 1 million people, though. It's not just like 30 dudes in a room in Canton. It's voted on by a lot of different types of people.
But they're sports writers mostly, aren't they? And announcers,
well,
TV people, radio people.
I don't know. I don't know how the voters
It's
work.
a lot.
So.
It's a lot of people, though. It's a lot of points, you know?
Like, what's a lot? How many is a lot?
800. Well, we can look it up.
Siri,
help us out,
how many Heisman voters are there?
I know it's much different than the Hall of Fame, for example, where it's
870.
870 voters?
Yeah.
That seems like a lot to me.
870 media representatives.
Okay. Well, that's a lot.
So everybody in the Big 12 will see him and bump him way up there. Everybody in the SEC will only see the Ole Miss, Tennessee, Georgia guys So they won't get him.
You know, they just moved this CU-UCF game to national TV. It's the 5th game in a row on national TV. It's 1:30 on Saturday on Fox.
Which is
big noon kickoff's going to be there.
Really?
Yep.
I thought they were going to Michigan again.
Well, they're going to get ready for the hurricane, I suppose. Okay, so you just don't think there's any scenario, Tyler?
I sworn they were going to be there.
You don't think there's any scenario?
Yeah, UCF to host a big noon kickoff.
So there's no scenario for Travis Hunter to win the Heisman. No path.
Well, I mean, sure there is.
There's no inflection
Sure there is. Colorado wins the Big 12.
They have to win the Big 12?
Colorado's in the hunt for the Big 12.
Well, what this says right now, everything that holds true to this article's form, then at the very least, he's the Blitnikoff, isn't he? Or hold on, what's the best wide receiver in college football award?
I don't know.
Right,
it could be the Blitnikoff. Yeah, I believe it is.
Is it not the? Is it the?
I think it's Blitnikoff.
Blitnikoff is the defensive.
There's a wide receiver, Fred Blitnikoff.
Here's what they need to do. They need to weight the voting system. You know, the former Heisman winners get a vote. They should get like the biggest vote of them all. You know, like give them 12 votes for every one that they've got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coaches should have a higher weight, and coaches should vote. Do coaches vote on it? I don't think so because it says media representatives.
Sure.
Coaches should be voting on the Heisman. We're allowing just random human beings in mom's basement to be voting on the Heisman.
You think there's a lot of random guys in mom's basement voting?
If there's 870 voters, then yes, I do.
We got.
I guarantee if there's 870, you haven't heard of about 670 of them.
All right, but they're in mom's basement. Is that why we haven't heard from them?
Sure.
Cheeto fingers.
Yeah, Mom, meatloaf. Come on, Mom.
Cookie crumbs.
I think the reason why Travis is going to have a very significant chance is that everybody likes a different story. And he's the most different out of all those stories. Now, if there were other receivers or other defensive players or other people there, that might be difficult. But he's the only non-quarterback out there. I think you're going to find some momentum for him. And I don't know if the record's going to matter.
He does have the most unique story in the history of college football.
Yeah, I think that'll catch a little fire. I think he's got to stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
I don't think he can
playing
miss
every snap of every game isn't going to help that.
If he's doing all that and continues to stay healthy, stays up, if not the Heisman, he wins the Walter Camp.
Walter Camp.
Which is the outstanding, which I don't know why they have a Walter Camp other than they want a bunch of trophies. But it's basically the outstanding college football player.
Any of these quarterbacks knocking your socks off so far? Quarter way through the season? Just killing it. Like, wow. Any of them?
Go back to that first list. Ole Miss and Tennessee has been interesting to watch.
Cam Ward. Cam Ward has been out of this world.
Right.
From Miami?
Yes.
But don't forget how this went for Jaden Daniels last year. Started off a little bit slow, and then it gained kind of some crazy momentum. Joe Burrow was kind of the same thing, too. But, you know, I think Travis is going to be there, and I don't know if it's going to matter how many games they win. I think his story is just so unique and so different.
Two best quarterbacks this year have been Cam Ward and what's his name? Jackson Dart.
Any surprise that Shadeur is not really significantly on these lists right now?
No, because especially at quarterback, wins are. I'm not telling you it should, but
they're
they do matter.
They're 3-1.
I got it.
But he's not even on the list, though. I mean, I get it. He's not a favorite, but he's not one of the top 8 quarterbacks considered for the Heisman in terms of this. Really? Not one of the top 8. I find that interesting. You know, I certainly think he should be among, I mean, I don't know. Will Howard, how's he doing? Is he killing it there? Is Will Howard having a better year than Shadeur Sanders?
What does it say about Will Howard? Good quarterback on a great team. So he's on the list, but how about Shadeur? Why wouldn't I say great quarterback on an average team?
By the way, you're positive they're going to bench Quinn Ewers when he's ready to go?
No, he will not be benched.
Oh, he'll come right back. Arch Manning, whatever. Sit down.
Yes.
Why?
Because they got a good thing going and they're comfortable with it. Because Arch is okay with it also.
Okay.
Yeah. And plus, you want to get Ewers drafted, and you want to win.
And also, Arch didn't light the world on fire last week. You know that, right?
They won 58-3 or something. But yeah, I understand he had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
They did win by like 55 points.
Why would they bench Quinn?
Because the future is Arch Manning. And why not just get to it? And the team's number 1.
Are they not trying to win a national championship this year?
You think they have a less than chance with Arch Manning?
I think that they will go with the dude that they think gives them the best chance because they're not thinking about the future. They're thinking about winning a national championship today.
I'll say this. This is how good I think Arch Manning is. Say Ewers comes back and quarterbacks and they win a national championship this year, they're liable to go back-to-back.
Now, I'll say this.
They're liable to go back-to-back.
Quinn better not stay hurt very long. That could factor into it.
How long is too long?
4 games.
How about Tomlin not committing right now to Justin Fields?
He did that all preseason, too.
Still leaving the door open there for Russell Wilson. They're 3-0. We'll hear from Sean Payton at the Greenbrier in that haunted mansion they're staying at. That's next. Here's my guy, Kevin Carney in Arvada, talking about AAA home improvements. We've worked with AAA home improvements for several projects since moving into our home, and I can say without exaggeration, our experience working with them has been nothing short of phenomenal. Toby Hurdle and his team are first-class professionals with a wealth of knowledge and expertise. I've been proud to be associated with AAA for a long, long time, and I know firsthand how that 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience can make a difference in your home. It's AAA Home Improvements. From design engineering, permitting, project management, and final inspections, it's turnkey, upfront pricing, and close communication. Nothing's worse than a project that starts that never finishes and you don't know when it's going to happen. That is not the case with AAA. So whether it's a man cave, maybe you want to fix up an Airbnb, change that kitchen around, whatever. If you can think it, they can build it. Look at their before and afters. Look at their reviews at AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
He's a very talented young man, very quick decision maker, great with his feet. They've done a really nice job. I feel like he found a little confidence in this against Tampa, and you can see him evolving from the Seattle game to Pittsburgh to last week in terms of what he can and can't do in the league, and obviously, so he's a quick learner and very, very athletic, very gritty, tough kid, but he's got a good future ahead of him.
It's Robert Saleh. Who's he talking about there? Bo Nix? Yeah, that's cool. I was watching some of the Jets stuff, man. This is going to be tough. They are a very complete team, Tyler, man. Scott, this is we're getting ready for the Jets here, man. And we'll hear from Jeff Legwold at the Greenbrier coming up in about 25 minutes. But
why don't you predict no way they can go in there and beat the Jets like you did against Tampa?
Right.
And then who knows?
That seemed to work.
Look, control Breece Hall. You'll have a fighting chance at this. Let Breece Hall go off. You got no chance. You gotta. It's not that you want Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball 40 times a game, but you do have to try to pigeonhole them as much as you possibly can.
Just to recap, if you're just tuning in, first of all, thank you. Appreciate it. You can give us a holler on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Just download that app, start talking in the mic, and have at it. We'd love to hear what you think. But the news of the day is bad. Alex Singleton goes out with an ACL. We'll get into the Jets in a second, but how does that impact the Broncos?
It sucks, man. The Broncos went into the season very, very thin in the inside linebacker room. I believe that the actual backup that isn't going to have to be like a versatile guy was Justin Strnad. So you go into the season with Cody Barton, with Alex Singleton, and Justin Strnad. All three of these guys are kind of similar players. I'll say this, Justin Strnad appeared to have the best preseason that he's had since he's been a Denver Bronco, but Justin has been Mr. Special Teams. That's why he's been around here for what feels like 15 years, and you don't even know he's on the team because he's just Mr. Special Teams player. It hurts. It hurts. The biggest part that hurts, though, is that I do think Alex Singleton is one of the most natural leaders on this football team.
Scott, what do you think?
It's the NFL. This sounds callous, but better your middle linebacker than your quarterback. Right? Go ask the Jets.
Okay. You could say it's not that big of a deal if you want.
No, I think it's a big deal because I agree with Tyler. I think he's a leader on that defense. He's the captain. No one answered the question. It's easy to replace a body. You can always replace a body.
Right,
There's enough bodies to find. But can the body do what he does and lead the team in tackles since he's been here? And I believe he's the green dot guy on the defense, isn't he?
Yeah,
I believe so.
They were able to go out and get a very serviceable player that should be able to step in and play day one in K'Wan Alexander. K'Wan's been in the league for a long time now, came in 2015. He's played for the Steelers. He's played for the 49ers. He's bounced around a little bit. I think he came in with Tampa Bay. But he's been a starter basically his entire career. He's been to Pro Bowls. On the downward part of his career, but certainly a vet that is not going to need a lot of time to learn the system.
Now, the Greenbrier costs you $700 a night to stay there, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Jeff Legwold works for ESPN and us.
He may have a suite.
Oh, you think so? I was going to, the wheel of hotels. I was going to ask you, where's that landing on the ESPN budget?
I'm saying he's at the Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn.
Or wait, you know this from Muggle media Muggle types.
Yes.
Who gives the best points?
Troy Rank is flying United no matter where he goes, and he's got a hotel too. And I know we'll get to Troy here in a second. When you sit in that media room before road games, it is constant talk about points, hotels, where I'm going to be. I think they actually like it. And if folks didn't know, the vast majority of media make their own arrangements to travel. Now, they don't necessarily pay for it, but in general, they want to make their arrangements.
Yeah.
Because, you do it, this, that, the other thing is going to benefit you on the backside.
Marriott used to get great points at hotel. I used to know guys that traveled in the NBA wouldn't stay if they didn't have a Marriott. They were upset.
We should ask Jeff Legwold about that one if you want. But I know there's guys that feel like that. But there's some muggles. that do travel with the team, man. There's some special moguls that have deals with the team, and they're right on that plane.
Team plane and everything.
They're on the team plane. They're in the
and
team
by
hotel.
special, he means Mike Kliss.
Well, I mean, it depends on where Mike's working at the time, but, it depends what the deals are. But Mike is on this one, no doubt about it. They're staying there. They're right there.
Isn't he on all of them?
He's with 9 News. He's on all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got Scotty Gange on that one, too. They got a couple guys. They got a cameraman.
I don't know. We'll see if Mike comes out of this haunted hotel okay or not. I did remember, by the way, why it was allegedly haunted. It was so this resort's been around for like 240 years, right? It looks like the White House. It really does. Like, that's what it looks like. It was a military prison during World War II where they housed German prisoners and other prisoners.
Really?
Yes. So you got World War II ghosts haunting that place.
Did you know you had a
good one?
That's a hell of a place to be in prison, by the way. I mean, if I got to be in prison, Greenbrier's not so bad.
Yeah, but try to escape from there. Where are you going to go?
I think Colorado had a history of German POWs.
I think you're right. I think, yes. Good luck escaping from Fountain.
No dumb question. This is legit no dumb question.
Yeah.
How many German POWs do you get in West Virginia? How do they end up in West Virginia?
You put them on a boat. You drive them in a truck. I mean, how does anybody get anywhere?
I don't know.
Just stick them on boats, and we got you. You can come here. Let's go. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Frankly, if you're a German POW, you're probably pretty lucky if you end up in West Virginia. Just kind of chill out for a little bit. And you might be all right. It's not,
You ready for ambiguous, no dumb question stat?
Let's go.
Trivia question.
Let's go.
Since 2018, what quarterback and how many interceptions has he had nullified due to INT or due to pass interference call?
Yeah, well, that's the old Pat Mahomes conversation, but I don't remember the exact numbers.
17.
17.
He's had 17 picks called back due to pass interference. That seems a little large.
Put the X-Files music back on. I mean, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't it seem awful large?
League conspiracy, man.
Well,
they got to keep them good.
Did you see the non-pass interference call the other day in the end zone?
I heard that Travis was not even really dating Taylor.
I don't know about that.
I thought we were just doing conspiracies.
And where would that one come up? Where would that cross your radar? The Travis Kelce not dating Tay-Tay.
Well, we were just talking about the Chiefs and Travis got fat and out of shape and
What do you guys do when you just get some time to kill?
Read, study,
read about Denver International Airport.
Read about all the calls.
Do you want me to tell you about the tunnels?
Get.
Do you want me to tell you about the murals? Why are there genocide murals in DIA? Why are there literal plaques inside DIA that say brought to you by the New World Order? There are plaques that say brought to you by the New World Order.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You don't know about this one?
Scott's convinced.
Yeah. New World Order plaques inside DIA.
Tunnels?
Oh, the tunnels? Those go all the way to Aspen. You don't know that?
Gargoyles?
Yeah, I mean, they go up to Colorado Springs also, but...
I'll give you this. There's a lot of quirky things at DIA.
They fired the contractors every 6 months, so they couldn't finish the plan, right?
Keep going. We want to talk about the horse killing the sculptor? I mean, we can keep going.
It did. Was it the sculptor or the sculptor's son who was finishing for the dad?
Oof.
One of the two, wasn't it?
Keep going. I don't know.
Like a half of it.
I don't know. It's a quirky place. I'll give you that. It's a quirky place.
I just talking about Pat Mahomes getting the benefit of the calls.
Well, then look where it went. Because you went down to a conspiracy wormhole right there.
Well, that's a stat. 17 PI calls or interceptions called back.
Are they a dynasty? Are they a dynasty?
Yes.
Yeah, definition of a dynasty.
Yes.
Do dynasty teams / players?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to tell me Tom Brady got calls?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he really did.
I mean, he got one of the most famous ones of all time, the tuck rule.
Right?
Yeah, he hadn't even been in the league all that long. He got that one. I mean, it was a rule, but, you kind of roll your eyes, like, give me a break.
Right. And they did win a Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, they did. Crazy thing about Tom Brady is he lost 3 Super Bowls.
You know, Tom Brady was in the Super Bowl. How many years he played? 15?
Oh,
18?
More than that.
18?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Something like that.
He was in the Super Bowl every other year in a 18-year career.
It's crazy. It was. It's insane. Can I give you a...
Was he 8-3?
Can I give you a crazy left-hand turn just for a second? Crazy left-hand turn.
This segment is.
Crazy. Are you guys seeing on Netflix the Menendez brothers Netflix series?
I haven't watched it, but is it good?
I just finished it. The actor who plays Eric Menendez, in my opinion, is Tom Brady. He looks like him, a young Tom Brady, but a young, fit Tom Brady, not the fat young Tom Brady. Tom Brady like he is now, but as if he was 25 years old. It is as if I'm watching Tom Brady try to figure out how to blow his parents away with a shotgun. It is the one. And listen, if 303-5, yeah, I'm just looking for some sort of confirmation.
So you watched Hernandez on documentary, and then the Menendez. Do you listen to murder podcasts too?
I really don't. And you know what I realized as I was starting to watch this Menendez thing? I really didn't know much.
You don't have a life?
I didn't know that much about the story.
Did you not remember it?
Not really. No, because it was weird because it went for 7 years.
Right.
And it happened. It started before OJ.
All right,
then OJ
question.
happened, but they were still in the middle of the whole thing. Like they outlasted OJ by years and years before and after.
Well, all right, so I know they killed their parents. But what's the story? Like, what's the why is there documentary?
I'm
and
not
everything?
going to spoil it for you, man. I'm not going to
watch it.
Well, you can look it up then. I'm not going to spoil it for the folks
They
out
wanted
there.
all the money.
You know,
they're in the New World Order.
It's
They had plaques on their
I started
Ferraris.
watching a show on Netflix last night that has the literal James Harrison from the Steelers as a featured actor in it. It's a pretty good show.
What is that?
It's called Heels. It's about wrestling. I'm not a wrestling guy, but it's a good story about
I gotta
independent
watch that.
wrestling in Georgia.
He's wrestling?
Yeah.
James Harrison.
Yeah.
Did anybody tell him they might want to remind James Harrison before he wrestles that it's semi-staged?
Right. Yes.
You might
Dude,
wanna-
he's
you might wanna tell that
bigger
guy?
than he's ever been, by the way.
Oh.
Troy
Like Russell
Rank.
Big?
Oh, yeah.
Troy Rank had the gumption to ask Sean Payton about the Jets and all that stuff. Let's see if Sean Payton has any kind of memory. Plus, our guy Jeff Legwald joins us at 2:30 live from the Greenbrier. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Auto Group. They're cooking up something you don't want to miss. They're rolling out the Great Percent event. Trust me, this is awesome. So hold on. Mike Maroney is offering 0% financing. Zero, zip, nothing. And Maroney means more, and they want to prove it to you. So don't snooze on this one. A limited time, limited funds. These rates are so low, you can't believe what's going on. Perhaps you can figure out your own conspiracy theory as to why. And don't forget, they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado free of charge. They'll bring it right to your doorstep. They make things easier. Mike Maroney means more. And they give a 3-day money-back guarantee, like test driving for an entire weekend. So check it out. MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. What are you waiting for? Head on over to Mike Maroney Auto Group's Great Percent event. Drive home happy with 0% and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Hey, it's no secret as we start to get a little bit older, sometimes we start to lose our hair. So if you're out there with hair that is thinning, maybe your crown's starting to disappear on you, maybe you even feel like you're losing your identity, do something about it. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, I worked with them. They did a great job. They've got an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that's going to start regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Guys, this is guaranteed to grow for life. How could you get a better deal than that? Guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. I know you've seen all the pills, the potions, the creams, the lotions. Guys, I know you can spend a lot of money out there trying to fix this problem. Stop wasting your money when you can go solve it permanently with Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has state-of-the-art facilities. They've got a world-class doctor in Dr. Tanya Paul. As a matter of fact, all the doctors are world-class. It's not a maybe that your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will regrow. So call Advanced Hair Restoration today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR or visit advancedhair.com.
That was our exclusive Bo Nix interview from the Greenbrier. Jeff Legwall will join us from the Greenbrier in 7 minutes. It's Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Budsquith Tanner, let's football go.
All right, everybody knows about the beef stemming from the beginning of last season. Sean Payton had too many lattes. He started talking about the job Nathaniel Hackett did. Well, are there any old feelings, bad feelings about that? First, let's hear from Aaron Rodgers if he still has beef with what Sean Payton said last year.
No, that's old news, you know. We've all said things that we'd like to take back. Some things have been said and taken out of context, I'm sure, from time to time. But I honestly haven't thought about it until you just brought it up.
Okay, so Aaron Rodgers says he hasn't thought about it until the reporter asked him. Now let's hear Sean Payton. Does he still feel like it's a thing?
Is the stuff with the Jets old news now? Based on last year was a story.
Yeah, I think so until you just asked the question, but I think so. We're playing a game.
No,
How dare you, Troy? How dare you ask that question? That was over with until you brought it up.
Do you guys believe Aaron Rodgers? Do you believe Sean Payton? Do you think they've really moved on?
I do, yeah. Well, go ahead, yeah.
In their heart of hearts, no way has Nathaniel Hackett ever forgotten. Are you kidding me?
Oh, well. Okay.
You don't forget something like that. Now, Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett are feeling pretty good about themselves right now. The plan has come together. Look how it works when the plan is here. We got both of us. We got Nathaniel Hackett. We got Aaron Rodgers, and everything's looking rosy right now.
Peyton has forgot about it. Or has tried.
Okay.
And Jets ain't forgot.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers would even cross his. I don't think he gives a crap. Seriously. Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, yeah.
You think he cares about somebody besides himself?
I think they're up.
You think he cares about hacking somebody besides himself?
I think they're up 28-7. 5 minutes to go in the game.
Oh.
He's there. He's going to throw a bomb about 45 yards and try to make it 30.
I promise you, Hackett gets Gatorade bath if they win.
Does he get
or a pity ball?
Pity ball.
Petty game ball? Well, he got that last year. He did get that last year. That
none of
actually,
your businesses.
Well, thank you, Mike Tomlin. He gets it again? He got it
that's
last
right.
year
He got
already.
it last year.
Well, you
That's
get
right.
it for the rest
Zach
of your
Wilson
life.
beat him.
Zach Wilson beat him. They made a big deal in the locker room. They gave him a game ball. They did all that for Hackett last year.
That's right. Well, they forgot about that.
Right. It keeps going. I mean, it's got to end at some point. They already won that one. The Jets got over on the Broncos and Sean Payton. Does that seriously? I'm asking. You think that continues more than one game?
Yeah. From the Jets' point of view, sure. You use whatever you can for internal motivation.
All right. Next up, Dan.
All right, the big news of the day is Alex Nick Singleton did tear his ACL against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You guys talked about earlier what that will mean on the field, but what's it going to mean inside of the locker room? Bo Nix talked about that today.
Well, that one's tough and, really tough. Alex is a great teammate. Alex is a great football player. He does a lot on the field for us. He's one of those guys that, when he's on the field, everybody feels a lot better. So, it's going to be tough. We're going to have to, definitely play big and play, important roles around him. And you can't replace a guy like Alex, but I think, you can rise up around him and help that loss out a little bit.
From a locker room perspective, Tyler, I'll ask you, what does that do in a locker room when you lose a leader on one side of the ball?
Well, it's not something that you tangibly feel like that. It's more something that it accrues over time. The NFL is the ultimate Riverside business, right? It's cold-blooded. Somebody goes down in the middle of practice, move the drill. We don't have time for you to get up, so we're going to go move the drill. Riverside, get to the opposite side of the field. This is so commonplace for guys to get injured that it's not like the locker room is going to be looking around like, oh my gosh, we lost Alex Singleton. But it's one of those things that over time, when you get into difficult situations, when you are accustomed to Alex maybe taking over a leadership role, you don't know when it hits you until it hits you.
You're going to miss him. Blah blah blah. It's the NFL. It's 100% guarantee of injury, and it's tough because he's an important part of the team. That being said, the story I hope is not lost. Dude, the interception happened in the middle of the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
He played the rest of the game.
Yeah,
with an injury that's going to keep him out the rest of the season and probably into next preseason.
What defensive player would have the biggest impact if they were lost for the Broncos? If it's not Alex Singleton, okay.
Pat Surtain.
Surtain.
Yeah.
Or Riley Moss.
Okay.
You put him in the same category now?
Well, he was the best rated cornerback in the NFL last week by PFF.
He did all right, didn't he?
He hasn't been challenged all too much, but he's looked great.
What happens if Surtain's not around and they have to just go with another cornerback? Like, for example, like how you say that's the biggest impact? All right. How so?
The whole field's open now. I mean, you shut off half the field. Now you've got the full progressions available to quarterback.
Okay.
I think Singleton being gone puts more pressure on the front defensive line.
Yeah, like does it cost you games? Yes or no? I mean, does
your middle linebacker being out cost you games?
Sure.
Does George Pickens go for 150 yards? Does Mike Evans go for 100 yards? At some point losing Pat Surtain, you're going to have one of these superstar wide receivers absolutely go win a game. So it's not so much that you feel like the guy that was on him lost the game, but you're going to have a superstar do what superstars do, and they're going to go win a football game.
Okay, so Pat Surtain has won games for the Broncos. I mean, if he's not there and he's lost games, him being there has definitely won games.
He's played his role, sure.
Okay. See, I just don't know on defense if any one player makes
If your offense is averaging 30 points a game, one player on defense may not matter. Well, if your offense is averaging until last week, non-Russell games, according to Troy Rink, they were averaging 14 points a game. Defense is going to win games for you if your offense is averaging 14 points a game.
Well, let's go to the Greenbrier where Jeff Legwall from ESPN joins us, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68, start with the job, end with the career. Jeff, near the end of this interview, we have a bet as to where you're staying. Please don't spoil it for us right off the top because we've actually been talking about it. But we do want to just get to the Alex Singleton story. How big of an impact do you think this will have on the defense, and what do they do moving forward?
Well, it's a ton of snaps. You got to figure out what you're doing with. I mean, he wore the proverbial green dot, you know, as the coach to player headset because he was on the field for enough snaps to do that, and a immensely productive player. I mean, he's leading them in tackles this year. He led them in tackles the previous 2 seasons. You know, he's in the base, he's in the nickel, and he's even been in some of the dime snaps. So this is an awful lot of snaps. And, you know, by my count, he suffered the injury on the 8th snap of the game and played the rest of the way.
That's amazing to me.
So a really odd type of it. You know, it's a little bit. You know, I recall Bradley Chubb going back in the game in Jacksonville when he tore his ACL, but he actually went back in the game after they had looked at him on the sideline and then discovered, or, you know, he said he had enough pain that it was an issue after the game, that it was a torn ACL. And that's the only time I can remember a guy playing that much or that many snaps after suffering that injury. But, you know, I think they're going to have to mix and match. You know, does Justin Sternad play in some of the passing downs, and, you know, do they play Welch and Cody Barton in some of the heavier looks? But I don't think they'll do it with one player. I think it'll be more of a composite approach. And does that mean they're even in the nickel more than they are now, which is the majority of the time, just to try and alleviate some of that?
You know, they went into the season what seemed to me dangerously thin at the inside linebacker spot. Justin Sternad and Welch, you know, you've got those guys, but now you bring in K1 Alexander, who has played a lot of football, came into the league in 2015. How much football do you expect K1 to play right out the gates?
Well, you know, he's got some history with Sean Payton. So, you know, as we've seen, the guys with history with Sean Payton tend to play. So I do think they will add another veteran linebacker to the practice squad, and I think they're in the process of doing that right now. And they do also have Lavelle Bailey, who made the team briefly out of training camp too. So again, Tyler, I think it's going to be a mix and match type of thing, and I'm not sure though. I think and I don't think it will be unless they shock me that one player just does what Alex Singleton did and that's it. You know, that's the replacement. I think they're going to have to think it through a little more, especially with teams seem pretty intent on running against, you know, a couple of their nickel packages when they see it in the game. And I've seen an awful lot of quarterbacks already making that change at the line of scrimmage when they see that look. So that's why I think they're going to have to mix and match.
After you sat back in that victory in Tampa Bay and you broke down the film, what did you see were the reason or two that Denver was able to go in there and kind of dominate that game?
I think the defense has played very well this season. They've certainly done their part, and I think Tampa just showed when they get an early turnover and can play with the lead, they're even more dangerous. And you know, I think the Surtain decision to move him with the best receiver in 2 of 3 games already, and I would expect that Sunday against the Jets as well, is really paying dividends. That's forced teams into a bit of a corner, and they're not sure what to do. I think Mayfield was really indecisive after Surtain essentially took Mike Evans off the table for them. And I think those two things. And offensively, you know, Tampa didn't, you know, they were missing 3 starters on defense, and it showed, especially Bea up front. The Broncos, really the first time they've controlled the line of scrimmage in a game. And I think, you know, it was partly them playing better and partly Tampa missing some people, and it showed.
When you look at going into New York and the Jets, what are going to be some of the issues they're going to have to either clean up or do really well to find a way to win 2 games on this road trip?
Well, Scotty, they've been aggressive in the pass rush, especially with 5 and some 6-man pressures. I don't know how aggressive you're going to want to be against Aaron Rodgers. And I think that's a big decision defensively. And offensively, the Jets they're a beast up front, and they do it basically in the passing game with four rushers. So they rush 4 and get tons of pressure and play lots of coverage behind it. So I think Bo Nix is going to have to be very decisive, and the longer he holds the ball Sunday, the worse it's going to get. So I think they've got to get it out of his hands, and if that means another game of short completions, then you just live with that. Because again, I think the Jets are one team. The longer you hold the ball, I think it only increases your problems because they're dropping a lot of people in coverage behind that rush. So, you make a bad decision, it's likely not going to your guy.
Jeff Legwell from ESPN with us. Jeff, how's the Greenbrier? Talk to us about it. What's it like out there?
Oh, it looks great from the outside. Where it's kind of a lockdown. Unless you're with the Broncos, you're not getting to the hotel unless you're a guest. So,
well, that kind of answers our next. That answers our next question.
Yeah, we're basically confined to the sports area of the Greenbrier. I guess I could take falconry if I was really up for it, but it is available.
So, are you staying at the Hampton Inn or the Holiday Inn Express?
My meanderings are great secret. There's a lot of secrecy involved.
Sure. I mean, are the ghosts in the sports room, or are you ghost free on your trip so far?
So far, the media tent is not haunted. I don't think. So,
the ghost of Nathaniel Hackett hanging around? No.
Yeah, unless you count us, it's not haunted at all. But no, it's this is a Sean Payton production. He likes this place. He brought the Saints here 3 times for training camp. He's been very vocal about having participated in the design and of the sports performance area they have here. So this is his baby. He sold the Broncos on this, and they elected it was a good move. It just does seem like an awful lot of moving parts for 3 days of practice. But I guess that's, I think he's rolling the dice that, he gets a little sort of remember the Titans bonding out of this, and that it works.
Well, I was just going to ask, is there anything different that they are doing? Is there a moment like that? Have you are they eating s'mores by the campfire, doing, trust falls? I don't know. Is there something different at all that they are collectively doing as a team that makes this special?
Well, D-Mac, the players had an off day yesterday, like they would. It's not like they got an off day because they were at a resort. Players get Tuesdays off for this team when they're in Denver, unless you have medical treatment, and they had the day off. So yesterday the players did sort of whatever they could find to do at the resort. It's not like they could, Uber out for a lot of stuff. There's
nowhere to go.
They're in the wilderness, baby, and but I think most of the guys said they found something to do, and that's where they're at. But other than like the schedule or anything, no, it's not. I think they're trying very hard to say, okay, we're working hard, we're not having too much fun, but we think this is a good idea. So I think that's kind of the line Sean Payton's walking here.
Now I got to let you put a fan hat on real fast. What do you think about Brett Bielema and you're fighting the Illini?
Yeah, we may set offenses back, 10, 15 years, but that's okay. I can live with that.
All right, Jeff. Enjoy your stay at the
Hampton Inn,
not Greenbrier, somewhat
a
close.
Locally non-resort hotel. Let's just leave it at that.
How many media are out there? How many of y'all are there?
We, the Broncos are sort of known for having a very large media corps. I think the biggest media corps to ever cover an international game is the Broncos under Nathaniel Hackett, no less.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hefty turnout here.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of the outlets except one or two, I think, have made the trip.
How about that? Well, good luck with falconry.
Yeah, no, I like falconry. Perhaps some beating. I might do some of that.
Those birds are terrifying. They tried to get when I was out there. They tried to get one to land on my arm. I wouldn't let them do it. I'm not letting those giant claws land on my arm.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, no falconry. Got some archery. All kinds of stuff.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for the update. Enjoy the Greenbrier. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Jeff.
Take care, fellas.
All right.
There's also Amish people. If you get bored, you can go interact with Amish.
Where?
Everywhere.
On the property?
Right around. Amish territory.
They built a football facility. It's made of wood.
If it's made of wood, they sure could. Now, my wife grew up in Amish country.
Yep.
So I am curious how you would go about interacting with the Amish.
Well, I've never tried it, but I'm just saying.
What do you think that? How do you think that goes down?
Don't I just immediately get welcomed because I got a beard?
If you got a beard and a work ethic, you could fit right in, no doubt about it.
Thank you.
And
so one of the two.
They literally raised the roof, and at your height, you could be of a great significance.
You ever seen the documentaries on how expensive their horse carriages are? They're like more than a car.
My brother built a barn. Had a barn built in Kansas, and he had this Amish family that does that as part of their business.
Well, okay.
He said, "Dude, you ought to see these guys work."
Well, if you put the call out, it'll be more than one family. Everybody will come. That's the whole thing. You put up a barn, the whole community.
Well, I think
comes
it was
out.
a dad and a few brothers and an uncle. And he said they put that thing up, boom, 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 boom.
Well, that's what they do. Dennis is going to pull teeth quick too. I mean, when you're an expert, you're an expert. I've been around the Amish, man. They're cool.
What do you mean you've been around what does that mean?
It's just
you've hung out.
No.
What he's saying is his wife left.
I mean, we got married
on her sojourn and never went back.
I mean, you're saying you understand them. What is your experience with Amish?
We got married at the Camp Hill Meeting House in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. I'm just trying to figure out how you're actually going to go up to an Amish person and hang out with them. That's all I'm saying.
Be like, hey, cool beard. Yeah, you too. It's not complicated.
I use Sasquatch on mine. What do you use yours?
Yeah.
Lard.
Okay, it's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, and they are the best. Mike Maroney Ford. Yeah, here's the deal. You hear a lot about interest rates being cut, how much they're going to be cut. Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy-down can help you lower your current car payment and get you into a brand spanking new Ford. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado totally free. This is an amazing service. It's Mike Maroney Ford. Plus, Mike Maroney Ford gives you more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. Lock in your low rate today at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont or online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. This Great Percent event, it's only available for a limited time. Limited funds are available to lend. So take advantage of it while you can. Waiting might cost you. Don't miss out. You never know. Interest rates could go even higher. Hurry in to Mike Maroney Ford today. Let them know your pal D-Mac sent you.
Well, I think it's been gradual. Definitely the execution and the play production was better Sunday. That's why we moved the ball more, went down and scored a few more points. But I thought we caught a great rhythm. We stayed within our strengths and we moved the ball down the field. And, moving forward, we got to find ways to score touchdowns in the red zone. But I thought we did a good job of, kind of controlling the game and running the ball when we had to, converting on third downs. And that's just going to continue to build my confidence and then the offense's confidence. And, we just got to keep stacking those kind of games.
On Friday, we'll be at Joe Willie's on Broadway. At Joe Willie's, they have Tuesday all-day burger madness upstairs, available for private parties. See us live tomorrow, or Friday rather, at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. What are you hoping to see from Bo Nix as we hear from him at the Greenbrier? What kind of things, and I got some numbers for you with Bo, but what are you hoping to see coming up here on Sunday?
Just string it together, man. I mean, have progressive growth here. You don't have to. Hey, man, that was a pretty big jump from the first couple games to Game 3. I don't need an enormous jump from how he played in Game 3 to Game 4. But let's just have steady growth here. You don't have to come out the gates. Matter of fact, I'd probably advise, let's not push this thing any further than you already have. Like, look, Sean, you had something to prove. We get it. You came out the gates. You took the ball. You were aggressive. You threw the ball down the field. You had something to prove. And maybe you were just trying to tell your quarterback that you believed in him. But now you got to find a proper balance there of not putting too much on this guy's plate and letting him get ahead of his skis.
You want to see him throw a touchdown. You know it's going to happen eventually. Mm-hmm. Jaden Daniels got his first one, which I think, historically, if he becomes a great quarterback, whatever, his first one is to a big, ugly tackle eligible.
Was that his first one?
His first touchdown is to a tackle eligible. Think about that.
That's fun.
But I kind of go with what Leggy just said. He's got to be quick and decisive and get the ball out, and they got to set him up in good position.
When do numbers matter? How many games do you need that? Like, all right, I'll pay attention to that. 3 games, 4 games, 5 games? When you start saying, okay, this is kind of who we are.
I mean, I'd like to say
for a team or for a
team.
I'd like to say you just don't ever focus on him. I mean, the reality is we know that the media will, and that's how you will define success. And you will compare, when this season's all said and done, you'll be looking at what Jaden Daniels just did and be like, oh man, we need explosive plays like that. Well, I think that would be a mistake to put that on Bo Nix at this point in time. So hopefully you just control the offense and you don't have to live by the numbers. You just live by a steady level of performance.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's early in the season, so let's not make too big of a deal. Well, and the numbers are pretty pedestrian for the Broncos offense, except for one thing.
Let me tell this out real fast.
Okay.
It is Chiefs 3-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just showed the worst QBR in NFL is Patrick Mahomes.
Are you
worried about that?
I'd be a little worried if I was a Chiefs fan if I cared about it this year. How they're winning right now.
Did we not say the same thing last year? And we were saying this into week 14.
I know.
This is the year for the Chiefs, man. They're down. They're struggling.
Well,
they're winning a lot of.
Beat them, right?
Well, that's true.
I get you. And we'll see in the playoffs and see how they do at that point. And they're probably going to do all right. But there is a number that's pretty.
This whole Travis Kelce thing is getting way too much play. The dude's gonna be okay. Look, he's 35 years old. Okay, so would it be a shock if Travis Kelce is on the decline right now? No, that's what happens to 35-year-olds. But this whole it's over for him. No, he's gonna have big moments, plenty of them.
Well, I'm rooting for it to be over for him. I do not pull for Travis Kelce.
Do you dislike Travis? Or is it just the Chiefs, or do you dislike Travis?
It's sports hate, okay? It's sports hate with Travis Kelce. It's not personal hate. But I got hate in my sports hate heart for the Chiefs and all the players that play for him. I'm a little bit over it. And if I see another Kelce commercial, I want to take my hammer through. Well, I've never touched the 75-incher. But I'll take an old VCR TV and throw it through something.
Hey, did you see Costco's got 100 now?
Stop.
100?
Don't even.
What's it going for?
2,300.
Oh, that's pretty expensive.
Oh, but you make this investment. It's an investment for life. I mean, it's
right.
I don't know if there's a number too expensive for the joy that I have every single night. It really isn't like nothing else I've experienced. It's so crazy that a TV would bring me so much damn joy.
It's called 30 years of marriage.
Yeah.
The Broncos have only given up 4 sacks. in 3 games. So
a lot of pressures, though. A lot of holds. A lot of penalties.
4 sacks after 2 games, too, right? They didn't give up any sacks.
That's right.
I mean, maybe only 4 sacks, but how many penalties have we had? How many holds? How many big hits? There's been
Broncos have committed 22 penalties as a team, which is 22nd in the league.
Well, Garrett Bowles is coming back to Garrett Holds again this year.
Oh, man.
We've already got, I think we got 3 on the season, if I remember correctly. What are we looking at?
Well, I'm not sure what you're putting up there. Yeah, Bo tied for 4th best with only 4 sacks allowed. So you're not that's not like a good. I was trying to figure out a good number there. That's not kind of like hey, that's all right. That's pretty good.
No, it's okay.
Good for them.
It's okay, but I mean, if I were just using my eyeballs, I'd tell you that the Broncos' offensive line has not lived up to expectations this year.
All right, how about this? If they stay like this,
I would say that as a matter of fact.
If they stay like this, won't other offensive numbers inherently just raise up?
If your quarterback stays clean like it did in Tampa Bay, if they stay clean against the Jets, I think they got a chance to win.
Sure.
The Jets offense.
They got good football players. Broncos got good players.
Jets defense is doing pretty good so far. Let me tell you this. And again, I don't want to overblow any numbers, but they're looking pretty good. This is going to be a tough battle, and perhaps Jeff Legwold is throwing a little rain on our parade by saying, hey, man, the Bucs were missing 3 significant starters on defense, so maybe we should just roll a little bit. But we'll dig deeper into it. It's a tough challenge. It'll be a tough challenge. All right, Nate and Andy are at Safeway out at DU, so that's where they're at. So go and say hi to them. Tomorrow we are at Nuggets Media Day. What will be the most interesting thing we find out about the Nuggets tomorrow?
That's a good question. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Will we talk to Nikola Jokic on a radio show?
We will get his voice on our show at one time tomorrow.
How is that going to go?
Yeah. Nikola, you want to sit down? No, guys, I got to go.
Oh, my friend.
It might be that, my friend. Good to see you, but no.
Well, I'll take it blown off by Nikola Jokic. Yeah. Well, Jamal Murray want to sit down and chat with us.
Hell yes.
Jamal. Who will be excited to talk to us tomorrow?
Julian
Aaron
Schroeder.
Gordon.
That would be great. That would be great. My heart's with AG this year.
Yeah. I hope we get Russell Westbrook.
That would be
great too.
That would. You know what? I bet we got a good shot at that. I bet we do.
New guy probably makes the rounds, right?
I bet he has new guy energy, man, for being here and having a shot. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But that's where we'll be tomorrow. Nate and Andy out at DU at the Safeway at DU coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Is the stuff with the Jets old news now? It's not sure it's a story.
Yeah, I think so until you just asked the question, but I think so. We're playing a game.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
And that's why I think it's going to be important to get through this week, and then to take my my isolation retreat, and just to be able to contemplate all things my future, and then make a decision that I feel like is best for me moving forward, and in the highest interest of my happiness, and moving forward.
What's isolation retreat? We're just going into a cave?
Are you not going to talk? You're not going to speak? One of those things?
Yeah, is it just you in there? And if you're just in there alone, do you know how many days you're in there? Are you taking an iPad, a book? Are we able to reach you? What is there?
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
What? You go to Alaska?
Not Alaska. No, I've been to Alaska. That's a beautiful state. That's a lot
Are you
of fun.
locked in?
Where is it?
You're not locked in. No, you can leave if you can't do it. You can just walk out the door. But it's a darkness retreat. Wow. And I've had a number of friends who've done it and had some profound experiences.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
To act in the highest interest of his happiness, Andy, he went and sat in a dark room and stubbed his toe a couple of times.
I feel like you'd be down to do that.
Me?
Yeah. Shut yourself off from the world, go in the dark.
That actually does sound kind of lovely. I'm not at all shut off from the world today. Joining you live from the floral department at Safeway over here by the University of Denver. The National Championship Trophy is here. The DU Pioneers are going to hang out with us. We got so much to do today on our fine radio show. But right now, we're going to dive right into it. We got to talk about Aaron Rodgers. This guy the Broncos are going up against coming up on Sunday at the Meadowlands. Joining us right now, she is a longtime NFL writer for TheRinger.com. She is also the host of the excellent new narrative podcast, The Curious Case of Aaron Rodgers. Very pleased to be joined on the show by TheRinger.com's Nora Princiotti. Nora, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing so well. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Nora, when you sat down to write and compile this podcast on Aaron Rodgers and sort of his, what shall we call it, descent into absurdity that has happened over the last couple of years, what compelled you to want to tell this story of how Aaron Rodgers kind of turned into the darling of the independent thinkers everywhere?
Yeah, well, it was, the funny thing is I think it was less, to me, interesting based on where he ended up. It's not particularly uncommon in all sorts of parts of culture and people's families and people's friends for someone to kind of get into conspiracy culture and go down some of the paths that he has. But to me, I was thinking about it this spring or late winter when he was getting into it with Jimmy Kimmel. I just remember thinking about it and going, remember when Aaron Rodgers was hosting Jeopardy? Remember how fun that was? Remember how much people loved that? How did we get from there to here? So to me, the thing that was sort of fascinating about it was not just where he ended up, but where he'd started out from and what it meant that this guy who'd been such a media darling, such a sort of mainstream, he was kind of like the thinking man's favorite quarterback of the NFL, how he took this major kind of heel turn. And then more than that, because I love the X's and O's football stories, but I especially get into the ones where the sport ends up being a mirror of culture. And to me, that was the thing that really drew me in, is you can just see so many different parts of our politics, and particularly this sort of growing tension between people who really find comfort in institutions and people who are really skeptical of them, and applying that to the NFL, which is in and of itself this huge institution. That just was so interesting to me. So that's sort of how it happened.
Can you pinpoint, though, when did it start? Because I remember, so I've been a fan of Aaron Rodgers, just the quarterback on the field, for a long time, right? We kind of wish in Denver we had a few more guys playing like that since Peyton Manning left. We did want him here for a while. But it felt like things got weird in Green Bay, right? Is that where it started, would you say? Or where did he What made him decide to share, frankly, a side of himself that I don't think a lot of us had ever seen? I know he's had some interesting pressers, the relax and all that, but can you pinpoint where this I'm going to show everybody everything kind of started for him?
Well, I think the showing everybody everything started during the pandemic. And when which he's now said that he regrets describing himself as immunized, when that blew up, and that blew up because of kind of the verbal hijinks rather than just, it wasn't that weird to have a quarterback who hadn't gotten vaccinated. When that happened, to me, it seems like he responded really sharply to suddenly getting that negative attention. And that's not to say that a lot of what he's sort of showcased about his beliefs and his interests since then was new, but I think that opened him up to being more vocal and being a little bit, he felt wronged, he felt hurt, he felt victimized, he felt like he really wanted to kind of stick it to people, and that led to a lot of the accusations, a lot of the animosity, a lot of the things that people have taken issue with.
We're talking to Nora Princiati of TheRinger.com. She's the host of the podcast, The Curious Case of Aaron Rodgers. Nora, one of the things that your podcast revealed to me, and I guess I had never heard it sort of described this way, but we sort of talk about it sort of in a cascading effect. Like, we find out that Rodgers was an anti-vaxxer, but then you go back and it's like, okay, he's also into 9/11 conspiracies. He's into Sandy Hook conspiracies and all this sort of insidious stuff that is out there on the internet, but also like him becoming vocal and going on McAfee and talking about it and sort of becoming this sort of culture warrior that he became. Tell us about the process of him digging into it. You had a documentary filmmaker appear on your podcast that sort of explained the psychological effect. You talk about everybody turning on Aaron Rodgers, but it was a specific kind of turning on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, well, I think he had a lot of love and this real mainstream, like, NFL quarterback approval. Again, like, I go back to that moment when he was on Jeopardy, and we were all, or at least I can speak for myself, I remember thinking, I don't know how you make it work with a football schedule, but it wouldn't be crazy if this guy wound up the host. It makes all the sense in the world to me that they would want him and that he would be interested in doing it. And that's such a fun story. It was so fun to watch him do those things. So I think he was used to a lot of adulation, both for his, status as an incredible, like a generationally talented quarterback, but also for his interests off the field. And I think the guy you're referring to, the filmmaker, is John Ronson. One thing that he laid out is that, there often are these kind of sharp turn moments when someone, especially someone who's used to getting a lot of praise, starts to get a lot of criticism. And they look for places that, want to embrace them with open arms, and more and more and more. There is a whole infrastructure of kind of outside the mainstream media, but very popular, big platform shows that kind of wait with open arms, right? Oh, you've been rejected by all these mainstream folks, like, come over here. And there is a little bit of a rabbit hole thing that happens.
Do you think, because again, he's off to a very good start this year, will he ever just be looked at the way he was prior to all this? And especially being, I think some of this picked up, right, because he didn't play last year. So he's out of the public eye. There's not the football character part of the story. Do you think he just goes back to being Aaron Rodgers, football player, for people forget about some of the other stuff, that whether they agree with it or not? Did they ever forget about that? Or do you think because he's going to be on McAfee, this is going to continue where he continues to try to push back on everybody on other topics that don't have anything to do with his football?
I'm surprised to the extent that so far this season he's kept it relatively quiet. Like, yes, he still goes on McAfee, he does all that stuff, but he's not made any big major headlines. I wonder if that's because he does think this is his real best shot to kind of go out on top, and he feels like, he still has that spidey sense of how the media works and knows that if he keeps it relatively quiet off the field, if they're a good team, it's going to do a fair bit of work to center his legacy on his actual football legacy. My big picture answer, though, is I think it's going to end up being sticky. The mixing of Aaron Rodgers as a conspiracy theorist with Aaron Rodgers as a generationally talented quarterback, in part because it's just so important to him. I mean, one of the things that came through most clearly to me as I was doing the piece was just like, he's not sort of stumbling into, gaffes at the podium where he says something that maybe he meant to keep to himself or it came out. At a certain point, making these arguments and holding on to his point of view became a massively important personal cause. So I think he's willing to jeopardize some of that sort of clean legacy or some people not liking him in order to be able to keep pursuing this role as kind of like a counterculture public intellectual and this guy that he's become. So I think he's going to keep doing it. And I think that when we in 10 or 15 or however many years look back, we're going to say Aaron Rodgers, great quarterback of the 2010s, 2020s, but also, man, that was a weird story. Like, that took some twists and turns. I think it'll stick.
Yeah, I mean, dude was a borderline vice presidential candidate. It was a wild story. Nora Princiotti of The Ringer. Nora, let's talk about the football of it all. They've won 2 games in a row, this being the Jets. They're getting ready to host the Broncos. Now, the 2 teams that they beat are terrible. That's the Tennessee Titans and the New England Patriots. Broncos defense has had the best pressure rate of any defense in the NFL so far this year. So, what should we expect out of Aaron Rodgers? What have you seen out of him in the first month of the season? And what kind of quarterback is he at this stage of his football life that this Broncos defense goes up against on Sunday?
I think he looks pretty good. To me, it looks like he's gotten kind of back to game speed more and more with every passing game. I think one of the funny is maybe a flippant way to talk about it, but the way that he described his rehab process last season, I think kind of changed the expectation that if he thought he had a chance of coming back last year, well, then he should start this season totally ready to go, no rest, no anything like that. He didn't play in the preseason, and then he goes out in week 1, and I think just sort of looks like he needed to adjust a little bit to the speed of the game. I mean, he's not who he was a few years ago in terms of mobility and all of that out of structure creation that we're used to from Aaron Rodgers when he's been in his absolute peak. But I still think, I think that Jets team is pretty good as long as they stay healthy. He can read defenses. He absolutely knows what's going on the field on pretty much any given play. I think he's a very good quarterback. I think health is basically the only thing that can stand in their way.
Yeah, he's not bad. There's no doubt about that. Nora, last thing. I hit up my buddy Lindsey Jones. I wanted to get you on the show a few weeks ago because I was listening to one of your season preview podcasts on the Ringer NFL show, and you, Nora Princiotti, you liked the Broncos coming into this year. They were an over candidate for you. They're 1-2, but they just won on the road in Tampa. How are the Broncos through 3 weeks matching up with what your expectations were for the team?
Well, so in some ways okay, and in some ways not so much. I would say that while we started to maybe see some of what I was wondering might click between Peyton and Nix, just if he was able to be that sort of like JV level Drew Brees kind of figure, that to me has left a little something to be desired, certainly. But I thought the defense would be okay. And I think so far so good. I don't know. I'm coming off that optimism a little bit, but it's not totally outlandish.
Oh, hey, don't be embarrassed by this. We're all a little surprised as to the start of this thing.
I like the
Nora.
term
You're not
JV
alone.
level Drew Brees, by the way.
We'll there's still a lot of story to write. We'll see how it goes. But, I think, Nora, I'm sure you've seen plenty of training camps. You know, it lies sometimes, and it feels like this one did a pretty good job of doing that this year. So.
Yeah, I think probably some of that enthusiasm was overstated on my part, on the parts of others, but you live and learn.
Well, Nora, hey, we really appreciate it. Good job on the podcast. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes here this afternoon. And, hey, enjoy a Broncos-Jets showdown coming up on Sunday.
You too.
All right. That is Nora Princiati of TheRinger.com. She is the host of the podcast, The Curious Case of Aaron Rodgers, which is worth checking out and listening to and kind of get the full background. It's funny because as I listened to it, Andy, like one of the things I took away is like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that part. There was so much with Rodgers in the last couple of years, whether it was darkness retreats or ayahuasca trips, the dalliance with being a VP candidate, all of that going on.
What about eating clay?
Yeah,
Did
it
he
was
eat clay.
Shailene was into
Shailene?
it. Yeah, she eats
it's
clay.
been a lot.
Do they sell edible clay here at Safeway?
We can find out.
All right.
We'll ask the pioneers when they come.
What
by.
is the edible clay aisle here at the Safeway?
I think it's natural foods down there.
All right, I'll head in that direction.
That way.
I'll load up on some Play-Doh this afternoon. We have a lot to do. We are live at Safeway. This is the Safeway at Downing and Evans, 2150 South Downing Street in Denver. The DU Pioneers, the national championship trophy is here. Captains Aiden Thompson, Jack Devine will be in attendance from 4:30 to 5:30. Take pictures, meet the players, enter to win tickets to an upcoming game courtesy of the University of Denver, plus try samples from Polidori Sausage, 505 Southwestern, and Celsius and Pepsi and more. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and we will go to the East Coast because apparently the Broncos are down a linebacker. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic is going to tell us what's up. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am committed to Sport Trade. You should download Sport Trade onto your mobile phone or go to getsporttrade.com right now. Your betting app, you're in a rut, aren't you? Your bottom line is not moving. The prices you're getting are getting redundant. You're struggling, to say the least. Well, I have a suggestion. Get Sport Trade. Best prices in the industry, minus 106 main lines, the best in-play wagering experience in the market. We're talking about instant in-play betting. No long spinny wheels. They're not going to move the odds. They're not going to reject your bets. Instant in-play wagering, which is the best experience in the market when you're betting NFL. Plus, Sport Trade has half the VIG on your in-play wagering right now. So download Sport Trade, use code Nate, earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. That's right. Get the advantage of the best prices that the market has to offer. Sport Trade is where the big bets happen. Check out Sport Trade, guys. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
Just first off, regarding our practice, Nate Singleton is going to be put on injured reserve. He had an ACL in last week's game, midway through the game. One in which, though, he played 2/3 of the game with. It was kind of remarkable. And then he reported he felt a little soreness. They looked at it. We looked at it some more, and then sure enough, he'll be scheduled for surgery probably about 2 weeks from now. So Bidet will be moved up to the active roster, and then we've made some practice squad additions. Any questions?
I have one, Sean.
Yeah.
Not former Niners guy Nate Singleton. It's actually Broncos linebacker Alex Singleton.
He was thinking of you.
Yes.
He's like, I'm going to have to go say this Bidet name today, and that's all that Nate guy in Denver is going to talk about.
Well, it turns out,
so
Andy,
we had Nate on the brain.
Bidet is shooting up to the active roster.
Oh, Lord.
Nick Kosminer covers the...
Then you know what that means, Nick and Nate? We're one step closer to Alan Roach having to fix his name in the Madden game.
Nick Kosminer covers the Broncos, the NFL for TheAthletic.com. He joins us right now from somewhere in the Eastern time zone. Nick, where are you right now, by the way?
I'm in a place called Lewisburg, West Virginia right now. We were over there, obviously, at the Greenbrier Resort where they practiced this afternoon, and but staying in a hotel a few miles down the road from there. Lewisburg boasts itself as the coolest small town in the USA, or says it got voted that by some publication out there. So,
Sean Payton Weekly?
I haven't seen it yet. We'll see.
Hold on, coolest? What do we mean? Is it cold there? A little chilly? Heard they got a lot of rain. Heard water's been an issue, or is it just really a cool? Are there a bunch of greasers walking around with the tight rolls?
Styles from Teen Wolf is walking around. What's going on right now?
You got is cool.
Damone from Fast Times. Who's there?
What are we doing?
I have not seen this place yet. I'm going to be honest with you. I rolled into town. I landed at Dulles Airport at about midnight last night. Hopped in a rental car at about 5:00 this morning, and drove all the way down here to this beautiful part of the country here in West Virginia. I plan to go have some sort of cold beverage here as soon as I get off with you guys. So I'll report back after that.
Have you heard any banjo music yet?
I have not. No,
Okay.
I haven't. I hear it hums from the hills.
Yes.
I've seen some horses. I've seen. I haven't seen any of the falcons. The Greenbrier Resort offers a falconry course apparently, right. But it does not seem as if any Broncos players took up the falconry activity, as far as I could tell, on Tuesday.
Hey, it just sounds like a bad idea, Nick. Like, can we keep Bo Nix away from the falconry? I don't need like just like the axe out in Jacksonville that caused the injury.
Have him take the pottery course.
Bird claws in the rookie's arm or something,
Yeah, no. Yeah, keep the majestic birds of prey away from guys who have to throw spirals on Sunday.
Please.
I'm with you, Andy. That's a good idea.
All right, Nick, what happened with Alex Singleton? What do we know? We know he has a torn ACL and that he is now done for the year. He played the entire game. What happened?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, right? And even when we came out for practice today, not seeing Alex Singleton, I almost said Nate Singleton, not seeing Alex Singleton on the field was in itself just kind of stunning, because the guy simply never misses practice. He's not missed a practice in his NFL career. He told our pal Parker Gabriel in training camp when he got a veteran off day that was the first day he had even had one of those. So he is just a constant presence, and so not seeing him was, your antenna goes up a little bit, because to your point, he played all 57 defensive snaps in that game. He led the team with 10 tackles, had his typical Alex Singleton kind of tackle stacking kind of day. And so to then find out, as Sean Payton came to the podium and said that Singleton, tore his ACL, is going to have surgery in 2 weeks, and he's done, it was really kind of a shock. When you go back and you look at the play on which it happened, it was the Brandon Jones interception of Baker Mayfield there in the first quarter. as Singleton is kind of getting himself into position to turn around and then block or try to find a block for Jones, you can tell there's a little non-contact thing that sort of pulls him up, that makes him limp a little bit. And, you could just ever so slightly see him limp off the field. And Sean Payton said that was the play on which the injury occurred. But, again, that was 2 drives into the game, and he played the complete remainder of the game. It wasn't until afterwards when he reported soreness in the knee to the medical staff, where they initially kind of did the preliminary test. It felt like the ligament still had movement, but they wanted to go and obviously get the MRI and be sure. And it was when that came back that revealed there was, in fact, a tear of the ACL, and he'll have surgery in 2 weeks.
Wow. All right, Nick, how do you think this plan all works out? You're out there. I mean, it's a little unusual, right, to just move guys for a week. That's a ton of equipment. That's a lot of moving parts. Do you think this strategy will pay dividends of just staying in the Eastern time zone and getting the body clock used to it? Heck, are you used to it?
I would have been used to it if I had stayed out here. I went back to Denver for about 23 hours after the Tampa game so I could spend time with my son and then come back out here.
What a dad. Listen to that. Oh, my goodness.
I probably would have been hurting if I didn't. But anyway, so I think that's a big part of the plan. The other part of this is just sort of being able to, again, I think have a focus in this part of the season. Like when they saw that their schedule had, 4 East Coast road games for this year, they requested with the league to put 2 of them back to back, because if you're going there and back for 4 different East Coast road games, it starts to, Sean Payton said he wanted to keep the miles down, in terms of that. Now, you still leave the state of Florida to come to the state of West Virginia. There's still some travel involved in that, but there's also obviously the familiarity that he has with this place. He knows exactly what to expect, having held 3 training camps here with the New Orleans Saints, knows the facilities. He helped design the facilities out here that are actually pretty remarkable, considering they only started kind of hosting NFL teams in 2014. So that was another part of the equation, just the familiarity with it, understanding what they were going to get out of this week. The rain was interesting because it's been coming down here throughout the week. But they said that the 2 fields, the natural grass fields that they have, held up really well. And if there's supposed to be maybe some more intense rain coming later this week, they also have the artificial field that they can kind of manage and play on if they need to. I think those are all little aspects of it, kind of a multiple factors, I think, that went into the ultimate decision to kind of stick out here for a week.
Nick, what do you think was the biggest step forward that Bo Nix took on Sunday in Tampa Bay?
Well, I think he was a little bit more decisive with where he was going with the football. And I'm talking not necessarily just on the check down throws, at the line of scrimmage, where he was just going automatically there with the reads. I think some of the intermediate stuff that they called, he was a lot quicker in making those decisions, making those reads, and just generally keeping the ball out of harm's way. Yeah, there was a pass or two that could have been intercepted, a couple of them tipped and that sort of thing. But I think by and large, you didn't see him forcing the ball in the way that he did in the first 2 weeks. I think his time to throw from snap to throw was 2.54 seconds on average Sunday, which is almost half a second quicker than he was in week 1 in Seattle. So I think that speaks to what we thought we would see from Nix ultimately was, hey, this is a guy that once he has some, a kind of a library of the things that he's seeing from defenses, he's going to begin to start putting quicker reactions to that together. That's sort of always been his MO. And so I think you saw a lot of that. I also think the way that they used him in the run game was a little bit different, a little bit more design stuff that was a part of what he did. And now teams are going to have to account for that. It's not even just so much that he can produce. It's the fact that you have to account for it that hopefully opens up now some more of your interior run game. So I think those were all, a couple of things that he did a little bit better there on Sunday. And you hope as a Broncos fan now that's confidence. I didn't buy when Sean Payton, I understand where he was coming from when he shot down the idea that kind of game could give Bo Nix more confidence, because he wanted to project that, hey, this guy had never lost confidence. He hasn't blinked. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's one thing to not lose confidence. It's another thing to gain more of it than you already had. And I think that can't help but happen when you go and you win your first NFL game. You do it on the road. You avoid turnovers. You do a lot of positive things. That's naturally going to produce more confidence, and I think he was in need of that.
Real quick, do you buy that the Hackett, Peyton, Rodgers love triangle is all dead or whatever from a year ago? Because there's a part of me that feels like we just had on a writer from the Ringer where she's delved into Aaron Rodgers and done a podcast about him. And look, Nick, we all know he's got a pettiness to him. A lot of great guys do. Tom Brady's shown us some of his pettiness recently. I don't buy that he's forgotten about it. I feel like he still wants to have his comeuppance. But do you buy it's done?
Not really. I mean, I do think that it's like part of the thing is that they already had the game, and I know Rodgers didn't play last year, but they didn't hide. The Jets didn't last year that they got a lot of joy out of beating Sean Payton. They turned it into a big celebration of Nathaniel Hackett, who by the way, in that game and most others that year wasn't really a factor in what they were doing. That was a game dominated by the Jets defense and their big run by Breece Hall. But look, Aaron Rodgers is who he is. It's the point you make. I listened to that podcast. It's really real done and real interesting. Just some of his like conspiratorial tendencies, his motivational, how he gets motivated by external factors and all those sorts of things. My colleague wrote, like, this is a guy who revenged his way to 2 MVPs because he was so mad that they drafted a quarterback. So yeah, you obviously, I'm sure guys heard what he said, that it was last year, not worried about it. That's a check back at the end of the game on either side and see if there's anything that gets said about it.
Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. We are going to check back with you next week after that game, Nick, and get a full breakdown. In the meantime, go take a glass blowing class.
Play some
or
polo.
Something. Yeah, that's right. Get
Do
on a
rich
horse.
guy thing,
Yeah,
seriously. Get an ascot, grab a bourbon, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Release the hounds or whatever it is they do. Yes, go do all of that.
Yeah, please, like Fox and Hound. Go get your hound and hunt a fox there, Nate. Nick, that's what we need you to do.
Get a shotgun and a pipe and wander off into the wilderness.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? Read some fine literature on some fancy porch while you're out there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If you guys will excuse me, I think my horse and carriage is here to pick
Good.
me up.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, there he goes. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We are live at Safeway today over here by the University of Denver. The National Championship Trophy is here. The 10-time National champion DU Pioneers going to be in the house. Captains Aiden Thompson and Jack Devine going to stop by coming up at 4:30. So come see the National Championship Trophy. Plenty of people stopping by the floral department, checking it out.
They've got team pictures from when they won it. I've noticed something.
What's that?
Since we're off to the side of it.
Yeah.
You notice anything up top there?
It's taking a bit of a beating.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, the
if there's a Curtis McDermott story in there.
National title trophy is that thing's been dropped a couple of times.
It's seen a good time or two.
There's a couple of noticeable gouges out of the side of it.
Now, here's the problem. You can't drink out of that.
No, you
so
can't.
what led to the, you know what I mean? I guess you still hoist it. Everybody wants to hoist the trophy, right?
Yeah, what led to it is the drinking. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
It's just you can't drink out of the trophy.
Should they just stick a cup on top of that thing?
Just glue a Tupperware bowl on top for a minute.
Like get a bad bowling trophy, lop the bottom off, and just glue it to the top.
Stop by.
For a sip.
Get samples of Polidori sausage, 505 Southwest Green Chili, Celsius, and Pepsi, and much, much more. 2150 South Downing Street. That's Downing and Evans. It's all happening today on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are at Safeway today over here by DU. Already talked to a number of friendly listeners that have stopped by to see us here today. We're live in the floral department, just south of the produce section here.
Everyone's worried about your grape deal.
I got grapes in the fridge right now, so I'm good.
So you're not gonna peruse that table right over there?
I will. I no need to do that today.
Is there a look that you can't resist
when it comes to grapes?
Yeah, just one where you're like, oh, that's a fine looking pouch.
You know what I like? I like the Neapolitan version of the grapes where they give you the green, the purple, and the black. That's or as I guess you would call it red. But I like when I get the variety in my grape selection. I don't want to have to commit to a color on any given day. You never know what I'm going to be feeling when it comes to the grapes.
They used to in North Denver, back in Vic's old neighborhood where I grew up to, which is, I guess, now whatever, the Highlands, across from Berkeley Park.
Okay.
They used to have the purple grapes growing, and you could just – we ate them as kids. Not sure it was a great idea, but we ate them.
Were they like from
perfect-looking wine grapes?
Somebody's winery?
You'd be walking down the sidewalk, and there'd just be bushes with these grapes growing on them, and every now and again you feel saucy. So you do it. You eat some grapes, wild grapes.
You have to wait for it to get you saucy. That's
you ever
the problem.
Well, yeah. You got to walk on it. You got to step on it. You got to get Lucy and her friend out there.
I have not watched Grape Stomp Lady on YouTube in a while, and it's a shame because it gets a hearty guffaw out of me 100% of the time.
She fall or something? I'm not hip to that.
Have you never seen Grape Stomp Lady?
No.
Spring, pull up the audio from Grape Stomp Lady. This was a video that was viral like 20 years ago, I swear to God.
Start of the internet.
Seriously, that's kind of what it was. And yet it's funny every single time that I watch it.
So she's like cow turd lady?
She falls.
Angry cow herd listener?
I think she gets the wind knocked out of her and completely panics and just freaks out. It's fantastic.
Cow turd? Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, she's up with her. We're going to come check it out. Lovely floral. There's some beautiful roses.
Sure.
I already hit the deli for lunch. I may go get a meatloaf to take home. I told you that pre-made meatloaf. You were all worried about your meatloaf. Literally right down there.
Okay. Pre-made meatloaf.
Got it all. We got the meat department coming out to say hello. They're not here yet, boys. We're sorry. They're going to be here in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, the butcher's coming out to check out
the
national championship trophy. Oh, man, those guys. Look at these dudes. They got butcher written all over them, too.
That's right.
That's right there. That's what I'm saying. Those are the guys I want chopping my meat right there at this Safeway.
Steaks, what do we got today? What's the special? Chuck roast.
Chuck roast.
Get on down for some chuck roast.
Is it in honor of Chuck Nasty retiring this week? A good chuck roast?
There it is now.
There you are. Tell everybody that. By the way, last night, the Rockies could not have rockied that game anymore.
Oh, my gosh.
Than they did.
You know what? I'm getting to the point where, do you ever wonder, will Drew Goodman just go, the hell with this, I'm done doing it. Like, they're having a good time. They're sharing Chuck Nasty memories.
Yep.
Everything's going their way.
He's got an RBI triple.
All of a sudden, the weird thing with Feltner, he's got to come out. They're saying it's a cramp in the shoulder. By the way, shut him down. They all kept saying he'll make his start Sunday. No, hell no, don't make his start Sunday.
Yeah, we're good.
He said he's got a shoulder cramp that he was feeling in his forearm.
He doesn't need to
pitch.
pitch.
That sounds like something else to me. Shut him down.
He doesn't need to pitch.
But anyway, he leaves the game and all hell breaks loose.
They don't know how to execute
a
rundown properly.
Do you ever watch a Rockies game right now? They're like, here comes Victor Vodnik. And I was like, oh, he was the fun thing for a minute. And then I don't see Justin Lawrence at all. I don't think he made a thing. And then some other pitcher I haven't heard of come. It's fun to try to remember at what points of the year do you remember hearing this game?
I always think of the Fantastic Four's arch nemesis, Dr. Doom, when I hear Victor Vodnik.
You think so?
He was Victor Von Doom.
Wow.
It's a great villain name, isn't it?
Victor Vodnik had it going for a while, and now he's a little bit of doom when he enters the game the wrong way.
So last night, Vodnik, top 7, 3-2 Rockies lead.
Yeah.
They're cruising, right? Vodnik walks Lars Nootbaar. Carpenter doubles.
Read that name again.
Lars Nootbaar.
Lars Nootbaar and Victor Vodnik.
Yeah.
That sounds like a cartoon.
By the way, do you know what team Lars Nootbaar plays for in the World Baseball Classic?
I don't know.
He plays for
Newfoundland?
He plays for Japan.
Really?
Yeah, his mom's Japanese, I think. And so he plays for Team Japan in the WBC.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Lars Nootbaar. So he's Shohei's teammate in international play. But he walks. Carpenter doubles, and then they pinch run Scott. Wynn comes up, grounds it back to Vodnik. Nootbaar gets hung up between third and the plate.
Oh, that was him. This is the word. Is this the most Rockies rockying Rocky ever?
So Vodnik throws to third. McMahon throws to Stallings, who's the catcher, who runs back Nootbaar. Scott's standing on third.
Yeah.
Tovar is there. Shunk, who's playing second base, has now gone to back up Tovar, so second base is completely unoccupied.
And nobody knows.
And so then, for whatever reason, like Nootbaar just scoots back into third. Scott runs back to second. Nobody makes a throw. Nobody makes a play. Here's my question on that. What the hell was Stallings doing?
Nobody knew.
Just throw the ball to Tovar, and he'll tag out Nootbaar. You'll get an out.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
They tried to make it sound like, I think it was Huey that said he thinks he was trying to just tag them both, trying to get them both at the bag and get them both.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, but you ended, and didn't Nootbaar then score the go-ahead?
Yeah.
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 Because Tovar threw it away when they were trying to turn a double play. So it's in a game where we're trying to celebrate Charlie Blackmon at the end of his career, and he has an RBI triple, and he doubles in the game, and it's like a fun little story, and yet the Rockies just have to Rocky the thing as hard as they possibly can and lose 7-3
I have
last
not
night.
seen in the MLB, I'm sure it's happened plenty, but I haven't seen it where you screw up the rundown. How do you screw up the rundown?
I bet the White Sox could figure out how to do
gosh.
that. They could definitely do it. Yeah, Rockies fall last night. So, Andy, they have got 5 games remaining in the campaign.
They need 3?
Got to go 3-2 the rest of the way. Got the Dodgers in there at the end. Dodgers are still kind of battling it out with the Padres in the NL West, so nothing done right there. They got to get a couple of victories here.
I'm rooting for the 100. What do I care?
Yeah. Oh, it's way more fun.
Just give them 100.
Yeah, it's way more
Hang
fun
the
to lose
100.
100. Yeah. There's nothing notable about losing 99 games. That's forgettable. If you're going to be bad, be memorably bad.
Be 100 bad.
That's what the White Sox are doing. They're 120 bad.
Yeah. They're trying to stave off 121.
Be memorably terrible. That's what you should do. That's the only right way for the Rockies to send out Charlie Blackmon is by losing their 100th
With
game.
100, yeah.
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 It's just it would be very fitting. Guys, we're live at DU today at the Safeway.
We're with the champs.
That's right, the national champs.
The winners
are on hand. Andy, there is a wild story in college football right now.
Oh my gosh.
That for a change this week has nothing to do with conference realignment.
No.
Or
press conferences.
Yeah. This one was a new one. I haven't seen this one happen yet, or at least happen in this profile of a situation. A quarterback for a top 25 team is leaving and taking his red shirt over a NIL dispute. I've got some background on this story, but good God, college football needs regulation in the worst way humanly possible. We'll tell you what's happening coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, NFL season, we're rolling now. We're headed into Week 4, starting tomorrow night with Thursday Night Football, which we'll have right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Giants and Cowboys. Hey, perfect time to start your pickup lineup right now at UnderdogFantasy.com. That's right. Get in there. Put your roster together at Underdog Fantasy. This site is so much fun. I've been messing around with it throughout the course of the season. I've even had a little bit of luck there at UnderdogFantasy.com. It's real simple, okay? They give you a stat projection on a given player. There's a menu of projections for every player that is listed. You just got to choose higher or lower on those projections. Touchdowns, rushing yardage, receptions, receiving yards, all of that right there at UnderdogFantasy.com. You just simply pick higher or lower on whatever that stat projection is. Put together your pick'em entry for this week right now at UnderdogFantasy.com. Making the picks super straightforward. Signing up is even easier. Go to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Kreckman, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That is UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Kreckman. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Underdog Fantasy, guys. Must be 18 and up and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Oh, it's hour number 2. We are out here at Safeway over by DU, Downing and Evans.
You know where it is.
The DU Pioneers.
Hey, if you've ever partied in college here or beyond, you know where this Safeway is.
You've been to this Safeway?
I had buddies that lived just like a block from here. Not even a block. Across the street over there. Shout out to James and Jeff.
What up, James and Jeff?
Things got weird.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
All right. You're gonna go to Safeway, get some rosé and a bouquet of flowers right here at the Safeway.
Come on, you know where this is. We don't even have to tell you. You called me and I was like, it's the DU Safeway. Oh, I know where that is.
Yeah.
We don't need to give an address. Everybody knows where this is.
If you do need the address,
if you've been to the Pioneer, you know where this is.
I love the Pio. 2150 South Downing Street. Aiden Thompson, Jack Devine, captains of your defending national champion DU Pioneers. They'll be on hand coming up at 4:30. They'll be signing autographs, taking pictures. You can enter to win tickets to an upcoming Pios game, courtesy of the University of Denver. You can try samples from Polidori Sausage, 505 Southwest Green Chili, Celsius, Pepsi, and much, much more. It's a party going on out here today at the Safeway.
505, great salsa.
Yeah.
Polidori, great sausage.
Great sausage. Elite sausage.
So the Celsius, they actually sponsor they do some stuff in the tents up at CU pregames where we're at.
Yeah, you get
it's a very
down on it?
tasty little beverage. Yeah, if you've ever had like those New York seltzers, that's what that tastes like.
Ooh, that sounds
delightful.
delightful.
But I believe it has like a healing element to it. There's something special about it.
That sounds appealing to me.
Raspberry or blackberry Celsius. Get on it. You got a fruit flavor you like?
The raspberry sounds delightful.
Jesse, can you go? Hey, do they have any out there?
You got a raspberry Celsius
I take
outside?
a Celsius beverage.
Okay.
Why aren't they in here with us?
I already put in my snack order, so I'll have to see if I can get some of that going on.
Do you need anything? You made him nervous when
I
you're
asked.
like, well, if we're talking anything.
I mean, if we're talking anything.
And then you just went for some nuts.
I ordered a snack.
Twitch very much wants us to ask him his thoughts on your selection of grapes.
Oh. Yeah, it's always go with the tricolor if it's available.
No, how you go about it, your process.
Oh, yeah, no, you should always sample the grapes. You always try a grape before you purchase. You're an absolute sucker if you don't.
Are you going to ask him if it's okay? Do you think he feels the same?
I promise you he does. He wants a satisfied customer. That's what he's looking for. And more than anything, that's what they're all about at Safeway. They want to meet your needs. That's what I know about Safeway.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
My needs, though, are for you not to possibly touch my grape.
Well, you're buying lesser quality grapes. You're putting your life in the hands of those grapes.
Should
Andy.
we get some donuts? Dude, you know what I did see over there?
Uh-huh.
A gigantic chocolate cake with layers. I thought about bringing that over after lunch. You and I'd both be asleep. I mean, it was seriously like that big.
A mid-afternoon chocolate
It was
cake.
like that big. Dude, it looked so good. It was like cake frosting, and it was like 8 layers to it. I was like, Nate and I ought to just both eat this.
All right, so, Andy, college football's drunk.
But we knew that.
We knew that.
This does kind of surprise me. This is, I think, do you think this is the first of stories we start to hear like this? This won't be the last time we hear about
I'm
this.
not even sure if this is the first story of its kind.
Okay.
It's high profile because it's the quarterback for a top 25 team.
And that team is UNLV.
They're 3-0. They have 2 wins over Big 12 opponents so far this year. They've beaten Houston. They've beaten Kansas. And they're opening conference play against Fresno this week, right? And UNLV had a great year last year. Barry Odom's in year number 2 at UNLV. Believe it or not, Rebel football actually is kind of good for a minute. So their quarterback is a kid by the name of Matthew Sluka, okay? Sluka transferred into UNLV this year from Holy Cross. He was the Patriot League Player of the Year last year. So he jumps up a division from FCS to FBS, and he transfers into UNLV. And according to Sluka and his agent, this guy by the name of Marcus Cromartie, and Sluka's dad, Bob Sluka, they're telling ESPN and Pete Thamel that UNLV offensive coordinator Brennan Marion told Sluka, we're going to give you $100,000 if you come to UNLV. In NIL payments. You're going to get 6 figures to transfer here to UNLV. And the kid was sought after by a number of FBS programs, but what he is claiming is the assistant coach, Brennan Marion, who's a good coach, by the way, they're saying that he promised the family 100 G's if the kid comes and plays quarterback at UNLV. So the kid comes to UNLV. Never signed a contract or never got it in writing or anything. He just comes to UNLV. Rebels start 3-0. He's having a good year. I wouldn't say he's having a great year, but he's having a good year so far. And according to reports, he has gone to head coach Barry Odom and said, "Where's my 100 G's?" To which Barry Odom said, I never promised you that.
Yeah, I'm not the money man, bro.
And I don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's not in my bank account. I can tell you that.
And on top of that, Andy, and this is what I know from talking to my people in Vegas, is Brennan Marion is smart enough not to offer an unauthorized $100,000 that he knows he doesn't have. That's the kind of thing that is only coming from the NIL collective by way of the head coach.
Right.
Okay? And so there's some question here about what's going on with the kid. He was being paid $3,000 a month, which is apparently the standard at UNLV. There's one kid on the team that gets more than that. That's wide receiver Ricky White, who's a stud and is going to play in the NFL. But apparently everybody else gets the $3,000 a month. I have a series of tweets here that came from Mike Gramala, who covers UNLV football and covers he's all over this story. By the way, it should be noted, and I'm sure everyone knows by now today, that Matthew Sluka went to UNLV and said, I'm taking my red shirt, I'm transferring, I'm out, because I wasn't paid the $100,000 that I was owed. I want to read this series of tweets, though, and let's draw our conclusions as to what we know is going on. All right? He writes, per a source, when Sluka committed to UNLV, he did not have a registered agent.
Okay.
That lines up with what I was told. He didn't hire the agent until August.
Nate has checked this out with his people, his connections.
His current NIL agent told ESPN that Sluka was, at that time, promised a significant NIL payout. Sources tell me, that being Mike Gramala of the Las Vegas Sun, no contract was ever signed. He writes, something relevant to keep in mind. Under Barry Odom's direction, all UNLV players receive the same NIL deal. He generally doesn't want individuals making more than their teammates. Only Ricky White has gone outside that structure to secure a significant individual NIL deal. Again, Ricky White is their best offensive player. With UNLV's hot start and Sluka's redshirt limit approaching, he had leverage to ask for more NIL money, what he believes he was promised. UNLV and Odom did not want to renegotiate. Sluka decides to transfer and get paid elsewhere. Gramala adds, it's a shocking development, but this is college sports now. One source told me it's not uncommon now for players to want to renegotiate in season, and there is no NCAA regulation on any of the NIL stuff. It's professional sports. Matthew Sluka made a professional decision. That's what we know right now. UNLV put out a statement this afternoon basically echoing many of those sentiments and pointing out the part where when the quarterback came to the head coach and said, I want more money, the coach viewed it as, well, that's pay for play, and I can't do that. Again, he has an agent. I believe he's free to negotiate more out of the collective. I don't think UNLV's collective, their football collective, I don't think they have the dough.
Well, and look, this also harkens back to, who was it? Who's our coach at Oklahoma State?
Mike Gundy.
Mike Gundy. Remember when he had the famous comments beginning of the year at Media Day?
Yeah.
Where he said, now it's just football. If you want more money, that's end of the year stuff.
Right.
We're done negotiating.
Right.
Once we start playing, what you got's what you got. So him trying to – if he's asking for more money, it's too late now anyway.
Yeah,
right?
it's where it becomes a dispute. And
was he owed it prior?
Was he promised $100,000 or not? UNLV's collective, the Friends of UNLV, they said it. They put out in a statement. I love the Friends of UNLV.
I got my own collective.
Right.
The Friends of Andy. I need a donor.
Were the Friends of UNLV the ones that were like buying Lamborghinis for Stacey Augmon back in the day?
Yeah.
So
Some of them might have been wiped out due to some debts, though. Not sure there's as many friends as there once were.
The collective said no formal NIL offers were made during Mr. Sluka's recruitment process, that the collective did not agree to any NIL offers while he was part of the team, aside from a completed community engagement event over this summer. All right, Andy. Again, if I'm the agent who the kid hired late is telling Pete Thamel and telling ESPN, oh, he was promised $100,000, everybody at UNLV is responding with, no, he wasn't.
Right.
Now, draw your own conclusions, but I will not shut the door on the possibility that after a 3-0 start and UNLV breaking into the top 25, that the quarterback went to the school and said, you want to keep me? I still got my red shirt. You got to pay up. It's very much a possibility.
Let me ask you this, too, though. A lot of people are saying, why did he get so bold to make the move? Who was it? It might have even been Deion. Somebody, or maybe it was Nick Saban. It was Nick Saban. Somebody said last week they were trying to get a certain kid into the portal, and he never was able to do it. It was a quarterback somewhere.
Okay.
And he was frustrated by it. Is it possible that he got contacted again from one of these other schools and said, hey, did you ever get that money? Because we'll pay you if you just jump in the portal.
There's a quote here from his dad in this story. He said, quote, we left there understanding that we were going to get a certain dollar amount for Matt to come here on the NIL deal. Not a blowout number, but a reasonable, fair number, said Bob Sluka, adding that his son Matthew, the quarterback UNLV, received more than 25 NIL offers from other schools, including Big Ten and SEC teams, that were 4 or 5 times the amount of money we were willing to take from UNLV. Now, of what I understand, that may have been the case. However, those institutions wanted Sluka to transfer and be there in the spring, so that he could, be a part of spring ball and get ready for the season. Apparently, Sluka wanted, to my understanding, he wanted to finish his degree and graduate at Holy Cross before transferring. UNLV was one of the schools that maintained their offer.
Which means he only got fall practice, summer camp, whatever with him.
And that's one of kind of the wild parts about this story was that there was a pretty, and I was following this closely because I cover the Mountain West, is that there was a pretty heated quarterback battle in camp to figure out who was going to win it. And I don't think Barry Odom announced his starter until like the day of the Houston game, basically. Like people that I knew that covered UNLV football were like, we don't know who's starting.
Here's my message to all of college football. All of it. Coaches, boosters, players. Be careful with this kind of stuff getting out. I don't begrudge at all any of these players getting the money.
Get yours.
If you're in demand and there is a market for you, by all means, not only get it, get as much of it as you can, especially in football. You may not make it through your college career healthy. Might as well stock the bank account while you can.
Yeah.
My warning, though, is – because what you and I have heard it a lot. The three of us, Jesse's here, we've all in the media a long time. Be careful about letting this stuff get so public. This is going to start to hurt some of the interest in college football.
Yeah.
Fans do not want to hear about how rich these kids are. They just don't. I've had so many fans that told me the reason why I love college football for XYZ is because I love it that they're amateur athletes. Amateurism's gone. We all know it.
Yeah, it's dead.
Don't remind some of the fans of it.
Or
I just stuff like this, because there's a small party going, really, UNLV, 100,000? I just think it's going to leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
To your point, I think it's like it's the arms race element of it, right?
Right.
I think
like
when you
you're
hear
only
that,
here to get paid. See,
right.
again, if I'm a UNLV fan,
and if it's I need to
even
leverage,
if you come back,
right.
I'm not going to root for you. You're only here for the paycheck, man.
I will leverage my commitment.
Now, look, they are that way in the pros, but I don't want to believe that about college,
it's college
right?
football, it's pro sports.
I
man.
get that it is.
I mean,
but
that's what's
just
wild too. Is that UNLV, their quarterback last year when they won 9 games and went to the Mountain West Championship game, was a kid by the name of Jaden Mayava, who goes out, balls out, Mountain West Freshman of the Year. You know where he is now? He's at USC.
Good for him.
And he's backing up at USC because
making a pretty good check.
He got a massive NIL deal that UNLV could not match, and so now they're right. And again, they take a kid from Holy Cross. Their backup, a kid by the name of Haj Malik Williams, is from Campbell, which is a D2 school. But again, he's another dude that was just, too good for the level that he was playing at. And so he goes to UNLV. He's going to start on Saturday coming up against Fresno State.
Just think it's better you keep some of your business under the table.
Well, and
especially some of these guys, you're on a college campus, man. You don't necessarily want everybody to know what you're making.
What this story screams, Andy, is
get a contract, first of all.
Regulation.
Yes, no, you're right.
Is that there has to be a system that this needs to be on the up and up. And if you are committing to a school based upon a verbal agreement from an assistant coach,
right. With nothing in writing.
And you've hired an agent and he didn't ensure those things, then it's not terribly surprising. Again, you're free to transfer.
Sure.
It sucks. Like, it sucks for your team. It sucks for those fans. It's bad for all of college football. When a guy is starting this season, a team is breaking out. They're ranked number 23. They're turning heads a little bit, and suddenly your season is upended and weird because your quarterback is saying, well, the offensive coordinator lied to me.
Well, doesn't it? It makes everything weird, doesn't it? Like, if you're the next, I don't know, I guess if you're coaching football, you realize there's just something about I guess I'm struggling with my comments here. If I were him, yes, I'd want to be paid, or I'm not going to keep risking my body. I get that part. But, man, I don't want that shoved in my face if I'm a UNLV fan. I really don't like that you were squarely here for the paycheck.
Here's what UNLV said in a statement. Quote, football player Matthew Sluka's representative made financial demands upon the university and its NIL collective in order to continue playing. UNLV Athletics interpreted these demands as a violation of the NCAA pay-for-play rules as well as Nevada state law. UNLV does not engage in such activity, nor does it respond to implied threats. UNLV has honored all previously agreed-upon scholarships for Matthew Sluka. UNLV has conducted its due diligence, will continue to operate its programs within the framework of NCAA rules and regulations as well as Nevada state laws. Yeah, so they're looking at this. And again, UNLV interpreted these demands. People, you had to get this in writing. You had to put this down in a contract and get it all done, whether or not it was confusing or not. Andy, when I hear this story, and I'm sure that there's a lot of dirty hands in this thing, but it sure sounds to me like kid had a hot start to the year, went back and said, okay, give me more.
Yeah, I'd like more.
And he used his red shirt as his leverage.
Well, but again, did another coach reach out and go, man, you really aren't making an awful lot. We could make 5 times that if you want to come here, but not going to happen if you get hurt.
According to Pete Thamel's reporting, the agent was talking to the AD, was talking to UNLV officials, even on the field after their win over Kansas, and was like, what's the deal? Where's our check? To which they, including Barry Odom and the AD, had to call the guy up and be like, that's not what we agreed to, man.
Real quick, do you think this will push towards regulation? Stuff like this, even because once you get if everything has to be under a contract,
right?
Then they're going to have to play in bowl games, A, and B. Then maybe they can say you cannot talk to our contracted employees and try to push them towards the portal.
Exactly.
It'll take some of the Wild West out of this.
Then it's tampering, yeah. But again, how do we get to that place? Like, is it federal regulation?
Right.
Last time I checked, they kind of got their hands full, and they're basically what Congress has told the NCAA and told the officials of college football is like, handle it yourself.
Figure it out.
Yeah, go ahead and go back and figure it all out. That to me is the only way I think that this thing actually finally gets reined in a little bit.
Again, here's the challenge of all this. It seems easy, I think, to a lot of us. How are you going to convince Michigan, Alabama, Clemson, Georgia? Name your true power school that doesn't mind operating. You're going to get them to agree to this?
Yeah.
You're going to get them to agree to a cap?
And then we're going to a place where it's just going to eventually become the, like we've always talked about, the 10 or 12 team super division or whatever it's going to be of the, with the Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, the big dot, the Texas, Oklahoma, those programs, and then everybody else will just do whatever it is they get to do.
Yeah.
And that's what college football will be. We know it's going in that direction.
How long does it take?
We can all see it. It's what's happening with the bizarre Pac-12 and Mountain West thing that's been happening this week. This is the direction that we're going, and this is the place where we will be. And, schools like Colorado and Colorado State, they're not going to get to play in that game. They're just flat out not. They just straight up don't have the resources.
It sounds like UNLV won't be either.
Nope, sure won't be.
The further you get away from the South, how many of these schools don't really have those kind of bankrolls built up?
No, it's very, very true. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're out here at Safeway over by DU. Our friends at Polidori Sausage are here. Celsius and Pepsi are here. Southwest 505. delightful green chili. It's all right here at Safeway, 2150 South Downing Street. The national championship trophy is here. DU captains Aiden Thompson and Jack Devine going to be in the house or in the grocery store, more specifically. It's all right here today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hello, everybody. It's Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Of course, been telling you about these guys for 5 years and counting. Love Jerry and Wendy Jones and their business, Colorado Off-Road. Got so much stuff for my truck put on there. Again, if you're maybe looking at a new vehicle, you know the interest rates are ticking down, but we're all worried about monthly payments, right? Nobody wants to overpay for a vehicle. Go ahead and look for the one that fits into your monthly payment range, and maybe that's not the fanciest one they have on the lot. You know, you can get aftermarket stuff from Jerry Jones. He works a lot with Phil Long Ford. I've gotten stuff. I got my F-150 from Phil Long and then put a bed cover on it, got step rails on it, put in the nice floor mats from WeatherTech. For me, he's got multiple brands, though, not just WeatherTech. Done the remote start kit. He can do the heated seats if that's something that you want. He can put the tow stuff on. You name it, he can do it. You want it raised a little bit. Certainly he can do that. He can get better suspension for you. Light bars. Again, if it's for a truck or 4x4, they've got it. The bed cover is something you probably want to look at this time of year. Keep all the leaves and the snow and the gunk coming out because it's going to be a little bit messier with our weather as we get closer to the late part of the fall. Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street behind Arapahoe Community College. That's where you find the showroom. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. The number 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, Andy, I got football transactions.
Transact me.
Alex Singleton has been placed on injured reserve.
Yeah.
Torn ACL. Also, his name is not Nate Singleton.
Coach thought so.
Yeah, Sean Payton seemed to think his name was Nate, which it's an elite first name.
You know what? Look, you've got a couple of kids. Coach is probably that way where you're going to find out. You're yelling. You're just going to be in dad. I don't want to use rage. It seems extreme, but you're just trying to get the dang name out and get them to stop doing what they're doing. You know, you'll call Sammy Abby by accident, and then Abby will be Lucy, and you're just throwing it. He just did that, right? Maybe?
Nate Singleton did play in the NFL.
Well, that's good. Well, so then he just pulled Nandy.
Former Niners wide receiver, spent a little bit of time with Baltimore before he was done. He was on that 94 San Francisco team, won the Super Bowl.
Did he play in New Orleans ever?
Not that I recall. No.
Was he thinking Nate Hackett and instead went Nate Singleton?
It could have been.
Was Nate Hackett on his mind?
He could have been thinking Nate McKinnon. He could have been thinking Nate Kreckman. I don't know who he was thinking of.
Yeah, Nate McKinnon.
Do you think Sean Payton thinks about me a lot? Like, do you think he's
no. I don't know.
No?
Oh,
okay.
I've heard.
All right. Okay.
I've heard we've been a topic of discussion here and there.
Okay. All right. I don't know how often he thinks about me.
Pleasant. Oh, come on. Every old school, real quick.
Think about him.
Just so people don't think we're stuck up. Every old school coach assigns people to listen to the local sports banter to know what we're talking about.
They do it themselves, too.
So some of them do it themselves, but
they
I know for a fact who was assigned to me once upon a time.
There's a lot of dudes that read the comment section and tune in.
Yeah.
They got Google alerts. They listen to
and it's not just us. If there's a sports show on, and you may have heard there's a few, they listen to all of them.
Yeah,
just to see what the banter's about.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think he liked our bidet material this week?
I think he's happy that he was at the Greenbrier.
All right,
So I don't think he's dialing up the app. You think he's dialing up the app?
Is he actually on Twitch? Is he like in the comment section right now on Twitch?
He goes by Beer Guy.
His name's like Squirrel Nut or something like that.
Yeah, Mr. Beer Guy, I think is his name on Twitch.
He's in
Squirrel Nut. Where's Zipper?
Old Gopher Face or whatever his name is there. That's actually Sean Payton.
Canine Pitbull. There he is. That's him.
That's him. We knew it.
Real quick, what would his handle be? What would the Sean Payton handle be if he was on one of the social media outlets we offer?
Two latte guy.
2 lattes?
Yeah.
The 2 latte shuffle?
That's when he's really spicy in the chats, when he's got a couple of lattes in him.
The New Orleans OG.
So we got Tyler Bidet talked to the media for the first time this week.
Oh, we can move on from mine, but Bidet is going to come back until it haunts me.
No doubt.
Yeah, he did talk today.
So
he did. He finally explained it.
Uh-huh.
He's really learning the power of when the guy on the game pronounces your name right, isn't he?
Listen to this explanation. It's still not.
There's something going on where I think he wants us to leave it alone. But please,
Tyler Beatty, now Bidet, talking to the local media today out there at the Greenbrier, and this was the conversation that was posted on Twitter by our friend Zach Stevens.
Although we know what the first question is, pronounce your last name.
Bidet. Bidet. Let's get it out of the way.
You let us go a long time before you told us.
I did. You know, there's some other things going on, but it's Bidet. I'll clarify.
Did somebody finally say, will you please tell them?
Right.
Is that how it was pronounced growing up with your family?
No, actually not. I actually changed it myself, but some other things going on, some family things that I'll talk about later on. But right now, I'm just trying to focus on football right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds...
Something's going on.
That sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So we won't dig into that.
He
you
won't
want to be called Bidet, brother? We'll call you Bidet.
He won't be
Good enough.
Beatty anymore.
No,
He's now Bidet.
And I'm cool with it. Whatever.
Yes.
That sure does sound like...
Don't ask any more questions.
Some awkward crap, and it's not an episode of Maury, so cool.
So he's out on
good enough. You
Beatty,
can be Bidet.
Not Batty.
Should we send him Alan Roach's take on the thing from yesterday?
This is where I hope he balls out.
Yes.
This is where
he's so good
because
he's got to change it on Madden.
If anybody missed it yesterday on the show, our friend Alan Roach is the voice of Madden, and Tyler Beatty's name is pronounced Beatty, Tyler Bidet's name is pronounced Beatty on Madden. And in order to get Roach to give them the edit,
ain't free.
He will charge them substantially by the session.
Yes.
So this will be EA Sports will have to decide if there's room in the budget.
He's got to be a dude if they're going to do that.
I mean, Andy, how many copies of that NCAA Football 25 did they sell?
Right.
They got to be doing fine for themselves.
Enough to get Roach to probably record another one.
Yes.
But I don't know. It's apparently pretty. Now I kind of want to know. I do want to find out the number.
Can we be Roach's agent?
Yeah, should we act like we want him to record something just to get eyes on it?
We'll negotiate his NIL deals for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to find this out. So anyway, that's what's going on with the name. Alex Singleton's torn ACL done for the year.
So he did not lie to Brady. What was her last name?
King.
By the way, you know why I can remember her first name?
Why is that?
Do you think she was named after Tom Brady? Like, remember we had a bunch of Jordans in our era because dads liked Michael Jordan? Is she a Brady after Tom Brady?
Could be.
Now I'm more interested in her name than his.
She spells it differently.
Oh, well.
So I have no idea.
Is that
maybe her parents loved the Brady Bunch.
There's that.
Could
That's
be.
a lame reason.
Never know. The Brady Bunch was they were delightful.
They were weird.
What was weird about the Brady Bunch? It was a lovely melding of families.
Fair enough.
It was
fair enough. You're right. You're right. They all had hair gold like their mother.
Progressive in its own time.
Sure.
Ahead of its time a bit.
Yeah. Don't read the book about what they were doing in Hawaii, but that one very family-like. Although they're at the Greenbrier. Maybe a few Greenbrier families get
different
down like
kind of family. We got DU cheerleaders here at the Safeway.
We've got the cheer squad, the men of the hour here.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that were waiting for this. We've got sausage hats. Thank you to Palladori Sausage.
We do have sausage hats. We're very excited about that.
They're wearing the sausage. I just realized.
Nice job,
there
fellas.
It is.
There you go.
You gonna switch yours?
They're not actually sausage hats. It's not like
no. It says sausage.
It's not like a hat in the shape of a sausage.
Yeah.
It's not like
yes.
It's not like a meat flavored cheese head.
It's
thing.
not like the corn head that the Nebraska people wear, but it's a sausage.
Just says
it's
a hat that says sausage.
Yeah, it lets you know what it's up to.
Yeah, brought to you by our friends.
Very straightforward.
At Polidori Sausage.
Yes.
So
yes.
Come
There's a
pick
pig
one
on the side.
That's where sausage comes from. Can't deny it.
No, nor are we trying to.
Alex Singleton's out for the year, Andy. It's not great.
So Quan Alexander's in.
Now we know why Quan Alexander got the workout,
Is it Quan or K-Wan?
I believe it's Quan. I've always known it to be Quan.
Oh, I have too, but Tyler was saying K-Wan, so I was like, all right, did we miss something? They also
another
signed,
bidet situation? Is
that
what's happening?
Why not?
Right now?
Let's just they're the name and you don't know the names.
All right.
They also signed. Let me go check out the Twitter account of the illustrious Tom Pelissero.
Who else do we have?
They signed a second one. Cunningham, I believe his last name is.
Randall?
No, yes.
No? Okay.
Randall Cunningham is coming back to really make this thing spicy. Richie Cunningham. See that? They were on before the Brady Bunch.
Very much so.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. And, of course, where is he? There's Pelly. I'll just go directly to the account. This is something Jeff Legwald said would be coming down. So the second linebacker is on the practice squad. Man, there's been a lot of transactions today because everybody's hurt. So I'm not finding this as quickly as I'd hope to. But anyway, they've signed Quan Alexander, regular roster. They signed another veteran linebacker to the practice squad. Is Sternad going to play linebacker?
He might have to. Valuable special teamer. He's made a play already this year.
Who was the guy? They also picked up a veteran, if you remember, right at the end of camp, and he was playing.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. We're already here, dude. It's week 4.
That's the NFL.
And we're already, remember that guy? Some guy I haven't heard of is now a Bronco. He's going to, be out there in the 98. We'll be going, who the hell's 98?
Yeah.
Turns out that's who that is.
All right. What effect does this have on the front seven? We'll get to that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We have to talk to DU senior forward Jack Devine is going to stop by here on the show. The national championship trophy is in the house.
It's Zach Cunningham is the linebacker.
Zach Cunningham. Okay. Not Randall Cunningham. But that's Jack Devine, not Jack Cunningham.
I thought I heard Zach.
Jack Devine.
It's close. Shall I call him Nate Cunningham when he comes over? Or Nate Devine? What do you want to do?
Call him Chase Keesum.
It was Case Keesum. Did he at least say Case Keesum? He didn't go Chase, did he? I don't think he went Chase.
It's the legend.
Case Keesum.
The legend has only gotten better over the years.
After he thanked himself.
I want to thank John Elway for all of his great
Now,
contributions.
wait, that was when he was introducing Kubiak, wasn't he?
That was when he was, it was Fire and Foxy.
Yeah, I want to thank John Elway.
Coups. Yeah, and I want to thank John Elway for everything that he
Good
did.
afternoon.
Yeah.
I'd like to start out this press conference with a thank you to John Fox.
Dude, what I love about that is that was me at the start of a college presentation.
Dude.
Good afternoon. What the hell are we doing here?
Didn't
Don't you know why we're here?
And it sounded like he had to present first and he was late to class and had sprinted up the steps.
Yeah.
He was completely out of breath in that whole thing, too.
Yeah.
Maybe Brian Flores wasn't wrong. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live at the Safeway, and we're rolling here. Jack Devine of your national champion DU Pioneers is going to stop by and join us here on the program on Altitude Sports Radio. We are in the close proximity of the campus of the University of Denver and Magnus Arena, your 2024 national champion DU Pioneers, 10th national title in program history. The trophy is on hand here at Safeway at Downing and Evans. We're joining you live from the floral department and pleased to be joined right now by the senior captain of your DU Pioneers, big number 4, Jack Devine. Jack, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Thank you for joining us here on the show. So, Jack, we have a lot of questions for you. Obviously, you guys defending national champs. You're getting ready to open up the season against Alaska Anchorage. Preseason poll, you guys are ranked number 1 in the country. You're the leading scorer from last year's team. But most importantly, what did you guys do to that trophy? The national championship trophy is here at the Safeway, and your guy Brett Brown was showing this thing to me before, and I was like, oh, that thing's like from the 50s. No, that's from 2024.
Fresh.
You guys beat the living hell out of that
Here, I'll
thing.
show it to Twitch. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
It looks like it's been dropped dozens of times. What happened to it?
Yeah, I mean, after there's kind of a couple times it definitely got dropped. But I think
where were you guys when it was dropped?
Man, kind of all around. I mean, locker room, places near campus. I think we're just happy it didn't get stolen, and it's here in one piece. So as long as we still have it till today, I mean, we're pretty happy with
Although of what we understand, there were pieces that were glued back on.
Yeah, there was one mishap where we kind of had to get some we had to get the hockey tape out originally.
Oh, that's a lawyer's word. You go to a law school.
Then we taped it up. So and glued it up. So those words are from Aiden Thompson first. But yeah, it happened once, but
okay,
it's okay, and we did a little surgery on it. So
a single mishap, and it's doing all right. What has this summer been like? You know, you guys, you go out St. Paul, you win a national championship. You beat BU, you beat BC, you win the national title. You come back with all these expectations, but what is the summer after a national championship like for you guys? How much fun did you have?
Yeah, so immediately after we're still in spring quarter, so we're in school till June. So that spring semester was definitely a lot of fun. Kind of time to sit back and kind of relinquish all of the great year we had together, and for the first kind of 2 weeks after that, we get off, and we're still in school. So it was kind of after that, celebrate, and then kind of got to turn the page because it's really easy to get caught up in winning one of those. But, the next year we want to get back and do it again, especially with this coming season. So definitely right at the start it was celebrating, and then a couple of weeks later trying to turn the page. And a lot of times you're not on the ice originally. It's just kind of you're in the weight room, in the classroom. And then later in the summer you'll get on the ice. And then we had some freshmen come in the summer and trying to acclimate them and get them up to speed and try to really introduce them to the culture so that they can hopefully be a part of championship in 2025 with us.
By the way, the guys are here until about 5:30, so don't think if you're in the area, swing by, come to Safeway, see the trophy. The cheer squad's here as well, so just get involved. What's it like going back to class after you've won a championship? Is it celebratory? Do more people know who you are? Were you able to – how big were your classes? Like, were you ever able to just maybe blend in before and then all of a sudden now not so easy?
Yeah, I think coming back to class is a little bit tough. I mean, you kind of took some time off when you're actually playing and then a little bit after celebration. So I think a lot of it's, like, not in panic mode, but you're kind of like, wow, I kind of got to get caught up pretty quickly, especially by the time we were back in school. It was midterms already, so you're looking up and you're like, wow, I got some stuff to some schoolwork to go over again. But the teachers were awesome. The students were awesome. I think there's just so much support, and my teachers did a good job getting me back up to speed. And honestly, a lot of my classmates were there for me, even that I might not have been close with before, but reached out with some texts and really helped me with some of those projects. So it was good. It was a lot of fun, and I think we got a really good group of students here that really celebrate the hockey team, and I think that's one of the biggest reasons we had so much success at home. And
oh, man. Crowds at Magnus are fantastic. The games are so much fun. So, got to ask you this, Jack. You guys won a national title. You play 4 games to win it all. 3 of them you win 2-1 games. I think it was the national title game was 2-0, right?
Yes, sir.
But the rest of them are 2-1, and 2 of them I think went to OT. These are also like single game eliminations. There's no 3-game series, 5-game, 7-game series, or anything else like that. It's nerve-wracking to watch games like this as a hockey fan? I think hockey is the most just butt-clenching sport that there is to watch as a spectator, playoff hockey. What's it like to play in games like that? They're that tight where the slightest of errors go against you guys and you're finished.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, honestly. I know that kind of sounds cliche, but yeah, they're a lot of fun. And I mean, obviously there's pressure, and you realize like one bounce can change your season. But it kind of makes it even better. Like, you know, every little play matters. It's so high stakes, and the intensity is extremely high, right? Like, obviously the Stanley Cup's extremely hard, but it's a 7-game series where one of our games, right? Like, I remember against BU, like, a guy named Macklin Celebrity, he hit the post like a minute left. Like, that could have changed the entire outcome of our season, like, right then and there. So there's definitely a lot of pressure, but it also makes you come really close with your teammates because you know at any given moment or second that something could go wrong, and you just have to learn to trust them, because without trust, like, you can't have success.
We kind of talked to you about it in the break, but mentally, where are you at? I mean, again, we both had the honor of covering some championship teams, but, man, it just even on the broadcast crew, you're like, why? How are we here again already? How is it already time to start?
Yeah.
Is there any of that, or have you been chomping to get back on the ice knowing you guys are number 1 ranked and you've got a lot of the same ammo to get back at it with?
Yeah, I think we're chomping. I think we're really excited. We had a good training camp to start. I think going back-to-back is a pretty big deal. I know the 04-05 team was able to do it. I wasn't able to do it after the 22-year team. We also have 7-8 new guys on the roster. Like, we want to win just as badly as they do, and to kind of let them get into the culture and get in that winning success for the program. It's something we talk about, trying to leave the place better than you found it, and I think I've been able to do that, but another year of success can only do wonders to the program, including guys like Aiden or some of the other seniors in our class.
We're talking to Jack Devine, captain of the DU Pioneers, leading scorer last year. They won the national championship. Jack, you seem like, in sitting here talking to you, you seem like a David Carl guy. You seem like you have an intensity about you. It's one of the things I love about Coach Carl is when you talk to that guy, he is no nonsense. He is all business. Tell us the tone that he sets for the program, and that you and the fellow seniors try and set with the rest of the locker room.
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, he's definitely the best coach I've ever had, and I know in the off season he had some interest from NHL teams. So I think we're all excited that he's back here and he's bought into the program. And I think with him, he's so young, but he's already gone through so much. And I think what he instills is just buying into the program and buying into the culture. Like, no one, the whole program is bigger than yourself, and no one's above that. So as long as you kind of understand that, and no, there's no I in team. So that's kind of the biggest thing he tries to instill with us.
There is an I in Pioneers, though.
There is an I in Pioneers. By the way, Logan O'Connor got paid yesterday. There's another Pio making a little bit of money.
Yeah.
What do you think about your future? How do you gauge this? I mean, it sounds like you're loving college hockey, right? But you're a I hate to say property member of the Florida Panthers, the current Stanley Cup champions. How do you approach all this?
Yeah, I think it's a good balance. At the end of the day, everyone's ultimate goal is to play in the NHL. It's what you dream of as a kid. But at the same time, it's staying patient, and when you get a chance, hopefully go out there and execute and pave your way into the NHL. And I'm pretty fortunate to being around here that pros come back, like Troy Terry skates with us in the summer. Will Butcher. We had some Avs guys coming out, obviously Logan O'Connor. So just being able to learn from those guys, and obviously they're kind of living your dream, so you can kind of pick their brains a little bit. But when you're here, just be in the moment, be in the present, because you kind of even dream being a college hockey player, winning a national championship as a kid. So live in the moment, and then when the time is right, just try to go live your dream in the NHL as well.
All right, I'm real curious because you brought this up, and I don't want people coming at you on the text line. Come at me, people. Found out you're a Blackhawk fan. Everybody in Chicago's got to get crap from people in Colorado. You probably got a little of that. When do you shut off the childhood fandom and it becomes a business for you? It sounds like it hasn't happened yet. When do you let go of old ties, shall we say?
Yeah, I think
the minute you sign a contract and they're paying you, or what is it?
Yeah, I think it's a tough question. It's really hard, right? Like, my friend Aiden, he's drafted there. I've got a buddy named Cole Gutman who's been up and down. Like, I want to watch the game over winter break, and he scored, right?
Yeah.
So now I'm sitting there being a fanboy of him scoring an NHL game, right? I think it's a happy balance. I think once maybe I sign pro, and I mean that's my livelihood, and I'm competing against those guys to put food on the table. That's definitely when you might kind of get that child phantom out of the way. But I know how big of an impact they've had on kids in Chicago, and I don't think I'd be here today without that organization and their success. So it's kind of a balance there. But I like the question. It's a pretty good one.
Well, see, most football players most football players tell me, like, they're just, as soon as they get drafted, they're done with everybody. The McCaffreys. McCaffrey's dad, and I'm talking about the oldest one, with the receiver. I'm spacing his name, but Luke, I think it was not Luke, but it doesn't matter. He was immediately like, I'm a Raider. The heck with it. They offered me the most money. I don't care that my dad played for the Broncos. Yeah. They're just done with it. I think it's actually kind of cool that you're holding on a little bit to the city roots, shall we say.
Well, the other part, too, is like he grew up in a good era.
That's true. I forgot.
Hugh grew up with 3 cups.
Yeah.
Like I grew up with dollar bill words, and the games weren't even televised. They were atrocious.
Yeah.
An awful organization that I had to root for my entire childhood. Like he got a dynasty to grow up on. It's a good situation. Yeah,
for sure.
I grew up on Jordan and Pippen though, so it all worked out for me.
Yeah, he trade you a different era.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Devine going for another national championship. You guys are going to open up October 5th at Alaska Anchorage. I also got to say this about Jack Devine, okay? You have national championship hockey hair. The flow is gorgeous, man. So keep it going, my friend.
I appreciate that. You know, we had a couple guys buzz their heads lately in the locker room, and
don't do it.
One of my good friends tried to recruit me in, so I'm still 50-50.
No, don't do it.
I don't know. After those comments, I might have to keep the hair.
Don't do it, man. Hey. No, It's this side of Gabriel Landeskog. You got the best hockey hair in Denver, my friend.
I'll show you Rycroft. Rycroft's getting ready for an altitude thing, and they're blowing. It's all bald in the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, once it's gone, it's gone. You've got to live this time of your life up, Jack.
Celebrate it while you got it, Jack.
Grow a mullet if you need to.
Alaska Anchorage, October 5th. You guys will open up on the road. Home opener at Magnus against Northeastern on Friday, October 18th. Jack Devine, your DU Pioneers. They're hanging out, taking pictures, signing autographs here at the Safeway at Downing and Evans. Jack, we appreciate it, man.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We are live at Safeway, Downing and Evans. Thanks to our friends at Polidori Sausage, at Southwest 505, Green Chili at Celsius and Pepsi. It's all going on.
Which Celsius did you crack?
I went with
Of course we went opposite. We didn't even mean to.
Fizz-free Blue Raz Lemonade.
Why would you go with the fizz-free?
It was just the one that I picked up. It's delightful, though.
Yeah, I did the Fuji apple pear.
And that's with fizz?
And the bubbles. They're so light on the
It's
tongue.
refreshing. I'll check one of those out next. I'm planning to drink both of these beverages this hour. I've got my my wasabi and soy sauce almonds. I'm as happy as can be out here in the floral
I told you
department.
there was something that was good for you. It helps you burn body fat and accelerates metabolism. Boom.
Has that worked? I haven't noticed.
I haven't had a lot of them.
No, okay.
Don't judge him off me.
Okay.
Mark Johnson, looks like the shrunken heads in the new Beetlejuice now. It works for him. He's always drinking them. Got his tiny head and his big suits.
You sure that's not just his body withering away from bed rest?
A little B.
How is Mark doing? Is he moving okay?
He's moving.
I'll take that as that's a good job answering that question. You really did.
Look, is it good? No. I mean, we all have to accept reality. If ever there was a time I'd like to give him a piece of my mind, I'd get away. I wouldn't have to hear his retort. I'll put it to you that way.
Now's the time. Taking advantage of a broken pelvis. We are live at Safeway, and it's the best 5
Evans
o'clock
and
hour in the
Downing.
biz. Evans and Downing.
In the DU area. Makes sense, right?
That's right. Jack Devine, Aiden Thompson are here. They're
About another
signing
half
autographs.
hour. Swing by.
Yeah, come and see them.
Get a meatloaf.
And
pre-made.
And in the meantime, it's time for football news. Let's go, Mark Springer. What do you got for us today?
Hey, let's start with Broncos news. Let's start with the good news. Will Lutz is your AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. How about that?
Okay, can I not be a jerk, but why? Can I ask why?
Kicked 3 field goals.
All right.
Wait, kicked 4 field goals.
Okay.
Quick math. 4 field goals.
Were they all deep field goals? I mean, you didn't go Bryant. Who was the guy from the Steelers? Boswell? Wasn't Boswell drilling them from 50 and beyond like Matt Prater after a trip to La Quinta?
Who was our guy, Seibert, from the Manders, the guy that made 7 in one game?
Yeah.
Well, he made 4.
I mean, look, good
Apparently
for Will Lutz. If it means money for him, by all means.
You can only be as good as your competition in a given week.
Did we get done with the game, and were you just like, hey, man, that is some AFC Player of the Week stuff?
Big Lutz performance.
Whatever.
He's been a good kicker for the Broncos.
He has been a good kicker.
Yes.
Good for Will Lutz.
Time has
I'm
shown
just saying
that Sean Payton made the right call.
Yes, it has.
Yes.
He was right.
He got that one right, switching from McManus to Lutzy. So,
although McManus got all the other stuff dropped.
He did. Is he on a roster right now?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah. See?
He hasn't. He did. He kind of had a down year in Jacksonville.
Will Lutz hasn't had any other stuff.
I'm just asking you, were you in the middle of the game going, you know what, we're
Big
seeing
Lutz
a
game?
special performance here from the kicker?
He's the special teams player of the week in the AFC. Go ahead, Spring.
More Broncos news. Linebacker Alex Singleton out for the season with a torn ACL. They worked out former Pro Bowl linebacker Quan Alexander yesterday, and today he signs with the Broncos following the Alex Singleton news. Is it Alex Singleton? Let's hear from Sean Payton. He's got an update on Alex Singleton and Tyler Bidet.
Just first off, regarding our practice, Nate Singleton is going to be put on injured reserve. He had an ACL in last week's game, midway through the game.
Are we even sure it's an ACL?
One in which,
now? Could it have
though,
been an MCL, a PCL?
Shoot, he played two-thirds of the game. It was kind of remarkable. And then he reported he felt a little soreness. They looked at it. We looked at it some more, and then sure enough, he'll be scheduled for surgery probably about 2 weeks from now. So Bidet will be moved up to the active roster, and then we've made some practice squad additions. Any questions?
Yeah, the pause.
Who is Nate Singleton?
What were you thinking about in the pause? We could have Michelle Branched that thing.
Former Niners receiver Nate Singleton. It's not him. It's Alex Singleton.
Yeah, your captain.
Yeah, your leading tackler.
Captain.
Yeah. Don't know his first name, but that's okay.
He's your captain.
He's torn in
Hey,
ACL.
the Greenbrier will do that to you.
I bet Sean's having a great week.
The Greenbrier will have you. Not sure what the heck's going on.
As can be.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more ecstatic to be there.
Oh, man.
Alex Singleton, front seven played great. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the play of the front seven coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. But it's been really, really good. Singleton, if I'm not mistaken, he's the green sticker guy, too.
Yeah, he's the green dot guy, so someone else is going to have to call your plays.
Yeah.
Guess it'll be Cody Barton? Now, I almost renamed people.
I suppose.
But I don't work with them daily.
He got hurt on the Brandon Jones interception.
Yeah, went to block somebody, and they said it just got a little loose, got a little wiggle, according to Nick Kosmider.
I hate the wiggle.
Well,
Baron Browning already on IR, so now Alex Singleton joins him.
It's official. This team is not having last year's injury luck.
Yes.
That's already established.
McGlinchey is already out on the offensive line, so.
Bull's been dealing with some stuff.
Really got wasted on
allegedly, apparently
year,
Javante's got some groin thing going on.
Yeah. Tyler Bidet has been called up to the active roster. Shout out to me, by the way, for not making any puns on
We all appreciate it.
Thank you.
But you know what? This is like politics. Mm-hmm. Half the audience appreciates it. The other half wish you would just give in to your demons.
Just go ahead and
they think it's funny.
Do the wordplay. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to give it to you this time, all right? Keep the audience on their toes. That's
I feel
what
like you'll
say.
crack before the end of the – we'll see.
Most likely.
We'll see.
If anything, I am undisciplined. We know that, Andy. Go ahead, Spring.
Just hasn't hit you right.
All right. Last summer, Sean Payton had too many lattes, talked to USA Today, and – buried Nathaniel Hackett, threw him under the bus for how he coached Russell Wilson.
He still wasn't wrong about that, by the way.
Mm-hmm. He didn't do much better, though.
He didn't do much better, but he
got him
wasn't
in a playoff
wrong.
Conversation.
Okay?
No, it was a terrible coaching job. It still stands.
It's one of the worst coaching
still
jobs
holds up.
we've
Matter
ever
of fact,
seen.
he then went and repeated it, trying to get Zach Wilson to do anything last year.
Yes.
And he couldn't.
So
being Nate Hackett.
I have no problem with Peyton having said all of that. It was great content, and he wasn't wrong. What else, Spring?
Yeah, Jets came to Denver last year. Hackett got his revenge. They beat the Broncos. Now take two on this Sunday in New York. Let's hear from two people here on last year's controversy. First, let's start with Aaron Rodgers.
You were bothered last year by what Peyton said about Hack. Is that on your mind at all going into this game? Back of your mind, front of your mind?
No, that's old news. We've all said things that we'd like to take back. Some things have been said and taken out of context, I'm sure, from time to time. But I honestly haven't thought about it till you just brought it up.
All right, and today Troy Rank asking Sean Payton about it.
Is the stuff with the Jets old news now? It's last year was a story.
Yeah, I think so until you just asked the question, but I think so. We're playing a game.
Yeah, Sean wants to go away.
He wanted it to go away before last year.
Rodgers got a little dig of saying something you wish you could take back. Although I do think it's funny that they're calling him Hack because the guy is a massive hack.
Well, and taking it out of context. No, that was taken out of context.
Nothing.
It was all right there in print.
Yep.
And he came out and he said, I had a couple of lattes and popped off. Sorry.
Worst coaching job in the history of the NFL. What context was there to be missed there?
He got fired by the end of his first year. The crowd counted down. Although, again,
it's one of the worst football coaches alive right now.
Yeah, they had no offense. It's amazing when Aaron Rodgers is in there, they got an OC. When he isn't, they don't.
Yeah, it's funny
Pretty
how
simple.
how that works. Yeah, that Nathaniel Hackett has basically only ever been good when Aaron Rodgers is his quarterback. And I don't want to say something that's unfair there. Every coach is better when they have a great quarterback, but you do have to elevate. The job of a coach is to take whatever is given to you and make it overachieve as much as it possibly can, and I've literally never seen the guy do that.
Yeah, here was my big disappointment with the Nathaniel Hackett thing, and it was proven again last year. He was supposedly hired to take care of a young quarterback, to be able to teach young quarterbacks the game. Remember, we didn't know Russ was certainly going to happen, and there were no guarantees about the Rodgers thing at the time when they hired Nathaniel Hackett. Now, we can all suppose they were going to probably try to go get Rodgers with him, but he was not in the building. And if you couldn't get Aaron Rodgers, then you were going to have to draft a young guy. He was supposedly so good at teaching the game to quarterbacks. That's what he was going to do. And then what happens? He couldn't do it to anybody here. He certainly didn't do too much with Brett Rippon once Russ got hurt. And then last year, he had a whole year to show, yes, I still am very good at coaching up young quarterbacks. And they went through how many quarterbacks just trying to find anybody to give them competent play?
Right.
And just one summer with Zach not even being the main focus of Sean Payton, and Zach Wilson looks better than at any point during the Jets thing.
Seem to improve, yeah. Yeah, he's not a good football coach. Somehow he has a job. And also, reports out of New York where Saleh wanted him gone and Rodgers basically said no. So that's what's going on with that organization.
I still feel like there's a tension there. I still feel like they can, and I think they can guffaw it all off, and I'm sure there was funny with the whole touchdown and the shove. But, man, that was a weird long stare as Rodgers walked away.
What that organization
that was some
has
bad body language.
The only thing the Jets have going for them in the moment is that they are 2-1, and the vibes are a little bit better.
And Rodgers appears to be good again.
When they hit their inevitable rough patch.
Yep.
And also, I mean, don't forget, their wins are over Tennessee and New England.
Good call. It's a fair call.
They played a good team in San Francisco, and they got their butts kicked.
Yeah.
So how good actually is that team? I'm not buying anything with the Jets yet. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Justin Herbert has returned to practice for the Chargers. He played a little bit of Sunday's game in Pittsburgh with a high ankle sprain, was pulled by Jim Harbaugh from that game today. Justin Herbert, ahead of Sunday's game where the Chargers host the Chiefs, gave an update on his ankle.
How is your ankle feeling?
It's doing better. Progressing. We got the results on the MRI and the X-ray. Both were good, so moving forward with it.
I asked you after the game if you felt like it was worse then than it was heading into the Steelers game. After the MRI results, is it worse than it was? Is it about the same as it was last week?
No, I think it's better than where we were last week. I think it's progressing. It was just really painful during the game. It was the built up from the hits and the toll on it. But I think at this point I've done a good job of rehabbing it, of getting treatment on it, and I think we're taking steps forward.
I want to hear Jim Harbaugh talk about the MRI and the X-ray. Greatest X-ray I've ever seen.
Impeccable bone
You've
structure.
never seen a better MRI. I want to move in with that MRI. I adored that MRI.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's spring, and I'm glad you gave us that clip from Herbert. That's newsy. But from here on out, I only ever want to hear from Jim Harbaugh if we're going to hear anything from the Chargers.
Waxing
today,
poetic.
I do not apologize.
That damn right.
I love that, man. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Josh Allen was asked today about his pass catchers, wide receivers, tight ends being so selfless, saying back in OTAs and training camps that they did not care how much they saw the ball as long as the Bills win, and that is followed through the first 3 weeks of the season. The Bills are playing so selflessly. Here is Josh Allen today.
It's very encouraging, and I know there's a lot of people talking out there. Again, I'm not trying to tear down anybody. I've loved everybody that I've played with, and you don't have to tear other people down to build each other up. And, we're building each other up right now, and that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to stay together as a team, and we're really caring about each other. And, everybody in this building's got that feeling. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Whether it's former players, yeah. And again, I love 14. I still do. But everyone wants to keep making this thing a thing, and we're so focused on what's going on inside of our building, and that's the only thing that we're caring about right now.
Yeah, I mean, what he said was, that's the beauty of it. When guys get to buy into this and really understand, I may not get the ball 4 or 5 times thrown to me a game, but the 1 or 2 times I do, I'm going to have opportunities to be in the end zone. It's pretty clear Josh Allen is a lot happier without Stephon Diggs around.
Yeah, and I'm sure he said it not meaning to, it probably to me was just an honest answer of revelation of, wow, it's really nice when I don't have somebody chirping in my ear all the time.
Right.
That they need the ball more, and they need the ball, And so he had an honest moment. There's no need to backstroke from it.
Listen to some of these numbers, by the way, for Bills receivers. Okay, and Allen's completing 75% of his throws so far this year. Khalil Shakir, the Boise State kid who's breaking out big time this year, 14 catches on 14 targets. Kincaid, the tight end, 8 catches on 11 targets. Keon Coleman, the rookie, 5 catches on 7 targets. Curtis Samuel, 6 catches on 7 targets. James Cook, the running back, 8 catches on 9 targets. That's efficiency right there. My God.
Well, it is, but it's also not forcing the ball to one
Right.
guy. Look, just to be fair about it, we've seen it happen with Demaryius Thomas, Brandon Marshall. Great receivers sometimes get guys to lock in on throwing to them.
Like Bo Nix to
even
Cortland
if they're
Sutton
not
the
right,
first 2 weeks.
even if they're not running in there and chirping at them, you love the matchup because they're physical freaks or whatever it may be.
They're going to win, yeah.
You know, and he's just taking the play. He's just going where the play takes him. It's better offense.
Yeah.
Now, again, we'll wait. Let's check in December. It's so funny because every year, Buffalo is so good this time of year. And then
not last year.
You got to have, I guess that's true, but you got to have, it just changes in December there, right? There are not a lot of places like Buffalo to play in December.
No.
And so you still got to bring the run game. You still got to have that to lean on. You know, that was one of the reasons why some of those Bills teams of the 90s are so great. They had Thurman Thomas.
Yep.
When it got too cold and crappy and windy to throw, we got Thurman Thomas. Good luck.
These guys have Josh Allen just mauling dudes.
Josh Allen?
Also, Spring, why do you get to say Josh Allen and you don't get the drop?
Because
why does it only apply to us?
I have to multitask, and it has to click in my brain. Then I have to extend my finger. It's a lot of work.
Come on, Spring.
It's a lot of mental capacity.
Spring, there is no I in Kreckman and Lindahl, okay? I don't want to hear that, all right? Come on. It's if the name Josh Allen is said on this show, Vance Joseph has to chime in. That's
Josh
the rule.
Allen?
Thank
you want to check your spelling?
There's no I in
What?
bidet. Oh, wait, no, there is.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. Sorry.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Alex Singleton out for the year. What effect will this have on the Broncos front seven before they take on Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, and the Jets? Got some really, really impressive numbers on this front seven and the way they played so far. We'll give you those coming up next.
Yeah, so it's a different type team than we played. These guys generate pressure with a four-man rush, and they do it extremely well. So when you're caught holding the ball in coverage, and they play a number of different coverages, maybe not as much pressure as we saw a week ago necessarily. In fact, it's dramatically different. And yet those guys up front are playing really well.
That's Sean Payton talking about that Jets defense, which, even as good as Rodgers has looked so far this season, it is that side of the ball that is the strength of that team. Right now, going into this game, Will McDonald already has 5 sacks on the year. They're deep. Quinnen Williams, one of the best players in the NFL up front. Solomon Thomas, excommunicated from the Niners. Sauce Gardner's one of the best corners in the game. Not as good as the guy on the other side, but still pretty damn good. Yeah, this is a huge, huge test for Bo Nix and company, which he passed with flying colors against Tampa Bay. Now, you don't want to take anything away from the performance, but, no Vita Vea, no Antoine Winfield in that game. He's going up against some monsters here for the Jets. This is a good test for him to be going up. Saleh I don't think he's a great head coach. I think he's still a very good defensive mind. This is a formidable challenge that the Broncos are going up against here in this game. I have a sense this one is going to be a little bit tougher than that game down there in Tampa.
Oh, yeah. This again, I go back to the stretch that I brought up last week. If they find a way, now the Bucs are not as good as the Chiefs, but if they were to go and beat the Jets in their place like they beat Buffalo a year ago, then a lot of the ugliness of the first 2 games is kind of washed away, right? Now you're back in the middle of it. Now you look like you got your identity from a year ago going again. This could be a huge swing game for the Broncos, but you're absolutely right. This is not going to be easy. Let's be honest about it, Nate. Todd Bowles and Sean Payton kind of come from the same school, if you will.
Right.
They both kind of have older views of the way things are done. Nothing wrong with it. It works for both of them. They're both successful because of it and wearing rings. But you're not dealing with the same kind of defense when it comes to Robert Saleh. They've got some dudes on that team. This offense is going to have to make – this offense can't kick as many field goals. That needs to be the next goal. Be as efficient as you were a week ago, but you need to put up another touchdown if you can.
Yeah.
When the defense – they did a great job, I guess, after the Brandon Jones pick, which we found out is the play Alex Singleton hurt the knee on trying to throw a block. You did a good job of punching that in. Now when you have a long drive down there –
that was the McLaughlin touchdown, right?
Believe so, yeah. Where he embarrassed whoever the guy was.
Yeah.
But now, when you have a long drive down there, go and punch that in. If you get a couple penalties to move you closer on 3rd down, take advantage of it. But, man, if they were to get this one against the Jets, then I think all the good feeling – what was the name of our first guest? Nora?
Nora Princiani.
Nora talked about how she was all kind of caught up in the hype. I think that all returns if you beat the Jets.
Yeah, no, and look, Bo Nix had a really good game against Tampa. Kosminer pointed this out earlier. Week 3 – Nix's average time to throw 2.57 seconds. That was the 7th fastest mark in the NFL this week. That's what Sean wants out of him. Again, yes, there were a couple of downfield throws. 22-yarder to Cortland Sutton, a 33-yarder to Josh Reynolds. But also, Andy, generally, the restrictor plate is still really on Bo Nix and this offense right now, and that's what Sean wants out of him. He wants him getting comfortable with the easier stuff right now before he cranks it up a little bit more. However, I'm interested to see this opening game script because that opening drive, what was Nix? I think it was 7-play touchdown drive. He was 4 of 4 for 70 yards. Clearly they came into that game with a solid plan. Can they do that again, put early points on the board, be it a touchdown or a field goal, and let Bo get settled into the game? He was a different quarterback in the first half, in particular against Tampa, than he was in the first 2 games.
No, I agree. Now, again, a guy that's going to be key to seeing that Bo Nix show up again is Alex Palczewski. You're going to go against, I think, a much tougher lineup. They did not have Vita Vea last week. They were not a whole defense as far as all their starters out there. I believe the Jets are healthier.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have Hassan Reddick, but they may never have Hassan Reddick at this point. I think, though, Palczewski is so important for a number of reasons, in part because when McGlinchey gets healthy, if Bowles is still dinged up, do you flip him back to left tackle? Let Bowles get healed up. Do you dangle someone for a trade? If Palczewski can really show his mettle in this environment, you might have found something. Don't sleep on Palczewski. He was a guy we were talking about last year, if you remember. Then he got hurt towards the tail end of camp.
Yeah.
But I'd heard they had big plans for him. They were excited about how he was playing. So
Illinois product.
Yeah, there's no I in Illinois.
It's only on the side of the helmet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's two.
We got a big one against Penn State this week.
Do ya?
A big one. We really do. Yep. 18-point road dogs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Vegas doesn't seem that thin.
It doesn't seem to be buying into the Illini so far. Don't doubt Brett Bielema, okay? By the way, Brett Bielema, I want you to try and find 5 minutes to flip on the Illinois-Penn State game. I just want you, as a guy that is known to shop in the multiple,
the larger section,
the multiple X
Yeah.
section, I want you to take a look at Bielema and tell me what size pullover you think he's wearing.
Do you want me to just look it up on the internet?
I can show you a photo right now if you'd like.
How do you spell that name?
B-R-E-T space Brett.
Right, I got that part. Oh, it's only one T.
Single
I didn't
T.
even have that.
Single
yeah,
T.
Okay.
B-E-L. B-I-E-L-E-M-A. Bielema. Brett
Here we go.
Bielema. I took a photo during the KU game, and this was one, Andy, we should post this on Twitter. The camera crew was not doing Brett any favors at all. They even cut his head off. Doesn't that look like a shot from like a news story on American obesity right
Wow.
there? Like they don't want to show the guy's head to shame him, so they just show his body. What size do you think that pullover
That's
is
that
right
B-roll as they talk about the belly fat that we're trying to get rid of, like you said.
It's just a Hawaiian shirt.
That is, as a guy that's worn
dangling
some
off
big
him.
clothes, that is a 5X.
That was my guess,
got
too.
a little junk in the trunk going, too. Normally it's the belly. Like, my problem's the belly.
Yeah,
He's
no.
got it.
Bert's got a lot going on. Yeah,
It's a hockey butt right there.
That was my assumption. I guessed 5.
Yeah.
Minimum 5 X's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those are.
That's not bought off rack.
No, that's a custom Nike Illini pullover right there that Brett Bielema's rocking these days. Great coach. Guy can straight up coach.
Well, maybe get him to quit throwing back some curds so he's with you a minute. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Let's talk about this Bronco front seven. Kosmider had some great numbers in his piece this week. Last week against Baker Mayfield, Broncos defense allowed 3.3 yards per drop back.
Okay.
That's pretty damn good. They sacked Mayfield 7 times. They had more pressures than that. They had the 2 takeaways. In fact, and this isn't just the Tampa game. This is the 3-game sample size going back on right here. This is Geno Smith, Justin Fields, and Baker Mayfield. Broncos are tied for the league lead in pressure rate at 45% right now.
All right.
The league leading pressure rate.
That
That's incredible to me.
Well, it is, but it's also on the strength of mainly Tampa and Seattle, isn't it? Seattle had no clue what they were doing that first half, and then they figured it out.
Yeah. Geno Smith, by the way. Andy, he's good. Geno is good.
Sure.
He's poised. He's accurate as hell. He's got excellent receivers. There's no doubt about that, man. But Geno Smith, there's nothing flashy about Geno. He's just a good quarterback.
But Geno shows if you know what you are and you know, again, you play to the strengths,
yeah,
you can be a pretty good team.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the franchise guy, quote-unquote, necessarily.
He's accurate. He's smart.
His teammates rally for him.
I think he's a good quarterback, man. I think he's a really good quarterback. I thought they had a rough patch a little bit in the Denver game since that time. Well, man, they have settled down.
They had a rough patch because that offensive line didn't know who was blocking who.
No, they were a little bit messy there for a minute. Zach Allen he's having a Pro Bowl season so far. We're 3 games in. You know, all pros are not made in the 3rd week of September. But he's having a Pro Bowl season so far. He's been wonderful. I mean, you lose Baron Browning. Dondre Tillman, a UFL guy, comes in, and he has 2 sacks. Had a wonderful game. Benito was a game wrecker the other day. They just right now, like, it's plug and play in that front 7, and I do think it's going to have an effect to lose Singleton, but, I mean, you lost Baron Browning, and they looked fantastic. Right now, this Broncos front 7, which we thought D-line strength of the team coming into the year. And I'm not talking about the edge. I'm talking about the guys in the trenches. But they have played well enough that the guys on the edge are having very good seasons. And then Surtain is playing like he's the best corner in football.
I would agree, but here's my concern. Now, maybe it doesn't play out as much this week because of Aaron Rodgers, but this is your first chance, I think. Seattle was not as dedicated to it if they do play this.
Yeah.
But this is that first look at that Shanahan run game,
Uh-huh.
that wide zone, cutback run game that ate them alive last year.
Right.
So they've got to be smart about things.
Jets got a good back, man.
They got a couple good backs,
Yeah,
don't they?
they really do.
And now again, does Aaron Rodgers decide I want some stat points against this guy and start throwing a little? Even if he wants to, they got a pretty good receiving core. But
I have been, by the way, real quick. One thing I have been tracking is reading up on reading some fantasy stuff. Okay, and take what you will out of this, but I've read multiple fantasy columns this week where Garrett Wilson is considered a sit-em this week.
Well,
because he's going up against Surtain.
Yeah.
And you go back over the course of the season through the numbers, DK didn't do anything, Pickens didn't do anything, Evans didn't do anything. Even with a few penalties in the Pittsburgh game, Surtain is basically erasing number one wide receivers. Like playing a wideout against Denver, a number one wideout against Denver is a bad play in fantasy football, which – I mean, that's where fantasy football advice becomes real-world football application.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, he does have Alan Lazard there, and they've got a pretty nice connection as they showed off on Thursday night. What I don't like about this scenario for the Broncos the most is the Jets have had 10 days to get ready for this.
Yeah.
They had the Thursday night game, last week, so they've been sitting on this. They've had time to watch. They got to look at what they were doing against Baker Mayfield. So, and you're going into their place. I still don't know if I think this, the green. I don't mind your thought about being out there. I heard Tyler say this, and I've been meaning to tell you that I will kind of back this up. Tyler said he doesn't necessarily love the destination getaway in a football season that coaches like to do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I can remember when the Broncos, it ultimately didn't cost us, but it felt like it was going to. Now, we were kind of hoping it would because Andrew Luck was on the line. But when they went to Miami in 2011, I'm telling you, the resort that we were at, because we went in Friday.
Yeah.
Bro, it's one of those where it was like when I was in Hawaii with the Buffs. I'm like, you guys go on. I'm not worried about making the plane. I am going to stay here. Then you remember you'd actually have to pay for all this stuff, and I can't afford to do that. But, I mean, it was like being at any vacation place you would go to. And I just think I'm curious to see if some of that effect seeps into some of this. Because the Greenbrier's like a sought-after vacation destination by people.
So your concern is,
do they get just a little fat and sassy when you got a chance to get right back in the thick of things?
Do you remember Rocky 3?
I do. Yeah.
Rock and Clubber Lang.
But wouldn't 4 be better?
No. Follow me on this. Rocky 3.
Yeah.
Okay. And Rock's. He's like working out at a shopping mall or
right.
whatever.
Yeah,
and
you're
he's
right.
Jump roping and he's taking pictures.
He's everybody's dude.
Doing the speed bag and smiling in a glimmering smile. And they keep showing Clubber Lang and Mr. T is just like in a dirty basement somewhere.
Yes.
His trainer standing there with a cig hanging out of his mouth. And Mr. T is just doing sit-ups after sit-ups, just getting ready to kill. And then Clubber Lang goes out there and just annihilates Rocky.
Lets him know.
Yeah.
You're soft.
Is that what's going on right now?
Well, I hope not. But, I mean, again, you're at the Greenbrier.
The Jets are Clubber Lang.
Yeah. Just,
And right now, Bo Nix is just taking too many pictures and enjoying it too much.
Too much falconry going on. too much posing by a big antique vase.
They're too tired from their
vase.
pottery classes.
Matter of fact, you better call it a vase or they'll kick you out of it.
Yeah, exactly. They're taking guided fly fishing tours.
Now, I will say the difference here is the Broncos, that was like October.
Uh-huh.
It did have a feel sort of I don't know, this team isn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went out and they played like crap for 3 quarters and in typical Tebow year fashion found a way in the fourth quarter to get it right and win the game.
Any chance possibly that the Jets could be looking ahead to a London trip with the Minnesota game?
Could be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the Peyton factor, see, this is where you running your mouth is not good. I still think there's a little bit about the Peyton factor there. Just because Aaron Rodgers did not get – had Aaron Rodgers played last year, this would all be done in old news.
This is his
but
shot
he
to
didn't
get
get a chance to.
Yeah.
And, again, nobody seems more petty and holds more of a grudge. The guy doesn't talk to his family. You don't think he remembers what he said about Hackett, what Peyton said about Hackett?
So Aaron Rodgers was sitting in the darkness retreat, and the only thing that he could see was Sean Payton's face.
Right.
And he hated it.
It was like when Romo put Mark Brunell in his workout room and just worked out all year with the idea of, I'm going to kill you next time on the football field. That was Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was in Russia.
Better get this dub this
running
time,
up on
Sean.
Snow Hill.
It's Craigman and
Did
Lindahl.
he punch any dead meat in the Rocky IV? Remember when he's working over that side of ribs, and I'm like,
when he's out in Siberia?
Well, yeah, in Siberia, I don't think any dead animals. In Rocky I, he goes into the meat house.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And just started whooping up on this pork. It's already dead, Rock.
Toughens the hands,
yeah.
though. All right?
He's working out with Mendelbaum.
Do you think that's what the butcher guys at Safeway, do you think that's what they're doing back there? That's the training that they're doing? Just punching sides of beef hanging off of giant meat hooks?
Getting ready to come whoop us when it's all said and done. Oh, you think you're funny. They're going to do the knuckle crack. Funny guy, huh?
Did you notice neither of those guys had a neck?
Oh, well, they're cutting meat.
Yeah, those guys are.
They're like using saws.
Yeah, those
and
are
stuff.
men.
All you see is the finished product. I do not want to know what needs to be sprayed down when they're done in there.
Looking at us soft radio guys over here.
Yeah.
Oh, you like grilling your meat, huh?
They did, though. They both were so they were like burly Midwestern types.
Right.
What do you need? Rack of ribs? Hold on. I'll be right back.
That's exactly what I want to see out of the
I'm going to saw the cow
guys.
in half for you.
Craigman and Lindahl, we are live at the Safeway over by DU. That is Downing and Evans. Thanks again, Polidori Sausage, 505 Southwest Chili, and Celsius for having us out here today.
You like that Celsius,
that
don't
Blue
you?
Raz lemonade, I've already pounded the whole thing. I'm going to try the Fuji apple pear.
Oh, it's just crisp.
Before we're done here.
It's a taste of fall.
I'm excited about this.
You may want to go and get a sweater and go run down a leaf fallen lane.
Who was the name of the guy?
Let's just go to the top.
I'll think about it in the break.
What? Fall Frank? I mean, what are you thinking about?
Not important.
Autumnal Adam?
It's not
what the hell possibly could that have conjured in your head?
Fall Frank.
Foliage Ferdinand? I mean, who? What guy are you thinking?
Leaf Larry? Let's keep going. What else do you got for me?
Scarecrow Sam?
Halloween Harry?
Yeah.
All right. We got to go to break now.
We're fine.
We're doing this for ourselves. More bidet jokes next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction, with even more of us affected as we get into our 60s and beyond. ED can also impact younger men even in their 30s. ED causes emotional toil on takes an emotional toll on relationships and impacts a man's self-confidence and self-esteem. Look, if you're struggling with this, I don't have to tell you that. If you're looking for a solution, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is your place. They're a place that has served the metro area, the Front Range, for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If you've tried other things and they haven't worked, go see what Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has for you. They have treatments that'll work when the pills and the herbals fail. I know sometimes you'll even see things out there on TV, over the counter, send away. Go talk to somebody about the problem so you can find the right treatment. Finding the right treatment is going to lead to a better experience overall for you, and isn't that what you're after with going through all this? So schedule a consult at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and you'll get a test dose in the office. And if it's not working in the office, then your visit is free. Again, 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Rojas on the ground at third. Machado touches third, fires to second. Out at first. Oh my goodness! It's a triple play. It ends the ball game. The San Diego Padres have clinched their spot in the postseason after a magical 2024 campaign. Will this finally be the year for the faithful?
End of the Padres-Dodgers game last night. I don't know if anything could have been more perfect right there, Andy. You put it all together. Padres clinch a playoff spot on a triple play with Don Orsillo, arguably the best broadcaster in the business, on the call, and Shohei Ohtani was on deck.
Looming.
Yes. Dave Roberts said after the game, at the Dodgers, they're an analytical organization. They said there was a less than 1% chance that Shohei would not pick up the bat and go up and have a chance to hit and win the game in that situation, or at least give the club a lead in the top of the ninth. But it didn't work out because the game ended literally on a triple play. And the Padres